Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And we watched history last night. I mean, it was one of the most unbelievable games. For the Angels to actually win a series against the Astros, it was one of the most outrageous, disappointing
new
things.
Move. The bait and switch is his new move.
That's my new move. That's a go-to now. Okay. Holy crap. 40 points in the second half, 14 in the third, 16 in the fourth. There's a compilation of De'Aaron Fox screw-ups that is unbelievable.
Spurs fans are going to hate him.
Oh, my gosh. He just was throwing the ball away, kicking it. The dumbest, maybe one of the dumbest plays I've ever seen, the breakaway where he tries to lay it in and gets it blocked by OG. And when you could have just run out the clock or, ran from everybody and get 2 free throws, could not have been a dumber play. I mean, we see NFL players, they slide down right before they score to let the clock and don't give the other team a chance. Mm-hmm. That was what it was like. He tried to score the touchdown and instead fumbled it through the end zone. And now the Knicks have the basketball and have a chance to win the game as opposed to, well, he could have put him 3 points up with 2 free throws. But he said, I tried to get the layup in. Just a horrible, horrible decision. A horrible decision. With under 10 seconds to go, you've got to hold on to that ball and run clock and get fouled. Run away from people. And instead, he tries to lay up and screwed the pooch for the Spurs should be up 3-1.
Yeah,
they should be. They should have won game 2, and where Wembanyama fell apart in the final 30 seconds, and they should have won last night. They should be up 3-1.
You haven't even told people who aren't watching basketball. They don't even know the extent of what you're even talking about. Right. You haven't even
up 29 in the third quarter. They lose the game.
It's the biggest comeback in the history of playoff basketball.
Yeah.
Never have we seen a bigger comeback in playoff, and it happens in the NBA Finals. And it happens against a team who came back from 22 with 7 minutes to go in a game against Cleveland.
Right. I
mean, New York did that too.
Right, and they did it last night as well. They were down 22
and they were down 13 or 15 in game 1 to the Spurs. I mean, the Spurs have completely – I think the Spurs are the better team. After watching 4 games completely – I think the Spurs are the better team. When both teams are playing their brand of basketball, I think the Spurs are better. Brunson's not comfortable when Castle's out there on him. He did have a good second half. He bounced back, Brunson did, but which he really, really needed. But, this is really – I mean, it's not all on the Spurs, but it's the old – they just tried to run out the clock in the second half, and – if you do that, you better be efficient with the ball, and they weren't efficient.
They were ridiculously good in the first half and ridiculous.
What are you going to do when you're down 20? When you're down 20 anything in an NBA final, you're just firing. The pressure's off of you then with the Knicks. You're just like, game's over. We just got to get the game. We're tied up. We're going to San Antonio. Let's just play. There was no pressure in the second half, and they played like it.
Yeah. They took a lot of stupid shots. They ran the clock. They ran the shot clock down, had to throw up 3-pointers. All those 3-pointers that they were making in the first half, they were missing in the second half.
Playing is what they did.
It was ridiculously bad. And Wemby wasn't great. I mean, 9 of 25. He did have 13 rebounds, but
most of that was in the first half when he got Cat in trouble, and a lot of his best work came in the first half.
A 40-point second half, 76-point first half, and a 40-point second half.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, most of the good stuff came in the first half for everybody on that team. What a disaster. San Antonio literally should be up 3-1, and instead they're down 3-1. And I just hate it. I just hate it because I'm starting to despise Knick fan. Taylor Swift jumping up and down like this is her lifelong.
So does she?
Team.
That's what I want to know. Is there I was crushing her in my house, but before I crush her on radio, does she have some connection to the Knicks? Like, has she been does she live in New York right now?
Is she dating any of the Knicks now too?
I don't think.
I don't. You don't know.
I don't think.
You
does
don't know?
she? But does she live there? I mean, if she lives there, that's one thing.
Did she grow up there? No.
Well, you don't have to grow up there. You're a Rockets fan. You didn't grow up there.
Well, I know, but 30 years.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Right, but she may have, I don't know, maybe she's lived in New York the last 12 years.
We've never seen her on the floor before.
I know. Well, no. I'm asking, is there anything there for her to be losing her mind with 3 other women on the front row?
And I'm
surprised she could afford those tickets.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is she bought all those tickets and they all dress the same, right? And she spent about $500,000 on those tickets.
$500,000.
Yeah, they're $100,000.
The women sitting next to her are less famous, but famous musical artists as well.
Oh, who was it?
The Hyam sisters.
But they're best friends with her.
Yes.
And
I don't know how those dynamics work.
Listen, I'll buy you those tickets.
Yeah, I don't know how the dynamics work. They're pretty successful. Of course, not Taylor Swift. She has lived in New York for a while now. Yes.
She has lived in New York for a while. That's
got to be it.
And
you probably jumped up and down like you were whenever you went to an Oklahoma State game with Chad Clay back in the day.
No, I never really did.
Or a game that wasn't your team. You probably acted like you were the happiest ever.
No, I didn't jump up and down.
And she lives there. Get off her back. You're just part of the same old.
I'm part of the problem.
Straight white males going after Taylor Swift. Idiot.
I don't care about Taylor Swift. All of them.
I know. When I saw her, I was like,
No,
wait. Now those are real Knicks fans.
Real Knicks fans.
I looked at Taylor Swift jumping around. I'm like,
yeah.
What is her connection here? So maybe she lives there. That's fine. Whatever. Right. They were all out yesterday. All the little New York stars were out yesterday, and boy, they showed all of them a ton. But my gosh, losing a lead like that, how do you come back from that? How do you come back? You'll get your chance. I mean, the Spurs have been very focused to start games. It's been incredible. Yesterday was their greatest focus. If there's one thing that Mitchell Johnson, the head coach of the Spurs, has been able to do, it's been able to get his team mentally ready. Yeah. I'll give them that credit. And they're a tough team, but they just, they got scared. They're a young team that just got scared when it started rolling downhill on them, and they couldn't handle it. And, man, it's a good team. It's a really talented team, but this is going to test them mentally now.
You want to talk about Mike Brown? How do you got to? And I was watching the pregame with Charles and them. It's like you got to start better than you start, and then it's 12-2 in the first minute of the game. And he's right. What is the deal with the Knicks and their starts? And San Antonio just dominating them in the first half.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. The Knicks led at the half but they came back. In Game 3, they led at the half, but they also they were down early in the first quarter again. It has just been unbelievable how good the Spurs have been, mostly in the first half, and then just crumble in the final minutes of the game. They just made so many dumb mistakes. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. A 29-point deficit, and you overcome that. It is just unbelievable. It's never happened before. Not sure it'll ever happen again. That was an historic night. And you're right. How do they bounce back from this one?
I don't know. Yeah. It's going to be tough. I mean, it's just it does help that you get to play at home. I mean,
I guess, although they lost the first 2 games. They were playing better in New York than they were at home.
And let's be honest, man, it looked like it was going to be 0-4 for home teams.
Yep.
Looked like it was going to be 0-4, but it's really, basketball only. The Spurs had the formula, basketball only, but the gag job in the fourth quarter, this is going to be, for a Spurs fan, this is going to be your Buffalo Bills, Houston Oilers, where if you were alive for that and watched that, you'll never forget it. It's one of the biggest gag jobs in the history of NFL playoffs. That's part of who I am. That's part of my sports history is a choke job like that. I don't remember one in baseball that, because baseball has comebacks. Do you remember? Wait, we just had one in the World Series. I thought, wasn't there a bit? Well, there's been series. There's been like 3-1 series leads blown and things like that. Which you'll remember those series leads that you blow also, obviously. The Blue Jays are going to be
the Red Sox came down
forever.
From 3-0 the first time ever.
Yeah, but they beat, that's true.
The Yankees.
But they beat a team that's won championships. But for the Spurs, and the Spurs won a lot of championships, but I don't know. This is going to go down. This game will be remembered.
Did that they hadn't won a championship in forever. They came down from 3-0.
Right, I'm saying the team beaten by the team. Yeah, when the Red Sox came back. But the team beaten is the one who's going to be crushed.
Oh yeah.
And the Yankees have championships. Just so the Spurs, but not this iteration of the Spurs.
Not this iteration.
Of the Spurs, no. Spurs fans do.
Well, they have.
But this will stick with them forever. This will, in our lifetimes, in the times that we're alive, according to Gilbert, we will never see anything like this again.
Well, the Spurs have the Ray Allen shot against them as well. Game 6, Heat. So they
from the corner.
They're up 5 with 20-something seconds ago. That was a title in their hands. The ropes are out, and the Ray Allen shot happened. So they have that. Then they had a Game 7 that they played well in, but lost. So for a Spurs fan who you would say is a millennial, they've got 2 of these in the finals already. And that
was different, though.
Well, you say that.
Coming back from 5
hold on.
is one thing.
No,
Coming
you
back
say
from
that,
29.
but the difference is they had a title in their grasp. They were up 3-2 in that series. If they don't blow that in the last 20 seconds, they win the title. So, yes.
And beat LeBron.
Yes, it's dramatic because of the amount. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but this one was just tying the series at 2. You had a title with about 30 seconds to go, and you blew it.
Wow. Yep, these are those days, and incredible. That was just with 3 minutes left, the Spurs were up 7, and my buddy asked. He said, "Okay, who you got right now?" And I said, "Oh, the Spurs. They're gonna. You just have to make a basket. You just have to make a basket or 2, and this game is over."
I told my wife the game was over. Anytime I say something like that,
I
thought you said this game was over. I'm like, it was 5-point lead. I said, it's finished. They're still going to win. Like, wow, there's like 5 minutes to go. 4 minutes. You said this is over. She stayed on me with this. You said this was over stuff. You said you would have left this. I said, you're damn right. I would have left this game. I would have left it. But this game's over. As a Knicks fan, I would have been gone in the third quarter. Bye.
You would have left the game.
Would have left the game.
You got to give credit to those stars we make fun of.
Well,
they didn't leave. The stars you think don't care. Maybe it's embarrassing to leave when you got courtside seats, but none of those people left.
No.
McEnroe, Sandler, all those guys were there, and even the Hyman sisters with Taylor, they're all, and of course the greatest Olivia Benson, Mariska Hargitay.
I may not have left because
which one is she?
SVU.
Olivia Denton?
Olivia Benson. That's the character name, but
Olivia
Mariska Hargitay.
Oh.
Yeah, she was there. So they didn't leave. They're all there, and they got to celebrate.
No, I give them credit. Now, if it's my team, I left at a Super Bowl and neither one of them was my team, and I had to be up at 6.
You still
start a show at 6 in the morning.
28-3, the most famous comeback in NFL history.
I did. So I'm trying to think, like, usually
at a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I probably wouldn't have left that game because I would have been with other people. And I would have been responsible for driving them, and I wouldn't have left that one. I would have been forced to stay for that because they would have made the comeback.
What if you just went, you and Nicole by yourselves, and went, okay, let's go to the game tonight?
No, she's a pain. She makes me stay till the end of almost anything.
Oh, God.
She makes me stay till the end of almost anything. And
well,
I would have
seen snacks.
And I would have seen that. Yeah. I would have seen that. But, yeah, now if it's a championship game.
Oh, you mean like a Super Bowl?
Well, I was a World Series in state. Yeah, but if it's my team. It's a little different if it's my team.
Yeah.
The other one was I didn't really care. I just thought, cool, Patriots are going to get beat. I got to be up at 4:45 in the morning. I'm leaving. I'm not getting stuck in this traffic on a bus. You got to remember, you can't just get into a Super Bowl. You got to get on a media bus, and then you get shuttled over a hotel, and then the next media bus comes. You get shuttled up. And I just said, I'm going to beat this. I'm not standing in line with a bunch of people.
And look at you.
Because I was there on the first shuttle, and you had to wait for 40 minutes, and I beat it. And,
you beat
in a
beat
way,
everybody. You beat everybody.
And I got to the hotel in time to watch it with a bunch of Patriots fans. The comeback, that was terrible. So, watching him come back and win a Super Bowl.
So you got to watch it. You had tickets. You were sitting in the stands.
No.
You got to watch it in a hotel.
I had a media pass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pay money. I didn't have Super Bowl tickets. I was there as a media member.
Okay. And where were your seats? Where was your seats?
They weren't.
They were in the fifth level. That's where I was for a Super Bowl.
I think that's where I was. Yeah. I don't know. We were in a media section. I mean, it was not the best seats.
I was there for the Janet Jackson one, and it was like the fifth,
I bought tickets
level.
for that one, so I was on the second level for that one.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I mean, you're still far away. I just knew something happened with Janet Jackson. I couldn't tell what it was. Although it was up on the screen, I just
saw
didn't
it
see
on the screen, and
yeah.
I was like, "Did you see that?"
I didn't see
Nobody
it.
saw it.
People around me did. They're like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah.
I said, "What?" My wife and I were like, "What happened? What happened?"
I couldn't believe it.
Which Super Bowl was that?
That was
Was that the Panthers Super Bowl
that was a great
against Patriots?
comeback by the Patriots against the Panthers.
Patriots against Panthers. I was there for 2. They've come back both times. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been lucky enough to go to that. I was there for the greatest comeback ever that I missed, and then my dad's Super Bowl when they beat the.
That was a great game.
Yeah,
great.
So I've been lucky enough to go to 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
no
and
NBA Finals. Ever.
And you would have. You haven't been in an NBA final. Oh.
Well, I didn't have money at all.
Yeah.
I didn't have any media stuff. I had nothing.
Yeah.
To go to the Rockets,
and
they haven't been there.
It's a lot of fun. You missed a lot.
It's been a while.
Of fun.
It's been a while.
You missed a lot of fun.
The Rockets have been there.
Yep. All right, let's break here. 713-780-3776. Glenn Davis makes his debut. He'll be with us every day breaking down the World Cup, which begins today. With Mexico.
Did you mention that Knicks fans hit Wemby with something?
With an egg in the back of the head.
Is that what is an egg?
I think it was an egg.
They threw something at him while he was walking to his
bus.
hotel room, from the bus to his hotel room after the loss. I mean, this is a pathetic bunch. And all New Yorkers can say is this doesn't represent Knicks fans. You're literally being represented. This is what the world thinks of Knicks fans.
This is Knicks
This
fans.
is literally you.
This is Knicks fans.
Whether you like it or not, you don't have to like it. This is who your people are.
Okay, at Taquerias Arandas, they don't throw huevos, do they?
No, they don't throw. They cook them. They
cook
scramble them. And they put them in breakfast tacos.
Right.
You're not going to waste that on throwing it at a 7'4" French player. They're going to cook it and make it delicious. That's what they're going to do. And did you know that today, if you want to get to Taquerias Arandas, they've got watch parties going on? Did you know that today's party features, that's right, El Tri, today's watch party features Mexico as they take on South Africa at 2 p.m. It's happening at their location on 1960 at I-45 North. You know it's going to be a party there. I've been to the spot. It's got a great sports bar in it. It's partitioned off. It's really cool. I'm telling you, Taquerias Arandas is where you want to watch Mexico on the biggest stage. That is going to be unbelievable. And then tomorrow, on the 12th, the party's at their Cyprus location on FM 529. They're going to get cranked up at 6 p.m. for the 8 o'clock match between the U.S. and Paraguay. So U.S. and Paraguay, it's an 8 o'clock match, but they're starting the party at 6 p.m. tomorrow at their Cyprus location on FM 529. But if you want to go watch Mexico at Taquerias Arandas today, make sure you get there this afternoon. It's gonna just have lunch and wait around in your spot over there at the sports bar as they take on South Africa at 2 p.m. That's on 1960 at I-45 North. Bring your family, bring your friends. Enjoy all the soccer action throughout the World Cup at Taquerias Arandas with locations across the city of Houston. It's Taquerias Arandas.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Astros lose at 3-2 last night. While this little basketball game was going on, the Astros were fighting and clawing to get anything off of Reed Detmer's 2 solo home runs, one off of Detmer's, and then the bullpen came in, gave up a shot to Cam Smith. Shea Whitcomb had a homer, and then Cam Smith had one to tie it. Jordan gets a base hit with 2 outs in the ninth. I was torn. Do you pinch run for Jordan there? Or do you, because you're going to extra innings more than likely, do you take his bat? I'm always torn. It's such a hard decision. I think one of the hardest decisions if you're a manager. Do you take your star hitter, your best hitter, out of the lineup to get a faster guy in there? Del, were you watching?
I know of what you're talking about because then a play happened that we thought the Astros were going to maybe win the game, and they didn't.
Yeah, he's on first, and Christian Walker hits one to the corner and left. He gets to third base. They overthrow it, and Jordan tries to score on the play and gets thrown out at the plate. I think they overturned the call, right?
Yeah, it was challenged.
At first he was safe, and then they challenged, and he was out. I'm torn on what you – how many times have you seen, you take your best hitter out and then they go to 17 innings?
Yeah, if he's at second, if he's at scoring position before Christian Walker. Sorry, I'm just laughing at someone entering the fold. If Christian Walker comes up to the plate and Jordan's on second, I would consider it. But if I'm a spotter who, we got to criticize everything. I don't know if I'm taking Jordan out.
I know, it's a hard
first
call.
base.
With 2
when he's
outs
at first base.
in the ninth.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing that.
Yeah. I mean, if there's nobody out.
Yeah. No one plays small ball and you want to bunt them over or steal a base if it's someone else. But, yeah, at first with 2 outs, nah. And look, it took Jordan trying to take advantage of a misplay to even be in a spot to get thrown out at the plate. So I'm not pulling him.
Right. I don't think even a fast guy would have scored from first on that.
No.
Unless they throw the ball away.
Yeah.
Now, if they'd thrown the ball away, a faster guy would have scored.
Yes,
Yeah.
but how can you plan on? Honestly, planning on the Angels screwing it up, maybe he should have taken that into account,
like they did with Altuve.
Yeah. It was a couple base running things. One went the Astros' way, the other one didn't.
Yep.
In the series.
Yep, and it was Altuve that made the right call on the bases, which is incredible.
Right call is strong.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, he didn't get thrown out.
And he acknowledged bad process, good result. And that's the only one you get over the LA Angels.
Right. So the Astros lose it. They lose the series to the Angels for the first time in forever. And now they are back to 8 games under 500. They seem to be right there on the cusp.
Cusp of what?
Right there of breaking through.
Breaking through to 6 games?
They were
below 500?
They were 6 games under 500 just this week. And now they're back to 8 games. I mean, win a freaking series against the Angels, for F's sake. Let's get Sonny in here. Wants to talk about the NBA Finals. What do you say, Sonny?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, that was an awesome game last night. I just wanted to shout out Josh Hart. Like, he's not getting any credit, but his defense on that last play, even after he missed that bunny layup and was having trouble, like, he fought through that kind of, like, honestly weak Wemby screen and fought through it and made the play to stop Castle. Wemby, like, he's saying all this stuff, I'm in your head, this and that, but obviously the guy disappeared. And I know Fox, like, made a big mistake at the end, but, I mean, where was Wemby? Bricking free throws, Nick Anderson style.
Yeah.
And then, honestly, at the end, when he needed the screen, he was, like, fighting with Cat. And I think all this, like, this fouling, like, got in his head, and he honestly forgot to play, forgot to set a good screen, and Hart was there. So, and also shout out Jose. Jose was awesome. That guy, I love that they said he'd rather win than breathe. and you can see it last night, and he definitely was part of that big comeback. So awesome game. And but yeah, where was Wemby? I think there needs to be more talk about Wemby not showing up at the end.
Yeah.
A couple
two missed free throws.
He missed the free throws, but a couple things for Sonny or Nova Steve, whoever this happens to be. First, Cat was guarding the inbound on the final play, and in fact, I believe he tipped the ball. Josh Hart got beat. Castle was open. The pass didn't get there because I believe Cat tipped that ball. Now, the clock didn't start, and I think that could have been a point of contention if that shot had been made. But Hart happened to be there when Castle was scrambling for the ball. But I think the one you should really be crediting, I think Cat got his hand on the ball.
Yeah.
Move that cat!
Because Castle was open.
Castle was open, and it was we all went, well, a terrible pass, but I think you're right.
Cat swipes at it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
did.
think he got his hand on that ball, which disrupted the play. Wemby, weak screen or not, Castle was open for a lay-in or a dunk. That would have won the game for the Knicks.
If it had
been a good
because
pass.
Because he did break free. There was separation.
Yeah. There was.
Yeah, and it was just like
I thought, oh my gosh, they're going to throw over the top and beat, and then all of a sudden here it just
fluttered into the paint.
Yeah. Listen, Wemby deserves. He's 9 of 25 too. He missed those two free throws were huge. Yeah, he deserves his criticism, but De'Aaron Fox was just he was just atrocious. De'Aaron Fox, I'm sorry, he's a Houston guy, and he was terrible. He was terrible in the second half, and he made just terrible decision after terrible decision, and he cost them, especially with 9.5 seconds left, trying to make a layup instead of holding onto the ball and running some clock. If he'd have been able to run away from OG, he could have ran about 4 or 5 seconds off the clock and put his team up 3 points with a foul on the foul line.
Well,
yeah.
The process, what you're saying is right. I do find it funny that in this type of game, we just assumed the guy was going to make 2 free throws. No, sure, he had the opportunity, but we're just making that assumption. He should have done all of that, but after watching Josh Hart miss a layup, Wemby missed 2 free throws, I'm not guaranteeing anything. But he should have run around.
Either way, there would have been less time on the clock.
Yeah, and then he fouls Alvarado with a foul to give for no real reason because the Spurs were kind of set up defensively, and it allowed the Knicks to set up a play. Brunson takes a long jumper that we won't criticize because of the OG Anunoby tip-in. That's the guy who should get more credit. OG was great.
Yeah,
that was an unbelievable tip. Like
all game, he was great.
You knew Brunson was having a hard time getting shots off when he has a man defending him. You know, this is kind of the Becky Hammond thing is that little guys have a harder time. Like he was really having a hard time with the length of the Spurs, and he has for a while. He knew he had to pull up from way out to get a shot off. Wemby was still on. Wemby wasn't going to let him get a shot.
But here, there's another De'Aaron Fox mistake. He was on OG. He came over to double Brunson.
Yeah.
OG's got a free lane to the basket.
Well, no, OG made the pass, and there was no defense.
Yeah, they didn't guard the inbound.
They didn't guard the inbound.
So
but he
of course, after the pass.
I don't know.
After the pass, maybe you want to put a body on him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Mitch Johnson told him. Two on Brunson. We're not going to let him beat him. I don't know what the plan was.
They might have. That might have been.
Yeah,
the thing.
so that might have been the plan. And OG had a running start into the lane. Dylan Harper was the free man. I don't know how you get a body on a guy who's running full speed into the lane, but that would have been an opportunity. But yeah, OG Anunoby was great all game
If you
long.
block him out at all, even hold him up for a half a second, he doesn't make that play.
I mean, 33 points.
He had a free lane to the basket.
He had 7 threes. He was 10 of 15. He had 33 points. He was absolutely
huge.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
And that tip in, you know how hard that is? That's something that I remember I did years ago. Being able to fly through the air above the rim like that, control your body, and then have the touch. I've done that probably 4 or 5 times in my life. In my life.
I immediately thought of you.
Yeah, he did this once in a game. I did this 4 or 5 times in my life.
You immediately
not always
thought
on
of him.
In a championship game, though?
Not always on 10-foot
You got to give him
goals.
a little credit.
Not always on 10-foot goals. Not always on championship finals. But it's been done, and I can tell you, it's
Nerf?
hard.
Are you talking about Nerf?
Some, maybe
Some
bitty
Nerf.
ball, some of the
Sure.
8-foot goals.
Yeah.
But it's still hard. No matter where you do it, it's impressive.
So the other Gilbert sent us the NBA's video of the final play from a different angle, and Cat definitely tips it, but the clock does not start when he tips it. So if that shot goes or when Castle wrangles the ball, if he gets it up and it goes in, we're having a giant replay because the clock never starts when Cat touches it. So that it wouldn't have been a good goal if or a good shot if they actually ran the clock.
Oh,
So
wow.
we
could have been sitting there
sitting
forever.
there waiting
Would the
for that.
Knicks have known to challenge?
I don't know. They had one. They did. I think it's challenged automatically, but the Knicks did have a challenge as well. We would have had a controversy at the end where we have to sit and wait for a replay because Cat clearly touches the ball.
Yep. All right, let's break. We got Glenn Davis, top of the hour. But if you got anything that you want to talk about, if you're Sonny or
whatever name you're going to go by.
Yeah, right. Whatever name you want to use today, you're more than welcome to do that. Actually, don't give your name today. Give a fake name. Give a fake name today. It's fake name day.
Scooter.
Okay?
Well, when people do that, they get a little
Well, I don't
ugly.
care. I like that. I like
Okay.
the funky name.
Did you see what Art wants us to ask Glenn Davis?
No.
Maybe you can do that under a fake name. Ask Glenn Davis these questions under a fake name.
Okay, we'll ask Glenn Davis under a fake name at the top of the hour, because that's what we do every day now with Glenn Davis, 8 o'clock to talk soccer. That's going to happen here in 28 minutes. Don't go anywhere, ESPN 97.5.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Big day. World Cup starts today in Mexico. El Tri, Lance's Dell's favorite team. You love El Tri, and you know it. I mean, stop.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the U.S.'s biggest rival. I know that upset someone in a big way. She called me a racist son of a bitch for daring not to like the U.S.'s biggest rival.
That's right. Do we still have that sound?
It's been years. I'll try to find it.
Let's see if we can find it.
I don't know. Yeah, she was not thrilled with me. But hey, this is about sports. It's not about race. I'm not gonna root for a team who doesn't like us. They don't like us either. And I can't find it.
They kind of like us. Why do they keep coming here?
I mean the team itself, John. See, you turned it into something else altogether.
What?
I'm strictly talking about sports.
I didn't hear John say something inappropriate.
Yeah, he did. Don't worry. I'm rooting for the boys. And by the boys, I mean South Africa today.
Oh, that's your guys.
They're not my guys. But against Mexico, everyone's my guy.
You love that.
I'll root against.
You love America and anyone who's playing Mexico.
Honestly, when it comes to soccer, it's very tough to find it. Well, Argentina now. I don't like Argentina very much. So maybe Mexico there. But other than that, everyone, us against the world. And by us, I mean the U.S. and the world against Mexico. Us and the world against Mexico, I guess.
We'll talk to Glenn Davis in 20 minutes about it right here on ESPN 97.5. Should Kirby Hocutt be the Time Man of the Year?
Why would you say that?
What he's doing, he's doing for Brendan
Shut
Thorsby.
up, Dell. Why would he be that?
I mean, are you
Can
kidding
you
me?
please just cut the crap for a second and give a guy some actual grace for what he's doing for a young man with problems?
Yes. He put out a statement yesterday.
For the ages.
I have two sons, including one who recently graduated.
This is the AD of Texas Tech, by the way.
This is the athletic director of Texas Tech.
Brendan Sorsby's new, his new rehabilitation home.
Right.
That's where they're handling the rehab stuff.
Right. If you kick this kid to the curb, how in the world is he going to be able? We're doing the Lord's work here.
Read
here's what he had to say. This is the new one. You know what? I'm a girl dad. This is like during when the Baylor stuff went on. I have two girls, so I know. I feel what? I have two girls. Right. Here's Kirby Hocutt. I have two sons, including one who recently graduated from Texas Tech and played football. Throughout the process, I kept asking myself, how would I approach this situation if this were my own son? Let me be direct about what Texas Tech's position actually is. We are glad Brendan is still part of our community because that is where we can extend him the best possible support in this ongoing recovery.
Yep.
We're just, you know what? We're here for him, for Brendan. Mm-hmm. We love Brendan, and he should be part, and you should all be happy that we got him. Shut up, Kirby, okay? You got him because he can play quarterback, and that's all you care about, okay?
If he was
you don't give a rat's ass about this. Well, I don't know if he
Let's see how much care and support he gets if the appellate court comes back and says, that's it, we're snatching him out of here for the year, but he gets to stay there with you guys. You guys can pay him and continue his care.
I believe that case has been scheduled for February. So after the football season's over.
So they can't speed it up?
No. Right now, no.
Well, he got his decision. And let's see how much you care for him after he throws 3 picks and loses a game.
By the way, every interception is going to be – so NFL – well, not all of them. A lot of people I talked to thought he should go back, but that's when they thought he was going to be suspended.
He's missing the first 2 games.
I got one other guy who told me he's going to wish he didn't go into the – he's going to wish he had been able to go to the supplemental draft because his thought is – the pressure is going to be so extraordinary on him. I don't agree with this, by the way. It's college football. There's going to be layups. There's going to be throws that are wide open. I think Sorsley's going to have a big year. I don't think any of this is going to – but I talked to somebody in the league who thinks that the pressure is going to get to him, and every interception people are going to say, was he throwing games? I look at it the other way. I think that there's going to be so much scrutiny on him that there's no, like, you couldn't possibly think he's going to be involved in gambling stuff. Mm-hmm. I know, not for me, not realistically. I know the cynics out there will say, and I am one typically, but this is one where there's so much heat on him. Like, he's not going to be throwing games. He's trying to go into the NFL and make as much money as possible. I think Sorsby's going to have a good year. I don't think it's going to matter that I don't think the
I
pressure's
think in
going to
large
get to
part
him.
because of who he's playing, the team that he has versus the teams that he's playing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for him not to.
Yeah, absolutely. The integrity of sport matters. So does the integrity of how we treat a 22-year-old who sought help, entered residential treatment, and is working every day toward recovery. Those two things don't have to be in conflict.
Theatrics are so incredible.
Unbelievable. I mean, we are glad Brendan is still part of our community because that is where we can extend him the best support.
We all know what the deal is. What they can't possibly say is that we want to support him as long as he's a quarterback that we're paying NIL to and he can help us win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the deal. Yeah, I get it. We all know that's the deal. So that's why this other sanctimonious crap comes off as so stupid. Like, enough. You don't have to pretend like you care that much. You care about him as long as he is as a Red Raider, realistically. Joey McGuire was in town yesterday and talked about this.
Joey said this. Most importantly, we will keep doing what we've always done, put our students first. He likened Sorsby's recovery to that of Texas Tech quarterback Will Hammond's recovery from knee surgery.
Oh.
Whoa, Joey. He's recovering. I've sat down with this young man multiple times, and the things that he's going through, what he's been going through, it's serious. I have a number of people in my family that were addicted to different stuff, and so I've seen what addiction does to people.
Well, you know what you don't do with addiction? You don't throw a guy back in the mix quickly. You keep him away from that, typically.
Let's open up. Now he's got a lot of insight into this program. We'll see if he can start winning instead of those losses that he had with the bookie.
It's like if an alcoholic worked at a distillery. That's what it is. Like, I've got a real problem with alcohol. Where do you work? I work at a distillery. They really care for me, and they want to get me back in here to work next to all of this alcohol.
You guys are taking a very glib approach to this when you can remember this, particularly when Joey McGuire says it. It's not murder.
No.
It's crazy because it's not murder. It's not beating somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things that were work, but he just wanted you guys to know you're overreacting because it's not like he killed anyone.
He didn't kill anyone.
You can slide on the rules.
Did
as long
he
as
kill
it's not murder.
someone?
No.
He should play. If you don't kill people, then you should play.
He may have killed off some
He literally
parlays,
said
but
that. It's crazy because it's not murder. It's not beating somebody.
We get it.
So there's a lot
We
of things
get it.
that we're working through.
Everyone goes to that extreme. Like all the Texas Tech people are like, you act like he. No, there was a rule in place for integrity of the game that was broken, and that's a long-standing rule in all of sports.
Yeah.
It's not. This isn't about
Did he kill
murder.
someone, Lance?
I know it's literally either murder or nothing. If he
Or-
didn't murder
or-
somebody, there are no rules.
Then play. He gets to play.
Yeah,
You didn't kill someone, you get to play. That's it.
new rules.
Congratulations.
I mean, y'all got a good quarterback. Shout out to Cody Campbell for getting you a good quarterback. And look, Tech's in a bad place. What are you going to do if you're Tech? They tell you can have a guy that's got a chance to help you, compete for a national championship. What are you going to tell? If you're Texas Tech? I know you've already said this, but generally speaking, I don't think most schools are going to say, we'd love to win a national championship here, but our morality. There's not a university in a major conference that has morality.
Look, relax. There are kids that are playing that have gotten DUIs, that have beaten up women, kids that have committed horrible acts.
That's true.
Nobody boycotted Penn State when that horrible situation happened there. Those are the words of Cody Campbell.
Oh, my God.
Well, wait a minute. We were all in an outrage
Wait a
with there,
minute.
and
Yes,
Penn
they
State
did.
tried to rally.
Nobody-
They tore down the statue.
What he means is no one said we're not going to play
No,
Penn State.
they took down the statue. The fans tried to rally around Penn State and Joe Paterno.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
The fans were like, "What? You don't know how many kids were molested?" Like, what? Penn State fans, y'all got to stop.
Yeah.
You can't be on the wrong side of this one.
Well,
But they were.
7:46. We got a break because we got Glenn Davis coming up top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, well, 10 minutes away from our first visit with Glenn Davis. He'll be joining us every day to talk about what's going on at the World Cup. It is brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief. All right, Lance we're going to be in Lake Charles. Lance made an appointment with Kaplan
Well,
on
I have
Monday.
just an allergy testing. I'll cancel it, but I forgot we'll be in.
We're going to be in Lake Charles.
Lake Charles winning lots of money.
He had talked about how excited he was. Or did you already do something else with someone, like an eye thing, or was that Kaplan too? You had to.
No, that was. I just did that with Dr. Whitsitt. I have my lens. Oh, you have yours all finished. Yeah, you're all done.
I had cataract, and
yeah, I just had mine changed, so I didn't have to wear glasses
He's
anymore.
Awesome. Yep.
Yeah, he is. He is awesome. It's not a commercial or anything. I mean, I love Dr. Whitsitt,
Yep.
but no, the Kaplan stuff. I'm really excited about that. He sponsors our visits with Glenn Davis. One of our interns, they're family friends. One of our interns his mom is a dermatologist, and they know each other. But yeah, I'm do this balloon thing, the same thing that Jeff Blum did, where they put the little balloons up there, and then they kind of inflate it, and it really just breaks up all your sinuses and just drains it all out. So
I need that as well.
I'm pretty pumped up about that because that's been I got a deviated septum. It's a heckler, so he's just going to do it all. I said, how long is that going to be? About 30 minutes. I said, do I get to be under? Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
And you have some pain medicines right after, some Vicodin right after.
Oh, nice.
It's the W's.
Sweet.
Across the board.
Sweet. Out and
across the board.
Yeah, you sleep nice.
One of the best things is when I had my eyes done, just like you did. When they give you take the Valium and then they give you the little drip. Forget about
You're
it.
done.
Dream Street.
Done.
I wish I had 5 eyes.
Did not realize one thing. Was out, woke up.
I just remember
it
being
again.
cold, and I remember people were around me. It was a blessing.
Join ESPN 97.5 for our soccer watch parties today and tomorrow as we watch the biggest soccer games of the year. Today, Will Kunkel and then Jeremy and Joe will be broadcasting from 12 to 6 at Rodeo Goat. And then tomorrow, they will be at Patterson Park. The ESPN 97.5 watch parties are brought to you by Huntington Bank. So we got it starts today. L3's going to win, though, right?
They better. They're expected to.
They're expected to, and
Yeah.
it's home.
It's home.
I'm going to watch that one.
That's
Not there.
It's
obviously.
2:00 here?
Let me make sure. I thought it might have been 3. Let's see. Yes, 2 p.m. here.
2 p.m. here.
And then later tonight, you've got Korea versus the Czech Republic. The U.S. get going tomorrow at 8. Canada starts us off tomorrow at 2. So they're giving windows to the host countries by themselves for the games.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's great. So Canada tomorrow and the U.S. tomorrow.
Yes, U.S. will be the nightcap.
Of the 3 teams, of the 3 host countries, the U.S. is the best team?
Ooh.
Oh.
How are they better than Mexico?
Well, Mexico doesn't have a great squad. Canada has given us problems when we're both at full strength.
I can't. Well, actually, we didn't have some players. That's right. At the Gold Cup.
The Gold Cup wasn't our top guys.
Yeah, that's right.
They beat us 2-1.
Did they have their top guys?
In some ways, I mean, they didn't have everybody, but the U.S. notably didn't have Pulisic, no Weston McKennie. A lot of our guys who we expect to be major contributors to this tournament were coming off a summer or coming off a full season, so they just sat out, which was a point of contention for some people. But I don't think there's much difference between the 3 nations as it stands. Hell, we know Panama gives us all the trouble, so I think it would be a giant disappointment when you look at the teams that have been built playing at home, the groups you're in, for these 3 not to get through. But Canada may have the biggest trouble, although Herzegovina is not great. But I think the U.S. But Canada has Switzerland and Qatar, so they should get through. The U.S., of course, not a heavy favorite, but they should get through, and Mexico as well. So I think they all would be greatly disappointed if they don't at least make the knockout stage.
So 32 teams advanced this year, as
So
opposed
around
to
the 32,
16.
yeah.
The last World Cup. And is it going to be easy because the field is watered down? Is it going to be easier for the favorites to advance?
I think you're going to see some really lopsided scores.
Yeah.
In some cases. And now third place teams can make it as well. So that's why in a tournament filled with 48 teams, 32 make it out of the first round. So you got to be if you're one of the teams like the U.S. and Canada and Mexico, and there are certainly others, you got to play really crappy not to get through.
4 third-place teams will get
Yes. Yes, you have to just be one of the best 32 teams in the world to get to a knockout round. Again.
So, yeah, the knockout round is, well, it gets down to 16 right away. So
yeah, you play, and then we're back to what we're used to.
Yeah, what we used to. One round, and then we're back to.
Yeah, and if you're great if you win your group, you could possibly face a third place team who barely scraped through. Now you hope that's not a world power who had a terrible group stage. You hope it's a team who wouldn't even be in the tournament if it wasn't 48. And so that's why finishing in first place is pretty important. You never know who's going to wind up in your. Well, you kind of know because it's already set up, but it could be a power who didn't play well, or it could be a team that surprised and they top out as a round of 32 team, and now look at you. You almost have an easy pass into the round of 16.
All right, we got Glenn Davis up next. Let's break. And remember, Kaplan Sinus Relief is bringing you Glenn Davis every day, 8 o'clock, right here on ESPN 97.5. Breaking it here. Glenn Davis on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Here he is, the man, the legend, Glenn Davis, joining us every morning right here to talk World Cup. It is here, finally. We've been talking about this for the last couple of years, and it is finally here, and Glenn is here, brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief every morning right here on ESPN 97.5. Glenn, you got to be excited. It's like Christmas morning for you.
Oh, no questions about it. We've been waiting a long time. I'm ready for the talk to be over. I'm ready for matches, players, teams. Let's get this thing underway, and let's start watching some of the world's greatest players and teams.
First of all, congratulations. Last time you and I spoke, you didn't. I don't think you had anything going on in terms of directly tied to broadcasting with the World Cup, and now here you are on the air with us, and you're going to be actively participating and involved. Can you tell people about what you'll be doing?
Yeah, well, today I'm going over to see the position at Houston Stadium where I'm calling games. I'm doing stuff for the World Feed. I'm going to be an analyst with another commentator, very good one from England named Paul Walker. So we're going to do all the games here in Houston and then a quarterfinal in L.A. I mean, it's like a dream come true, you know. I mean, sometimes in your career you have highs, ups and downs. You guys know this as well as I do, and disappointments. And look, I was going to enjoy this World Cup no matter what, and was already enjoying it. But this is like putting a cherry on top of the cake, right?
For the World Feed, is that Sky
Yeah.
Sports, or what are you doing?
So the World Feed goes out to the rest of the world. It doesn't compete here with those that have acquired the rights to the game. So
it's not on
English
Fox.
language
You're not on
commentary.
Fox.
No. Or Telemundo.
Are
No,
you gonna
it's-
Are you gonna
okay.
be doing it in English or some other language?
Well, you know that I speak 6 languages, so it depends on what game. No, I'm just kidding. It's in English.
Okay, it's in English for the world.
Well, I love these people that say, you know, they speak 7 languages because they can whip off a sentence. You know, I can go, esta escuela es muy bonita, no puedo caminar más. And then people, oh, this guy knows Spanish.
Yeah,
It's the most dangerous thing you can do is sound like you speak it.
Right.
Yeah.
This
yeah.
school
Because
is very
then-
nice,
then
but
people
I can't
speak-
walk anymore, you said. Okay.
Yeah, people will speak quickly, fast to you,
Right,
like
right,
you know
right,
it, and that's
That's not
no
true.
good. That's
It's
no
not
good.
true.
Yeah, they ask you a question and you sit there and you're like, what?
Right. Glenn Davis with us, brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief every morning right here on ESPN 97.5. If you had to, well, you don't because you're part of the broadcast, but if you had to put your money on one team, who is it?
Well, before I answer that quick question, I just want to say it's a pleasure to be on with you two guys. I've appreciated the way you've supported the sport here in Houston all the years. So I just want to make sure I drop that in before we get started. This is going to be a lot of fun for us every morning. So I think I would have to say France, and I would say simply because of the incredibly intense depth and the amount of game changers they have on that team. Probably secondarily would go to Spain. That's not anything different. I think that's what most people are thinking. But there are a number of other teams that certainly are capable of winning this, and I don't think anybody's unbeatable.
So okay, if you had to pick a bit of an underdog, someone that you think, wow, those odds are a little bit long for this team. They look better. You got a good feeling about them
To win it all?
Yeah, to win it all. Who would that be?
Well, there's a couple that could be very surprising. I mean, obviously, we have Argentina trying to do it back-to-back. Only 2 other teams have done that. John, your country of Italy. And, of course, Brazil did it in 58
Does
and
Italy
62.
even play soccer anymore? Do they even play anymore, Glenn?
Yes.
I don't know. It's been so long
God.
since I've
We got
seen them
so
in a
many
World Cup.
Italian
I don't know. I don't
Americans
see them
now.
in World Cups anymore. I don't even know.
It's pretty painful. I will only give you this glimmer of hope. Their under-17 team just won the under-17 World Cup.
There you
How
go,
about
John.
that?
Congratulations.
Suck on
Let's
that,
hope we're
Lance.
making a comeback in Italy because it doesn't seem like a World Cup without the Italians. But I would keep an eye on Morocco. Got to the semifinals of the last World Cup. No African countries ever won it. Very difficult team to play against. Very defined. These guys fight, scratch, claw. Brazil, you have to always consider them because of the exceptional talent that they have. Germany, maybe a little bit of an over-reliance on certain players like Joshua Kimmich, but the Germans you never count out, one of the greatest soccer-playing cultures in the history of the game. They've been to 8 finals, more than anybody. The Netherlands, who we also have here in Houston, stock full of world-class talent, guys that play on Liverpool and everything. You know, they're trying to figure out who's going to score goals for them. Let's see. I mentioned Spain. We mentioned France. I mean, England's got top to bottom, great players, a lot of Premier League players. And then we did mention Argentina. Colombia. That's the one I was trying to remember.
Yeah, Colombia
Luis
out of their
Diaz
group.
and Colombia.
I think they got a real chance to get out of their group. And then the other, I mean, not only get out of the group, but maybe even win the group. And then, two names of teams that I saw pop up a lot for, maybe not win it all, but maybe go a little deeper than people think, maybe even, reach a quarterfinals. Two teams to watch were Ecuador and Japan that I saw the names of those
Ecuador,
2 teams.
very, very athletic, had a great World Cup qualifying. I think came in second. Japan, technically sound all the time. I mean, every single player on a ball can get out of pressure, very technical. I forgot to mention Portugal, by the way. Portugal is another one that could win it all. Probably the best, in my opinion, has to have one of the best midfields with Vitinha, João Neves, and Bruno Fernandes of Manchester United. I mean, this midfield can play. They have every aspect that you would want out of a midfield. It's workmanlike, but they're going to have the ball a lot in a lot of games. And I would just say to people, if you're going to the Portugal-Congo game, that could be a really, really interesting game. And do not sleep on the Congo in that game.
Glenn Davis with us here this morning on ESPN 97.5. We were talking with the extended field, 40 from 32 to 48. Are we going to? Is it watered down? Are there teams that absolutely shouldn't be there that they're probably going to get blown out here?
Well, that's debatable. Look, you guys know as well as I do, and I know you've talked about it. The sports is expanding in every league. It's all about big, more teams, more content, more everything. The yin and yang of this is two things. You get these great stories like Curacao coming to play here, which basically is made up 95% of players that grew up in the Netherlands in the youth systems of top Dutch pro teams, right? Smallest country in the tournament. All of a sudden, people are trying to figure out on a map where Curacao is. So there is a good byproduct of that for sure. But, the sacredness of the World Cup, it's a sacred event. It's every 4 years. So what's going to happen is you have 72 first-round games. Argentina won it in Game 68 in 2022. 72 first-round games. You've got countries like Cabo Verde, Curacao, getting an opportunity. Nobody has slept in Curacao since they qualified for the World Cup. I can assure you that. I mean, there's a party going down there on that island off of South America. But once you get out of the 72 group games, you got 16 single elimination games of consequence.
Yeah.
That's going to be when the drama begins.
That's what's exciting about World Cup for me is that countries are on the edge of their seat, and the countries remember this for years and years and years. John and I both are. I'm just watching a Jamie Vardy doc right now, John. It's
so
really
good.
interesting when he got called up to the English club. But it's I want to talk about England for a second. Every year they've still got Harry Kane, who's a great striker and goal scorer. They are the third favorite behind Portugal and France and Spain that I saw in terms of what the bookmakers have. They've got England is third pretty much across the board at about 9-1, I think is where I saw them. How do you see England this year? Is this the year that maybe England can go a long way? Because it is pretty wide open this year, more so than maybe in some years past.
Well, if you just look at the talent, the likes of Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham, Bukayo Saka, you just say to yourself, yeah, they have to be respected and considered as one that could get it done. Now, they've only won one World Cup. It was all the way back in '66, and that was when they were at home. Yes, I think they have an opportunity to do it. It was pretty controversial not to put Phil Foden and a couple of others. I think Cole Palmer also was not selected. Two highly technical players, which to a lot of people signified, this is going to be a grind them out England like always. A lot of reliance on set pieces and things like that. But there's all kinds of way to navigate this tournament, and at the end of it, you're going to have to win some games ugly at the end of the day, and you're going to have to get breaks, and you're going to have to get a call here or there. So, this is a team that has to be reckoned with. It's obviously representing the Premier League to many people. So we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad Ghana is in their group and not in the U.S.'s again. We don't need no Ghana.
The Black Stars of Ghana, you always have to respect them as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Glenn Davis brought to you here by Kaplan Sinus every morning on ESPN 97.5. Tell us about this match today with Mexico.
Yeah, so, this is another one of the greatest soccer-playing nations. We obviously feel a lot of that in Houston because the support for Mexico, the Mexican League, Monterrey, Tigres, Rayados, Chivas, Club America, they come through here to play games. So that's a really unique connection for us in Houston. So there are going to be places packed today with Mexican fans, but don't sleep on them. I mean, they're the home country. They do have some issues coming into this, but as always, Mexico's got talented soccer players. I mean, their ability on the ball is something you always have to think about. One of their big players, Edson Alvarez, who's a holding midfielder, kind of a leader type of guy, is coming in with an injury. You have to keep an eye on that. Can Raul Jimenez score goals for them? What will they get out wide? We'll see. I see them winning today against South Africa. South Africa is a very young, well-coached team, but very young. This is kind of a World Cup for them to get a lot of experience, I think. But that game today is historic because it's in the historic Azteca Stadium in Mexico City, and it is the third time and the only country to ever host the World Cup 3 times is Mexico.
Yep, and then Korea Republic versus Czechia in the nightcap. That's at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock tonight.
And back to Mexico. There's always controversy and skepticism around them. There's no question. But if they get off to a good start, they quickly get the country behind them. It's the same thing we're hoping in the U.S. That's what Canada's probably hoping as a host nation. But the coach is very controversial. It's his third time there, Javier Aguirre. Many people say, they don't think he's a very good tactician. He's a hire because he's a safe hire by the Mexican Federation. So just like all of our sports in the United States, there's politics, there's rumor, there's skepticism, there's positivity, there's all the things that come with it.
Yep. Glenn Davis, he mentioned the Jamie Vardy. Have you been did you watch The Bus, the French?
Oh, he knows it.
Yeah.
He knows what happened in 2010 with France and the bus.
With France and the
mutiny,
bus.
the famous mutiny.
Oh, yeah, that was the greatest. And the coach, Raymond Domenech, looked like Groucho Marx. But half the team didn't get out of the bus to practice under the guy. I mean, that was a total embarrassment for the French. And, they're going into this as a favorite. But you're going to get stories like that. There's too many massive egos at this. And the teams that can stay together and play for each other and all the good coach speak that we love to say, be collective, unity, good locker room. That stuff is important over a really short tournament like this.
This is Glenn Davis, brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief. I'm going in next week, so pretty excited about that. And he's responsible for bringing us Glenn Davis every single day. Very excited about that. I do want to, you talk about the egos, and I think a lot of American sports fans we're familiar with, for certain, the big 3 sports here locally in Texas, in Houston especially. I don't think there is a realization that football internationally, that soccer internationally, has the same type of egos that we find here in our professional sports. And you look, one look at that, as you just mentioned, the ego thing. Cristiano Ronaldo, that was a problem last time around for Portugal about whether or not he was going to start, whether or not he should. His impact on the team potentially in a negative way. Here we are 4 years later, and he's there again. Is this something that Portugal's going to have to be worried about? The very specter of that legend who maybe has passed his prime.
This is another fascinating storyline of this. By the way, I've watched Portugal's two friendlies leading into this, and he's played in both of them. He's had a boatload of chances, and he hasn't been able to finish. And I think they were keeping him on the field yesterday in order for him to get that one goal to be feeling good going into this. But you really got to wonder about that because he is the most followed guy on social media in the world. He's absolutely remarkable player, reinvented himself as a center forward, but he doesn't have the same stuff now, as we all know, as a shelf life. All athletes get older, and there are older guys in this tournament. There's a number of guys, late 30s, even into the 40s, in this World Cup. But that's a big question because the coach of Argentina, Scaloni, says, we talked to Messi, and Messi tells us when, basically he wants to play. Well, they asked that same question to Roberto Martinez and referenced that, who's the head coach of Portugal. And he said, oh, no, that's not the way it works around here. That was his kind of answer, which I'm not sure that's that. So that's one to really keep an eye on because if they're struggling to score goals, that can be an issue. The other thing is I think sometimes the players, because it's Ronaldo's team and basically Portugal's Ronaldo's country, that they're trying to satisfy him at times when they should maybe make different decisions. So that's a really good storyline you brought up. It's one to really keep an eye on. And he's here in Houston for 2 games.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting. How much does he pull him? Does he pull him late? He's older now. You gotta, you know what? If he can't get up and down the pitch, then you got to pull. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they can.
Well, this is why these guys got great, right? They want to be on the field. Wayne Rooney was the same way in his career with England. This is the same thing with Ronaldo. Messi's the same way. They all want to be on the field, and they're going to fight for that, believe me.
Yep. That's Glenn Davis, brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief, right here every morning on ESPN 97.5. All right, let's watch. It gets underway today. We'll talk to you about these games today and a preview of the U.S. game tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5. The best in the business. Glenn Davis with us every morning. Glenn, great start, and we will talk to you again tomorrow.
John Lance, you guys make me shine. Thank you very much.
There he is.
Appreciate it, Glenn.
Glenn
Thank
Davis, right here, ESPN 97.
Let me ask you guys a question. I don't want to ask Glenn of this because he's about that business, the serious stuff of soccer. The U.S. is ranked with the worst nickname of all 48 teams. It's because it's just an acronym for United States Men's National Team.
USMNT?
No, the Rascals.
No, that's not their nickname. It's USMNT. It's a terrible nickname.
Wait, is that really the nickname too? We don't have. Well, I thought what it was. The Outlaws were the.
That's
fans.
the fans. Yeah. USMNT, ranked 48th. It's a time. Don't we need to We gotta put stuff on the board and figure this out.
L3.
L3
what are some of the different
38.
ones?
They're
I've
not great
seen
either.
the one for
Orange.
No.
That's the Netherlands.
That's the Netherlands.
Yeah, there's one El Abi something for
Blue,
Argentina has one.
Abi La Celeste.
Yeah,
that's
for Argentina.
Yeah,
Le
the white
Bleu?
and sky blue. Le Bleu is another one for France. They're 34 in these rankings. The best nickname.
Can't we be
What is
Rouge? Can we just be Rouge?
No, I believe that.
Rouge, Blanc, Bleu.
Well, we're not the. That's
Rouge,
French.
Blanc, Bleu.
That's French.
Well, but it's still saying red, white, and blue.
But we gotta figure something out. The best nickname belongs to Cape Verde, the Blue Sharks. But it sounds better in a different language, but it translates as Blue Sharks.
Blue Sharks?
Yeah. Egypt, number 2, the Pharaohs.
We have
sense.
USMNT. It's just like our cheers.
Yeah.
Just really weak and lame.
Yes. Japan, Samurai Blue.
Wow, they've even got a cool nickname.
Yeah, we have
Samurai Blue.
Yes, they're traditional blue jerseys that they wear, and of course the samurai traditional of Japan. Oh. Don't do that, John.
Can we have a picture of Joey Chestnut eating hot dogs or something like Dog
I don't
Man?
know. We need something better than
Dog
USMNT.
Boys.
Australia, Socceroos.
Yeah, they're way better.
They got
Well, I mean,
Tunisia, Eagles of Carthage.
What are we known for?
The Eagles of what?
Eagles of Carthage is
Carpet?
Carthage, the ancient city. Carthage. That's what Tunisia's nickname.
So
is.
a lot of times there's like what are we known for as a country though? Besides, like I said, we eat hot dogs the best.
We're known for Trump. We can be the Trumpsters.
Well, I don't think that's going to go well.
You can't name Can name the team after a president.
Well, Trump might disagree.
Well, he might certainly. I mean, even,
you can and you should.
The Lions of Mesopotamia is a nickname for a squad.
The Lions of Mesopotamia?
Yeah, that is that's Iraq's nickname.
All right, what about this? Dirt Dogs. That would be a good one.
Dirt Dogs.
If we were really grimy,
Long
if we
Beach
were a
State's-
grimy team.
Long Beach State's baseball team's nickname is Dirt Bags.
How about Eagle Freedom? What?
Eagles
Maybe
of Freedom.
at least Eagles.
Eagles of Freedom.
'Cause
Yeah,
of
at
course,
least Eagles.
You want to call us? I don't know if bald Eagles is great, but you can call us Eagles.
Eagles of Liberty.
Ghana Black Stars because there's a black star in the middle of their flag. USMNT is awful.
What about
48th?
What about something like Twitter people?
No.
Oh,
New Zealand, the All Whites.
You're all whites.
That's their
We
soccer
can't
team.
do that here.
the All Whites are the.
What if we call them the all whites here?
No, but what's the rugby team
Oh,
called?
All black.
That's right.
No.
So you can. There's segregation.
Yeah, but how about we're the Temple of Diversity?
That's not a nickname for
That's a great
team.
nickname.
Temple of Doom.
Temple. That's Indiana Jones. You can't take that from.
Why?
You can't
House
steal
of
that.
Pain.
That's a Oilers thing.
Temple of Pain.
No.
We just
what
mix 'em.
pain are we causing? Temple
House
of
of Doom.
No.
House of Doom.
Well, we are doomed.
Scotland, the Tartan Army. We got a terrible nickname.
All right. Like I said,
USMNT.
Dirt Dogs.
That's
it.
not. We play on grass.
Dirt Dogs of Freedom.
No. No.
Yes, that's a good one. That shows
That's
that you're
right.
grimy. You're about it.
Dirt Dogs
Keelan
of
Rutledge
freedom.
is a
Dirt dog.
Keelan Rutledge is a dirt dog. It's in football terms. It's a very good in football parlance. If you're a dirt dog, you're about it. You're tough. Like there's players in every sport that are dirt dogs. Now I don't know that represents our team.
No. Cote
But our
d'Ivoire,
country.
Les Elephants.
What is that, by the way?
What?
Cote d'Ivoire.
Ivory Coast.
That's what?
Ivory Coast, yeah.
Why
The French have been
French have been involved with the country
involved
for a
in a
long
lot of
time,
stuff.
yeah.
Why do you think?
And we're the imperialists. Yeah, we're
No,
trying.
the French are some of the worst.
Yeah.
The English, too.
Ask the Vietnamese.
English too.
Hey, where'd this banh
Spain?
mi? Hey, where'd this French bread come from with this banh mi? It's delicious. Oh, you might want to check into our colonization background
Yeah.
from France.
Right. Well, how about the colonizers? We could be that.
Well, that is a nickname.
It's not.
Yeah.
I don't know if people want to be labeled that anymore.
Colonies of freedom.
Yeah.
If you put freedom and stuff, it makes everything fine.
Genociders.
No,
No,
John. No,
John.
that's another bad one.
See, you shouldn't have said that.
Wow. That's not going to go over well.
No, Germany's got that.
No, they're Die Mannschaft
It's
or
already
whatever they're called.
taken.
No, they've distanced themselves.
No,
Unlike other countries, they're like,
How do
we
you-
don't want any part
Lance,
of this.
you're German. How do you pronounce DIE in German?
Die.
Die Mannschaft. That's the
Oh,
German
see,
nickname.
die everyone.
No.
Die everyone. That's
Mannschaft
not
is
German.
not.
That's what they.
I
That
think
doesn't
it's-
mean
I
everyone.
think it's die. Yeah, the EI, the second vowel.
DIE.
Die everyone.
Like it
No,
should be Zierlein.
That's team.
They tried it twice.
Mannschaft.
Yeah, but
Mannschaft is
that's
team.
like 80 years ago. They've
Oh, they've
They
cleaned
caught
it
their
up.
snap,
Cleaned
yeah.
it up some.
after the First World War, they said, let's run it back. And they're like, stop
Hey,
fighting
I think
everybody.
we can do this now.
Stop having like Jim Jeffries thing.
Yeah.
And then they had another.
No,
they,
that was
they
Norm.
fought the, yeah.
What did you say?
Was that Norm?
Norm.
Oh, it was Norm McDonald.
What did
That's
you
right.
say DIE sounded like?
Die?
Huh?
It's D. You're not a real German.
DIE. I thought you said DEI.
D. No, that's
DIE.
no, that's
yeah,
what you're
D.
focused
It's
on.
the second vowel.
DIE.
The second vowel is the long vowel.
DIE. It means die.
IE.
Die,
EI.
everyone.
It means D.
So it should be, my last
The.
name should be
It means
Zierlein.
The team. Germany has a terrible name too. It just means the team.
Oh, the team.
Die Mannschaft.
But they're pretty basic. Germany is known as,
Why
their
don't we
soccer's basic.
We'll just be the guys.
See, people correct me. They didn't like what you did. It's D. People knew. You just didn't.
Well, I
alleged
thought
German
you said
person.
I thought you said
I-
I was the second
no,
vowel.
DIE.
No, I know that the second vowel is the long vowel.
D.
I just said that out loud.
No.
Zierlein.
Zierlein. All right, we got a break. Let's combine here.
Who are people?
I guess-
Who are these German people in your head?
Des. Apparently, we're called the Yanks. Is that our
Oh.
established
yeah,
nickname?
it's
Yanks.
been around. We've had that for a long
No,
time.
we've been the Yanks. Yeah, the Yanks ain't bad.
But we don't call
It's better
ourselves
than
the Yanks.
USMNT.
yeah.
We don't call ourselves that.
Yeah, the official,
And England, we're the Yanks and they're the Wankers, right?
they don't call
The
themselves that.
Wanks. They just call
the
themselves the
Wanks?
Wanks.
Wanks.
Yeah. Yanks and
I
Wanks.
The Yanks and Wanks.
I don't know that Yanks is what the actual USMNT adopts, but that is a nickname, Yanks.
Okay,
Yes.
that's all right.
Yeah.
But they don't. They
We're
don't.
around the world, we're the Yanks.
Yeah, but they don't. They don't.
But
Well,
that's-
mostly just in London. But
Yeah,
they don't.
England does
in England,
that.
but they don't really lean into that.
No, not at all.
No. Well, all right.
Mets fans won't allow it.
We've been leaning into Billy Brown, an Aqueduct Plumbing Company, for a while now. You know why? Because we have to depend on them. If you have some plumbing problems, you're going to really, 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 really like Billy, and you're going to like his company. You're going to like the guys that come to your home. You're going to like their knowledge. You're going to love that they're going to come absolutely free, where other plumbers are going to pay. You're going to have to pay them just to show up. And then, oh, yeah, well, I'll come, but you got to give me $70. No, that's not what they do at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Let's take a look at the problem. Here is what we think the solution is, and now we start the work. Or if you want to get a second opinion, you're more than welcome to do that. But I'm going to pretty much guarantee you that you're going to go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company because why? They're the best.
They really are the best, and they take the it's always stressful when you have a plumbing issue, and they take that stress off your hands. I mean, there's nothing that's you're going to be worried about. You're going to be bothered by it. But having somebody who can fix it and fix it the right way and give you a fair price and be completely transparent, that's a really big deal. And that's one of the reasons you can trust John and I with this. We've used them multiple times. We recommend them. We wouldn't recommend anyone that we don't use. And that really goes for something like a plumber. And we love Billy Brown. We love Aqueduct Plumbing Company. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. So we had Glenn Davis on, and we asked him questions. Art had some questions for Glenn, and I think, well, Glenn's not here, but maybe you guys can answer them. Okay? So here are the top 6 questions that Art thought we should ask Glenn Davis. Number 6, what team do you think smells the worst? Which team smells the worst? Probably the French. I'm going to go with the French.
Well, you were obviously going to say that.
Yeah. But they're stinky and they have no sense of humor.
I don't know. I
even
remember
think-
how mad when we tried to make jokes about Turkey, we got in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but I don't care about France.
Oh, you don't care about France. I'm worried about the other names you're going to say.
Yeah. Well, no, I think France is my answer. They
Yeah.
smell the worst.
Yeah, let's just go 1, 2, 3 France.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
I'm going to live.
Val,
don't
you
know.
agree?
I'm
Or?
going to put them all in the
I
top
can't
3.
agree. Maybe the 98 or 94 team, but France.
No, I don't.
They're full. They got Mbappe. They got Dembele. No, I know you're thinking of France, but they're not. That's not who they are anymore. I know.
That's right. When's the last time you saw the French team?
Yeah, right. No.
They're not ho-ho.
Yeah.
Well,
They're not
even
Ribéry.
in
No.
2010 they weren't. I mean, they were-
No, it's
Yeah.
been like that for a
Yeah,
while,
well,
but Ribéry.
Yeah, but
now,
I mean,
he looked
just
like
to
a.
beat the French
he
culture.
looked like
they
a
all
French.
stink. So.
I think there's a lot of African culture as part of the French national
So what are
team
you
now.
saying there, John?
No, I'm not getting
See how
after
dangerous this
No,
is?
I'm not getting after him on that. I'm just saying it's different now. I know what he thinks the French are, but they're not that anymore.
John has no idea the minefield he's walking through.
The 5th
I don't
question,
think
number
he cares.
5. How will ICE know who to arrest at these?
He's
at the
walking
games?
through a.
Well, he's reading off Art's questions.
These
He's
are Art's
asking
questions.
for trouble.
Oh, you can't read any of Art's questions.
Yes, I should have asked Glenn because he would have had better answers than you two.
That would have been his last appearance
What
on the
team
show.
will attract the best prostitutes?
Now that's a fair question.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably Portugal.
Not which team. It's which fan base.
No, he said which
The
team.
which team?
Well, they're not going to be prostitutes. They're going to be hoochies.
Spit.
Okay, which team has the best looking fans?
Well,
I can tell you this
Those-
from being
those
at
South
Argentina and
American.
Colombia. Argentina and Colombia are hard to beat. They are
Sure.
tough to beat. Argentina and Colombia are
when you
strong.
combine
Germany is
quality and the number of yes, you'll see a random woman from Iceland that they focus on. Oh, attractive woman. But as far as
Or England.
yeah, well, you hate the English.
Hard to find that one.
Yeah, you hate them.
I've been in the stands here. This is in Houston. That's how many Colombian and Argentinian fans just are in this city, and it was 72,000 seats. They filled up a good 65,000, 62,000 of them, and it was they did pretty good.
Yeah.
They did pretty good. Chile, not so much.
Oh,
When I went to Mexico and U.S., you were there, Del.
what are you trying to get me to say?
No, I'm not trying to get you
They
to say
weren't
anything.
great.
It just wasn't. It wasn't on
Boy,
par
he
with.
doesn't like Mexico.
It
though.
wasn't on par with Colombia and
team.
Argentina.
He's like Charles Barkley.
Who's got the best looking fans? And women, you can say, man, that's fine. Whoever you think the guys are, whatever.
I didn't take account of because I've never been amongst the Colombian fans or the Argentinian fans, so I can't speak to
Something
that.
else. I want to go to the. There's a bar downtown where our old friend Melissa Blanco, Melly Blanco, she's not on radio anymore, but she's at some of the parties at. There's a bar in Midtown where the Colombians go, and I kind of want to take Harold and go HQ and go there.
Well,
Although he's
Just to sit down and hang out.
yeah.
we shouldn't promote that. We should promote.
Yeah, Will's right. Will Kunkel, Brazil is strong too on TV.
Yeah.
I've never been.
Yeah.
Now, what got me? It's funny. What got me into watching World Cup is I was with HQ, our boy
Harold.
Harold in 1998. We were at the 5600
there.
sports bar for Brazil versus.
Yeah, I was there.
Were you there? Well, you weren't with me and Harold, were you?
I went. We had a party there.
Yeah,
we went.
well, the radio station.
Yeah,
did.
right.
Yeah, but was that no? But we weren't
it
there
was
for.
strong.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, maybe we were there doing a broadcast because it was Brazil.
No. We went to watch. It was a watch party for a Brazilian game.
Okay, and there were Brazilians all over the place
ridiculously
playing drums. It was unbelievable.
unbelievable.
I told him this is incredible. We're going back to the finals. So we got there an hour early, stayed in line. We got in, and the French beat the Brazilians. I thought they were going to get Spurs fans after they won, because they were making the French were yapping. Yeah. And the whole place was just Brazilians. There's a bunch of Brazilians here too.
Yeah.
But that made me, I said, I like the World Cup.
Yeah.
After I was in the middle of a Brazilian party, I realized this is a good thing to do.
Well, anytime a country does that for butts, I mean, they're going to have an important place in the world.
Well, I don't know that the country does that for butts. I think they're trying to copy what Brazil's already got going on naturally. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Like the women's volleyball team, you've seen that. The beach volleyball team, forget about it.
Number 3, should Americans take a knee during other countries' anthems because we rule? I think so.
Art.
I mean,
should America take a knee during other countries' anthems?
Because we rule. Yeah.
Because we rule.
Yeah. I think, yes. The answer is yes to that. What body part is the best place to hide smoke bombs and flares? Because that happens at soccer games, okay? Around the world, smoke bombs and flares play an important role.
I don't see that at World Cup. I don't think I've ever seen that at the World Cup, so I'm guessing the security is much tighter at World Cup venues.
And then the number one question for Glenn Davis, what is the best racist chant Lance can yell at the game?
Well, I'm not going to yell any racist chants.
Well,
which game? Netherlands,
how about
Sweden?
Whitey rules. No?
No,
you're not going to do that.
You've got a good one. You've got a Tyler Wright one.
If there was a New Zealand game that he went to and they're the all whites, he could try to get that off. But
I
New
don't
Zealand's
really
not in town.
yell.
Yay, whites!
No.
You've got the power chant.
Yeah, that's not particularly a chant that you should.
White power! White power! No.
I don't know that should
really
be said at a
caught
game.
On.
No. It's caught on in some places.
It's
not at sporting events, but it has caught on.
Charlottesville, but
yeah.
Well,
that's because you can't replace us.
USMNT nickname ideas. Art has some of those.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
The collector's firearms.
Freedom Boys,
overweight lovers, Freedom Boys,
some of these you can't say.
Texans. What about Texans?
That's not
the Hamburglers.
Yeah.
What?
Liberty Lads, Freedom Boys. Yeah.
Justice Warriors.
Freedom Boys.
Say.
Firearms.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
The Freedom Boys sounds a little too close.
Yeah, right. Right.
What are they called?
They're proud
Boys.
plants, yes.
What about
Stroud Boys? Kind of shout out CJ Stroud.
That was a thing for, the 2023 season.
There still are Stroud Boys out there.
It's not a great group to be a part of right now.
No, it's not. But they're still out there. They'll tell you that you didn't see what you thought you saw in the playoffs.
Well, what I hear are a lot of Texans telling me that CJ's stupidly locked in this offseason, which would suggest there was less of that the previous off seasons.
Right. CJ wasn't locked in.
He wasn't as locked in, but
now he's locked in.
Now, very much so locked in.
That's good. I was worried he wasn't going to be locked in again.
Well, I feel like we've heard some variation of that for the last couple, but now, clearly, the most locked in he's ever been.
Ever been. But he was not as locked in before.
Well, that's what we're hearing.
Right, exactly.
Well, I think let's face it, it's just a confidence thing. He either has confidence or he doesn't have confidence. It's going to be that simple.
That's it.
And it's real easy to be more confident when you have leads and you're running the ball and you're asked to do a little less, and life's going to get easier for CJ. If it doesn't, then we're going to have some ugly conversations this year because that big paycheck's right around the corner. And once you get that big paycheck, you're freezing out a lot of other players on our team. So you better be really good when you get that NFL quarterback check.
Well, you better be locked in.
Because Caden Bullock could be gone.
Years where he wasn't locked in.
Yeah. He wasn't locked in.
Well, Nick Caserio said the same thing. This is the best CJ has ever. He said this is the best spring CJ's had. He's really been great. We're really happy with him this spring. What it told you is that they haven't maybe been crazy about what CJ's done. By talking about how great this spring has been for CJ and how he really seems locked in, because he used to locked in too. What is it saying about the other springs?
Well, no, but here's the deal. The worse CJ plays, the more locked in the offseason he is. when he had his big rookie year, he did a world tour telling everybody that he's a top 5 quarterback in the league.
Top 6, wasn't it? Or was it 5?
In the top 5. He was 3rd, I think he put himself. And then it wasn't that great, and you didn't see as much. Now you're not seeing him at all, and he's locked in. He's lost weight. He's cut his hair. He's there every day.
That's good. I'd rather have him
well, that's
showing.
it. But the worse he plays, the more locked in he gets.
Well, that's fine.
So hopefully,
He better.
So hopefully he'll do another world tour next offseason.
That's what you want. This cycle.
Yeah.
You want a cycle of every couple years.
I don't want him locked in next.
I want to
offseason.
put himself in the top. I want to put himself in the top.
Right,
in the top
again.
5 next year, because that means good things happen. That's right. Shred him, Stroud. And he actually said that. I want to say after 14. I mean 24.
It was after a specific week in 2024 where Gruden was amazed by a Stroud performance. We didn't get a lot of those.
Yeah.
We're
gonna be fine today. We're gonna be
Don't
fine
worry,
this year,
everybody.
boys. Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. I'm not worried about this year.
If I'm not
and if
worried,
I'm not
why
worried
are you
about
worried?
it, and Nick's not worried about it, and D'Amico's not worried about it, you shouldn't.
I've never been less worried about C.J. Stroud.
I would be on. I'm actually right there with you.
Never
No
been
joke.
less worried.
I've never been less worried.
You've never been less.
I've never been less worried about C.J. Stroud than I am right now.
Well, you never worried about him, really, though.
Well, that's the actual point, but
Right.
yes.
Exactly.
I've never actually worried
You've
about
never
him at all.
actually worried about him at all.
No.
I'm worried about him. I'm hoping that. I think he will. I think he'll come out and have a really nice season.
I think CJ will kind of make people forget what happened in the playoffs. He's not that guy. Even all my jokes, he's not the guy we saw. That is an aberration.
I hope.
Come on, John. You know he's not that guy. He's not that guy, pal.
No, but listen, we've seen him really in with the brightest lights.
There have been
in
moments.
Baltimore on Christmas Day. I mean, we've really seen him turtle.
Mm-hmm.
There's
no way around it.
playoffs.
You keep forgetting about what he did against Georgia.
Oh yeah, I forgot about what he
The
did
whole-
against Georgia.
Remember?
Right? Yeah.
And second half against.
All right, I did. You're right. I keep forgetting about that.
And into the first half against the Chargers, and into the second half, he was a different player.
How
remember?
far back can we go? Can I talk about what he did against Utah in the
You
Rose
can't
Bowl?
go modern day.
What
or
about what
whatever
he
went to
did?
school.
What about what he did against Utah in the Rose Bowl?
If you
when he
need
set
to,
all those records.
yes, if you need to, you
If
can.
you got to.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Now, both of those teams
And
had
let's not
players
forget,
missing.
he
That
was-
was a Jackson Smith and Jigba game.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison and
Sat
Chris
out, yeah.
Olave, was it?
And he was Rookie of the Year. I don't know if you remember that.
No, it wasn't Marvin Harrison. It might have been Garrett Wilson. That's how long ago it was. I can't remember. Yeah, he was Rookie of the Year.
Was Rookie of the Year. So.
Shred him, Stroud.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm sure there was a game against Illinois he played great in that I can
Sure
reference.
he did.
About why he's a great quarterback.
That's right. I'm sure he did against Illinois.
Sure he lit up Maryland at some point.
All right, let's break. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here and you want to shred him, Stroud. Get in here in a hurry. ESPN 97.5. Time to Lance, though. You need to talk a little Kaplan.
Let's talk about Michael Kaplan. Fantastic. And Kaplan sinus relief. I'm really looking forward to relief for my sinuses. If you've got sinus pressure, you got ringing in your ears, allergies, sinus pressure, snoring, these are all areas where you probably need to go see Dr. Kaplan, and they are accepted by most insurance company plans. They accept most of them, I should say, and as well as Medicare. And if you want to breathe well and live well, I highly recommend them. If you're tired of that constant sinus pressure, that relentless allergies, or the ringing in your ears, these are things that they can work on for you. He and his PAs, his physician's assistants, help you at Kaplan Sinus Relief. They use the latest technology to diagnose and treat a wide range of conditions that affect your ear, your nose, and your throat. And, you know, when it comes to the balloon sinuplasty, he is one of the pioneers. So they go in, they loosen up all of those sinuses that have been a problem for you, all the mucus that you haven't been able to get out, boom, drain it out of there, and it's like night and day and can really help you across the board. They've got allergies that they can treat you for, deviated septum, which I'm going to have that done as well. So much that they can do for you. Call them today, 713-903-8049. This should be your new ENT for you and for your family. Dr. Michael Kaplan and Kaplan Sinus and KaplanSinusCenter.com. That's the website, KaplanSinusCenter.com. But give them a call today, and they'll put you on the schedule very quickly. You can get in there and really change your life for the better. 713-903-8049. That's 713-903-8049.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. John and Lance along with Dell. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. We've been talking a lot of soccer.
Let's get back to the basketball.
Yeah,
We're going to talk about that since 7 o'clock hour.
Guess
the greatest comeback.
Which one they gave me?
Ohtani.
Ohtani.
Yeah, there you go. John is in a contest where He has to pick. You get 2 players, right?
I get. I'm going to go with one. I'm going to go with one today.
Why would you not pick 2 players?
Because because the streak will end if that first guy. Suppose the second guy gets a hit. Shohei plays later or gets a hit later. The other guy, we're going to go with one today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he has to pick a player every day to get a base hit, and you've hit 15 now in a row?
I picked 17 in a row.
17 in a row. So when do you get to win the money? When somebody, is it like a survivor thing?
It's tied for the highest streak in the group right now.
Is it like a survivor contest?
No, it's all year long. Whoever has the best run, the best streak, wins all the money.
So the highest streak over the course of the season. Not like who ended up with the most over 160 games.
Highest, the best streak.
Okay.
And so right now
So he's got to
to
pick a player. And so today you had Jordan yesterday who got a hit in his last at bat.
with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 9th inning.
Wow.
Gets a hit.
Wow.
He almost didn't get to the plate. If Cam Smith doesn't hit that home run, he wouldn't have gotten to the plate.
Yeah, that's true.
So they only had 2 hits all game, and so you were only 2 above the minimum. That's how good Detmers was yesterday. And the Astros they tied it up with the Cam Smith homer, which got Jordan to the plate in the 9th inning, which was great. And then he got the hit, and so the streak continues. So it was too much pressure. Too much pressure last night. Shohei, get a hit in the first. Lead off the game with a hit, and it'll be great.
So speaking of pressure, Del, I sent you a sound. I emailed you that we need to play Charles Barkley talking about the Spurs. You can play it right off your email. And the Spurs blew. They were up 20.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
You sent me the clip of Charles talking about how dumb the Spurs were. You sent it to me 10 minutes ago.
Somebody sent it to me, yeah.
It was already in the rundown.
Yes.
He doesn't know the rundown.
Oh.
I sent you emails today because I can't get on X on my laptop.
I grabbed them.
You did.
Of Texan Sound. Lance.
Yeah.
I mean,
you might look at the rundown.
If you chucked the rundown at 6:50, at least by 6:55, the clip would have been there waiting for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's one thing. I could do
one
that.
way to do it.
Yeah.
Here is Charles.
Really
Now,
depends on
for
your
those of you who don't
perspective.
know, the Spurs had a 29-point lead at one point, 22 in the fourth quarter, and frittered it away in the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history.
An absolute frittering.
Frittered it away, and with stupid stuff that went down. And here is Charles Barkley afterwards talking about it.
We saw the dumbest basketball team in the history of civilization. Oh, wow. We saw they had a 25-point lead, took eight straight threes. Like, they thought to get, like, that was some of the most mismanaged, stupid basketball. Hey, when you blow a 29-point lead, the other team has to help you. The San Antonio Spurs helped the New York Knicks win this game by doing some of the stupid-ass stuff I've ever seen on a basketball court.
Okay, was he wrong?
No. The just De'Aaron Fox by himself.
Mm-hmm.
Just De'Aaron Fox by himself.
Yeah.
And missed free throws, almost shot clock violations, throwing up stuff at the end, up just dribbling out shot clocks and just throwing something up. The turnovers, the dumb passes, the missed free throws. I mean, you could not write a better script for falling apart than the San Antonio Spurs gave them.
Because of how big the lead was, you needed, like Charles said, you needed San Antonio to give you some things, and you just kind of listed out all the mistakes. But if they were just a normal basketball team, like offensively, they scored 30 points. Like De'Aaron Fox, dumb stuff. Wemby can't miss those free throws. 30 points in the second half of a playoff game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have to be good or normal. You could be bad on offense, and you win the game probably by double digits.
It's just a matter of
40 points in the second half.
No, I thought it was 30. They scored 76 in the first half
and 40 in the second half.
No, they wound up with 106. They scored 30 in the second half.
Yeah,
That's how bad it was.
Oh, yeah, 14 and 16.
That's how bad it was. So as much as all those things happen, be awful offensively, and you get to like 35, 40.
So I'm walking and watching.
30 points second
I'm not
half.
even watching the third quarter. It's such a blowout. I'm like, this game's over. I go on a 3-mile walk in the neighborhood, and I'll check the phone score, but I'm not even watching it on my phone. I'm like, this is a waste of time. I'm watching Jamie Vardy doc. I'm checking on my score app, and I'm like, and it's not, they cut it to 19. They cut it to 16. It goes back to 19. It still doesn't. It still looks like it's nothing. And I get a text from Ballard, who is flipping out watching because he loves watching all the major sporting events. And he's like, what are they doing with the inbounds? You know the move where you inbounds it and you don't pick it up?
Yeah,
So,
right.
and
They want the clock to run.
He's like, why are the Spurs doing that? I said, well, it's still, you can still run out the clock. It's just a matter of you have longer to get into the set. It doesn't count as you dribble the ball up. Like, it's not the end of the world. You can do that and still run the clock out.
I still don't understand why a team that's trying to run the clock is doing that.
Doesn't start the clock immediately.
The Rockets did that as well one time. I was like, what are you doing?
Right.
You want the clock to run.
Well, you can still take 6. You can still get to 7 seconds left or 6 seconds left on the clock every time.
But when you want the clock to run and they're not pressuring you in the backcourt, that's
when
easy
did it happen?
time off the clock.
Right,
as opposed
it is.
To,
How much
as
time?
opposed to getting double teamed in the corner.
How much time was left when they were letting the ball just roll on the floor?
That was in the late third.
Because the clock still moves. The shot clock doesn't go, but
that's right.
The game
the clock is still rolling.
The game clock is still rolling.
Well, unless it was an out of bounds play.
Unless
it must have been an out of bounds play.
Yeah.
A stoppage.
Yeah, if
play.
it was a stoppage of play, yes. Then that's the deal.
Not after a make.
So the Spurs, you want to guess how many made field goals they had in the second half? They scored 30 points, so it can't be many.
How many made field goals in the second half? 30 points. They had 9.
8.
8
made field goals in the second half.
That's not possible.
They only scored 30 points.
That's not possible.
30 points.
They only scored 30. Of course it's possible. You go to the free throw line. 8 made field goals.
For a team that could not miss. I mean, yesterday was so on brand. The Spurs, the early speed in the race, incredible first half. Couldn't miss a shot. So confident. And then the Knicks as the fourth quarter closers, as the come from behind horses that can come from way off the pace. They were completely on brand too. That was incredible the way that played out. I told my wife, I said, you have no idea how impossible it is, for how rare it is for a team to beat another team by 20. It actually does happen in a regular season, but to get up 27 in one half on another team in the playoffs is very rare. In that same game for the other team
to come back
to beat them by even more in the next half, that's unheard of.
Yep.
And it literally is the biggest comeback in playoff
58-30, they beat them. 58-30 in the second half.
I believe I saw that the Spurs lead was the largest deficit for any home team in the finals ever. The Knicks being down.
Was
the largest deficit for a home team.
A home team. The
ever.
Celtics had been, up or down 30. I guess that was the biggest lead by halftime. By halftime of a game, but it wasn't a home team. We didn't, Josh Hart could have ended up being the GOAT of all. I mean, not the GOAT. Remember when GOAT used to be a bad term?
Mm-hmm.
When Steve Bartman was the GOAT, and it didn't mean greatest of all time.
Yeah.
It meant that was some sucker ass stuff happening. Josh Hart missing a lay in, or really a drop in, I guess it would be.
Yeah,
he was caught between
right.
dunking and laying up, and there was a challenge behind him. He missed an easy. It was less than a minute to go, right?
It would have
When he
given
missed
them the lead. Yeah,
a second lead. Yeah,
it was when De'Aaron Fox jumped up in the air, threw the ball away, and Hart had a chance to lay it up and in, and just
was it
blew
tied
it.
at the time?
I think they were down 1.
They were down 1,
and he smoked the layup.
He was down 1, and then San Antonio missed the free throws.
I think Wemby might have missed
Wemby missed 2 free throws after that. It was super choke going on.
They could not. It's almost impossible to do what they did. The Spurs.
Yeah.
Almost impossible.
You had to
Then
have.
they had a reprieve with Josh Hart missing that free throw.
You had, and then
missing the layup.
and Brunson had a turnover, and then he missed the shot that led to the Fox run out. You had the blunders, of course. That's what we're focusing on. But 8 made field goals in the second half.
Yeah, I mean that's.
All of it
we
comes
just
together.
witnessed I just saw the dumbest team in NBA basketball history. The absolute stupidest, dumbest team.
It really is. It's just, if De'Aaron Fox pulls the ball out and just dribbles out and gets fouled, now he may not make free throws, but that's what you'd want to do. What did you guys think of the Knicks calling a timeout when they did. First of all, I thought Alvarado went backcourt.
I thought it was backcourt, too.
I was like, that's backcourt, and then I realized
The ball never.
the ball never crossed.
Josh Hart was with 1:57 left. It was 104-103.
That's when he missed. There was still
And the Spurs
just under
were up.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
The Spurs were up, and that would have been the Knicks' first lead. Then Brunson eventually made a left-handed runner to give them that lead. But a lot of things, a lot of guys are escaping the slander today. Josh Hart, chief among them. Wemby, somehow, some way, he misses 2 clutch free throws, and De'Aaron Fox is taking it, and rightfully so. But Wemby had his part to play in what happened.
Mm-hmm. He absolutely did. It was, I think, mostly on De'Aaron Fox, but Wemby had his role. Castle was good. Vassell was good.
It's really good in the first half.
But his plus minus was not.
Well, the shooting cratered for everyone.
Yeah.
He was great in the first half, knocking down threes. Now he eventually finished 5 of 8. He just didn't get a lot of shots late because they went with the 2-man game. It was a lot of Fox and Wemby and pick and roll. It didn't work out for the Spurs. So they wound up shooting 40% from 3, which looks great, but you consider what their start was, and I think they're at over 65% at halftime, I think, from 3. And we saw how that kind of cratered. You can pick and choose every Spur, probably except for Vassell.
Castle was minus 11.
Yeah,
Vassell was minus 7.
And he had foul trouble, too.
You mean it for the game?
For the game.
And then the first, just imagine that, because
Castle was excellent.
Was a beat. Now he wasn't scoring a ton,
he
but
wasn't scoring,
man,
no.
was Brunson had the blues in the first half.
I think
with
the
his
only one,
defense.
Dylan Harper was great. He somehow plus 12. Him and Carter Bryant were the only pluses. And you can throw in Wemby and De'Aaron Fox are both plus ones, but
De'Aaron Fox was plus 1.
Well, we can point to their gaffes as the reason they lost. Like Harper probably clean. There's nothing you can say about Harper's game. And then Carter Bryant for his 5 minutes was all right, whatever. But yeah, now you gotta find a way to get off the mat. You got 2 days off to wallow, and then play on.
And we got to give something. OG was unbelievable.
The Cat was the early guy for MVP, but the numbers have tapered off. With Brunson's shooting issues up until last night, I don't know why OG isn't someone we consider.
OG has been fantastic. He was 10 of 15, 7 for 9 from 3, 33 points. He brought them back. When he started raining threes in, it was like, oh my gosh, they got well, I still didn't think they had a chance until the very end, actually. But yeah, OG in this series, 33, 28, 17, and 17.
I'm shooting pretty well from the floor, so great from 3.
He's shooting 58%. And 55.6 from 3.
He's been phenomenal. You know what it got me thinking? Where was he originally drafted?
He was a Raptor.
He was on the Raptors championship team.
Think about this.
Way back.
We saw Jared McCain traded. I kind of, when I was watching OG, I realized this. When you're drafted early, when you don't make it as a star, and we've seen this happen with Jalen Green, when you're drafted inside the top 5, typically, there is a belief that you need to be the star of the team. And once you're not the star, once you're not a number 1 on the team that drafted you, there is a tendency or a willingness to move on because you didn't reach the expected potential of who you were supposed to be when you were drafted. And I've noticed a lot of teams really benefit from bringing those guys in because they end up becoming good players. They may not be the very best player on the team, but then another team ends up getting a player that is a big piece of who they are because there was an expectation that Team 1, it didn't reach expectation of Team 1, but Team 2 doesn't have that same expectation. They bring those team players in, and, what do you know? They actually are good basketball players, even if they're not the stars of the team, the number 1 players.
You know, you're talking about the guy they call Mr. Nugget, Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon is another great example of it. Just a lot. These guys get moved. Teams move on from them, and then they become really good players for other teams.
Yep. And you become really good with whatever metal that you have because of Houston Powder Cutters. Your metal is better. Listen, you buy new patio furniture, don't put it in your yard right away. Send it to Houston Powder Cutters first. Houston Powder Cutters will pick it up and deliver it absolutely free. But before you put it in the yard, with this humidity, with all this weather, with the rain that we get, with everything, all of the different weathers that we have here, make sure that it's powder coated first, and then it will last. I can't say it'll last forever, but it's going to last a lot longer. I mean, I know you and, oh, by the way, you may not like, okay, I don't really love the color of this patio furniture that we bought. Well, they'll change, then you can change it. Houston Powder Coaters can change it. Not only will they protect it, but they can change it. You want it to look like your team? You're going to go tailgate, you got some patio furniture that you want to put out there at your tailgate. They'll make it whatever color you want. You want to do it red, white, and blue? You want to do it blue and orange? You want to do it red and white? You want to do it or mustard, yellow? You can do all that. You can do it because Houston Powder Coaters can do anything. They've got all the different colors you could possibly need. They have beautified our city. They have beautified many cities around all of Texas, and because they picked the biggest and the best. When it's Houston Powder Coaters, you're going to get that job done. It's going to be great. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin that you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, 9:14 ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. The Astros lose last night in extra innings against the Angels. They lose the series. They got slapped around in Game 2, and then they lost Game 3. They barely, they had to come back in Game 1 of the series and scored on a throwing error to win the game. But help is on the way. Hunter Brown made a start yesterday in Sugarland, and they lost 2-1 to Sacramento. But Hunter went 5 innings. He gave up 3 hits, 2 walks, gave up 1 run, 78 pitches, 49 strikes. He touched 98.6. 98.6. That's good. And he had 11 whiffs against Sacramento. So his next start could be against Framber. Detroit's coming to town, and it could be Hunter Brown versus Framber Valdez. So that was his last rehab start. He's on his way back, and we've got Hunter Brown back. I would imagine. I would imagine it's got to be Mike Burrows, although they could go to a 6-man rotation.
Yeah, Peter Lambert didn't do anything to say he should be out of the rotation.
No,
yeah.
Tang has been good. It might be Tang because he can go to the bullpen.
And he hadn't pitched great the last couple of outings, but Burrows has been consistently underperforming. But is he a guy you can even throw in the bullpen? So you're right. Tang's versatility may put him in a spot where he goes to that bullpen.
If, in fact, they go to a 6-man rotation.
I don't know how many more outings I can handle Mike Burrows being out there.
You don't know if you can handle it?
I know he's out there trying his best. This isn't a personal attack on Mike Burrows.
It kind of is.
I know he's trying. I know
of course he's trying.
Some guys don't try, John. At least we accuse him of that. We do that. So I'm not accusing him of that. He wants to be his very best. I just don't know if I can deal with him trying out there.
So they have a day off today, and they have a day off next Thursday. But then they don't have another day off. June is June. No,
and people had a problem.
They don't have another day off until Thursday, July 2nd.
Well, you bring up a day off. People had a problem with a spotter not rolling Pena out there, knowing he had a day off today.
Well, a lot of times managers like to get 2 days in a row.
I know, but they're like, hey, you know how many games under 500 we are?
Yeah.
Why are we giving him an extra day?
Yeah.
When you have a day off today, and now the Astros sit 8 games below 500. Losing a series to the crap-ass Angels, who are only not the worst team actually they are the worst team in the American League still, as far as win percentage is concerned.
We closed in.
But we helped them out a little bit.
We closed the gap.
Them and the Red Sox tied with 27 wins, but the Red Sox have lost 3 less. So we lost a series to the worst team in the American League.
Yeah.
Which
That's what we do, Del.
I guess we should stop pretending like we should be surprised because the team we root for isn't good.
It's what we do.
I don't want to say that because they split the first series with the Angels to start the season, so it's not what we do. But we're now in a world where we can lose to the worst team in the AL, and you're like, whatever, it happens.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Yeah,
you used to have higher standards.
His standards are dropped. He's a Mike Burrows guy.
Oh, that's true.
You have to have
he
lower
did
standards.
back Mike Burrows from the very beginning.
Burrows has thrown some good pitches this year.
Great.
Okay.
Of the hundreds.
Of the thousands of pitches he's thrown this year. Yeah.
It's into the 1,000 range now.
Yeah, it's over 1,000 now he's thrown. And some of them have been good.
Some of them have been good.
You're right about
That's
that.
fair. That's actually a fair
thing. So they have a day off today. They have a day off next Thursday, but then they don't have another one until July 2nd. They may go to a 6-man rotation because they do have a long stretch without a day off.
Frankly, when the Astros don't play, it's a day off for all of us.
Yeah, it's a nice day.
It's
actually.
a nice
we get
day.
to watch soccer today.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about nothing.
Did they take it off because they're worried about the ratings against El Tree?
I don't know that. But I do know, we get soccer. Do we get a Game 5 in the Stanley Cup? Do we get one of those today? Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
So the Astros can't ruin our sports day today.
This really, if you're a mega sport, if you're a fan of everything, and most people are not a fan of everything, but if you really love sports, you've got a Stanley Cup going on, really some historic things going on in an NBA Finals right now.
World Cup.
You've got a World Cup, which comes every 4 years. You just got done having the Belmont, which whatever. You're right around the corner. You're right around the corner of Wimbledon, but you don't have Wimbledon.
You
right
just
now.
had you got the College World Series. You had the
College
the
World
women's.
Series, women's softball, which is finished.
Yeah.
Though. I mean, in the general vicinity.
The golf national championship.
No one knew that.
Yes.
No
Everyone
one
knew that.
No one knew there was a golf national
but
championship.
Since we're talking about that,
you got Brendan Sorsby.
Of course, that's a sporting event.
Yeah.
This crossed everyone's path, but it struck me as odd. We know the reputation of Tiger Woods, ultimate competitor, so on and so forth. Of course, off the golf course stuff. Would you have ever thought that Tiger Woods would have a son that would caddy for someone?
He's got to be
like his son has a good friend, Miles Russell, who's one of the great young golfers in the game today. He caddied for him during the time where the kid qualified for the U.S. Open. So the kid's going to be in the U.S. Open.
So Charlie's not qualifying, so he's a caddy.
So
now.
Charlie's going to
terrible.
Charlie's going to possibly caddy for this kid in the U.S. Open.
It's not a great look.
Listen, Walter Payton's son returned kicks for South Florida.
Well, at least
okay.
But
so
he didn't.
Jeffrey Jordan.
He didn't go get water for the kick returner.
No, it's not caddying. It's not getting the water. You're a water boy.
Kind of.
Okay.
You're kind of a coach, right?
You're a
base coach. Look,
yeah,
he's a third base
runner.
coach.
Send
the
the
runner. Is that
runner.
what Charlie Woods will be doing?
He's saying go for it. Go over the guy. He's sending the runner over the water when he's trying to get on in 2 on a par 5. That's kind of like sending a runner home.
Send the runner. No, you're a psychologist. You are. You clean.
He's a Gary
You
Pettis.
clean the clubs too.
He's a Pettis.
Okay.
You
clean
rake
them.
the traps.
So not water boy, but you clean the clubs.
You
And
rake
then-
the traps.
Yeah.
And when the guy throws his club down, Charlie has to pick it up for him.
when he's pissed off. Yeah.
It's like cleaning up after a kid, like a mom cleaning up after a toddler.
Is that what we want from Charlie Woods?
Wait, what? Charlie is.
Look, Charlie's a good golfer. He's got a scholarship to one of the great, actually a really good golf school in
His dad
Florida
was
State. He's going to Florida State. That's a good golf school.
I just know his dad was already
I'm
putting in
just
that
saying,
work by now.
If we talk about the Woods like we talked about the Roys in succession, you've got Earl, who's Logan. And maybe, I don't know which one you think Tiger is, Connor, whoever. But you think Earl Woods would want his grandson caddying for some other kid?
No.
No, probably not.
No.
It's not their
Can you play some
proudest moment.
Succession mode? You should have been playing Succession mode by
Can
now.
you imagine Earl
You
Woods?
are a bunch of fools.
You're not
Can you imagine
serious.
what Brian Cox would have said about his son caddying?
Or his grandson even.
Boom, ba-dum, bum, 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 and you just see him raking a trap in the.
Cleaning some clubs.
Who's his Shiv?
Well, I don't know about that.
Who's the Shiv? He's got a daughter too.
Tiger does?
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, I think she.
She's got a niece that's a golfer.
Oh, it's the niece.
The niece
It's
is
the
a
niece
golfer.
I'm thinking of. Yeah.
He's got a niece. But he's got a daughter too. But you never hear from her.
Well, she doesn't
She's
golf and she doesn't get
18.
into.
She's 19 years
She
old.
doesn't get into trouble. So
Yeah.
Achieved
well,
significant
she
success.
doesn't
She's
play she doesn't
track
play
and field and soccer.
golf. Oh, she does?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
I love you, but you are not serious people.
I don't know, man. I look at that and think, what happened? Like, Charlie's a good golfer. I just don't know that I would I ever envision a Woods progeny being a caddy for another kid.
Except Charlie, he played in a tournament in which
He finished last.
Last.
He didn't make the cut.
Yeah. Last.
He was
no,
last.
not didn't make the cut.
No,
he was last.
this is a
Yeah.
qualifier
He
for
was
like
last.
the amateurs. It was bad.
Yeah.
It gets you in a caddying mood.
A caddying mood.
Like, you know, it'd be great right now. Caddying, be close to golf without having to have all this pressure. Being Tiger's son.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, his buddy is going to be
Qualified
qualified for the U.S. Open.
And then he's cleaning the club heads. You need me to go clean your shoes?
Do they clean
Prescott
shoes
or whatever
too?
his name is?
Miles.
No, Miles. No, hopefully you don't have to clean shoes. Can I pull your car around? Bang!
Raking the trap.
You have to carefully put the trap where it doesn't impede
Yeah.
with the ball, golf ball.
Right.
There it is. Right now he's looking right there. He's hovering over the putt behind as the golfer's squatting down trying to read the putt, and Charlie's right over the top of him looking at it as well. Like, yeah, I think it's going a little left to right. That's what I see. Well, I don't know if I can trust you. You finished last in amateur qualifier, so why don't you keep your opinions to yourself, Charlie? That's what he's saying to him. Bang! Just go rake that trap. There's nothing in there. Just go rake it. I don't care if we didn't come out of the trap. Just go rake it.
He is going to play for Florida State.
Yeah, it's a good golf school, so
and
he's a good player.
Poor caddying.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to caddy at Florida State.
Yet.
You think even at Florida State that might turn?
Just putting the bags on us.
Oh, I don't foresee that for Charlie Woods.
I hope not.
I mean, there are levels. His buddy qualifies for the U.S. Open.
Hey, if you can be a good golfer, you can make some money as a caddy.
You think Charlie Woods is hurting for money?
I don't know if Tiger is going to make him earn his own money. I don't know how that's going to work. Maybe he wants to teach him a lesson like, hey, you got to go out there and get yours too.
Tiger ain't got no place
Tiger
to
had to
stand
deal
on
with
about teaching a lesson
Tiger
to
had to
people.
deal with Earl Woods.
That's true.
Maybe Tiger's going to give him some of that Earl love.
And look what's happened to Tiger when golf isn't the main thing.
Now, Earl's job was just to turn him into a golfer, not a
functioning human being.
not a sober, good husband.
Yeah, if that was Earl's job, he got
not
it
a
done.
sober, faithful husband.
So now Charlie. I'm reading the story here. Charlie finished one shot out of qualifying for the U.S. Open.
Yeah,
too.
he's a good player.
There's another one where he finished last. 100%. I saw the same thing.
I saw it too. But he also fell one shot short of forcing a playoff,
which is why I'm
get into the U.S. Open.
I was a little surprised why. I know he's a good player. Why he winds up caddying for his buddy. Miles wasn't going to caddy for Charlie.
It's not you're. It's not horrible. It's not. It's I know he's with his bloodline, but a player caddying for his buddy that made the U.S. Open it's not. But if his name wasn't Charlie Woods, it would be no big deal.
No,
he's ranked 14th. In
no,
the world.
It's more fun to do this.
Yes, right.
This succession thing.
Right, I know.
Go. I'm in a caddying mood. Yeah, that's just it's
I'm
just
in
jokes.
A caddying mood.
It's just jokes. And I'll tell you, and I'll be the first to admit this because I'm honest. I could spend 5 months, not 2 months. I could spend a year, and I would not beat Charlie Woods.
Oh, look at that.
Really?
If I spent a full year, I could spend 2 years. Now, had I been his age and I spent 2 years, that might be different. I can't at my age now. But if I had stayed golfing, when I lived on Pecan Grove, if I had stayed golfing,
qualify for the U.S. Open and miss it by one
stroke?
stroke?
I never had a shot at it.
Yeah, right.
We'll never know because I never got my opportunity.
Your whole youth, you had a shot at it.
No, I never got my opportunity.
Why?
I was doing other sports.
Choices. You made choices.
And I was a good golfer when I was young. I just got off of when I wasn't able to tee the ball up in the fairway anymore. When I was 10, my dad wouldn't let me. I'm like, this game sucks.
Yeah. That is a problem when you can't tee it up anymore.
No, I can't just tee it up right here in the fairway with my little golden Rams when I was 10. Forget this.
Right. So you quit. I know you probably, if you'd have
I kept playing.
2 years, you probably would have beat him. And Tiger, maybe.
This is what we're never going to know. No, I wouldn't have beat Tiger.
You wouldn't beat
Charlie, I don't know. Could I have caddied for somebody? Yeah. What's so great about that?
Well, yeah, you could have caddied for somebody, too. Yeah, you could have done that.
Mm-hmm. I could have followed Charlie's path. He could have followed mine
and caddied
and been a professional caddy.
Yeah,
I'm not going to take it out of. I'm not going to take it off the Vegas board that he becomes a caddy.
What?
I'm not going to take it off the board.
You think he's going to be a caddy?
Plus 2,500.
A professional
caddy? It's a long shot. Plus 2,500. He's going to stay near the game.
That would be if he became a professional caddy.
It's not. I'd change my name to Charlie Kolar and try to fool people that I'm the tight end.
Who now caddies?
Try to fool him. I'm the tight end.
He doesn't look like a tight end.
No, he's a small kid.
Yeah, he takes after his mom in that respect, not his dad so much. 713-780-3776 if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5. No, Lance, we know no amount of practice is going to make you good.
Who sent that?
It's not going to make me beat Charlie.
Anyone could have sent it.
Crash sent that.
I mean, anyone could have sent it.
He's not a believer. He's always
he doesn't
been
believe in you.
He doesn't believe in me.
No, he doesn't.
I know that Pro would have though. Pro would have thought. I think Pro would have thought.
No.
Hey, with a little
Dick
more
Harmon
time,
would have said, "Oh,
if I'd worked on the short game a little bit,
if you practiced for 20 years, you'd never
beat Charlie."
Yeah.
Charlie better stay on his game because too much caddying, he's going to lose that sharpness, that edge.
Well, Or
How dull would he have
Charlie
to be to
actually
lose to
seems
you?
like a. Well, I don't know him at all, but he seems like a
He's
good kid.
apparently, from all accounts,
He
a
does.
He
nice,
seems
very
like a
nice
good kid.
Yeah.
I thought Tiger was too.
well, he
As a
was
kid.
a
No,
good
actually,
kid.
Tiger.
No, Tiger was
The a-hole stuff was out there about him, which, by the way, is also in the DNA of all the greats.
Yeah.
There is an a-hole gene.
Well, and there was also the cheapness. What's his name that played with him at Stanford? Nota Begay. Nota Begay said, if you beat Tiger, you had to collect right there. You couldn't let him go to the car. You had to collect the money right there because he was going to run.
What?
Yeah.
That is terrible to have that known about you.
No, it's carried over.
Hey, you got my money?
Hey,
Sounds like something from...
Dumbass doesn't get a chauffeur. He should have a ride ever. He should never get behind a wheel ever. And dumbass is getting DUIs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just plain cheapness that you don't want to pay a driver. That's so stupid. I mean, he can't be that can't be dumber with the money that he's got. The B that he's got that he won't get a driver is unbelievable.
It really is.
All right, we're speaking of golf. We played our tournament at Sterling, and it was awesome. It's a country club. If you want to join, it's up in Cyprus. Wonderful. We loved it. It was a great. So if you're looking for a country club, you got that. If you're looking for a public course, Houston National Golf Club, true link style, up in the Cyprus area, one of the most unique layouts in Houston, and they've also got a lighted driving range and a back deck bar and grill, a really cool sports bar. I love that when you can go and hit balls at night. I mean, this is one of my favorites. Hit balls at night. Because you work all day. You can't get to the golf. You can go hit balls at night, and then you got a sports bar right there with all the food and drink and all your games. That's awesome. Houston National Golf Club. And then right up the road, up 290, the Golf Club of Texas A&M, ranked one of the top public courses in Texas. And what we do a lot of this. Me and my boys, we like to go travel and play. Well, get eight guys. Go to Cypress Bend Golf Club in Manny, Louisiana. Gorgeous. Set along the Toledo Bend Lake. If you've never been to Toledo Bend Lake, it is awesome. And you can fish. You got stay and play packages. That is a great trip. You're looking for a great way to get your golf on. Visit sterlinggolf.com. That's Sterling with only one G. sterlinggolf.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. So stuff that we missed today. We've been talked a lot of basketball, talked a lot of baseball, a lot of World Cup.
Did we talk about
Pat Mahomes?
Well, also we got confirmation for why, or at least part of the reason why Stephon Castle isn't a Rocket. Did we talk about that yesterday?
Oh, no, we didn't. And we didn't talk about I mean, nobody wants to be a Rocket anymore.
So if you missed it, Sam Amick of The Athletic kind of he's talking about the final. So he talked to Stephon Castle about his journey to this point, and he said that he had no interest in any other team but the Spurs, and he let it be known to anyone who was interested, I don't really want to play for you. And the Rockets were a team that was brought up because Ime Udoka had some interest. I've joked about how could you take Reed Shepherd?
Because he seems just like an Ime
How could you take Reed Shepherd when Stephon Castle's right there? Castle didn't want to be here because Fred VanVleet was established, and of all people, Jalen Green he thought was an established player here. And while the Rockets were interested, he sent the signals. Don't want to play there. I don't want to play there. And the Rockets, I'm not going to say they listened and that's why they didn't draft him, but maybe.
If all things are equal and the guy doesn't want to be here, then you take the other guy.
Nope.
No.
You say too bad, so sad.
Well, if all things are maybe they didn't realize how good he was going to be.
No, they clearly didn't. But now we've got another Marcus Morris, Kawhi Leonard situation on our hands.
Right.
I mean, we're full-fledged right in the middle of it. It's what it is. It's not changing.
Yeah.
He's substantially better than Reed Shepherd. There is nothing that's going to change that. He's a complete player. He's a defender. He's an athlete. He's longer. He's got a mid-range game. He's got a tiger blood. It's not even close. He's substantially better than Reed Shepherd. And all the Reed Shepherd hype that we can give him and all the love and the future projections we give him, he will never be Stephon Castle. That dude's a real dude already. Reed Shepherd, we're hoping, becomes a consistent three-point shooter.
And 8 for 8 last night at the free throw line.
Yeah. Late in that game, those 2 free throws in the last minute, he didn't not even. I don't think it hit the rim at all.
Didn't hit the rim.
I was like, okay, this will test this.
So,
you're unflappable. We'll see about that. Swish.
So we also got who else didn't want to be a Rocket? Del?
Well, this one probably won't hurt as much because it happened a long time ago. But the Rockets' very own Jeremy Lin wanted nothing to do with the Rockets.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess he and Pablo Torre are friends, so he joined. But he also had a story to tell. So he's on the Pablo Torre podcast. By the way, Jeremy Lin. Good talking basketball. SVP has him on right after finals games.
Oh,
he
is
does
he
a
really?
good job. Yeah, he's a new contributor to ESPN. But here's Jeremy Lin on that free agency period where he could have been a Knick, but instead he became a Rocket.
There's no way. I got to go back to New York. But there was no contract. They could have offered me 3 years, $9 million, but there wasn't even that offer on the table. And when the Rockets offer came in, the first question I asked my agent is, are the Knicks going to match this? He's like, I don't know. And I was like, can you go back to the Rockets and tell them we won't accept this offer? We only want a lower offer. I tried to take less. I was trying to sabotage the Rockets offer.
Good econ major.
Yeah, I was like, I don't like this poison pill. Like, bring it down.
It was designed, the contract was designed to be hard to match.
Exactly.
Because that's what the Rockets' strategy was.
Yeah, and I remember it vividly as I finished this lift, an hour and a half lift, and I run outside. I call my agent back, and I'm like, okay, the offer came through. Like, no, we have to get a less lucrative offer because I got to go back to New York. And then finally, I'm like, can we just not accept their offer? And he's like, no, we can't not accept their offer because the Knicks refuse to give us any offer. You have 0 offers on the table. You have one option right now. There is no alternative. You have one offer, and you have to accept it and leave it to the Knicks to match or not. And that's how badly I wanted to go back.
It's kind of, well, I mean, he knew. He was a star in New York, and he wasn't going to be that here.
He was on the James Harden team. Right?
It was the Linsanity was fleeting. Take the money, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's why players don't
take the
like
money.
the whole idea about state taxes and all this. It probably doesn't play into players' thoughts as much as you think. Like there's places they want to be, and he wanted to be in New York, where Linsanity started, and he didn't want to be in Houston. It probably says less about Houston and more about that was magic. Linsanity made no sense. How is this guy doing what he's doing? And then he turned into a pumpkin. I mean, it never materialized after that. It was just. Remember, the Rockets had cut him. Famously, had cut him. I guess he was in the Rockets camp at one point, and then went to Golden State, and then ended up in New York, and then had this magical month basically. And then that was it. It's just a story in time where he just went off for about a month.
I'm done talking about guys that don't want to be here.
Well, there's a long list apparently.
Yeah. Pat Mahomes probably wants to be here. He probably wants to play here. You don't know.
Well, then why did he just sign a
Well,
new
because
deal?
they gave him $504 million.
Well, we heard Jeremy Lin money wouldn't stop him from joining the Knicks. He could have taken anything if Pat Mahomes really wanted to be here.
Pat Mahomes probably does, but
come he should have told the Texans, hey, make a move. I want to be here.
Well, no, he didn't. He wasn't a free agent. They just extended him.
You let the agent, hey, I want to be here. Make a trade.
Well, that didn't work out that way for Pat. Pat's probably disappointed, but it didn't work out that way.
Okay.
He's going to stay at Chief at $504, the first NFL contract across the $500 million mark.
The Texans, they did a lot of work this offseason. The one thing they did not do was convince Patrick Mahomes it's better to be here than Kansas City.
That's one thing. Okay. He tried. He did a lot of other stuff.
What was Nick on? Nick was fighting back rumors that Nico Collins was never getting traded. What he should have been doing was, hey, Pat, look at the future. Look at my defense.
Yeah. Look at this.
Look
Pat.
at the guy.
You want to win again or no?
You're in a transition period with the Chiefs. Think of it, Pat.
Yep.
We've got our Jared Goff here. We need our Matt Stafford. Let's make a trade. Instead, he just let Pat re-sign with the Chiefs. Poor GM-ship.
Cooper Lutkenhouse, a 17-year-old American track star, won the 800-meter race at Oslo Diamond League yesterday.
And think of Usain Bolt's kid carrying that guy's shoes. That's what Charlie Woods is doing.
He beat Olympic champion Emmanuel Wanyonyi in the process, 142. Now, you just had a world record.
Jacoby Tharp in the semifinals of the NCAA championship prelims. In the prelims, he broke the world record for the 110-meter hurdles at 12.75. It was legal wind. He smoked everyone. Got a very average smoked everyone. Beat his record time by a quarter of a second and won the world record, set the world record in the prelims, which is rare because he ran that thing out. Like, usually in the prelims you have guys who will coast in. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not on the collegiate level, certainly on the Olympic level. But as I'm watching it right now, he just really extends that lead over the last, third of and he sprinted for the final. He sprinted for the tape, even though no one was near him, and that probably helped him get the world record of 12.75. Auburn kid.
By the way, it was Auburn who won the national golf championship too, which I'm sure you were glued to.
Of course, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was the next thing he was going to talk about. Lance, you talked about the lack of support from your wife when it comes to leaving games early.
Yeah. Well, she says
always wants to stay,
no,
right?
she says I'm a jinx.
You're a
she
jinx.
thinks I'm a jinx. When I say something like in the middle of a game, like this game's over, she thinks that's a full jinx. And lately, I have had some. Who's going to win this series? I'm like, the Knicks. This series is over. It's going to be a sweep after the first two games. I thought you said there was going to be a sweep. She's always waiting. She's always just got me. She's just got a little laundry list. As soon as I say anything, she waits for it to go the other way.
So I bring this up because, big Knicks fan, Timothy Chalamet, celebrated after the game with the crowd of Knicks fans. You know how he celebrated? He took off his jacket and his shirt and played to all their camera phones for him. It goes Knicks in 5, Knicks in 5. You know who was right there being a good woman filming all of it? Kylie.
Well,
right there with them, filming it all, smiling.
She was his caddy.
Well, she's a content creator. She understands.
But still, think of this. Kylie Jenner, amongst all the riffraff that are Knicks fans, holding the camera, filming her boy as he celebrates with them. Would Nicole ever do that with you?
No.
I don't think. But she's not into content creation. She's deleted all her social media, so.
No, she doesn't care about that.
She didn't care about
But she'd probably be reading a book.
Yeah.
Right there.
She'd be reading a Substack on her phone.
Yeah.
She'd either be reading a Substack article, or last night she's like, she got depressed because she realized she still has many more pages. She thought she was like 100 pages to go on War and Peace.
She doesn't know.
Much
She doesn't know
higher
how many
number.
pages are left.
Much higher
Doesn't
number.
it tell you on the?
She screwed her count up.
Oh, okay.
Well, she's reading the actual
Oh, she's
book.
with the actual book. Okay.
Yeah, she only reads books. And she's got 3 different books she's reading at the same time. It's like me balancing 3 different shows.
Yeah.
And she started
it's
watching
exactly
Better Call
like
Saul.
that.
I was all excited, and then she's like, she's off of it already. She gave it about 15 minutes. Like, what are you doing? 20 minutes. Like, what are you doing? This is a great. You love Vince Gilligan shows. Watch Pluribus then.
Yeah, Pluribus is great. College softball. The Texas Tech series. Softball. They set a record, a viewership record. 1.9. The first game 1 averaged 1.9 million viewers. Game 2, 2.5, which make it the most watched college softball game on record. Okay. The game peaked at 3 million viewers.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
That's pretty good.
So good on them. That's a good game. College softball is a really, really good game. And what else? How about this? Adele? Apparently, Everton, a bunch of cheaters.
Not
I
surprising.
heard we're getting. This is such a bunch of crap.
Oh,
Man
okay.
City's never even got. Man City broke
We're
the same
still
rules.
waiting on their punishment.
No, you guys think this is.
Yeah.
We are still waiting on their punishment. Man City, literally, you think the refs cheat for this or cheat for that? Man City got nothing. They cheated like crazy and got nothing. We literally almost got relegated because of the points they took away from them.
Maybe Pep pulled a Pete Carroll. Oh, punishment's coming down. I'm getting out.
All right, tell them what happened with Everton. Nothing.
$35 million. You got to pay to Burnley. What'd you guys do to Burnley?
I saw 47.
I saw pounds. $35 million.
Well,
Excuse me, 35 million pounds.
And that's probably said $47 million
That's
in
$47
conversion.
million. Yeah. Right.
And it's an American owner who's from here in Houston.
Oh, how about that?
They hate Houston.
No,
The Premier League hates Houston.
Aren't they giving J.J. Watt's team $35 million?
Yeah, because they suck up to
35 million
J.J.
pounds?
Watt. Yeah, they suck up to J.J.
So
Watt.
how do they hate Houston?
They hate Houston. J.J. Watt's wife played. J.J. Watt, that guy Freddie from Germany,
Yeah,
J.J.
he met
Watt
up
reached
with
out to him and go, I got you when you come to Houston.
Yeah.
I'm like, what about me, J.J.? You never done anything for me.
Well, you're not making news on with content creation like Freddie is.
I know.
So if you did that, maybe it would.
Once taped my wife freaking out during a Longhorn game, and she got mad and has threatened me since then. I taped her whenever I exploded a bottle of Topo Chico in the freezer.
Yeah,
the glass broke. Yeah,
and she didn't like that I posted that.
So.
Stop posting me. Why? It's funny. Deal with it.
How far are you on the Jamie Vardy doc?
I am. He got called up to the team. They haven't won. No, I'm probably 45 minutes in. 50
oh my
minutes
God,
in.
it's so good.
Yeah.
If you guys haven't seen the Jamie Vardy,
This is a guy who literally played in the 8th division, the lowest division. You don't have a contract. You don't have anything. You go work your job. You come back. You play some soccer. Then you go out and have drinks and you hang out and you don't. It's just like a club team. And then he helps that team win, and they move up to the next level. Then he helps that team, and then he goes to another team. He helps that team move up to the next
and
level.
some agent comes to his house, and he's still with that agent today.
He's in the 7th division, and the agent came.
Somebody
and
said, "Hey, you got to see this guy. He's unbelievable." He went and saw him. He's like, "This guy is pretty good." He goes,
he
"I'm going to go."
he could be on. He's in the 7th.
He couldn't get a hold of him. He goes, "Here's a 7th league, 7th division guy. He wouldn't answer my call because he was out at the pubs.
Yeah, he wouldn't answer. He had to go to his home.
He had to go to his home, and then he answered in his underwear.
Yeah, yeah.
And the Vinnie Jones one is great too. The Vinnie Jones doc is great too.
Sticking with soccer.
Yeah.
Omar Artan, the Somali referee who was denied entry into the U.S. for the World Cup, he will be. FIFA is putting him in charge of the Super Cup final. What that is, it's the Europa League champion versus Champions League champion. They play right before the season begins.
They give him a little.
They gave him a little taste.
Yeah, they're letting him caddy.
No, he'll actually be doing his job. Caddying would be the 4th official, but he will be the actual referee for that. So some good news there, even though he won't be able to be a part of the World Cup.
Yeah, good news. Great news.
I know it's probably not the World Cup, but at least it's the Super Cup.
No, good.
What's better, Super Cup
or
World Cup?
Well, Universe Cup.
Well,
the Universe Cup is going to be better.
We have to wait for that.
Universe Cup.
That's right. We got a break. We got news on the wire coming your way next. First, we're talking HR&P. We're talking about you and your business. We're talking about your business being better. We're talking about your business actually saving money. You're talking about your business being, more efficient. Everything about it. If you ever do, you go to the HR&P facility, the computers that they have, the technology is second to none. It's proprietary technology that other people are trying to get Mike Holly to sell them. And Mike Holly's like, nah, I think I'll keep on doing what I'm doing. I love working with all the businesses that I get to work with, helping them out. We can tell you that we're a better business today because of HR&P, and you will be a better business as well. They care. They will take care of all of your needs. You sit back. We have a person that is a part-timer, and that's it. In our HR and payroll department. That's it. Part-time. She does very little. She doesn't have to do much because HR&P takes care of everything. And, it'll be a lot less costly and a lot more efficient for you to do it that way. And then all of the other benefits as well with the taxes and the Affordable Care Act and experts in Affordable Care Act there. It's a no-brainer. You're looking for a better way for your business to be more efficient, save money. The bottom line is the bottom line. HR&P will help that bottom line grow. HRP.net. Let them take a look at your business. All right? Absolutely free. They'll come and give you an estimate of what they can do for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525, 281-880-6525, or HRP.net.
Hey, let's talk about a chance for you to go to the World Cup. We've been talking about it a lot, but did you know Michelob Ultra is giving you a real shot at getting to the World Cup? And I'm going to tell you how to do it. I'm giving you the hookups starting today. We're going to go Thursday and Friday. I'm going to concentrate on those locations today. Thursday, 5 p.m. today, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., Ojos Locos and Memorial. You got Rodeo Goat before then, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. The show is going to be on the road. You're going to be able to hear that live at Rodeo Goat at Edo in East Downtown. Edo, they've got a chance for you to win. And then tomorrow, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Christian's Tailgate in White Oak and Heights area. This promotion now, I've got some. Keep listening because I got 5 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday. You can go to my Twitter account and go find. I put a screenshot of this so you can find them all. All you have to do is show up at any of these events, compete in an interactive soccer shootout game, and the winner's going to go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. This is a great opportunity brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Play for a chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
Police in Renton, Washington are searching for a man who allegedly set fire to a rack of bras inside a Walmart. They've released a photo. He's believed to be a teenage boy around 16 to 18 years old, darker toned skin, very short black hair, and brown eyes. He was wearing a gray T-shirt that says Wildcat. Do you think Elmer set fire?
That's not what I thought you were going to say.
Do you think Elmer set fire to a rack of bras?
You know him better than we do.
It's a poor description if that's Elmer.
It doesn't fit the description.
No.
You think it was Tim?
I don't know.
That's too inside.
Tim? You don't think it was
Nobody's
Tim?
going to know this.
Tim,
This
no.
joke is for about 7 people listening.
Teens are being banned from bowling alleys, skating rinks, malls, and theme parks because they don't buy anything or do anything.
They're loitering.
They're loiterers.
They're just sitting in there.
Do you think teens should be able to go to bowling alleys?
Well, you got to have a place you hang out.
I know we used to hang out right at the pool hall.
We would, we're in Richmond, Rosenberg, so our hangout spots were a little different. Like Jack in the Box parking lot for a little bit because you also had the top.
Oh, we hang out at the Burger King all the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, bowling alley. Like I get the bowling alley as an adult now. I understand the bowling alley, but as a teenager, you just want a spot you can hang out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but sure would be nice if they bought something, right?
Yeah, but maybe they don't have money. It'd be better than them running in and stealing your stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no.
If you'd like that, they could probably hook you up with some theft.
So a woman apparently refused to pay for her son's uneaten noodles at the restaurant, and she cites the law. A video of a woman, she says she wouldn't pay. She told staff she purchased the noodles for her son. He did not eat them, and she did not intend to pay for them. She said that there is some consumer law, but didn't name a specific statute. I purchased some noodles for my son. Do you think if your kid doesn't eat the noodles that you shouldn't have to pay for them?
Is that how that goes?
That's not how that works typically.
Well, I mean, but maybe she's the Rosa Parks of noodles.
I'm not sure I like that.
Rosa Parks of noodles.
Well, she's taking a stand.
Why do people need to take a stand against noodles or?
Well, not paying for. I mean, if the kids don't eat them, why should I pay for them?
Ask Nick what his thoughts are as a restaurateur who sells noodles.
Sell noodles.
See what he thinks about somebody coming in and ordering. Hey, I can't help it. If your kid doesn't eat the noodles, you still got to pay. It's Nick's from Nick's place.
But what? Hey, Nick, what if she's the Rosa Parks of noodles?
No, I didn't.
She's taking a stand for all of us.
Yeah, what would Nick say to that, Lance?
He didn't account for that.
But now she's taking heat just like Rosa did.
That's true.
Right?
Rosa did. But Rosa was one of the first paid actors. She was actually, it was planned. I don't know if she was paid.
Oh, yeah.
It was planned.
Yeah. Yep. Experts are warning people to stay away from seals during stranding season.
Yeah.
Do you feel like seals could be dangerous to your health?
If experts tell me something like that, I typically pay attention.
Yeah, they're
not telling you that for no reason.
Yeah.
What is stranding season?
Stranding season sounds like where seals come up and they want to do stuff. They want to have a good time,
Is that
so
what
leave
that
them alone.
sounds like?
Stranding season, it means seal pups are being abandoned by their mothers on beaches because people and pets get too close. When they get close, experts say the mothers get spooked and won't come back to the baby. Right.
I don't want to touch this dumb seal baby of mine.
Right. Because people, you're contaminated. Do you think people are contaminants?
Apparently.
Do you think people who don't want to be parents can get away with this? Like, sorry, daycare.
Yeah.
The daycare worker.
Held my kid.
It's stranding season.
1, 2, 3, no
I'm out of
facts.
here. I'm not coming back.
If you had a baby, Del, would this be the perfect solution?
While I am clearly against children, if I made that mistake,
Right.
no, I'm not doing the stranding season thing.
You can strand them.
See, look.
If seals can do it, why can't you?
Well, because I would be held responsible, unlike the seals. They're in the ocean. Who's going to help? There's no seal CPS. No
seal law.
There's no seal CPS.
You don't know. They could have seal court down there.
It feels they get away with it all the time. So apparently, it's a very lax court.
Well, a lot of people get away with a lot of crimes.
That's true.
Here, too.
Well, if they were in your court, you certainly let.
Yeah,
is
right.
the
If
mother
they're hot.
attractive? I am preemptive, John. So I would never be in the situation. But I am not gonna come on here and go, yeah, I'd be a deadbeat dad, John. Thanks for asking.
No, it's not deadbeat. It's stranding season.
that only works for seals.
It's stranding season. What am I supposed to do?
It's the season of stranding your child.
That's
what do
it.
you want me to? No.
Well, not give your child away. That's what I want you to do.
Just be preemptive and
keep the kid.
Well, that's what you want to do.
And not be in a situation where you have to participate in stranding season.
Well, we're done participating today.
You know what I like? Birth control season.
That's and practice it. That's right.
Yeah.
You know what I like? Selling my car to John Clay Wolf.
That season.
John Clay Wolf is the best car buyer in the history of car buyers. I mean, it's not even close. This dude built a huge, huge, huge business, and it was a simple philosophy. Let me give people more money. Okay? It's pretty simple. And you know what? It worked out pretty well. Now, he took a big chance because he pays you more for your vehicle. There's no guarantee that he is going to make that back at auction. All right? That the car buying business is, I'll buy your car, and then I'm going to turn around and sell it at auction. Okay? Dealerships buy your car, and they turn around and sell it on the lot. That's what they do. They want to pay you less so that they can make more when they resell it. That's not John Clay Wolf's philosophy. John Clay Wolf's philosophy is, I'll give you more and I'll make less when I sell it. But I'm going to do such great volume because I'm giving you more. People will want to sell me more. This happens all the You see how it works? And dude has made a huge, huge, huge business, and yet the philosophy has stayed the same. Let me give you more for your vehicle. So if you're going to sell your car, get the most that you can for it, or at least find out what it's worth at GiveMeTheVin.com. Anytime you're selling your car, there's one place that you have to go, GiveMeTheVin.com.
I got to say, last night for the neutral observer, got to be the perfect night, particularly if you do a job like this or you just love talking about games. Not only do you have something historic, you have high stakes, you have moments, and then if you love to people watch, you got all the celebrities in the crowd, but you also have so many people to blame. Like, I think for the most part, a great game is a great game. You love it. But if it's just a game that's back and forth and it's, hey, the Knicks go win a game 110-109 because it was just great basketball and they had the ball last and Brunson or OG in this case comes through, that has a certain level. But then you have epic collapse. You can point to specific plays where the other team screwed up. You can blame the coach for allowing a 20-4 run before he called a timeout. You got the veteran point guard screwing up. You got the star player missing 2 free throws. It all came together for a perfect mix. And the 3-1 series lead for the Knicks, which is the most important thing. But when we're talking about what happened in New York last night, there's so many things to get to. We did the blame pie thing when it came to Wemby throwing the ball off of Castle's back after game 2. Sean put quite a bit, I believe, on Mitch Johnson. And
absolved Mitch Johnson.
You absolved Mitch Johnson for that. I don't think anyone's absolving Mitch Johnson despite the blunders by some of his stars.
No,
for this
he's in
one.
handcuffs right now.
How about the well, okay, let me pose this to you. Mitch Johnson, criticisms coming his way, young coach likely facing really the first time, maybe Spurs fans have questioned what he's done over the last couple of years, but for the most part, nationally, he's kind of been someone we didn't know much about. He had Wemby, and the Spurs were great this year, so he wasn't going to catch much. Does he get absolved for any of it, considering the play he drew up would have worked if not for that damn Karl Anthony Towns' fingertips? He did drop a play. That's what coaches get called out for. Oh, what kind of terrible play is that? It's a game-ending situation. You can't even drop a play. He draws up a play with 1.2 seconds left that gets his guy free for what could have been a dunk or a layup. That was mostly about execution on Dylan Harper's case. Any grace shown to Mitch Johnson for drawing up a play that would have worked if not for Karl Anthony Towns?
What was the score? I mean, it was the final score. So what was it?
It was 107, 106.
Okay, and they're up 20 with 9 minutes left?
Just saying. I'm just asking the question, Sean, that need to be asked. Any grace shown to him for throughout all that disastrous fourth quarter where he's not calling timeouts when he should? He's leaning into the two-man game with Fox and Wemby, and that's not working out because Fox has lost his mind.
Their offense was just, hey, De'Aaron Fox, take a step back over OG.
Well, I don't know if it was exactly that. I think it was, hey, we're going to get our veteran point guard with our best player. We're going to run two-man game and see what comes of it. Hopefully we get some open looks, and unfortunately for the Spurs, all those open looks that they made in the first half, they did not make in the second half. 8 made field goals in the second half of a finals game. And people are like, no way. Well, they did only score 30 points, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
like when you actually think about it, they only scored 30, so it's likely there was a low amount of field goals made.
And remembering that game, 8 seems like a lot. Just off of memory of
over the course of
there's
24 game minutes.
Yeah, there's one Victor Wembanyama tip-in, or like 5 tip-ins, and the
like,
last one goes
in. When it finally went in, yeah.
But, no, I mean, it really was just like, wow, they're shooting unsustainably hot from 3 and just overall, really, in the first half. And it's just like, oh, okay. They got the regression like immediately in the second half where it is just like, oh, Julian Champagnie now is
Devin Vassell will actually
is a human.
Will actually miss one.
Yeah.
Which is about what he missed. He wound up going 5 of 8 for 3. And that's my thought as the Spurs kept knocking down shots in that first half, wound up scoring 76 points. They have not shot this well all series long. This is not going to continue. But once they're up 29 points, sure, they're not going to shoot as well, but that won't matter because they're just going to even
shoot
if,
normally.
Yeah,
and you win.
Even if they're not hot, even if they're actually pretty bad, they're going to wind up scoring more than 30 points in this half, and they're going to win the game. Instead, they only scored a 30, and then you throw in the catastrophes by De'Aaron Fox, who committed multiple mistakes. Some of them he didn't pay for immediately, thanks to Josh Hart. blowing a layup when De'Aaron Fox leaves his feet, throws the ball to no one. That could have been the layup that gives the Knicks the lead. Instead, Josh Hart blows it, and then Wemby does the Knicks a favor by missing a couple free throws. And as this game gets talked about, because we do have 2 days in between Game 4 and Game 5, people will likely start to focus on what happened after Wemby decided to taunt Mitchell Robinson and then get hit in the throat, because Wemby didn't play well, much like the rest of the Spurs from kind of that point forward. Honestly, did that happen in the first half? The game, there's so much happened in the first half. So really, let's point at halftime. Wemby didn't have a great night. The shooting was off, and then he's got the 2 missed free throws. I've talked about this, how once you become someone that people have a standard for, particularly when you're a young player, you start to build up things on your resume or jacket that people can point to and go, up. Let's say you start a player at 100%. You start to pick at things. He missed the 2 free throws. He hit Nas Reed in the throat. He did that to Jalen Brunson. Now, as I said, if we could find someone who decided they wanted to be the Wemby hater, they wanted to be the Skip Bayless of this generation, and attack Wemby like Skip decided it'd be very lucrative to go after LeBron. You know what? Skip was right. If someone thinks they can do that with Wemby, this first playoff run, particularly if they don't come back from 3-1 and win it, they've got their base. They've got their the setup to go, look, I know you guys think of him this way, but he did this. He missed the free throws. His team, as a favorite, is going to lose to this Knicks team. I don't have it in me. It's not a lane I want to go down. But for anyone who wants to do it, Wemby is giving you a platform and a bit of a stepping stone to get into. You know what? Wemby's not as good as you think he is, everybody.
Yeah, it is as simple, and you don't want to do this too much, but it is as simple as, like, man, could you imagine if a LeBron team did this? The biggest collapse in NBA history, in NBA Finals history, and also taunting in the first half comes back to bite you.
Yeah.
You go 9 for 25, miss 2 free throws. That, I mean, between
that put them up 3, right?
Yes. Yeah. Between the 2 missed free throws, the De'Aaron Fox, what the hell are you doing? You could dribble the ball out, and at the very least, not lost in regulation. And then the forgotten one, Josh Hart blowing the layup after the De'Aaron Fox, what are you doing turnover. I mean, there's just so many possible, like, okay, so the Hart and one of those 2 other mistakes wash out. You still have either the Fox going up for a layup in transition with OG Anunoby on his hip, or the Victor Wembanyama 2 missed free throws. And I think it is like what you're saying, where it's like, do you want to be the crush Victor guy, or do you want to just be like, De'Aaron Fox, what that's Sacramento Kings basketball. Don't be doing that in the finals.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that online from paid professionals about he always had this in him. He's a king at heart.
My first thought was, like, this is what happens when your veteran point guard has 7 games of playoff experience before this year.
Yeah, for all the talk about he's supposed to calm everyone down, it's not like he's had a lot of moments like this.
No.
And he's been injured for the last 3 or 4 weeks. He hasn't been. We found out he wasn't at full strength thanks to what happened against OKC. So he hasn't been, I guess, at his best. And then now you throw that in, plus the lack of playoff experience before this year. You're getting some of the things you wouldn't expect from a guy in his late 20s when he plays that position. But
again, like, just that play where he has the ball and can dribble it out, get fouled. It's like that's not a high ankle sprain issue. That's a decision making issue.
It's a decision making issue. But he had been criticized for a lack of production.
Yeah,
and that could have been pushed aside by, hey, he's banged up. He's not who he would normally be. But there's no real excuse. And you think about how it times out, and I think you made a good point. At the very least, if he makes the 2 and then the Knicks get up a 3 to tie it, you're at minimum going into overtime. Like, I was thinking about the timing of it. He gets it blocked. Alvarado gets the ball. gets fouled. So even if he's
sneaky, terrible, give the foul there too.
Yeah. Also, he didn't need to do that.
The Knicks were lost.
I'm sure
Brunson was on the other side of the court.
I'm sure it was barked into him
Yeah.
at a timeout or so. We got a foul to give, and instead of like really analyzing the situation, he just knew, we got a foul.
Yeah,
this feels like a hectic situation because I just got my shot blocked.
That too.
So let me
I'm
foul
reeling.
him. Yeah. So even if he does the thing everyone wants him to do, which is to pull the ball out, of course, there's no guarantee that the free throws are made. But honestly, if you just look at when the shot was blocked, the Knicks probably wind up free throws made or miss, call timeout, advance the ball. They're probably I think they're probably right around 5 seconds, 6 seconds to go with possession.
Yeah.
For their opportunity to tie the game if 2 free throws are made. So I don't think the Knicks, after the giveaway by Fox and the foul, I don't think they had that much more time. You just would love for your guy to do the smart thing. And if you go to the line and miss 1 or miss 2, okay, that sucks. But that's not maybe that could be considered mental too because of the pressure.
Yeah,
but at least you did not give them the opportunity to win the game without you going to the line.
If you go 1 for 2, the OG Anunoby
is
tip,
a tie.
You don't lose in
who
regulation.
Knows, who knows how the defense is set up? Who knows how it's all sliding doors. You don't know what Brunson does if it's a 2-point game.
They probably do something.
You just never know. But instead, you got what you got. You got the biggest collapse in finals history, or if you're the Knicks fan, the best moment for that franchise since the 70s, really. Really? I mean, the Larry Johnson shot was cool, but that was a conference finals, and you went on to lose to a Spurs team in the finals.
This is your 1 win away.
You're 1 win away, and you have at least one more game at home if you do drop a game to the Spurs in Game 5, which is on Saturday night, right? So, what a game.
Yes.
I'm happy for the Haim sisters, or at least 2 of them, celebrating the win with Taylor Swift.
Loved one of them in one battle after another.
Yeah, and
the drama.
I saw someone tweet, I still remember you breaking up Zendaya's marriage.
Yeah,
marriage.
I will say that was the first thing I thought of.
I was like, wait a minute. What? Oh, the movie. The drama.
Oh, yeah,
the drama.
the movie.
The drama. I was like, wait a minute. Are Tom Holland and Zendaya okay? They were talking about the movie. Of course, their good buddy Taylor Swift was there. I will credit Knicks fans for this, at least the stars that were very prominently shown. None of them left. They were all there. I mean, I saw Fat Joe wandering onto the court as the last-second attempt by Castle, by Castle was missed. I saw him on the court. Of course, I mentioned that the 3 pop stars were there. Mariska Hargitay was still there.
Yeah.
Timmy was making a fool of himself after the game. And if you don't know, and credit to his girl, Kylie, for just being there smiling. He took off his shirt and jacket and just started dancing around with Knicks fans. Timmy, put a belt on. You're not like that. Despite everyone being okay with you, relax.
Didn't see this.
There's a little, you can find. There's a little Chet Holmgren in Timmy.
Pull your pants up, Timmy.
Yeah, there's a little Chet Holmgren, and if you know, you know. When I say that, there's a little Chet Holmgren in Timmy Chalamet. But either way, great night for the Knicks. Great. I think it's just a good night overall for entertainment and basketball. And if you are a Spurs hater because of your Houston ties, even better.
Oh yeah. I'm seeing the video right now.
Yeah,
that was my immediate reaction. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, but his girl's there.
Yeah.
Filming and smiling, as I think she made the comment that she doesn't get any when the Knicks lose. That's how it affects Timmy.
She doesn't what?
She doesn't.
Oh yeah.
Timmy's too broken emotionally to do that thing.
Well, they've lost 1 game, and
I think she just means overall. She's been with them for a couple years now, so when the Knicks lose and he's locked in,
I thought this was like a recent comment.
No, there's not been a lot of that. I think it's not that recent of a comment, but she said that when they lose, he's not in the mood.
Okay.
So she certainly likes to root for wins.
That can't be true. I mean,
that's what she's alleged to have said.
January 25th when they lose to the
I don't know
Hawks,
I don't know if the importance of the game matters. She's just said that in the past. Maybe she just means playoff games. Maybe there's a real dry spell between game 2 and 4 of the Hawks series. I don't know.
Watching a game on his phone.
I can't.
Watching a game on his phone.
Those are her words, man.
While he's filming Dune 3, putting your phone down. Mike Brown substitutions again.
He appears to be that big of a fan.
Okay. Wow. Credit to you.
and he celebrated in
Get
a
a
way.
belt.
I mean, you saw the video. It's,
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I will give him a little bit of like he's jumping up and down.
Yeah, but keep your shirt on.
Yeah.
Why is your shirt off, Timmy?
Yeah, you still got one more. Job ain't finished.
Yeah. And the Knicks will head to San Antonio trying to close out the Spurs in 5. And didn't the Spurs close out the Knicks in 5 on the Knicks home floor in '99, I think? Didn't that happen? So I think they're going to have a chance to return the favor just 27 years later.
No one on the Spurs was alive. Or I guess Kelly Olynyk was alive. And
that's about it.
No one
and Harrison Barnes was alive at the time.
Yeah, probably De'Aaron Fox.
Maybe, but the Spurs who took part in that, like Duncan,
they'll be in the
Duncan
house.
and Robinson will likely be in the house. See if the Spurs can hold off the Knicks from winning their first title in a very long while. All right, we'll go to break. Great, exciting game. Did I have my head in my hands when Anunoby tipped that in? Yes, I did. And did I say holy S several times? Yes, I did. Because while I was thinking to myself, if they get this to 10, the Spurs are in real trouble. I still didn't think it would end that way. A lot happened, and Anunoby, who should be now. Brunson had a nice night shooting the basketball. He responded from the first 3 games where he wasn't very good, but Anunoby, while they're trying to give that MVP to Karl Anthony Towns,
not laughing last.
If we're being honest about merit, Anunoby should be the guy that if he backs up his games 3 and 4 with a game 5, he has had a better series overall than Brunson, but we kind of know how this will go if the Knicks wind up winning.
I've thought this. I've basically every Knicks playoff run when I'm really locking in on the Knicks and I'm watching them more. I'm like, I don't think I believe this, but if I were OG Anunoby's friend or cousin or whatever, I'd be like, dude, you could be Kawhi Leonard. But I don't know if I believe that. But there's enough there where I'm like, I mean, kind of tell me what he doesn't do. Like he's that good on defense, just shutting things down. And then obviously, I mean, like last night, just couldn't miss. And yeah, if I was him, I'd be like, this is cool and all. You need your own team, man. I'd be the bad influence in his ear.
You'd be a terrible influence.
Ripping apart the New York Knicks.
Well, maybe we
Making
can all
Timothy Chalamet cry.
Maybe we can all commend you.
And by proxy, Kylie Jenner.
Well,
apparently,
because the dry spell will continue.
Yeah, that would be worse.
Yeah. So of course Kawhi had a giant leap from his age 23 to maybe not.
Oh yeah, no, Anunoby's 28.
OG Anunoby's 28. So I think we're past that point. But he could have a second title.
Yeah.
Turns out he was on. You don't remember him because there wasn't really a role for him, but he was on that Raptors team.
Yeah, was he like hurt or something?
I don't remember, but it was, of course, very early in his career. And
2 rings, Hall of Fame case being made.
If you throw in Finals MVP, you can wrap up a Hall of Fame case if he gets it.
And if I was in his life, I'd be like, now you just demand a trade, get your own team, make a couple All-Stars. I don't know.
There's a low bar for
you, Michael Porter Jr. taking over Brooklyn.
OG, please.
Don't you have to leave? Don't you have to move apartments?
Having your own team ain't worth all that. Not big on that. Stay there.
The problem is the devil on his shoulder on Michael Porter Jr. is also telling him he can be.
And would probably tell him you don't even want OG Anunoby here. He's gonna take away some of your shine. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think OG is already on the verge of being a Knick legend. He already has an iconic photo.
I mean,
and if they're
all Knick legends already.
That's true.
Stephon Marbury's a Knick legend.
There's not a lot of success despite the history of the building.
Amon Shumpert was wearing his own jersey at the game.
Walking around New York afterwards too. So
yeah,
he went from orange suit in Game 3 to walking around in his own jersey.
If Amon Shumpert is walking on the court during NBA Finals games, like I think the guy who made a tip in Game 4 is good for life.
Yeah. I don't know if
the bar doesn't seem very high.
I don't know if people will be making paintings out of that photo of the tip in. I'm sure there'll be posters everywhere, and it'll be on shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps a statue.
Yeah.
If we're being real about it.
Yeah.
But either way, they're one win away, and look at that, another non-American making a play. OG Anunoby from England of all places.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
The NBA Finals is coming home.
That'll be the only title the English win this summer. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We'll get into a game that was less dramatic and had unfortunately a less than appealing result as the Astros go down and somehow lose a series to the Angels. We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
I'm looking at something very wholesome. A man testing his wife on famous soccer stars with the World Cup now today. She's killing it. Currently 6 out of 6. He was very surprised that she knew who Bukayo Saka was. He threw Neymar at her, and she knew it. She's like, come on, what are you doing? You're underestimating me. It's about that time. We're mere hours away. Mexico versus South Africa gets started. If you missed it, Glenn Davis joined John and Lance, and he'll join them every day at 8 a.m. Today was a preview of the matches and talk about some storylines. But, of course, when he joins us, the guys tomorrow, it'll be breaking down actual games or matches and then giving you a preview of the U.S. versus Paraguay. So all the talk, all the I would say less than informed conversations, particularly the 7 to 10 show has about the game of soccer. Now all we got to do is react to the games, and they begin in earnest here in several hours. So what's the plan, Sean? Because the one thing, and we'll get to the Astros. They lost, by the way. Okay, it's embarrassing. You're losing serious to the Angels. Although Cam Smith came up big, that was cool.
Yeah. Shaywick.
So that much maligned outfield made some plays, and then the much maligned Brian Abreu decided, you know what, all that goodwill, beat it, done here. Let's lose another game, and that might be your Astros wrap up for the day. But let's get to the plan, because normally because we do this show and about this time, the World Cup is in some foreign country, and depending on which part of the world it's in, the games would be on in maybe 30 minutes or early in the morning. They've already been playing games. That happens when the Euros are going on. But this is the first time since 1994 that it's in this country, or even just in this time zone, really. I know Brazil had it, but as well. But so 2 p.m. I'd be smooth in the middle of a nap. So I've already had to plan to adjust.
Extra Celsius?
Maybe save the Celsius until later, because normally I've already had it. But maybe you take a Celsius, so you're up bright-eyed to watch Mexico versus South Africa. And then there's a giant window, because if I remember, normally you play the morning game, and then maybe after that game ends, there's an hour and a half to 2 hours before the next one, or at most 3. But we got a giant window. This one, you would say the game between Mexico and South Africa ends right around 4 o'clock or something, and then you wait another, I think, is it 4 hours for the night game. So we normally don't have this amount of time, so it's actually kind of perfect for us. You watch the game, maybe you have lunch in the middle of it, and then you get a dinner in, you do what you need to do, and then you're seated for the next match. And one of the matches in that window is the U.S. versus Paraguay. The U.S. team got together to watch Game 4 last night. Tyler Adams, apparently a giant Knicks fan. A lot of people were nervous because he was jumping up and down on furniture. Hey, watch the ankles. Because if you turn an ankle celebrating the Knicks, we're going to have a problem here, because the midfield isn't great. So we're going to need you to not turn your ankle, because they're all looking like soccer players. They got the U.S. issued gear, and all of them are in, like, slides.
Jumping on, like, couches.
Couches they're unfamiliar with in some type of conference room. Hey, cut it out. Stop moving around like that. So he was there.
Come on, guys.
You know,
you're playing in the World Cup tomorrow.
You're literally 2 days away from the World Cup. Don't get injured celebrating the Knicks win. You know who knows better? The guy who
Tim
knows
Ream.
This is his last World Cup. Tim Ream was watching, sitting down, didn't get up, was reacting with his face going, oh my, I can't believe this is happening, but was not moving. He ain't screwing this up. He's got 1 World Cup left.
I know he was reacting in a way, but I would like for him to have just been like sitting there reading a newspaper as it was happening.
Just to prove he's the old Ed?
Yeah.
We know you're 38, but we need you to act
takes
like
off his reading glasses.
Like, wow, interesting. Interesting.
Wow.
Guys, watch it.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Oakley and Ewing really brought him back, huh?
He's like, where's Patrick Ewing?
Yeah.
So that happened. So the U.S. team doing the camaraderie thing. No Pulisic. Didn't see him. Maybe
too good for to watch.
I saw Chris Richards. I saw Tyler Adams. I saw
Tim Weah.
I don't know that I saw Tim Weah either.
For me, I just feel like they're really equal.
Interesting. Where were those guys? Having a quiet dinner? I don't know. Interesting. We'll see.
Let's not try to rip the team apart.
I didn't see Ricardo Pepi either, so I don't know. Who knows where? We're not gonna rip the team apart from the inside. Some
Before
guys
the
like
match
basketball,
starts.
some guys didn't. That's all.
Yeah. Hey.
All right.
Who knows?
Let Tim Way have a bad tournament.
We're ready.
We're ready for him. We're ready for him to have a bad tournament.
I hope he doesn't.
Yes. Now this is how it goes. Once team selection happens, people might be upset about one guy or another not being there, but at this point, that's all out the window. Let's go play. Let's go win. Let's go have our best World Cup since 2002 when we actually could win a knockout round game. Has not been done since 24 years ago when the tournament was in Japan and South Korea. Turns out, because we have to rank everything, the U.S. has the worst nickname of all the World Cup teams because they don't really have one. It's just the USMNT. I mean, I guess some people might call us the Yanks, but as far as official nicknames sanctioned by the Federation, it's just USMNT.
Yeah. They need to be like
it's a terrible one. Like El Tri, which is Mexico's, wasn't ranked very highly either. Anytime you incorporate either your flag or the colors of your federation or flag, like Le Bleu, didn't do very well.
Le Bleu.
Orange didn't do very well. Tunisia, what were they? I'll find the list, but Tunisia had a very cool one. But look, we don't do very well with chants, and we don't do very well with nicknames for our team. But that doesn't matter. Just go out there and beat Paraguay. It matters. I'd rather have a better nickname than what we have. Yeah. But when it comes down to it, just go out there and beat Paraguay, and I'll be good. Yeah. So
like Golden Eagles,
possibly
isn't that?
Or that's Southern Miss's. No, that's Southern Miss's nickname. You really want to share a nickname with Southern Miss?
Not really, but if I can avoid it, I would like to. But
like Tunisia, Eagles of Carthage.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Egypt, the Pharaohs.
That's good.
Kind of on the nose, but it works. Good. Japan, Samurai Blue.
I mean that that has to be.
That was three,
right? Yeah. Okay.
Cape Verde, their name sounds better in the language that they speak, but I'm not going to butcher it. Blue Sharks is what it translates to.
Okay.
That's the number one nickname in all of the World Cup. Bafana is South Africa, and they'll go against El Tri. An actual rematch of the first game of the 2010 World Cup, where they tied that one in South Africa. Now, FIFA returns a favor. Now Mexico gets to host South Africa in the opener. So that is
red,
mere
white,
hours
and
away.
blue stars. No, the red, white.
The red, white, and blue stars?
I don't know.
Like Ghana's called the Black Stars because they have a black star in the middle of their flag.
The white stars.
Well, that's the all whites belongs to New Zealand.
Yeah. Damn.
It now when you try to figure it out, it's hard to come up with one, but they didn't even try.
Yeah.
With USMNT.
Yeah.
Got like white wolves, the Atlas Lions from Morocco. Come on, man, we need something.
I'm trying to think of like U.S. imagery. We could use.
You're just gonna for whatever reason, Nigeria, who isn't in this World Cup, are the Super Eagles, and then every team that they have is based off that. Like the women are called something involving eagles, the youth teams are called something involved eagles, but for and
Super
other
duper Eagles.
I don't know. They might be called the young
Take
Eagles.
that, Nigeria.
Or eaglets. I don't know. Maybe they're called that.
No,
you mean here. Bald Eagles.
Extra Super Eagles.
It would be the Bald Eagle or something,
Yeah.
or something like that.
I don't like that, though.
No, it's not great. See, it's tough.
Yeah. Or we should have done that when Michael Bradley was running around.
Had his dad coaching, too.
Yeah.
Berhalter as well. The White Wolves, you've got 3 Lions. That's England. So there are plenty to be fans of, just not the one for the home country. And Canada, I don't even know what they have. Oh, Le Rouge.
Oh, wow. That zone actually is Le Rouge.
Le Rouge, and they come in at 42. So we will see. Canada, I think they open up tomorrow. They're the first game tomorrow. And then,
they're the opening act.
And then, yes. Or we could say every host nation gets their own window to be featured, but you want to call them the opening act.
Yeah. As people are still at work and stuff. They're kicking the ball around against Bosnia.
Yeah, whatever.
And
Because people are
and
really
prime
ready.
time,
U.S. versus Paraguay.
even though it's at like 4 a.m. European time.
It is interesting that, of course, it's Fox, but Canada has their own broadcasting rights going on. What was there a real battle to determine which nation got prime time, or was it even in question? Because if you're Canadian, why are we bending to the American broadcasters? We can put our game in prime time in Canada
because
we're better than them. Go ahead and say it. Just say it. We're more important and we're better than them.
And the U.S. is like. The U.S. and Mexico are like really hosting this World Cup, and there's some games being played in Toronto and Vancouver.
Okay,
they're playing something.
Sure. Okay, that's one way of looking at it.
Just they don't feel like they're as equal of a partner.
Why? Why do you say that?
Just they don't have as many sites. They don't have as many games.
Okay, Canada's hosting 13 matches.
Yeah, Houston's hosting 7.
Yeah, I was trying to see if Canada has. They have a couple. Canada has 3 knockout round games. Houston has 2.
Like that's what I'm saying.
Okay, maybe you make a good point there.
Houston is hosting, is as big of a host as the entire country.
Okay, it's not a bad point.
Yeah. So hey, you play it 2, all right,
and like it.
Yeah.
All right, Eric, I see you. You want to talk some soccer in the NBA Finals. We are certainly taking calls on pretty much anything. 713-780-3776 is the number. And I do want to remind you that, of course, with the World Cup today going on, there are watch parties all around the city, and we have some ESPN 975 watch parties. You can join the soccer watch parties today and Friday as we watch the biggest soccer games of the year. Today, Will Kunkel and then Jeremy and Joe will be broadcasting from 12 to 6 at Rodeo Goat. And then you can see that same crew tomorrow at Patterson Park. The ESPN 975 watch parties, soccer watch parties, are brought to you by Huntington Bank. And, of course, as we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, Michelob Ultra is giving you chances to go to soccer matches here in the city. All you got to do is go to some local establishments, play a soccer shootout game, and win. And if you win, that means you're in line for World Cup tickets brought to you by Michelob Ultra. So here are the events today that you can be at. You can go to Ojos Locos in Memorial from 5 to 8. And then you got Rodeo Goat, where the guys will be, in Edo from 2 to 5. And then on Friday, you got Christian's Tailgate in White Oak. That's 5 to 8. So those are your Thursday and Friday events. And you got a couple on Saturday that I'll get to. Papa's on the Lake from 3 to 6 in Montgomery. And then at the Marriott Marquis in downtown from 4 to 7. There are some other Saturday and Sunday events I'll get to because we'll be doing this tomorrow, so I'll let you know about those. But Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there are going to be events all across the city for your chance to win. And if you want to find out all of them, I think Lance has tweeted them out. So if you go to Lance Zierlein on Twitter, you can see all the events laid out for you and pick the one you want to go to, because 11 chances to win starting today to get FIFA World Cup tickets, Houston-based tickets. So remember, play for the chance to witness history, because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Let's get to Eric. Eric held through the break. He wants to talk some soccer and the NBA Finals. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
We're good. How are you?
Good. Where y'all going to see the matches at? Ojos Locos or Twin Peaks? Which one do y'all prefer?
Well, I would hope.
And the Sean
hope people go to
ahead.
Ojos Locos.
Yeah, I think that better looking ladies, the Latinas. And the Sean Mix like the new dumpster knot cap and logo with the colors. And the downfall last night of the Spurs. Does that take away the comeback from the Bills and the Falcons? That's the worst, thing ever had to happen. Comeback story. I'll hang up and listen.
So, Sean, do you like the Dunksternaut hat? If you don't know, the Rockets made a uniform switch. The Dunksternaut logo will remain part of their attire going forward. Sean,
I'm looking. Sure, yeah, they're fine.
Good enough for you, Eric? He thinks they're fine.
I will, it's $40 at the Rocket Shop. Not hidden buy on that, but they're cool.
Good enough. All right. What else did he ask?
Maybe that's why I didn't give that opinion because I don't really have an opinion.
They're fine hats. If you want one, you won't be embarrassed by wearing one.
Eric, I'll allow you to buy one. If you're looking to buy one and you needed my validation, go for it, buddy.
If you needed the fashion advice of Sean Mates before you made a decision, now you have it. Go get yourself a hat. He won't judge you for it. He goes, you know what?
The ladies at Ojos Locos will love it.
Ooh. I did not even know that Ojos Locos had the ladies that he's talking about.
I also did not know it was a restaurant.
I did just look up Ojos Locos. Yes, there are women in Ojos Locos branded uniforms, but not like the uniforms at Best Buy.
Oh, okay.
They're like the
not
uniforms
like
you would see. No, like the uniforms you may see out of Twin Peaks. I don't know that they exclusively hire Latinas, as Eric was suggesting, but in this photo, they appear to be, a Latin, maybe an even split. There are 4 women in this photo, and using Eric's vernacular, 2 Latinas, and it appears 2 women of Caucasian heritage. There it is. So I don't know that Ojos Locos discriminates. Go there and find out.
I don't think they discriminate. I'll say I don't think they discriminate.
Yeah, I will say I would assume, but I don't know. So you guys can.
I hope they don't discriminate.
You guys can go find out for yourself, and also go get yourself a chance to get some World Cup tickets. That happens tonight from 5 to 8 at Ojos Locos in Memorial. Go there, play a interactive soccer shootout game, and if you win, you get yourself Houston-based FIFA World Cup tickets. Thank you for the call, Eric. As far as the downfall of the Knicks, or he asked about, or downfall of the Spurs, but he asked about the comps between some classic chokes. I don't think it wipes anything away. First of all, you mentioned a couple of chokes in different sports, and one was a Super Bowl, the ultimate game, as they say. One was a wild card game that really only matters here in Buffalo. Like, sure, if you go greatest comebacks, you make a list for a video, an NFL video on YouTube, that makes a list. But for the most part, that is a local tragedy.
Yeah, and it's just like on the graphic. It just gets added to the list. Like, there's no Falcons fan that's like, you know what? I'm a new man today because the Spurs blew.
The pain isn't any less for Falcons fans. They may welcome the Spurs fans and go, hey, you're one of us now. But if they think back to what happened that night in Houston, where they thought they had a Super Bowl wrapped up, they're not going to feel better because the Spurs did it. Time may heal the wounds, but not other instances where fan bases are ruined because their team chokes. That's not going to help Falcon fans.
Yeah, 28-3 is also, like, I saw other people compare it. Like, 28-3 is way worse. It's way worse. They could have won the Super Bowl that night.
Yeah.
The Spurs, no matter what they were not going to win the championship.
It's
like,
true.
It has to be a Game 7.
If they're Game 7 up 29 points, the chance to win it all.
Like, that's
the same.
the Super
or
Bowl.
even worse, maybe, depending on how you feel about deficits.
Yeah.
Football compared to basketball. But as far as the final game of a potential championship season, and Game 4, where you still got more games to play, you're not out of this. You're out of the series if you go by historically, unless you're a Warrior or a Cavs fan or just an NBA fan. You remember that series, but you're not officially out. So if you go on and play the way you say you have played, because you ask any Spurs player, and it's coming from Mitch Johnson, it seems. They keep saying that we have controlled the ending of all these games in a way of saying, hey, we blew it or we won it. It wasn't the Knicks. Castle did it last night. I think Mitch Johnson said something similar where, hey, we are the reason these games have ended a certain way. It ain't the Knicks who have done it.
I mean,
okay.
There's some truth to it.
But it's kind of empty if you continue to blow things.
Yeah,
then that means you have found no fix through the first 4 games of the series.
Yeah, we threw the ball off of one of our players' back and fouled someone to give up the winning points in Game 2.
But there's no guarantee you win that game. But yes, your failures, your mistakes led to the Knicks winning.
I mean, they've been they hammered it in the first half of they've been up 15 points.
Yeah, they've been up double
game.
digits in all these games.
They've been up. They've had a lead with 2 minutes left in all these games. They've led late in all these games too. The Knicks come back and make it close, but the Spurs have. I mean, I think we've said it after at least Game 2 and Game 3, and now we'll say it after Game 4. The Spurs could just be up 3-1. They could be up. They could be tied 2-2. There's so many different ways where this goes in a better way for San Antonio than what's actually happened.
We didn't think it'd play out this dramatically, but one of the talking points for the series was the youth of the Spurs and how they would handle it, because they went in and won a Game 7 against OKC. And you think, okay, this young team was mature enough to do that. The question was, are the finals just a different beast? And so far, it appears, yes, the finals are just a different beast, and the Spurs have been unable to close these games out when they found ways to get it done against the Thunder. And unfortunately for them, they're one more game away from being done. Yeah. And the Knicks have shown the ability to close you out when they can. They don't play around. They don't mess around. When they in this playoffs, when they got to win and we advance, and of course this case will be win the whole thing. They blew out the Hawks. They blew out the Cavs, and they took apart the Sixers. When it's time to close a team out, they do it. So we will see if the Spurs get the Knicks' best effort, because if you ask the Knicks, they'll probably say, we haven't really played our best, and yet we're still up 3-1. I mean, over the course of last night's second half, yeah, they played pretty well, thanks in large parts to some of the Spurs' failures. But for the Knicks, if you are looking at the entirety of this playoff run, since Hawks Game 3, the Knicks would probably tell you we've played our worst basketball in the series. Partly, I would say, quite a bit to do with the opponent forcing you to play this type of basketball. But I don't think the Knicks will tell you they've played their best, and somehow for them they're up 3-1 thanks to the Spurs and their mistakes, and also the Knicks took advantage of it. There's OG Anunoby, despite not getting boxed out. That's a great play. That's a great play to rise above everyone, have that type of control. Jalen Brunson didn't have the moment there, but he had his moments throughout that second half, particularly in that fourth quarter, knocking down shots. So the anatomy of a comeback is sure. The team making the comeback does what they do, but you have to get help. The Spurs just gave cataclysmic type help, at least for them, because the Fox turnovers, they had multiple. The Fox turnovers, the block shot by OG on Fox. You've got Victor Wembanyama missing 2 free throws. It was poor. I think the only one who escapes really any slander, maybe throw Castle in there, but he had foul trouble. So if you want to blame him for that, you blame him for that. Dylan Harper, unimpeachable. I don't know what you could say about what he did other than not getting the ball. I guess not getting the ball over Cat. So if you want to throw something at him, you can.
Yeah.
Because Cat does tip it off, make the tip.
Not boxing out. on OG. Although,
Yeah,
like, that wasn't really his guy.
Yeah,
2
and trying to
blocks
get to
out.
a guy full speed is tough when that guy's running full speed. But, yeah, not putting a body. But there's very, very little you can say about Dylan Harper. It's funny to look at Ron Harper in the crowd. Ron Harper is a dad who takes no bleep, whether it be online or in the building. He is not one to mess with. Like, I forgot what was said. I think some random said something about his son, and he was like, "What, did you ever play?" And it was a little bit more aggressive than that in talking about him. So we've got all these personalities, and I got distracted, but I wanted to get to this. I'm trying to think of comps for other teams as far as the level of player the Knicks get to bring out. Like, yeah, they have some all-time legends. Larry Johnson was a fine NBA player, but it's not like he's one of the legends of the game. He's not Tim Duncan and David Robinson who show up at Spurs games. You got Stephon Marbury, you got John Starks. They're part of, not Marbury per se, but Starks is part of a time in Knicks basketball where they felt like this is a New York team, a real New York team, and we got a shot to win, except Jordan's in the way. But it's like the John Starkses, Latrell Sprewells. Like, these are not exactly the all-time greats you would see at other arenas when their team is close to a title. I'm trying to think of the comps to be.
Yeah.
Like if the Spurs were, like if, I guess Shane Battier. What, did he play for the Spurs? No, he didn't. He beat the Spurs.
Bruce Bowen.
Bruce Bowen. Yes, there it is. Bruce Bowen.
I mean, Bruce Bowen literally has his jersey retired by the Spurs. Which
yes,
is, a little crazy.
A little much. I mean, you're the franchise of Duncan and Gervin and Robinson.
Parker,
even
Ginobili.
throw Ginobili in there. Bruce Bowen gets this. Okay.
It's more of a fan favorite.
Of
type
course,
of,
I'm sure he
type of
was.
deal.
I'm sure he made Spurs fans delighted every time he stepped under a shooter and turned their ankle.
Put his foot under Kobe.
Yeah, openly admitting to saying that's what I did to mess with guys and to mess
He would
with
get
them
thrown
when they're
out of
shooting.
every game.
Yeah, today he could not be the player. He could not be the player he was because he wouldn't play enough games.
No,
There'd be too many flagrant twos
No.
he would suffer.
But I looked up Larry Johnson. Also, Larry Johnson.
He was a better Hornet.
He was a way better Hornet. Also, just overall, like, great job of 90s marketing by the NBA. He was a 2-time All-Star.
Yeah, Larry Johnson.
In my head, he was like a 5-time All-Star.
Well, he had the run. For people who don't remember, he was part of the UNLV team, so he came into the league with that type of
Grandmama.
acclaim. Yeah, and he had, of course, the commercials. He was a
Cross-dressing
he was
yeah.
people yelling about Jalen Green
Back
and
when
his
that was
fingernails.
cool. Back when that was-
Jared McCain's dancing in a way that you think is not appropriate for a grown man. Whatever. Larry
NBA
Johnson
star.
had full ad campaigns dressed up like Mrs. Doubtfire. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but 2-time All-Star, averaged 12 points in 5 years with the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, he had a couple of 20 points per game seasons. Yes, back in the day when scoring was down or different. But yeah, as a Knick,
40 today.
Larry I imagine there was some debilitating injury. He was done at 31. I think he might have had back issues. But Larry Johnson only played till he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
And he was a two-time All-Star, does have a Rookie of the Year, All-NBA, once a second-team All-NBA, and yet none of that happened with the Knicks.
Yeah, all the great stuff other than the 4-point play, like all that's with the Hornets. And he's like, I mean, I don't want to say inner circle, but he feels like one of the legends where you're like, wow, there's Larry Johnson. They treat him with some real.
Allen Houston, Latrell Sprewell. These are all fine NBA players, but for the Knicks to highlight these guys like they were legends speaks to the level of ineptitude the Knicks have had.
I mean,
where they couldn't find better players to stack the front row with.
Like Stephon Marbury being like Knick legend. Stephon Marbury. It's like
he's
what?
a New York legend.
Yeah,
that's where
I'll give
that
him
lands.
that.
He's a New York legend. He's not
He's a New York legend
who happened to play for the Knicks
and like was eating Vaseline when he was.
Let's not.
I mean, like,
come on.
He did that. That's the thing.
Sure.
He did.
Think
on
of all
video.
Think of all the
back when
but
in
think
like
of the Starberry
2008 when you
times.
had to like really go out of your way to film yourself doing something.
Yeah.
You had to jump through hoops to film yourself eating Vaseline.
See, I just wanted to talk about the Knicks franchise being a joke, and these guys. Now you're just going to some ugly things.
Well, how is that? That's part of his that's why it's ridiculous.
Think of
that
how
he's-
great he was in China, Sean.
cool. If the Shanghai Sharks want to have him courtside, that's one thing.
Look, I'm not pushing back on the Knicks being clownish as far as who they have to honor because of a lack of success. I'm trying to think.
Steve Novak, was he there?
I didn't see him.
Was Landry Fields?
Jeremy Lin was doing media, so he couldn't be there at least.
Raymond Felton.
Although he was at Game 3.
Yeah.
Well, hell, Iman Shumpert was walking around.
Yeah, again, Iman Shumpert was wearing his own jersey.
But he wasn't with the anointed that were the guys we just mentioned.
But the fact that they turned down Jerry Seinfeld in Game 3, sitting courtside, and Iman Shumpert has.
Well, they learned from their mistakes. Jerry was fully in attendance, and so was for some reason Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah.
Look, Tina Fey had to sit on the second row.
That's
nonsense if Kirk Herbstreit gets front row seats. If Kirk has to get out of the way so Jalen Brunson can throw an inbounds pass in, Tina Fey should take that seat. There's no way Kirk Herbstreit and his friend wearing that All-American 12 T-shirt on, whatever the hell he was doing, was there. There's no way he should get front row over Tina Fey.
No, that was probably because it is like part of the fun of these Knicks MSG games is the like. Wait, is that Allen Houston? Like it's that level of and Kirk Herbstreit being there was like my jaw hit the floor, and it was wild. The Knicks were making a phenomenal comeback,
giant run back. Like, who the hell is that Kirk Herbstreit? Yeah,
it was
that
the most
my
shocking
reaction
thing from last night.
Yeah,
Kirk Herbstreit. Not only is he in the house,
he's got front row.
He's standing next to Jalen Brunson.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at Jerry. I'm looking at Larry David. I got the Hyam sisters with Taylor Swift, Mariska Hargitay sitting right next to them. And then there's Kirk Herbstreit standing there right by Jalen Brunson late in the game as he's trying to get an inbounds pass in.
Yeah.
And he has to move out of the way because Jalen gets shifted down a little bit. I'm like, come on. I know. I love game day in the 90s too. But game day in 2026 doesn't get Kirk Herbstreit front row at a Knicks finals game.
No.
Who's he calling to get that done?
It has to be an ABC thing, right?
Right. Like back when Fox with the World Series, they put star of Dollhouse, Eliza Dushku, in attendance for World Series Game 3. That's what it had to be.
They should do that. They'd be like, star of high potential, Caitlin Olsen here.
I'd rather see it'd be a better time for Caitlin Olsen to be standing there than Kirk Herbstreit. What are we doing?
They have to have some terrible like procedural show that they're like star of. If this was on NBC, there would be an entire row for the Chicago Fire people.
Well, the SVU people were already there, so
yeah, but they're actual.
But they're actual legends. Yes, the Chicago PD, Chicago Fire,
the Goldbergs,
the hospital show that's based in Chicago. Those stars should have been at the game as opposed to Kirk Herbstreit.
The legend of Reggie Dinkins. Actually, he is there. It's Tracy Morgan.
He was seen teary-eyed sitting in the back of his car. After the game, he's so overcome with emotion. I'm trying,
and that was just from seeing Nick Legend. I don't know.
I'm trying to think.
J.R. Smith.
The Rockets comp, like if the Rockets rolled out there, I would.
It'd be like if
Latrell Sprewell was better than John Barry, but
it'd be like if Rafer Alston was out there
and Eric Gordon, 15 years from now, sitting courtside as the Rockets are trying to win a title.
Even like. So the 99 guys and the 90s guys in general.
Finals, okay.
That to me is more the Eric Gordon, like, okay, at least Eric Gordon was on like some really awesome teams. He was like the 5th best player, but he was on the teams. Like it's the ones where I'm like, why are the guys from like the 2011 Knicks here? Like why the 2000s Knicks, like what is
there's no reason Iman
Eddie Curry gonna be here?
Should be glomming on to this moment.
No.
You happen to roll through.
You have another moment.
But you're
part of
Cavs. You're the Cavs. You're on the Cavs title run teams. What are we talking about?
Why do you want this? Why do you want people to be like,
I imagine he's got to be a New Yorker, right?
He has to be.
No, he's from Illinois.
This is egregious then. This is so egregious.
He was from Illinois and played at Georgia Tech. I don't know why he's there, because he spent a part of his career there early on with the Carmelo teams.
Yeah.
Not enough of.
He got traded with J.R. Smith to the Cavs and immediately went to the finals for 4 straight years.
Not enough of a reason to show up in an orange suit because you played on some below average Knicks.
No,
teams.
that's my thing. It's like the 21st century Knicks that are other than like Carmelo Anthony Jeremy Lin, Amari Stoudemire. Even Amari Stoudemire is like kind of borderline, but I'll give it to him. It's the finals. We're excited. All I'm saying is that when the Knicks make the finals in 25 years again, those guys better not be there. It better all be the
Brunson
15
and Cat.
guys that played last night.
Brunson, Cat, Alvarado's minted now for what he did last night.
Alvarado, like, stamped.
Yeah.
You know, it's the, like.
That rotation guys from last night, McBride's been terrible, but they like him, so I guess he shows up too. But, I mean, he's been bad, really bad.
If the Knicks are good for, like, 5 straight years, I don't know.
I did have the thought as the game looked like it was getting away from them. Now we're actually talking basketball again. Whatever the Knicks do, all the talk about, hey, maybe if this gets away from them, trade Cat Giannis. No, they don't have any money, but find some guys who can be your backup guards. You're depending, and Alvarado had his moments, but you're depending on Jordan Clarkson and Deuce McBride and Alvarado. Compared to it always felt like they were outmatched, even when the Spurs would go to their bench, although they didn't lean heavily into it as far as backcourt guys. But the fact that Jordan Clarkson and Deuce McBride have to deal with Dylan Harper and Castle and Vassell, that's a mismatch. So however this plays out, if the Knicks if they have this belief that this can continue, and they would certainly if they win it, they need an upgrade at the guard spot because Jordan Clarkson was not ready for the moment.
Yes.
He was a disaster, and so is Deuce McBride. Mike Brown put him in to spell his guys for minutes at a time just to give him a couple minutes and then had to yank those guys back out because they were bad. I don't think Jalen Brunson came out in the second half. Wemby pretty much played the entire second half too. That's just the nature of the game for the Knicks when they're trying to make a comeback. But, hey, despite some of their roster construction issues, particularly in the backcourt, they're up 3-1. With a chance to go win that thing on Saturday in San Antonio.
Chris Dudley was at the game as a New York Knicks alum. That's what they call him, Knicks alum. Baron Davis as a Knicks alum was there. Great player.
Not for the Knicks, he wasn't. Not for the Knicks.
That is like the Rockets make the finals. Here's Houston Rockets alum Carmelo Anthony.
And Baron Davis, notably a California, Los Angeles kid. What the hell?
Yeah, like there's another guy. Oh, Metta World Peace from New York. Went to St. John's.
Quintessentially New York.
Yes.
I get that if you want him there.
Like we're squinting to call him a Knick alum.
Yeah, but
okay.
Baron Davis played 2 seasons with them.
Yeah.
At the very end of his career. Knick alum. Okay, sure.
Amy Schumer was there. Alex Rodriguez, owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
J.D. Davidson, Rockets alum. So when he gets invited back, when the Rockets are winning on the verge of winning a title, the Rockets can now do that because of what the Knicks are doing.
Usman Garuba gets
all
a
of
standing
them.
ovation.
Ty, bring him in too. All of those guys. If that's what the Knicks are on, the Rockets can do that too. Hopefully, they're at a point where they can actually have those conversations about who they invite back. Seems
Cam Scatterbo was there.
Very well.
There's like a full list.
They had a list after Game 3 of all the celebrities that happened to be there. Cam
So
Scatterbo
funny.
didn't make it into the front row, so oddly enough. All right, we'll go to break.
Penn Badgley.
Dan Humphrey, famous of Gossip Girl, based in New York City. Too bad Leighton Meester couldn't make it. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple segments to go before we're done. You are certainly welcome to join us, 713-780-3776. Art says Spike Lee is more of a Knick than Marbury, and Art is right. But they didn't have to invite Spike. He will always be there. All right, we'll go to break with that.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
So, talking a lot about the finals, Knicks win away. We narrowly, maybe avoided, it's not the right way to put it, but we narrowly missed out on a triple bang. Because back in 2025, well, Mike Breen, we'll have it here. Mike Breen was sitting down on the Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson podcast and was asked a question. This was back in February of 2025, so in the middle of last season. Sat down with two of the Nova boys on their podcast, and he said this.
1 second.
But we'll get to it here. And looks like we got a call. We'll get to that, too. Anyone else want to join us at 713-780-3776. But we did not get a triple bang. We got, it's good, it's good, it's good. I guess when you do a tip-in, when it's a tip-in, you do that. Mike Breen holds
You can't bang
the triple bang, a potential triple bang for an actual shot that goes from distance. But here is Mike Breen.
It's still loading.
Oh, okay.
Twitter's just
stupid Twitter. But Mike Breen, notably, is the guy who calls games for the Knicks during the regular season. So this is a home game for Mike Breen. The entire series is. And he's never done the triple bang. He's done a double bang. He did it when Steph knocked down that shot in OKC during the regular season. He may have done it when Ray Allen hit the shot against the Spurs. I don't remember. There have been very few double bangs. There's never been a Mike Breen triple bang. So it would be special circumstances. And the Nova guys got this out of Mike Breen. We narrowly had it last night. We narrowly missed out on it last night.
So will there ever be a triple bang?
All right. They're not premeditated, but I'll say this: if either of you guys hit a
just us two,
anybody on the Knicks, if you hit a game-winning shot in the finals, there'll be a triple bang.
if we hit a game-winning shot in the finals, but we're down 3-0, you still saying triple bang?
Oh, that's a great question.
I don't know. Bang, Knicks win.
Yeah.
See you next game.
Yeah, not even a bang. Just all right. Well, season goes on for another game. See you guys. Stay tuned.
So we were this close because it was Brunson. He launched that three, came up short. Anunoby tips it in. Not enough to get the triple bang out of Mike Breen. We will see if there's a game winner in these next couple games for the Knicks. Do we get the elusive triple bang out of the preeminent NBA broadcaster?
I almost don't think a triple bang would work. I think it's too much. If he just goes bang, bang,
it does
bang.
feel. Now he's a professional, so the emotion he uses to flux, he may get it done, but it does feel like, oh, this is performative. If you drop in a third one,
well, it also it's a little bit like you mentioned, and again, luckily he's never had to catch it. He hasn't caught it since he's been calling NBA Finals games, since he's been on the number one ABC team. But it would be a real like, oh yeah, this is the Knicks play-by-play guy who's doing like, what are we watching this on SNY?
Well, trust the Spurs fans last night took note of it.
Oh really?
Yeah, they were. Can you tell that this is, and not just Spurs fans, Spurs media? Can you tell that this guy calls games for the Knicks in the regular season? I will tell you. Now I don't tweet it to troll, but I was doom scrolling to find Spurs people reacting because one guy is very prominent, Spurs reporter, comes across my timeline far too much. So I was just trying to see how Spurs media was feeling. They are not to the level of OKC Thunder media, where it's like a state, where they're like state media and nothing the Thunder do is wrong. But you know, it's their team in the finals and they want to support them. And yeah, it was tough last night for everyone surrounding that team.
I will say for Mike Breen, last night, the Knicks were in the midst of making the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history.
He's allowed. If he happened to be showing any favoritism that see through, this was the moment.
It's I don't know if the first half they're complaining that much about what Mike Breen was saying.
Probably not. When you score 76 points and everything's going your way because you can't miss a three. Yeah, I feel like all they were doing was laughing at Knicks fans for all the complaining they were doing in between games 3 and 4.
It did feel like in the first half, like it was very reminiscent of the Rockets Daryl Morey era, where it's like they walk in thinking the refs are going to screw us against the Warriors.
And I think it was emphasize when the Cat overturned. When they thought they had Wemby for a foul, and they don't even get the foul. They get a foul on Cat. So he has to sit down with 2 fouls. And very early in the game, their game plan probably went right out the door because they couldn't run offense through Cat because all the conversation was about Brunson over dribbling, and they need to move the ball. So I think Cat was going to be a big part of that game plan, and he was out before they could even establish anything. And it looks like the Knicks took a half, the entire half, to wallow.
Recover.
And then when they recovered in a big way. Let's get to Keith here. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Unbelievable game last night. I do think, the 1-minute challenge into the game with Cat apparently hooking Wemby is just such an outrageous overturn that soon of the game. And then even Cat's first foul, he's step for step with Fox on that little, baseline / drive thing. Like, those are the way they've been calling it the first 4 games. Like, that's a ridiculous overturn and an absolutely ridiculous challenge to protect Wemby from one effing foul is ridiculous. And then the Fox Cat one's like, they said the last 3 games, Cat has 0 points in the fourth quarter. They need to run the offense through Cat, and then the refs ticket Cat with 2 fouls in the first minute, and then in the NBA Finals, Adam Silver's NBA, we have to play McPorty and Jeremy Sohan minutes in the finals. Mike Brown is forced to play 4 centers, and Mitchell Robinson, you're an NBA player for 6, 7, 8 years now. How are you gassed constantly? In just playing 3 to 4 minute bursts. There's players playing, 48 minutes a game in some aspects, and he's gassed. So those first two fouls were absolutely ridiculous by Cat. A challenge 1 minute in, it's just outrageous. It's like calling an ABS call on the second or third pitch of the game. What are you doing here? And also, Apple TV, maximum pleasure guaranteed. Fantastic show. Are you in on that?
I have seen the first episode. That's Tatiana Maslany, who I like. Some of you may know her as She-Hulk. I know her as the woman who played all those characters in Orphan Black. So, yeah, I've seen the first episode. I'm not all in, but I'm still going to give it a try. Yeah, Wemby's conditioning came up quite a bit.
He was talking about Mitchell Robinson.
Oh, yeah. Mitchell Robinson got cooked by people because of his apparently being out of gas middle of the first quarter because he had to come in for Cat. He's like, I wasn't ready. I don't know. He looked bad. And then he
played 6 minutes in the first quarter. And
he looked like he was dead. And then he threw the elbow to Wemby. He was not in a good space. But Wemby got it too and a lot has to do, at least people point to, his performance drops with a lack of multiple days off in these playoff series. When he has to play more heavy minutes, the Spurs did what they needed to do to manage his minutes in the regular season. Now, there ain't nothing going on about managing minutes, so he is maybe feeling the brunt of that. He will have his 2 days off, so we'll see how he responds. The Spurs had Wemby covering Alvarado. They like to hide Wemby and let him be a roamer, and all Mike Brown did was, okay, we're just going to set screens with Alvarado, and he doesn't run out of gas, so we're just going to run him around, and that was somehow, some way, Alvarado played a big part in the comeback by being a screener. Now, he knocked down a couple shots, but just keeping Wemby on the move, if you're going to hide your big on the small guard, we're not going to let him stand still. So a non-shooter's hiding in the corner, and you can hide your guy and let him roam. They made Wemby move, and it led to open shots. And we know Anunoby was knocking down shots throughout. Mikal Bridges, not so much. He had a tough night.
Hey, listen, they're not all gonna.
Yeah, you can't have everyone play great.
OG and Anunoby, I have the box score. He went 7 for 9 from 3.
Yeah,
just
this is why you're thinking, hey, why can't you be Kawhi?
I'm saying if I was OG Anunoby's friend, I'd be like
his worst possible friend.
Yeah.
You're in the middle of this run where your contributions may lead to the first title for that franchise in 50+ years, and you're like, hey man, you should be able to do more. Why aren't they letting you do more?
Exactly. When they hand Jalen Brunson the Finals MVP for shooting 38% in the series, I'm gonna be like, man, see how they do you, OG Anunoby.
The people who vote are supposed to be ball knowers. If OG Anunoby has another great game, let's say this ends in 5 and Anunoby's great again, you can't give this to Brunson. I get it. He's the star. He's had one good game. If
Yeah.
Anunoby does this again, you gotta vote for
And
Anunoby for MVP.
it's like not really like a Steph Curry thing where
he's playing well and Iguodala's doing his thing. And
yeah, there's just so much focus on him that like it is getting other guys. It's like Brunson is just like kind of taking tough jumpers and missing them.
Yeah, he's
and
not
then,
that
And then he
much-
starts making them in the second half.
Yeah, because he's a great clutch player, but it's not like he's such a great creator for others, and he's certainly not creating that much
Yeah.
for Anunoby. You know how many times Anunoby's bailing out possessions?
And
how often he's doing that and it's working?
And we have a call coming in from Becky Hammond who wants to get in on this. Becky Hammond.
Becky would like Becky. You don't have an MVP vote. You can't vote. Becky, please. But she goes, I'm telling you, it's a travesty if you give it to the little man who clearly isn't good enough and wouldn't win it without Anunoby doing his thing.
Yeah,
All right.
and Anunoby and Towns. Not so much last night.
No, not so much. Towns got into that thing he does, even though I think
Vintage-
foul 2 was bogus. But
Vintage Cat performance.
yeah, but we're back to Towns committing dumb fouls. But he had some moments, including the defensive play of the night when he, you might want to give that to Anunoby for the block on Fox, but the Towns tip screws up an entire out-of-bounds play by Mitch Johnson. We would have had some real controversy, though, because he tipped the ball and the clock didn't move.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
We
they're
would've-
terrible.
So even if Castle, the question would be, I guess at that point everything's getting reviewed.
Yeah.
So people would be wondering if Castle got the ball off, but what we really would have been told about is, hey, that's a tip by Towns. The ball didn't move. Now we got to judge how much time would have elapsed and see if the Castle play would have actually worked out in the requisite amount of time. So we narrowly avoided a long-ass review to determine Knicks win or Knicks loss, depending on the result of the inbound.
Since they're actively screwing the Knicks, they would have been like, nope, Spurs win.
We didn't even see Cat's finger move.
They're
Let's go home.
actively screwing the Knicks.
Because we need a long series, and that's the thing that the NBA desperately wants.
By the way,
Instead, it may end in 5.
As they're actively screwing the Knicks in the first half.
23 free throws to 6.
23 free throws in the first half, and every Knicks fan is like, they're screwing us.
Yeah, because they put our big man in trouble with that ridiculous overturn. All right, we talked quite a bit about the finals. When we come back, we'll talk about the Texans because one of their best players thinks this team can win a title. We'll hear from Daniil Hunter when we come back.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
Texans are on the field today. If anything pops up, we'll let you know before we wrap it up. But Danielle Hunter was asked about several things. He talked about C.J. Stroud and the offense. Everything you take away from comments from the defense and the offense or players not named CJ about the offense is CJ is as focused, I would probably say more focused than he's ever been. Why in year 4 is that a narrative and a storyline? I don't know. I guess we'll just look at it as a positive. We won't say he wasn't focused in years 1, 2, and 3. He is just now stupidly locked in.
Yeah.
The other side of
even
it is
more focused.
Even more focused. The other side of it is a different question that perhaps no one wants to dig that deep into. Why is everyone so focused on his clear difference in mentality this offseason as opposed to his first two off seasons? But either way, you got a quarterback who's locked in, hopefully at least a success. A guy you don't have to ask about or worry about is Danielle Hunter. He's been great since he's been a Texan. The Texans have certainly rewarded him, but he wants something else. He wants Super Bowl. Let's hear what he thinks about this team and their capability of getting there.
A few days I've been here, I noticed a lot, from O-line and the QB play, how they work together in sync. Definitely better across the O-line. And CJ just having his pocket awareness. He's able to step up and just making plays, I just got done in the indoor talking to CJ, telling him doing a good job of just stepping up, having awareness of the edge rushers and all that. He was just complimenting us back and how we play together as a string. But definitely across the O-line, and CJ just making his reads and everything.
So that falls in line with what we've heard from several players. Danielle Hunter has noticed that the offense is a little different. Second year under Nick Caley, they're moving differently. They're getting to the line quicker. Hopefully it limits some of the line of scrimmage issues they had, where there'd be shifts that didn't come off right, guys didn't line up right, some of the pre-snap penalties that were a concern, particularly in the red zone. The Texans are doing what they can to fix it, so that is what one of their star defenders is noticing. So Danielle Hunter, as I said, very successful. One of the better acquisitions for the Texans since Nick Caserio has been their GM. And they've rewarded him handsomely for it, as I mentioned. But there's a belief that this is the year, right? You hear it from Will Anderson.
Yeah.
That the focus this year. Well, he said it last year about putting the bull in the ring, but there seems to be an increased
Do it
belief
again this year.
An increased belief that this is the year they can go win it all. I don't think anyone questions the defense's capabilities of winning that. We've talked about it that. I've seen the comparisons because Seattle did it last year, and there wasn't a lot of respect from Sam Darnold going into the season, and that should be a model, right, for them. If Seattle can do it with that great defense, which was right up there with the Texans for the best defense in football, there's a chance this team can do it too. They had a great receiver. We have a great one. Good running back duo in Charbonnet and Walker. People believe Woody Marks and Dave Montgomery can be that. And let's say average above average offensive line. My thing is can Nick Caley be Clint Kubiak? A guy who got a head coaching job and everyone's making – no, who's the guy in Arizona? Oh, it's LaFleur. They're making fun of his hair. Mike LaFleur apparently has a hair of a guy who shouldn't be a head coach. I don't know if he's a visor guy and he took it off to have the interview or to sit down in front of the press, and that's why his hair looks that way. But it's got a bit of a Jimmy Neutron, that's not a leader of men type haircut, and people are going, that guy can't win. It's just how people react. That's how they treat it. Well, they treated Adam Gase that way for different reasons because they had the bug eyes. But there's always something. If you don't fit the profile of what an NFL coach look like, we got to call you into question. You're looking at the hair right now, aren't you?
Well, I'll start by saying when I looked up, first I looked up Matt LaFleur, and then I was like, oh, wait. Mike LaFleur.
Yeah.
And when I looked up Mike LaFleur, the first thing that pops up is Mike LaFleur haircut. Not a good space to be in.
Nope.
It's not great. It's not. It's a little too mohawkish.
Yeah.
It's a mohawk.
It looks like something that perhaps Mike LaFleur might want to adjust if he cares about the opinion of the internet about how he's not prepared to lead a team to success because of his hair. I imagine not, but maybe somebody gets to him. Hey, Mike, there's a certain look we're looking for.
Yeah, just like, a little bit more on the sides. I think you're good. Just a little bit more.
Look, Mike LaFleur has to deal with Jacoby Brissett threatening holdouts, so he's got bigger problems than his hair. Of all, like Jacoby Brissett, the guy you said we're gonna need you to be the adult in the room. This is your job. You know what? I would like more money before I commit to doing all that leadership stuff. I think they've come to some type of agreement. He has shown up to team activities. Before a time, Jacoby Brissett wasn't in the building, which is kind of crazy. That even Jacoby Brissett has contract demands. Hey, if you're gonna name me the starter, I would like to be paid close to what a starter gets paid like.
Take less to compete. That's what I say. If I'm
now, he probably looked at that quarterback room. Carson Beck, you guys better come correct, please. Let's not play games. There's not actually a guy who can take this job. Just
we drafted him for a reason.
Not to start week 1.
Yeah,
that wasn't the reason.
Like me, Jacoby Brissett. Maybe you need to take a little bit of a haircut on this one.
I wish he would just lean into it and make jokes like that. Yeah,
come on.
Yeah. Were we able to find? Might have been user error.
We got D'Amico.
Let's hear from
Daniil Hunter.
Let's hear from Daniil Hunter on his expectations for this team and whether they can match what he believes they're capable of.
The biggest thing in my career, I really want to go to the final game. So, that can only happen if I pass the knowledge that I know along to the team and my teammates, defensive line room, and everybody else, so we can all play together and have that confidence to make it to the final game.
Does it feel like y'all are close to, or is that something that y'all can engage just early on in camp? Like, where are you thinking?
Man, we definitely got the team. A group of great men, able to have a great coach, a great front office, being able to lead us the right way, and a lot of guys that are just young and just buying into the program. I feel like that's the first step to going into the right direction.
I don't think there should be really any problem with what he said as far as they have a team who should be considered a Super Bowl contender. I wouldn't put them in favorite category. I think there are too many question marks on offense, but that's a team who, if things broke right, of course, they can go win a Super Bowl. I've seen beyond, what happens from 7 to 10 about projections. You can take that seriously or not. 14-3, I've seen that from people. Some of it has to do with how soft the schedule is early. It does get tougher, at least on paper, late. Some games and what could be bad weather against some pretty competitive teams. But 14-3 is lofty. Are they capable of that? Yes. But I think that is a lofty goal for this team because of the questions I have about their offense. But at least Daniil Hunter believes it. And I think that defense, when they look at themselves, they go, yeah, we should be playing for a Super Bowl.
I get why they think they're a great team.
They're gonna have to. I think they're gonna have to do a lot of carrying, but it's understandable why those great players who are part of that great unit believe they should be playing deep into January and hopefully into February. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment to go before we're done here. We're still taking calls if you want to get in. 713-780-3776 is the number. One more segment, and then it is a couple shows out and about. Where the guy? Oh, Rodeo Goat. No, not Rodeo Goat. What is it called? Now I got to look it up. But that's on me. I didn't have that pulled up. They're going to be at Rodeo Goat.
Tomorrow they're at
tomorrow they're at Patterson Park.
Yeah.
Today, Will Kunkel and then Jeremy and Joe will be broadcasting from 12 to 6 at Rodeo Goat. So we'll have one more segment and then we'll throw it out to those guys.
Joe and Josh Beard.
Joe and who?
Josh Beard. Ever heard of him? Multi-time champion in our dynasty league.
Yeah, I've heard of him. But the copy says Jeremy and Joe. But it's Joe and Josh Beard today.
Yeah, because everyone on Jeremy and Joe's been out this week at some point.
So you just throw. Look, it's the Jeremy and Joe show.
Yeah,
featuring
the
whoever,
brand.
Whoever, yes, whoever. Kimmel will have a guest host.
Yeah.
Fallon will have a guest host. This time, it's Josh filling in for Jeremy. Correct?
Yes, Jeremy's out.
So Joe and Josh Beard out at Rodeo Goat from 12 to 6. First, Will Kunkel. But even before all that, a break and then one final segment. We will be back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So we'll get to Dave here. He wants to talk about what's happening in the finals. But because at some point, there's just going to be a picture of everything, we have a shot of the De'Aaron Fox, OG Anunoby play where Fox goes up. Everyone says he should have dribbled it out and got fouled. Instead, he went for the layup to try to go up three. That was his reasoning when he was asked after the game, hey, I was trying to go up three and make them have to make a three. There's a clear foul in Anunoby. He does not get ball. That's all wrist and forearm. And
Superstar call.
And no one cares.
Superstar call for my guy, OG.
Because it doesn't matter that that foul wasn't called. Maybe the refs, maybe we'll get that last 2-minute report and Fox will be vindicated. But once again, no one will care, despite the clear evidence of a foul. All right, let's get to Dave. He wants to talk about Jalen Brunson, who in some ways is worse than SGA, according to Dave. What's up?
Well, listen, first off, let me just say this. Spurs blew the game. They blew it. I'm not gonna, make it about the fouls on that. They did blow the game. But if you watch that game or the whole series, Bronson hasn't been doing well at all. He couldn't get nothing started. So he's very smart. So the way I get something started, I just start looking for contact. And he prowls around till he can find some contact. He'll throw his head like Shea. They rewarded him in the third quarter. I want to say like 3 plays in a row where they sent him to the free throw line because Spurs didn't react to it and didn't really okay, we up by 29, no big deal. Oh, we up by 27, no big deal. Next thing you know, it's down to 19. Now you start thinking about it, and it snowballs. He prowls for fouls all the time and gets rewarded with them, and I despise it. I really do. But Spurs still blew that game.
Yeah, Brunson has had the reputation throughout his tenure, particularly when he became a Knick, because he was the focal point, that the foul baiting, the exaggerating contact was part of his game. that has lessened as his star has risen. There's been less talk of that. And then when Shea took over as the internet's most hated foul baiter, people forgot that Brunson still does it. Yeah, there'll be some neck snapping back. There'll be the awkward dribbles into players, which the NBA said they were going to officiate, and they did it for like a month, 2 seasons ago, where they said, "Hey, if you veer off in an unnatural basketball movement, then we're going to call you for the foul or not reward you." That has stopped being really really officiated in the way that they said it would. So Brunson has taken advantage of that. Look, he's smaller. He plays the angles, but there's also some great shot making, just like Shea. And Shea is not as small as Brunson, so he doesn't have as many disadvantages. So people are like, "Hey man, stay on your feet. You're a great player. Stay on your feet." Brunson is catching less heat, I think, in large part because Shea exists. But yeah, they're both guys. You look at across the league, there are very few guys who do not exaggerate and exacerbate contact to get to the line. Stephon Castle, who is one of the main guys talking about how the Thunder went about their business, said, "Hey, look, I do it too. It's part of the game," which pisses some people off. Appreciate the call, Dave. Despite all that, Brunson, 1 game away from a title. We're done. Will Kunkel's up next. They're out at Rodeo Goat. He will be followed by Josh and Joe. And then some combination, we'll do it all again tomorrow. I won't commit because I don't know who's going to be out and about on Friday. Just know that we will be from 12 to 6. And with the World Cup here, we're doing the watch party thing. And also, Glenn Davis joins John and Lance tomorrow at 8 to break down what happened between Mexico and South Africa. You got Korea playing today as well. And then, of course, a preview of the U.S. versus Paraguay Friday night. It's time. The World Cup is here. All right. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
No, I don't. I would advise, dead mom or not, stop throwing eggs at NBA superstars. That happened last night as the Spurs were walking back into their hotel. This is why it's hard to be happy for the Knicks winning. I like the players. Everything else about at least most of their fans, distasteful. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
What up, gang? Will Kunkel live, kicking it with Kunkel here in Edo at the Rodeo Goat. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at this burger menu. It is unbelievable. I will be here, your host, live instead of Rich Eisen. So if you're tuning in for Rich Eisen, I'm sorry for your loss, but I will be here with you talking Houston sports. Of course, we're going to talk about the NBA Finals and the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. We will talk about the Astros, the fact that they lose another series to a dog doo-doo team, one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the...
I believe it is the worst team in the American League.
Just trash.
Record-wise.
That's Brian. I'm Will Kunkel. Sean Mapes back in studio producing today. We appreciate you guys coming down here. Come on down to Edo. It's buzzing. It's a lot of fun. There's going to be giveaways sponsored by Michelob Ultra. They're going to be doing what is like the equivalent of a soccer skee ball contest. They're going to give away 2 tickets starting at 2 o'clock until about 4:15. So the way this works is you can get a whole bunch of points, you rack up points, and if you're in the top 8 within that time frame, you advance to the finals, and you have a chance to win 2 tickets to a FIFA World Cup game, which is insane. That's like a several $1,000 giveaway here at Rodeo Goat. We got specials going on. We got cocktails, FIFA World Cup style cocktails. I'm wearing a scarf. I don't even know what this scarf says that I was just given by
Huntington Bank, our presenting
Huntington
sponsor.
Bank.
Yes.
You know what's crazy, which I don't have now. I just realized I don't have my wallet. I actually
unrelated.
Yeah. Which, by the way, honey, if you're listening, do you have my wallet? Where is my wallet?
We're a Rodeo Goat. Please bring it up here.
Yeah, gee whiz. I actually have Huntington Bank.
Do you?
I am a.
Okay.
Are you a member? What do you? What are you?
I think
the bank?
you'd be called a member.
I am a member of Huntington Bank because they have a prominent stance in Ohio, and I lived in Toledo. I became and bouncing around bank to bank is not purpose.
I don't like. Yeah. So, I've had the same bank since the 90s.
Same. So Huntington Bank, I'm a member of, as well as Chase. So I can wear this Huntington Bank scarf proudly, or would it be Huntington Football Club? Anyway,
grade the joke. 713-780-3776.
We got FIFA-themed cocktails down here. We got the red card, the Copa Colada, the orange Olay, and, of course, the Dad Bod Rodeo Goat Burger, which entails a beef patty, fried mac and cheese patty, applewood smoked bacon, queso arugula. Oh, thank God we got the greens in there. A Fresno aioli.
To make it a little healthier there.
For $14. Not too bad.
Now, you're a semi-recent dad. Your son was born
9
in
months.
September?
Daughter.
My bad.
No, it's okay. She identifies as daughter.
So, but you don't have a dad bod, so I don't know on which side of the dad bod burger aisle you will fall on this.
I will fall on. I better get to the gym or else
Okay.
I will have a dad bod.
There you go.
Wasn't able to get to the gym today, unfortunately. I'm live on TikTok, by the way, everybody. You can watch that just at Will Kunkel. We are live on the YouTube page of ESPN 97.5. Golly, the question's all about Jordan and being thrown out at the plate. That's like the least of their concerns.
He was out by a mile, though.
Yeah, out by furlongs, if you will. I want to talk about Texans minicamp because we're a Houston-based show. I understand the NBA Finals getting a lot of attention, but let's talk about Houston Texans minicamp wrapping up today, what you need to worry about, what matters, what does not matter, what is all the noise. For instance, here something I don't care about, and I talked about this with Jeremy on the show last week, is I don't care about the results, generally speaking, of offense versus defense. There's no pads. It's not the middle of the season. You're working on certain things. And so I don't care about if CJ goes 4 of 7. I don't care if he goes 1 for 5. I don't care if he goes 6 for 6. What I do care about is who's lining up where, which is Keelan Rutledge playing center. I care about Tank Dell and how he looks and just kind of the pace and speed in which he's going, which today was – I saw Tank Dell do more today than I've seen him do since he got hurt. Like today he was extremely active. He was working with the trainers on the side and as explosive as I've seen him before. So when training camp starts, Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Texans, has made note that that's when we're really going to see Tank Dell. And we've seen him even more than we thought during OTAs and minicamp. But when training camp hits, I think it's going to be full go for number one, which is going to be super exciting. But also, like, pump your brakes on the expectations of Tank Dell. He's coming off an insane major knee reconstruction surgery, and what he's going to be able to do, I have no idea. And I don't mean like what he's going to be cleared to do. I mean what he's physically capable of doing. Does it return to what happened prior to the injury? I don't know, man. Like, this is an injury that has destroyed careers. Cecil Shorts III had an injury this way, and it ruined his career. It ended it, but he was on the back end of his career, to be fair to him. But nonetheless, really cool to see him out there today being as explosive and as high speed as he was. He was working out with primarily, when I watched him, the ones, mixed in with the twos. But a good day for him. But, Sean, I want to play the soundbite because what happened today after practice was all the position coaches broke off on the field, and media had an opportunity to go up to all the position coaches and talk to them, including Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, but also the new quarterbacks coach, Jerry Shaplinski. Am I saying that right? Shaplinski?
Beats me.
The hell if you know.
I
So
don't
just
know.
say yes.
Yes.
Jerry Shaplinski.
You
That's
nailed
gotta
it,
be
Will.
right.
Good job.
He was asked about the improvements of C.J. Stroud, what they're focusing on, and here's Jerry Shaplinski, the quarterbacks coach for your Houston Texans, what he had to say.
Yeah, I think we've already seen it. The big thing we talk about as an offense in general is just when we got in phase one was operation and building our foundation. And so there was probably a lot of issues we had last year, getting the line of scrimmage, hurrying up to get the play off. And so the big thing we pushed on all of our offense is getting the huddle right, getting the play call in, getting the play called, breaking the huddle fast, using the shifts, being able to use the motions and still have plenty of time to operate, and also use cadence with that. So that's a big emphasis we put on everybody. They've done a nice job of it. Now we'll just try to carry it over to training camp.
Okay. All right, so first of all, Shaplinski, by the way, is a first-year quarterbacks coach. He's replacing – he's really he's the senior offensive assistant and pass game specialist as well under the Texans in 25, but now he's the quarterbacks coach. So he knows what the issues there were last year. He's replacing Gerard Johnson, by the way, as the quarterbacks coach. I don't have a problem with them focusing – does that sound better now? Like, is it a major difference if I move the mic?
Yeah, no, it's fine right there.
I want to make sure. Okay. What I have to say is very important, so I don't want anybody to miss
Everything
it.
you have to say, Will.
I have no problem with the focus right now being on pre-snap operations. I don't have an issue with you focusing on cadence, getting in the huddle, getting the play call into the huddle, relaying the play call, getting to the line of scrimmage, and so on. I have no problem with that. Like, that's what you do right now in OTAs, and that's what you do right now in minicamp. But here's the issue with that being the focus right now again, is that what happened during OTAs last year? What happened during minicamp last year? What happened during training camp? What happened during the season? My biggest hang-up was that this was an issue all season long. For what, 20 weeks and counting the playoffs?
Really, other than his rookie season, it's been a problem.
That's insane.
You know what?
Was it an issue under Bobby, though?
Well, I guess not as much because Bobby didn't give him any freedom. But I do remember D'Amico being upset at times during that sophomore season about them getting to the line too late to make any last-second checks or changes to the protection. Although it wasn't in CJ's hands because the offensive line was making those protection calls under Bobby Slowick. But, yeah, there were definitely times where D'Amico was unhappy with the amount of time they had to make checks and changes at the line because of how late they were getting out of the huddle.
Under Bobby.
So
it's still an issue. So if that's all the case, and obviously this is falling somewhere with C.J. Stroud, right? And his ability to relay the play. I mean, I don't understand what's taking so long.
You know what I take away from that? Earlier in OTAs, D'Amico came out, and I think it might have been day one of OTAs, and he was asked about the offense, where they're at this season versus last season. Yeah, and that was his comment. He said, like, we're much further along in the install, as you would expect in year two of Nick Caley, and we've never been this far along at this time of the year. But that kind of flies in the face of what you were talking about just now. If they're still having to work on – the getting to the huddle, getting the plays called quickly, and that sort of stuff that should be handled really, really early in the process, then that can't also be true that they're further along in the install than they've ever been.
Well, it can be true from the sense that maybe you're further along in that pre-snap process, but also not having to learn the playbook because you have a larger foundation set because of the experience you had last year.
Right. Okay.
So last year you're learning everything because it is a new system. It's a new offensive coordinator. So you have that foundation, at least part of it, already installed. But you're also, to your point, reverting to the very, very basics of getting an offense put together, which, again, I don't mind it being the case right now in OTAs and minicamp. I have a major problem with it having been a problem throughout the entire regular season on a team trying to win a Super Bowl at the highest level of football in the world. Like, this isn't high school where the head coach has a job here. He's also a teacher, and you kind of get what you pay for type of deal,
he's
right?
teaching, health. He's
Yeah.
teaching,
Like,
driver's ed or something.
all of that. And you're working with some dummies in high school that aren't really focused. You're working,
right.
Like, there's a whole lot of things going on. Or even in college. I don't know, like an 18-year-old. Bro, this is the NFL. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills and thinking that this is out of line. This is out of pocket, and it's completely and utterly unacceptable for an NFL offense to be still worried about this.
At the very least, every moment they spend on having to get the pre-snap checklist done is a moment they're not spending on learning new plays, getting in rhythm, all the things you'd hope they'd be working at by the time training gets here.
And if we're 20 weeks from last year, not even including OTAs, mini camp, and training camp, if we're 20 weeks deep in this not being figured out, what makes you think it's going to be figured out now?
I don't.
So is this like a holy hell? Like, what is happening? What do we do? And I said to Jeremy, why do we not just go to like a pitch-com situation and Nick Caley says to C.J. Stroud, play number 7. He looks at his wristband.
That's what they did under Bobby.
And everybody's got a wristband on. But now everybody's got to have a wristband and see what number 7 is. Or, play G. It's just insane to me that we're still doing – not that we're doing it now, but we're still doing it from last season. That's what's just – I can't wrap my head around it. Like, I'm trying to talk my way through it with a therapist. You're my therapist. I just need a couch to lie down because I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't figure it out.
Like they obviously made, I think, at least on paper, a lot of improvements in the run game on offense, right? They added Wyatt Teller. They added Dallas Braden. They drafted, obviously, the guard out of Georgia Tech. They drafted a run-blocking offensive lineman. They made the trade for David Montgomery. They made a lot of very obvious improvements, we hope, on paper, to their running game. But the passing game, I mean, what's changed? So I kind of think to a degree that the offense is going to be, the passing offense at least is going to be what it was last year.
Yeah.
I just don't see a lot of reason to think that it changed.
Well, here's where I'll push.
Unless you think C.J. Stroud's going to take a major leap, but if we're still worried about pre-snap, getting to the line of scrimmage and getting the play call, then why would I think C.J. Stroud's taking a leap?
I'm literally, for those of you that I know this is an audio medium on radio, but those of you watching on TikTok or YouTube or Twitch, I'm about to pull my hair out and rip this headset off because if that's the issue, you will never, ever, ever, ever have success. And I don't give a damn who your linemen are, who your wide receivers are, who your running backs are. It doesn't matter. Like, if you can't get to the line of scrimmage in a proper fashion in the NFL, what's the point of even playing? I feel like it doesn't even matter. All the adjustments you talked about that they made to this roster offensively in the offseason, which are all good. Who gives a damn?
It's all on the run side, though. Which that's a tell in a different sense.
Kind of, not really. Like, you're better than Shaq Mason at pass blocking. You're probably better. You're probably not better than Titus Howard necessarily.
Well, Shaq Mason's 2 years ago, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Ed Ingram
but
hasn't changed that
the whole thing. Like Laremy Tunsil, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard.
Yeah,
you now have a center and Keelan Rutledge.
From when they walked off the field in Kansas City to now, pretty much it's completely overhauled.
So I think it's a better offensive line overall, whether it's pass block or run block. I mean, you're right that like maybe their specialties are in run block. But if you're also saying that that you're still working on getting to the line of scrimmage, then it's a moot point. And then if you're worried about C.J. Stroud being able to relay that or
I just wonder
identifying
if
defenses, then we're going to go into the season hoping, wishing, and praying that it's figured out. Like, is that or and this is where I hope I'm right, that I'm completely wrong. Like we're completely
that it's
overreacting.
early and we're
But
Sure.
that the coaches are like overhyping how bad it was last year, but that seems kind of not true because I went back and looked at all of the not all of them, but I looked at a bunch of transcripts last year, the press conferences with Nick Caley and D'Amico Ryans. This was a question throughout the season of guys talking about it. I mean, I wanted to make sure that I remembered it correctly and what week it was. I found stuff from week 14. Bro, if it's an issue in week 14, it's an issue all season long, and it's still an issue now because obviously they didn't figure it out. But this is the foundation of your offense. So if this is an issue, like forget about what the offensive line problems are or what CJ's issues are reading a defense maybe post-snap. Anything post-snap is a moot point at that point, right?
Yeah, no, I would agree. Like, if you can't get the play called, you can't get to the line of scrimmage. Now, obviously, I do think we're probably overblowing it a little bit, but to
we're
your
taking
point,
the cues
it
from
was,
them.
Right. Because I think getting back to something you said earlier, like if they're talking about it that it was a negative last year, what do we know about the Texans and the way they talk about the team to us, the media? Usually very glowingly. So if they're willing to admit that something has gone wrong, it's probably significant, right? Or at least significant to them. Because I think if it was like just okay or, well, it's still too early, they wouldn't even tell us the negative.
They don't in the moment. They do when they reflect. So they're much more honest about their situation, one with their actions. Like they told us the offensive line was so good the last 2 years.
What they
wow,
do.
they're
What
all
they
gone.
do, yeah.
And like all those great offensive linemen are no longer Houston Texans. So baloney. Two, I've talked about this before on the air on Kicking It with Kunkel, my show, and here on ESPN Radio 97.5 as we're live at Rodeo Goat in Edo. And by the way, the juice down here is awesome. Like it's so much fun.
Yeah, the atmosphere is great.
It's so cool. By the way, are these people astronauts? What are they? No, they're construction workers. It looks like they got the blue NASA shirts on.
That looks like something you'd wear at a chemical plant.
Maybe.
I don't know.
They look
I'm
official.
taking wild guesses right now.
I mean, there's an American patch on the arm. They have their name
I'm just going by
tags.
the name patch on the front.
It's somewhere between construction and astronaut. I'm not sure which.
That is a large window.
There is a major gap. But as I was saying, what were we talking about?
The pre-snap.
If you listen to D'Amico Ryans over the years, and it's something you have to be kind of part of the media to do it, only because like no one wastes their time watching every single press conference. So if you go, like I go to every press conference and listening to D'Amico, you can pick up on things. He never says like, yeah, our offensive line is dog doo-doo. He'll never say that. But what he does do is when he names leaders, he never, ever, ever named Titus Howard or Laramie Tunsil. It's always Will Anderson, Jalen Petrie, Daniil Hunter, C.J. Stroud. He does mention in the way the Texans are the Texans' way in that swarm mentality. Never mentioned those guys, and they're all out the window. He never mentioned one offensive lineman through the process. They are doing that now in the way they talk about Wyatt Teller, Keelan Rutledge. Cole Popovich talked about it afterwards, like everything we saw on tape we are getting so far. So like you'll pick up on cues of we want to – I remember talking to D'Amico at the Combine last year or 2 years ago. We want to revamp the mentality of the offensive line. So now it's postseason.
Less Gucci bags, more Wranglers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he says that after the season. He wouldn't say that in the regular season, but you can pick up on cues. So to your point, you're right. They always kind of talk glowingly and gloss over it because they're not going to smash. Like I also think the way he talks to us, the media, and portrays his team is a whole different way of what he says in meetings.
Oh, for sure.
Like there's no way.
I think he's honest with them in
like,
meetings.
Way to go, guys.
Yeah.
7 sacks today. Not bad.
8 sacks against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Great. Well done, boys.
Love what we're doing. Obviously,
Let's
it's
keep
working.
it up. Yeah, no, I'm sure he's much more fiery in the team meetings.
Yes, and much more like film don't lie. Like that's the bot. Like when you play sports, the tape don't lie. When you watch it and you throw it on, bro, you suck at XYZ. You don't have to go out to the media and tell us that. First of all, we know. Like, unfortunately, it's so bad.
We could see C.J.
We all
Stroud
got it.
throwing 4 picks in the first half.
Yeah, not good. Not good.
We
but
could see him fumble it 5 times against the Steelers.
you go the deeper level. Now, those games are different. It's like, why did it happen? How did it happen? Was it all his fault? What are the issues that made that happen? But, no, you're now seeing, you know what it is? It's like vindication. It's like when you get out of a bad relationship and you're like, I knew she was crazy. Like, I knew it. Now you're like, I knew that something was wrong with this offense.
We knew the offensive line couldn't run block.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the vindication. They signed 2 guys and drafted a guy in the first round.
And I knew
to be
something
run blockers.
was wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it because we're not on the headset. If we could be on headset, we'd be like, oh, my gosh, this is insane.
We saw. I mean, how bad, Will, did they struggle on the goal line to punch it in from 1 yard out?
Broncos.
It was like the hardest thing. They made it look, good teams make hard, difficult things look easy. They made something that should be easy look like the most difficult thing in the world. So, D'Amico from a linebacker mindset had to just be dying inside every time they couldn't punch it in from the 1.
It was one of those moments where you could tell it was like D'Amico was like, run the ball.
Yeah.
It was like that Remember the Titans moment of they won't gain another yard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, run it. I don't give it, run it, or it's tin cup. Give me a ball. Like, again.
He just kept swinging. Yeah.
Or from Miracle, and they blow the whistle, like, again. Like, running suicide or skating suicides. Like, bro, they didn't have the ability. So now it's coming to fruition of, like, what all the fans saw. Like, fans aren't stupid when it's that bad. You can't run. You can't pass block. And it's not always CJ's fault. And now we're kind of learning that the pre-snap operation. Now, I don't know where that falls. I have to admit, like, I just don't know.
Well, I mean, CJ, what was notable year to year, from year 2 to year 3, CJ got the ability to make checks and changes, right?
But they also
from
changed
Bobby
the OC.
They did, but, I mean, that is a variable that we can't ignore. Like, under Bobby Sloak, those first 2 years, CJ wasn't allowed to make the protection calls or audible. It was kind of, that Shanahan, Kubiak style where everything is in the hands of the head coach and the play caller, not the quarterback. But when they went to Caley, they gave Stroud more freedom.
But is Caley doing a good job setting him up in
I don't
order
know.
to be prepared to make the calls? Like, is the call
hard to say without
getting
being in the
on
meeting
time?
room? Yeah, it's hard to say without being in the headset and being in the meeting room.
That's what I'm saying.
But
So, like, I got to be intellectually honest here and not just throw shade at a certain player, because I think it actually falls on everybody. Because I think everybody's kind of bears a little bit of responsibility, whether it's Caley not getting the call in on time, CJ not relaying it, Jake Patterson not having the ability as a center to identify X, Y, Z, or CJ not being able to identify ABC on the defense. I don't know what it is, but everyone's got to be at fault if it's not happening well for 20 weeks. And now that's an issue again. It's such a bummer because it's something that's so simple, yet we take it for granted because it happens every single day in the NFL. But it's a lot to digest. Maybe it's why they haven't given CJ the contract. I don't know. Like, it's all speculation.
Yeah, there's a lot baked into why they haven't given CJ the contract. But I think if it's bad again, then, I mean, I think there's only 2 places to really point the finger, right? It's the OC and the quarterback.
Well, right.
If between them, it's still they're getting out of the huddle late. They're having trouble getting plays called in early, and because of that, they have no time at the line to shift protection or audible if they're in an unfavorable run look and audible to a pass. If that's happening again, the only 2 places you can point the finger is the quarterback and the OC.
If it's happening again, I'm going to blame it 100% on the OC. Because you have to change something. You have to change the way in which you relay it or in which the way it needs to be called. Change the language. Because you can't just be like, oh, he'll figure it out, and then it doesn't happen.
That's fair.
Because
good coaches adapt to their players, yeah.
Which Nick Caley allegedly is famous for. Putting his players in position to have success. That can't just be on the field.
Did we see that?
No, that's another thing.
Let's say, I don't feel like we necessarily saw that.
But that's what the talking point was coming into his hiring, right?
Yeah,
was he puts guys in position.
He was Sean McVay's coffee bringer. I was never excited about the hire.
I wasn't either. I never was excited about it from the standpoint of he had never done it. This was an NFL team ready to win a Super Bowl. You are not trying to figure it out. You're not trying to learn on the job. This is not a learn on the job. This is a prime time. The time is now. Here's our window job.
Yeah.
And Nick wasn't that guy.
No.
Nothing against Nick. It doesn't mean he wouldn't be that guy, and it doesn't mean that he wouldn't have been the right hire. But if you look at the resume, you say, "Ooh, that okay." So we're going to try to catch lightning in a bottle, or like hope that he's the next guy. And that then goes to the conversation of, can you win a Super Bowl or maintain success with a defensive head coach?
You want to carry that over?
Yes,
yeah.
I do.
Let's
I
carry
saw
that
you
over.
catch
Let's
your
let him
clock.
let's marinate a little bit.
All right. So, can you win a Super Bowl? Can you maintain success in the NFL with a defensive-minded head coach? I love DeMeco Ryans as a head coach, and I think he's a great head coach. That doesn't mean that that you can do that. We're going to talk about that on the other side of the break here in a couple minutes. We are live at the Rodeo Go in Edo in Houston. You guys come on down here. Get the dad bod. This burger looks unbelievable. It's a beef patty, fried mac and cheese, Applewood smoked bacon, queso arugula, thank God, and Fresno ale. Like,
you were big on that arugula,
well,
Will.
it's just like you're reading these
amazing ingredients, Will?
and then all of a sudden, arugula.
Yeah.
A dash of green, just to help your ego or whatever. We got a whole bunch of FIFA-themed cocktails down here. The Orange Olay, the Red Card, the Copa Colada, and also you can win 2 tickets to a World Cup game. These things are going for thousands of dollars. You come down here, play a soccer skee ball style contest starting at 2 o'clock at the Rodeo Goat downtown, and you can win 2 tickets to a FIFA World Cup. Give us a follow on ESPN 97.5 Houston on Twitter. You can do it as well on YouTube, and I'm live on TikTok as well. Will Kunkel, your host, Kicking It with Kunkel. We'll be right back here in a couple minutes.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank studios located at Rodeo Goat in Edo.
Presented by Michelob Ultra.
Here's Will Kunkel.
What's up, Houston? We are live at Rodeo Goat. Welcome inside Kicking It with Kunkel. You are Kicking It with Kunkel. We are live at the Rodeo Goat. Looking at this menu today, and
what you getting?
Bro,
have you made the decision?
You know what I kind of want to do? Order every single one of them.
No, I haven't.
Company's buying, right?
Let's talk off air. I'm not sure. I haven't been to this location before. I went to the one in Fort Worth, which I believe is where it started, and they have tater tot nachos, which are insane. But I don't know what you're looking for today.
Man, here's the thing. So, like, you're here all day, and we just talked about this. Is you can't get a burger now because you're here all day because
they don't want another burger at 5 o'clock.
Another one later. So like, you got to kind of split the time up. I mean, they have the Bodacious, which is American cheese, bacon, crispy onions, grilled jalapenos, pickles, smoked jalapeno mayo, Bodacious barbecue sauce. They have the Dad Bod, which I've mentioned a few times, beef patty, fried mac and cheese, applewood smoked bacon, queso arugula, and Fresno aioli. They have the Royale with cheese, which is American cheese, chopped onions, jalapeno bacon, mustard, and spiked ketchup. Bro, this whole menu is crazy. And I'm looking at other people's food. It's kind of creepy, but it all looks really, really good. They got FIFA World Cup cocktails, the Orange Olay, Red Card, and Copa Colada. And also they will be doing a 2-ticket giveaway to a World Cup game, which is thousands of dollars worth of merch when it comes to those tickets at 2 o'clock until about 4:15. It's kind of like a soccer skee ball style contest. You got to kick a soccer ball into a skee ball deal, and you get points. And if you're in the top 8, you advance with a chance to win. All right.
Say skee ball?
Yeah.
I love me some skee ball. You play much skee ball?
You know who's really good at skee ball is my wife.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go to like an arcade. We love pinball and stuff like that.
Yeah,
We'll go to one, and she will whip my ass.
Okay.
I think it's bad enough to where when I do win, I wear her out. Like I talk so much smack because she wins too much.
If you were to go to arcade, what is your game? Because clearly it's
pinball.
Pinball, that's your game? Okay.
Yeah, what else? I guess what else
hated
is there now? I don't even know.
Well, there's skee ball. There's Papa Shot. I love Papa Shot.
Yeah, I love Pop Shot, but if you're not
air hockey.
really, oh yeah.
I was never very good at air hockey though. I was also never good at pinball.
I love pinball because there's so many different ones.
Oh, that is true. No, they're fun. They look great. I just sucked at it. I just sucked at it.
The lights get me every time, being at a casino. All right, I want to get to the HR&P listener hotline. If you guys want to chime in and dial in, 713-780-3776, and that includes anybody watching on my TikTok at Will Kunkel or on YouTube or Twitch, 713-780-3776. Let's talk Astros quickly. Then we're going to get into D'Amico Ryans and whether or not he's the man for the job because he is a defensive head coach. Astros lose last night. H-Town Wheelhouse, host of the Astros Locked On podcast. Brett, my boy, how you feeling, man? Because your Astros stink. They lose to the Angels, they lose to the Rockies, and they lose to the Twins. Some of the worst teams in all of baseball, brother. How you doing?
Man, you know what? If it was any other year, I would be doing worse. But, I mean, look, this team is a poorly constructed roster coupled with injury-laden players, coupled with, oh, look, we just signed this guy who has a lot of upside, but he's been sitting in AAA. Surely he'll come give us, he'll give us life. And then you have some of your most reliable pitchers recently kind of faltering a little bit. Of course, you can't expect Spencer Arrieta to be excellent every start. He has been kind of one of the luckiest pitchers, but he's been great this year. Kai Tang has kind of come down to earth a little bit. Man, 2026 is a year that when the wins happen, I'm excited. When the losses happen, I expect them, and I am not getting too emotional about 2026.
So do you think – okay, hold on. Out of what you've just said, who's the guy in AAA you thought was going to become the savior?
Well, no, I mean, they went ahead and made that trade with the Rays for cash because they had more injuries. And so, hey, man, he's in AAA, and I'm sure they see something in him, and I don't know. It's just like, look, the Montlake Jr. thing, man. I think people criticize that move. He came in, he was kicking butt, taking names, and then what do you know? He's an Astro, so he gets a soft tissue injury. Here you go. This is how we initiate our players. You do not condition well before the games. Don't drink any water. Pull a hammy. It's okay. You'll go on the IL. We'll see you when you come back.
So you say the roster is poorly constructed. Why do you say that? Where do you feel like it's poorly constructed, and where do you think it could be better?
Well, I mean, clearly the outfield is missing. I mean, when you got the lowest OPS in all of baseball,
the outfield sucks.
And it's terrible. and you know, look, I love Jake Meyer's pursuit of the ball in the outfield. I love his glove, but his arm is not good. His bat, we saw the outlier, the 290 batting average last year. That just hasn't shown up. Cam Smith continues to be not a complete zero at the plate. Last night he hit a home run. He can hit on the road, but he can't hit at home. I don't understand that. But they're just piecemealed. I mean, when Jordan's out there, great. He's got a great arm and all that stuff. But you can absolutely run on this outfield most of the time, and you've got that issue. Then you've got Carlos Correa, who you brought over. He's out for the season. And then you had Nick Allen. You brought him in because you traded him with Mauricio Dubon. He's injured. And they were not able to execute in the market in whether it's trade or free agency to bring in someone who could help them out, a Burleson, Donovan, other guys that probably could have helped this roster both on the field and at the plate. They've got too many guys in a position here or there, and then all the guys they have filling it are like quadruple A players. You know, I think Jeremy calls them 4A Shea. Poor Shea Whitcomb gets that moniker, but it's just what it is, man. You've got a bunch of glorified minor leaguers, right? And it's just frustrating, man.
So we're I don't know, 6 weeks away from the trade deadline on August 3rd. Where do you fall? Because I'm in the camp of you. Whatever you do, you gotta do. Like, I don't like the 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing, especially when you have such a poor farm system. Like, there's nobody in the minor leagues that says, all right, next year they're a big leaguer, they're going to make our club that much better. What do you think they should do, and what do you think the metric is to make that decision come trade deadline August 3rd?
So June, I have been calling it on our show, it's a make-or-break month for the Astros. I mean, you just got through losing 2 of 3 to a team that, and for all intents and purposes, you should have swept. You're going to Kansas City next, who is 28-40, who you should absolutely beat the brakes off of. I don't care if they've got Bobby Witt Jr. He is one person. He's not pitching. You've got this month. If you get to the end of June and you cannot get out of June with an over 500 record, a few games, 5 or 6 games over 500 in the month of June, then you are absolutely in a position to where if you are not going to buy, you need to sell. And you need to find the pieces that you're willing to part with, okay? I just don't know if the Astros have the guts or the cojones to pull the trigger on someone that would have value like a Jeremy Pena. Look, Dana Brown says Jeremy Pena, Jordan Alvarez, they are cornerstones. I believe the Jordan Alvarez part. But Dave said that before. Didn't he say Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker would both be Astros, would remain Astros? What happened? They didn't. So you've got to decide as an organization, if you're out of it at the end of June and you're further back, almost 10 games out of the West, and I don't know, 6 games out of the wild card, are you going to just you either ride the roster the rest of the year and you just like, it is what it is, we'll take our losses, or do you try to get rid of some guys that are talent to bring back something that could fill your farm system, and who out there is willing to trade? It's going to be a contender, or it's going to be a team that has a solid farm system. Because don't look for the trade deadline, because who are you going to give them? You know, you don't really have much to give, but maybe you can get some of your talent to get something back.
So I'm glad that you pointed to the record versus the standings, because this is the conversation that I have with so many Astro fans is I don't care how far back you are, because this is an anomaly of a season in the American League that you can be 2.5 games back, but You could also be 6 games under 500. And you got to look within. You got to look at your franchise and your team and where you stand for the future and what kind of ball club you are. And just saying you're 2.5 games back makes it sound like you're actually a good competitive team, but in reality, you're 9 games under 500. You're not. So I like that that's the way you're looking. What's interesting to me is that if they choose to sell, it's a seller's market, and they could potentially have the best player at any position that they choose to sell at, whether it's Jeremy Pena at shortstop, Isaac Paredes at third base, Christian Walker at first base, and Yordan Alvarez left field / DH, or even, I don't think they would trade Hunter Brown, but if they chose to, then they could have the best pitcher outside of Tariq Skubal on the market. They could control the market, which makes it even that much more enticing to me. Be like, damn, we could get it, all of it back. But then there's obviously the argument of what you get back. If they're not proven commodities, then it's just all a risk.
Yeah, it is. I think three of the 5 guys that you mentioned, I think are more realistic than the others. I think Hunter Brown and Yordan Alvarez are immovable objects at this point. I think Pena makes sense. Isaac Paredes makes sense, and Christian Walker makes sense. Look, now
sorry to cut you off. I didn't mention Josh Hader. I think Josh Hader should be completely gone if they sell.
No, Josh.
Sure.
Look. Josh Hader does have that contract, but yeah, you could move him, and look. I'm always positive, always Stroh's guy. So I'm always like glasses half full. But at some point, you have to come to the realization that, hey, you know what? We got to put this dog down. And if by putting the dog down, it means bringing new life to the club and saying, you know what, Jeremy Pena, we love you. Thank you for your services. But, man, we got this haul coming. Or, Christian Walker. And all of these guys I'm talking about and that you were talking about, they're all contributors, right? But we're not taking away from a team that's on a championship run. We're taking away from a team that is not good at baseball. You can't even beat the Angels in a series. You lose the first series to the Angels in 11 years. In 11 years, no Astros team has lost a series in Anaheim. 11. That goes beyond the golden years. So what are we doing, Jim Crane? What are we doing?
Well, that's the thing is, okay, you want to keep these players so you can make the playoffs if that's the other side of the argument. Okay, well, you're under 500 by 8 games with them. And I know that you haven't been 100%, but you're never going to be 100%. But the guys that we're talking about trading have been healthy, other than Hader. You're not good with them. You might as well get rid of them and bring something back. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not going to pretend that I do, but I think that whatever Dana Brown, Jim Crane, and Joe Espada talk about and want to do, I think they got to do it full board. Jump in that water and make that decision and commit to it versus trying to win, trying to sell, trying to do X, Y, do it all. Whatever you're going to do it all. You got anything else to say?
Well, hey.
I appreciate you, bro.
No, yeah, definitely. No, man, you do a great job as always, man. One of those hidden talents right now in H-Town, and if people don't know about you, then they definitely have been living under a rock. But I will say this. I discovered this because I've been trying to study the draft more and get into the draft. And, those are some tall weeds to work through. I admire these draft guys who know these guys in and out. But do you realize the Astros missed picking Kevin McGonigal because he was a high schooler? You realize the Astros could have picked McGonigal could have been a Houston Astro. And I discovered that yesterday, and I got really pissed off.
Well, what, they have a hard and fast rule that they won't take high schoolers? Is that why you say that?
Well, I think the high schooler thing, I think they went away. They've gone away from it since Whitley. I think they've been going for more proven guys that are in college, stuff like that. That's just been their track record lately. But the fact that they picked, and I forget who they picked when McGonigal went, but man, gosh, he would look great in an Astros uniform.
H-Town Wheelhouse, I appreciate you coming on. Everybody find the Locked On Astros podcast on YouTube. Find him on Instagram, H-Town Wheelhouse. You're the man. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, brother, have a good one. And, hey, man, I won't be in the States when we go to the World Cup, but go USA. I'm going to be sailing the seven seas on a family cruise, brother.
Damn, good for you. Good for you. Be safe. Is it Carnival?
No, it's Royal
Good.
Caribbean.
All right, good. Thank God. All right, see you, buddy.
Later.
All right, so coming up next, we're going to take a break here. We're going to get back into the Texans, and because of all the issues that they are having seemingly still on the offensive side of the ball through OTAs and minicamp, is D'Amico Ryans the right man for this job? And I am a huge D'Amico Ryans fan let me start that over. I am a huge fan of D'Amico Ryans as a head coach. But can you win in the NFL consistently with a defensive-minded head coach? This is ESPN Radio 97.5 live at the Rodeo Goat. Will Kunkel filling in for Rich Eisen today. Kicking it with Kunkel. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, y'all. What's going on, Houston? This is Kicking It with Kunkel, live at the Rodeo Goat. Brian seems to have made up a bit of a decision on what he's going to order.
Yeah, cocktail-wise at least.
You're going to get a little drinky poo, huh?
This will not be the most drinky I've got at remote. We've done a couple remotes at breweries and distilleries. I got pretty drinky there. No, but the top cocktail in the back of their menu is something they call the BLTX, blackberries, lemonade, and Texas whiskey. I love the combination of lemonade and whiskey. So at some point before I'm done here at 6 o'clock, I will order one of these for sure.
I'm here for it. I love that for you. They're also doing
that sounded judgmental as hell.
No, you're doing great, sweetheart. They're doing a soccer skee-ball style ticket giveaway. 2 tickets to a game here in Houston to the FIFA World Cup. It starts at 2 o'clock, so that's in about an hour. It's going to run till 4:15. So what you got to do is kick a soccer ball into a skee-ball style kind of ramp, and the highest amount of points advance to the final 8, and then you can win tickets from there. So a good old-fashioned competition. And I'm looking at some of the prices. The first game here, it looks like it's the Germany game going for $444. The Portugal-Congo game, $850. Netherlands and Sweden is $620. Portugal and Uzbekistan, throw the records out when they meet. That's $918. So you're going to win 2 tickets. That's a huge
FIFA
getaway.
Does money well.
Golly.
FIFA does profit well.
But shout out to Mick Ultra for the giveaway on that. Come on down here, get some cocktails, get some burgers. Will Kunkel, you can come down here and kick it with Kunkel and also kick the soccer ball to win some free prizes. Okay, so here's the conversation, Brian, that we kind of led into is can you win consistently in the NFL with a defensive-minded head coach? And I had Mark Schlereth on, affectionately known as Stink, on my show, Kicking It with Kunkel, and I asked him this question. And his answer was, you can win, you can. But the problem is the way a defensive-minded coach thinks is that they're always kind of defending and protecting their defense. So, you play more conservatively. You want to run the ball, control the clock, put your defense in good positions, which I don't have a problem with in general if that's the kind of roster you've built. But my biggest issue with a defensive head coach is that the NFL is an offensive league. And if you don't have an OC, you're always trying to find an OC, which means your offense is struggling. And if you have an OC, you're going to lose your OC because every head coach needs to be offensive-minded in order to seemingly kind of win in the league. Every team's trying to find that offensive genius. They're not trying to find the defensive genius. They're trying to find who's the next Sean McVay, next Mike McDaniel, Andy Reid, whoever it might be. I love DeMeco Ryans as a head coach. I think the number one goal as a head coach is you want to be a leader of men. You want to transform a building if it needs transformation, and you want to have that culture. And DeMeco Ryans has done that, and he's done it at a very, very high level. But now we're in a position where the Texans are trying to figure out the offense. And whether it's we don't have the right quarterback or we don't have
4 years running.
Yeah, or we don't have the right OC. I don't know what the answer is, but that's why the question is, well, if they had the offensive head coach like a Ben Johnson,
right,
like the Bears have seemingly kind of skipped that line of the Texans because they have, I'm not going to sit here and tell you Caleb Williams is light years better than C.J. Stroud. But I will sit here and tell you that Ben Johnson is light years better at offensive game planning than Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley.
The Bears have also, I think, drafted better as far as the skill players to put around said quarterback with Colston Loveland, obviously getting Roma Dunze and Luther Burden this last year. They've drafted really well to put the skill position players around them. Texans have kind of had Nico and a bunch of guys as their skill players. You're wincing as if that's as if you disagree. That's fine. We'll see with Tate. Tate was great as a rookie. Obviously, he's dealt with a lot of injuries, missed big chunks of first year and second year, and then missed all of what would have been his third season. But I think it's a combination of things, and that was the conversation before they hired DeMeco. And I have no problem with that decision, and I think the Texans will be a very consistent winner with D'Amico because of the culture, because of the defense, because of all those things you mentioned that D'Amico brings. But I look at the defensive Super Bowls won, like last year with the Seahawks, as more as one-offs, right? I don't see the dynasties being possible in today's NFL with a defensive-minded head coach. People will point to Bill Belichick. I think that's – I mean, you had Tom Brady, and the first three were – frankly, not the same NFLs that we have currently. So I look at, can you win a Super Bowl, D'Amico Ryans? Yes. Can you win 3? No. I think that's kind of where now, as a fan of a team who's never been to even a conference championship game, I would take the one Super Bowl and be happy and shut up about it. But I don't think, to your point, you have success, you lose the OC. You replace them, you have success again, you lose the OC. You're constantly going to be in that pattern because you hired a defensive head coach. So I think that's going to lead to more up and downs on the offensive side, and you're not going to have the opportunity to have the dynasties that offensive teams have.
So what you were saying about the Bears, I don't necessarily disagree that they've got some really good weapons around Caleb Williams. My, cringe face was for, well, what comes first? Because is Jalen Nolan, Jaden Higgins, are they bad? No. Right?
Noel was underutilized. I mean, British Brooks was out snapping him
so is that
year.
his fault? Is that the weapons' fault, or is that the Nick Caley fault?
It could. I mean, you could definitely argue either side, but from what I know of Nick Caley's offense, with being heavily reliant on option routes, it felt like they didn't trust Jalen Noel to do the right things on the field. Otherwise, he wouldn't be out snapped by a fullback.
Or,
I mean, that's my read on it.
I like
Higgins. I do hold out hope for, but I mean, so far he hasn't done anything significant.
I just I think back to when Noel was out there, or whoever was out, and it was Braxton Berrios' time. I was like, what the hell are we doing?
They have so many jabronis. For some reason, people seem to love Xavier Hutchinson, but the first thing they bring up with him is, he's a good run blocker. Well, he plays wide receiver. I don't care.
Very fine.
Yeah,
he is. He's
very fine if he's your fifth guy and you have dynamic playmakers, at least in your first 2 or 3 spots. And maybe Tank returns and he is that guy. You add that to Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins takes a year or 2 jump, and maybe this becomes a moot point. But from what we have on paper right now, it's kind of Nico Collins and a bunch of guys.
I don't think that what we have on paper is the issue. I think how you use what's on the paper is the issue, and
it could be both,
and how to use them, because we've shown that. But also the Bears aggressively revamped their offensive line, not this offseason, but last offseason.
Yeah.
The Texans didn't.
Ben Johnson's first year.
They drafted back-to-back wide receivers. They could have been more aggressive in pursuing that offensive line like the Bears did, and they didn't do that. And there's a way to win.
I mean, they've tried. They just missed on a lot of guys.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, they drafted Juice Scruggs in the second round. Who was the tackle out of USC? I'm
that was
forgetting his name now.
afterwards.
Yeah, okay. I've heard that talking point before, that the Texans haven't tried to fix the offensive line. I think.
Well, they did initially, years ago, and it was horrible.
I honestly can't think of a single team that has put more high-level capital, both in money, in contracts, and draft picks, into the offensive line more than the Texans.
You're right, but that was 5 years ago. That was the Larry Tunsil, Titus Howard, Shaq Mason.
I don't know.
They just did it this offseason.
Other than last year's draft, where they skipped offensive line, to your point, every other offseason they've spent either draft picks or trade or free agency money or repaying, giving guys like Tunsil and Titus Howard new contracts. They've spent more capital on the offensive line than any other team I could think of. They've just been bad at evaluating the talent that they're acquiring.
You're right. But the reason I'm saying 2 years ago in that 1 year is because that's when we realized how bad the offensive line was, how much it needed to be revamped, and the Bears did it.
Yeah.
So, the Bears did what the Texans should have done 2 years ago. Now, the Texans seemingly have gotten more aggressive this offseason.
No doubt.
So they're a year behind in revamping the most important position on an offense. I know it's not sexy. I know the outside of quarterback. I mean,
yeah, of course. I know
you have to have, even then, honestly, you have to have the offensive line, because you can elevate every position if you have a very good offensive line.
You can say the same about quarterback. I mean, Joe Burrow got to a Super Bowl with basically no offensive line.
Okay. You're right. You're 100% right. But Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson are in a different category.
Yeah.
Like, those
No
are
doubt. No
guys
doubt.
that make your team better because they're that damn good. And there's only 4 of them in the world. That, like, CJ's not in that crowd.
100%.
And there's a lot of guys that are really good that aren't in that crowd, which is why you need to be really, really good around it. And which is why, like, football is the ultimate team sport because you're not good if you're not good at the offensive line, if you don't have guys that can catch the ball, if you can't run the ball. And it also is, like, kind of boring from the standpoint of you got to have 5 guys that have the ability to be really good on the offensive line before anyone else does their job. And I know that's coach speak. I know that's kind of, like, boring, but it also doesn't make it not true. And the Bears addressed that aggressively 2 years ago.
They certainly got it right, yeah.
And, okay, maybe the Texans had a different vision of how they wanted to build this roster, and they saw an opportunity to get better at the wide receiver position and now do the offensive line this year. Well, you kind of, I don't want to say wasted a year, but you kind of lost a year.
They got the order of operations wrong,
yeah,
which has kind of been a theme for them, right? Order of operations.
I do every time
Pre-snap.
we see Jalen Knoll have an opportunity, he does well. More so than Xavier Hutchinson. Like, he's more of a playmaker.
No, I think he's a much better player
He's
than
certainly
Hutch.
okay, here's a situation. It has nothing to do with Nick Caley. It has nothing to do with anything offensive. He was a very good punt returner and kick returner. Yet, we saw him endlessly not in that position, and guys fumble the damn ball and blow the opportunity, and they didn't put him in that position. So it had nothing to do with schematics, but the way that the coaching staff runs the decision-making process. Like, City So, that is it. That
I can't believe that guy was on a roster. He was so bad.
But not only on a roster.
They said he was going to
start it.
Right,
no, he started,
right, yeah.
and it was such a bad decision.
They yanked the plug so fast.
After 8 plays, they were like, "Oh my gosh!" So your
He is the
evaluation,
worst player we've ever seen. Yeah.
Either your evaluation is so bad,
I mean, that's
what
kind
you
of
have
been-
around you is so bad,
Right.
You have no idea what you're doing. Like, offensively, it's kind of all it's FUBAR, man. Like, there's too much FUBAR. Which, if you don't know what FUBAR means, look it up. I can't say it on the radio, but it's effed beyond all recognition is what it means.
I think you got there.
Yeah, okay, I did good. Whew. Like, that's why I say, okay, the Bears you say that they have better pieces around Caleb Williams, and it looks like that statistically because they know how to put these guys in position. Like, I don't think
that's
Caleb
100%.
Williams is that great. I'm not saying he's not good, but he and C.J. Stroud are not that far apart.
I think Caleb Williams is a much better athlete. I would give him that.
That's fine.
I think CJ's more accurate.
Caleb stunk.
Decision making.
Caleb stunk. What are they? CJ's got 1 year ahead of him in the league, right?
Yes.
So when CJ was better than Caleb when they were at that same stage. You know, like second.
CJ was better as a rookie than Caleb was as a rookie.
For
100%.
sure.
But I think 27 out of 32, maybe 28 out of 32 would take Caleb if they were given the choice. NFL GMs around the league, maybe throw out Caserio because he'd be biased. How many of the 31 other GMs would take C.J. Stroud over Caleb Williams right now if they're starting from scratch? I don't think many would.
I think you're probably right. But I also don't think that the list, I don't think there's 10 quartquarterbacks in between you get to CJ. So to say you take
I
Caleb
think CJ
Williams
would be
over
great
CJ.
if he was playing for Ben Johnson.
Okay, there's
Yeah.
the comp right there. That's a great. I don't know why I couldn't get there. Good for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you put CJ in that offense. I think they're equally as fine, maybe better. Like, I don't know.
It's different.
I
Yeah,
had
they're
DJ
different,
Moore
but-
on my show, Kicking It With Kunkel, and DJ shined a lot of light on how difficult that offense is to kind of learn.
After the trade?
After the trade, yeah. And also, like, kind of some things that went wrong. First of that interception that ended their season. You know, DJ Moore got a lot of heat because it looked like he wasn't running, when in reality, that play was installed on Wednesday, and a lot got screwed up on the field to where it was like, well, this is going to kind of end poorly. So there's things like that we don't know, and then he shined some light on. Like, I don't know. This is all like what aboutisms and what if isms. I just like the Nick Caley thing. You keep Nick Caley. and I've harped on this forever, and I'll do it again, is there's no one to replace Nick Caley if this goes wrong.
Yeah, here's I think the bigger issue with that. So let's say year 2 for Nick Caley goes like it did for Bobby. They decide the end of the year that it's time to find a new OC. I think we'd all be in favor of that. But who's picking that OC?
Well, exactly.
The same people that gave us Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley. So we can hope for a change to the play caller. Maybe they find lightning in a bottle with a guy. But if the same guys, kind of like the offensive line until we think kid on nursery, they can pick new guys all they want, but if it's the same decision makers picking it that have failed over and over again before, why would you have confidence they'll get it right on the 10th try when they did in the previous 9, you know?
Not only that, but it's you're picking, your pool of who you're picking is a lesser pool of candidates, like they're not qualified as
Now, why
much
would you say that?
as if you were hiring for a head coach. So obviously when you're hiring for a head coach, you're hiring potentially like the best of what you're trying to gain, right? Like it's the highest job on the totem pole of coaching. And when you're hiring a coordinator, what you're doing is trying to find a quarterbacks coach, a tight ends coach, a passing game coordinator that is now ready to be an offensive coordinator, or a offensive coordinator that was fired.
I would hope they would go with a more experienced person the third time
Okay,
around.
so did I.
I know.
The last 2 times I thought that.
Wish in one hand, poop in the other, right?
Like they've now not hired an experienced offensive coordinator twice.
I do think you may disagree. It sounds like you may disagree. I do think it's an attractive job.
It's an extremely attractive job.
In that there's skill around that you can do things with. And if you're the OC in a hypothetical world where Stroud still doesn't play well this year, if you turn Stroud around, the credit you would get for that.
Then you're gone right away.
Exactly.
Which, yes, I agree entirely. But here's my issue. I think it's a very attractive job because you don't actually have to be good. You just have to be good enough, which is like the worst thing you could possibly be is like always just be good enough and never actually be good. Ron Rivera always kind of talked about that when he was a head coach. But that's all you have to do with this team is because it's a defensive team and it's an elite defensive team. So you don't have to score 28 a game.
No.
You don't have to score 35 a game. All you got to do is gain some first downs, convert some third downs.
Just be the reason that
you don't
team doesn't lose.
Don't lose the game. Manage the offense and then worry about scoring points. And if you can score points, you're going to be a head coach in the blink of an eye. Bobby Slowick was getting head coaching interviews.
He got interviews this last after year 2 before they fired him.
And he's an OC right away. I just don't understand why they're not going after you're not hiring Ben Johnson as your OC. Because I'm talking about when he was with the Lions, because he was an OC in a great spot. So you're losing out on that opportunity because you're not hiring the head coach.
Yeah, you either got to hire like a retread or somebody that's taking a step up.
Right, and you got to be right about it. Like you got to be right about someone that hasn't done it. You got to be right about Nick Caley, who hadn't called plays. You got to be right about Bobby Slowick, who hadn't called plays. You got to be right about somebody who hasn't done it because you're hiring an OC spot versus if you were hiring a head coach, you could go out and get Ben Johnson, who has done it, and now he wants to be within the Texans organization because he gets to be a head coach.
You know where I think they've gone wrong with their hires, and this is obviously without the benefit of being in the room and seeing what they see. But they've hired 2 guys so far, and Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley, who both very obviously are not the reasons for their team's offensive success. Bobby Slowick was not the play caller. That offense is Kyle Shanahan. Nick Caley was not the offense. Sean McVay is that offense, right? So they've hired 2 guys that are kind of just, for lack of a better term, and maybe to put it too harshly, clingers on to 2 of the brighter offensive minds in football. I would like to see them, if they do go with the unproven route, go with someone that maybe is on the offensive side for a defensive head coach, where if you see that they have offensive success, you can more maybe put the credit to that success on them. Whereas when are you ever going to give credit to a non-play caller in a Kyle Shanahan or a Sean McVay offense? They're not the reason for that offense success. It's Shanahan and Sean McVay.
So here's the problem with that. What offensive coordinator is there in the entire NFL that is the constructor of the offense that isn't the head coach?
Ben Johnson was.
Right.
Ben Johnson was.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not a long list. If that's the point, like
so, and that's why. And this comes off when I read.
Clint Kubiak was for last year.
And
I'm trying to think of names on the fly. Kellen Moore was,
and that's a defensive. That's a defensive-led team, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm
so
talking
not
about.
like a. But he's not like reinvent. So, but you're saying you're right. But you're also kind of saying you want a great offense, not like a competent offense. Like you're never going to hire Clint Kubiak to be your offensive coordinator.
What I'm saying is go after someone who is the reason for their success, or more.
And how is that? But you never would. You never could hire that person. You're never hiring Kubiak away from the Seahawks to be your OC.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not talking about hiring someone else's OC to replace the OC.
So then who would it be?
Well,
how is that possible?
You're looking at position coaches, I think, on defensive teams with a good offense.
But you're never hiring a good offense. Like you're never hiring a good offensive coordinator to be your offensive coordinator.
I know. I'm talking about position coaches.
Well, they're not responsible then for the offense because they're position coaches. It's the OC.
Yeah, that's fair.
So there's never a tight ends coach that's in charge of the offense. There's never a passing game coordinator. Like we've seen this. Joe Brady was the passing game coordinator for LSU, the greatest show we've possibly arguably seen in our generation, right?
Yeah.
And it went up in flames in Carolina when Joe Brady was the offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
under Matt Rule.
Matt Rule, that was the name I was trying to come up with. I guess to boil it down to more of a succinct point, like I just don't like hiring guys off I know there's success stories there. Kevin O'Connell came off the Sean McVay staff. There's obviously success stories there. I just can't look at Bobby Slowick under Kyle Shanahan and Nick Caley under Sean McVay and go, they're the reason for the 49ers and Rams' success.
They're not.
Yeah.
But you'll never, ever. I say never. Like you gotta get lucky. You gotta be like, I think this guy's smart. I think he learned a lot under Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay or whoever. I think they learned a lot under this coach to become the next guy because you don't know.
You don't.
And you're never going to hire an OC to be your OC.
I guess I would try to look for someone who had more of a hand in the success.
And there's one person.
Okay.
And they didn't do it this offseason.
Fill me in.
Mike McDaniel. It's the one guy. Because McDaniel is perfect because I don't like him as a head coach. He's not a culture leader of men guy, but he is an offensive mind that has done it.
I kind of think the Texans would have had a shot if they fired Nick Caley.
I agree.
The San Francisco connection with him and D'Amico.
I agree. Now, he went to become the OC with the Chargers. Like, that's the one guy.
An attractive job. So.
Exactly. So that's the one guy that was on the market where you say, okay, he was an OC and he was a head coach, and we could get him as our OC because there's no one else out there like that. Ben Johnson, now you're never going to get him to be your OC. You'd have to hire him as your head coach like the Bears did. Bobby Slowick was like a kind of, let's see if it works out for us. Clint Kubiak, or is it? Yeah, Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, Clint Kubiak.
Like he's obviously not going to become your OC.
No.
There's no one that's an OC that's good at what they do that wants to become your OC. They would want to be your head coach. They want to climb that ladder. Mike McDaniel's the guy out there that was fired. Like 4 other guys would have been someone like Doug Peterson. Now, I don't know that you want to go that route if you think he's the right guy for the job, but that conceptually from a resume standpoint would be him.
You remember a few years ago, and not that I want this specific individual because he flamed out in Washington, but I wonder if the Texans could look for somebody, and maybe this – I mean, this argues against the point I made previously. But remember when Eric Bieniemy was flaming out in every interview?
Yeah.
Obviously was not getting any credit for the offensive success of the Chiefs because that all went to Andy Reid. And he decided to go to Washington to try to prove that he could do it. It wasn't just Andy Reid that flamed out. I wonder if that's maybe what the Texans should be looking for.
My issue with Eric Bieniemy is that everywhere he's gone, it hasn't
not
worked.
Specifically him, but someone like him that because – they're under a Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan or whoever, isn't getting credit for that success. It needs to prove they can do it somewhere else.
And the problem is,
if you're looking for someone who's already called plays.
And the issue is, you're always going to be going up against at least 1 to 3, 4, 5 teams that have a head coaching opening that will give that guy a head coaching opportunity.
Yeah.
So you got to convince, like, hey, no, you don't want to be a head coach at that place. Like, if it's the Raiders, who's their head coach now? The Raiders.
It's Kubiak.
Oh yeah, okay. So like, there you go. You became a head coach, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're never going to convince someone unless you say, hey, that place is such a dumpster fire. Then you wouldn't. But Kubiak would never have left the Seahawks to become an OC.
No, but he was
left
getting
to become a head coach,
right? Because he was getting. I mean, Mike McDonald, their head coach, is a defensive guy, so he was getting the offensive credit. I think you'd have to find somebody that's not getting the offensive credit because the head coach is such an offensive genius that we give all the credit to them. Mm-hmm. Someone under an Andy Reid, someone under a Sean McVay, under a Kyle Shanahan, under Kevin O'Connell before the Vikings offense fell apart last year. Someone like that needs to prove to the rest of the NFL that, well, I'm not just a coffee bringer for Sean McVay. Problem is the Texans have tried that now a couple times and it's failed. So I don't know if there's an easy answer there.
I mean, Zach Robinson is the offensive coordinator for the Buccaneers because Todd Bowles is the defensive head coach, defensive-minded.
And they've obviously lost a couple of OCs. I mean, Baker Mayfield, I think, has had a new OC basically every year of his career going back to college.
And that's why I almost don't have a problem with keeping the kid because what's worse, having a less-than offensive coordinator or hoping – that you find the next big thing, but then also like a new offensive coordinator every single year, and like you have that dreaded OC carousel for guys. Like that never works out.
So you would prefer?
I don't know what I prefer. It's just like
the known mediocre to the possibility of horrible.
And yeah, because I kind of prefer that because then you can at least you now have a foundation built within the building of last year. So you now know what worked, what didn't work. You have the knowledge built in a little bit. And it's your second year and there's some familiarity versus you got to restart all over. You don't know what you're getting. Like, again, this all comes back to having a defensive head coach.
Now, before we go to the break here, you led us into there, and I gave you my answer on that. What do you believe is the case with the question we led into the segment about DeMeco and the possibility of winning Super Bowls with a defensive head coach?
Say that again.
The question that we started the segment with, can you win Super Bowls with the defensive head coach? I don't know. I don't feel like you weighed in on that.
I did not. I will, though, after the break.
Oh, there we go.
On the
Look at that
side
tease.
of the break.
Look at that tease.
You're listening to Kicking It with Kunkel here on 97.5 ESPN Houston. We are live at the Rodeo Goat. We are doing FIFA World Cup cocktails down here, all sorts of burgers. The Rodeo Goat has a list of burgers that I have never seen. Something called the Sugar Burger, the Nanny Goat Burger, Ranch House, Billy F. Gibbons, all
Shout
of
out
it.
to ZZ Top.
We are also giving away World Cup tickets. For real, y'all. World Cup tickets will be given away starting at 2 o'clock in Edo at the Rodeo Goat. 2 o'clock to 4:30. It is a soccer-style skee ball competition. If you win tickets, it will be to the Netherlands-Sweden match on June 20th. Netherlands versus Sweden, June 20th. Let's see, those tickets right now, get-in price, $620. So you win those tickets, you could sell them. I'm not telling you that's what you should do. I'm just saying, you win them, you could sell them for a chunk of change. So come on down to the Rodeo Goat in Edo. It is a great atmosphere. Fans are out here, a lot of Mexican fans, because Mexico kicks off the World Cup in just a few,
What, about an hour?
Half hour.
Half hour?
Who do they play? They take on South Africa.
There you go.
2026 World Cup gets underway here at Rodeo Goat in about 30 minutes, and it's busy. This is great. What day is it? It's Thursday at noon?
Thursday, yeah.
Let's go. Ain't nobody working.
No one's working.
Hell yeah,
Except for
I love
you and
that.
I. Well, not really.
Yeah. Brian's down here. We got Sean Mapes back in the studio. I'm Will Kunkel, filling in for Rich Eisen today. You're listening to Kicking It with Kunkel. I'm going to answer, can you win multiple Super Bowls or at least be competitive for multiple Super Bowls with DeMeco Ryans, a defensive head coach? I'll answer that question next.
Now back to the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at Rodeo Goat in Edo.
Presented by Michelob Ultra.
Here's Will Kunkel.
Welcome, everybody, live inside, kicking it with Kunkel here on ESPN Radio 97.5. We are live at the Rodeo Goat downtown, the Edo area, and it is buzzing. I mean, there are cervezas flowing past me right now. I just saw a Dos Equis with a lime that I wanted so badly.
Yeah?
It looked.
Well, you're off the air in 90 minutes if you want to go.
In 90 minutes, the beers will be flowing to me. We are at the Rodeo Goat, as I previously mentioned. We got FIFA World Cup cocktails, including the Orange Olay, the Red Card, the Copa Colada. We also have a giveaway of 2 World Cup tickets to. My notes just got taken away from me.
Sweden versus Denmark.
Netherlands and Sweden. Denmark. The Dutch. Netherlands and Sweden on June 20th. Those tickets are going for $600 a pop, by the way. So if you come down here and you play this game that they got, it's soccer skee ball style contest. It starts at 2 o'clock, which is in 20 minutes, and it runs until 4:15. So you got time to come down here. You get in the top 8, and then you compete from there. Most points wins those 2 tickets to Netherlands and Sweden on June 20th in Houston. And that's a huge win because those are pricey as hell. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. I just ordered the River Oaks Country Club burger, which, of course, it's just like your standard American burger. It's lettuce, pickles, tomatoes.
Of course, we'll order the River Oaks burger.
Course. Well, what are you going to get? The Dad Bod, which is beef patty, fried mac and cheese.
I love that we automatically went to attacks on what burgers.
What are you going to get, fat ass?
I called you an elitist. You called me a fat ass.
It's a beef patty, fried mac and cheese patty, applewood smoked bacon, queso, arugula, and Fresno aioli. It's basically a salad because it's got arugula, so it's a salad.
It's basically a salad
on a bun.
Which, if you do want to, I don't know if you saw that option though. They will turn your burger into a salad bowl.
I did see that. I love burger bowls. I made burger bowl the other night. My wife wanted one, so I made some. It was very good.
Yeah.
What'd
you put in it?
Everything that's in a burger, lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles, and then I put a burger sauce on top of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Chef's kiss. All right.
Hell yeah, chef's kiss. A debate I want to get into a little bit later, I will tease now, is what sports teams do you hate that you're willing to admit are good for the good of the sport?
Oh, wow. That's a tough question. Well, I'll save it.
Yeah. What sports teams do you hate, but you're also intellectually honest enough to admit you like that they're good sometimes just because it's for the good of the sport? And we got these cups out here, World Cup cups that they just dropped off for us that are really cool. Anyway, let's talk about the Houston Texans, and it's a debate we've kind of been, not even a debate, a discussion we're having about the Texans because they're still going through a little bit of learning how to play offense phase, like not even play. How to call plays.
Learning how to get a play in.
Like they're in
learning how to get to the line of scrimmage in a
they're in
timely
the
manner.
Foundational building process.
Year 4, no big deal.
Golly, why am I stuck on here? All right, I got the cord off. All right, this cord from this headset's got me stuck on the chair. Help!
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right.
Can you win multiple Super Bowls or be in contention? Because I think trying to win multiple Super Bowls is an insane bar to achieve.
Yeah, that's a big ask.
But can you be relevant in the Super Bowl conversation year in and year out with a defensive head coach? And I think the answer is no. I think I agree with you in the sense that DeMeco Ryans and the Texans, with him as their head coach, can win a Super Bowl. I think they're one of the best teams in the NFL. The issue is trying to maintain that success will be fleeting and very difficult because you're always trying to replace that offensive mind. Because once you have success, you're going to be hired as a head coach if you have any sort of offensive knowledge at all. I mean, look at the guys that we've seen become head coaches, whether it be Kellen Moore, Bobby Slowick getting interviews, Nick Caley becoming an offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak becoming the head coach of the Raiders now. If you have any sort of offense on your resume, you're going to get a bid. So that's hard because you're always trying to replace that, and you're always replacing it. I got us the loaded cheese fries.
I see that. So we got some.
Are you ready?
Yeah, fries with cheese and bacon and jalapenos.
Yeah.
Damn.
Doesn't that sound good?
Sounds great.
And it is great.
It is great.
It is great.
You're fact checking it there.
So good.
Looks good.
Eating on radio is not as bad as eating on TV.
Lance does it all the time. You're fine.
Oh,
He's
Lance
a Hall of
does
Famer.
John and Lance,
He got to the Hall of Fame meeting on the radio.
Listening to them this morning is always fun. They were talking about the hottest, sexiest sports soccer fan bases.
Oh, okay. What was their number one?
I don't know, but they had it wrong because I texted them. I was like, guys, you're forgetting about Brazil.
Brazil's up there, yeah. Brazil's up there.
It's definitely Brazil. I mean, my heavens. Trust me, it's Brazil.
Is that what you have to say?
I mean, is it not, every time Brazil plays, it's like, is there a game going on?
Yeah, there's a lot of talent for sure.
Good Lord. So that's where I fall with D'Amico Ryans being, and I think D'Amico Ryans is the right man for this job right now. He has changed the culture completely in that building.
I mean, think about what night and day it is from Lovie Smith and David Coley to D'Amico Ryans.
And,
like,
even when they were good under Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, like, honestly, I don't think we appreciate that as much as we should. Like, it kind of feels like, yeah, they roll out of bed, win 10 games or more at this point with D'Amico Ryans, which is a crazy statement, but it's been true so far. But think about how – not just bad. I mean, they were just a laughingstock for 2 years under David Coley and Lovie Smith, and they've now got to a point where you think they can roll out of bed and win 10 games every year. Like,
and to be fair
it should
to those
be undersold
guys,
how great a job D'Amico. I mean, year one. They go from 4 wins to 10, then 10 again, and this last year 12 wins.
To be fair to Lovie Smith and David Coley, they were never set up to have success, or
no,
like
stripping it down,
or even like tried to have success. Like they were the scapegoats. They were the fall guys. I think the better comparison is the difference in the building and the culture that is in the building and like how they treat other people. And I think that goes to D'Amico Ryans, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Aziz Al-Shaair, Jalen Petrie, those foundation pillars and how that building operates now.
Yeah, you can't leave out the name Jack Easterby because that's obviously part of it.
Culture
part
building
of that conversation,
guy.
Yeah.
I don't think you can. Like I don't think you can overstate what D'Amico Ryans has done because when he came in, no expectations. All of a sudden, they were a playoff team. And it's not like all of a sudden because of D'Amico, but it's certainly a huge chunk. Like, to be fair, Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, like those guys all had a say in that, turning the building around. Will Anderson, of course, right? But the culture is a huge part of it, and that's D'Amico Ryans. And then you go from that to be like, all right, then you look at the schedule in their second year and you say, okay, they got to take care of business here, 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 and here. Those are their most important games. And that's what you do with a team that's up and coming. Now you say, all right, I know they're going to win at least 9 games because of their culture, because of the way they're built, because we know that this defense is so good. That's a crazy jump to say, I don't know, maybe 6, 7, 8 wins. You know, you got if you can kind of pick off a good team here and there to now saying, all right, they're going to get 9 wins. That's a massive jump, especially in the NFL. But now that you're under a microscope, you're being criticized for every blemish you have because you're trying to achieve a Super Bowl, which is how sports works. It's harder to go from 10 to 13 wins than it is from 6 to 9 wins. Or from
I agree with that.
3 to 6 wins,
Yeah.
or even 3 to 9 wins. Because if you change a couple pieces here and there and you get the right schedule, the ball bounces your way, you can go from 3 to 9 wins pretty quickly, at least in a year or for one season. To maintain 10 to 12 wins to 13 wins is so hard. And that's what they're trying to do now.
Do you think they're built and equipped to do that? Maintain the 12-win type of team?
I think
certainly they are on defense.
Yes.
And I trust D'Amico, but offensively.
But here's the problem. They're not trying to maintain 12, 13 wins. I think they'd rather have 9 to 10 wins, but have the ability to be really, really good against the other really, really good teams like they're not able to do now.
Yeah, well, not in the postseason. I mean, obviously they had like a 9-10 game win streak at the end of the season last year.
Right.
Like they.
So what I'm
they
saying
reeled off
is
some impressive wins.
the
but-
win total isn't what they're chasing right now.
Sure.
What they're chasing right now is the ability to be very good when it matters most. I don't give a damn generally what they look like in week 4, week 9, week 10. I care about how do they look against the other best teams in the NFL.
I don't think they are. Well, okay, now that you framed it like that, I'm actually going to go the opposite way. I don't think they are built for that. Because, and this
Oh,
is
no, I agree. I
Okay,
agree.
okay.
They're not built for that. I think that's what they're chasing.
Yeah, because like I think Jeremy, Joe, and I had this conversation when the season ended. But the Texans obviously, even going further back than just obviously with D'Amico, because it was the same under Bill O'Brien and same under Gary Kubiak. But they've obviously never been able to get past the second round of the playoffs. But putting it to this current team, I think a big part of that is when you get down to, the final 8 teams, the final 4 teams in each conference, how many teams in that group have bad defenses, right? Like you're all
No one's got a bad anything.
Right.
Right.
That's what I mean. So
Right.
like in the regular season, they could sometimes just beat people because the difference between the Texans defense and the other team's defense is just vast, right? But you're from the starting point of the final 8 teams in the playoffs, everyone's got, at least the top half defense, and then comes down to can you win on the offensive side? And the Texans are, for years now, have been lacking on that side compared to the top teams that didn't get past where the Texans get to.
Yeah, I think it's more like you got to be really, really good at all the details. And not only that, you can't be bad at anything. And the offense has a propensity to be bad. The offense has a propensity to not do the small things well.
Not
and I don't
block,
even mean getting
not turn the
play
ball
calls.
over.
Yeah, I mean like converting third down, scoring in the red zone. Like those, that's when it matters most. I did these like preview videos on my TikTok and Instagram. Will Kunkel, you can find me. And when I did the Steelers video, going into games, it was always about kind of like the offense and like how they were going to dictate things and could they score touchdowns? It was like what people talked about. And I said, listen, going into the Steelers game, I don't think any of that mattered because I didn't think it was going to come down to that. I didn't think it mattered if they scored touchdowns. I didn't think it mattered if they converted on third downs because I thought that the Texans
Steelers can't
overall.
score.
Yeah, they suck.
And that's the common denominator of the teams they face in the wild card round, right?
Right.
Year one, they faced old man Joe Flacco on the Browns. The Texans win because the
defense was just going to beat their ass.
Year 2, it's Justin Herbert coming to NRG. Herbert's not ready for the moment. We've seen that in his postseason career. He's 0-3 now. Year 3, it's Aaron Rodgers and an offense that featured 87 tight ends because they had no wide receiver talent. Right?
Yeah, who was going to, the question wasn't about the Texans' offense. It was
right.
Who the hell was going to beat Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, and get open and also block at the same time the defensive front? Like, that was the real question.
Yeah, and I don't think that's, I mean, there's obviously three examples with it now. Like, I don't think that's just some anomaly, right? Like, you're gonna have the chance to face some really bad offenses in that first round and just win because your defense is going to overwhelm them. Second round and beyond, you're going to have to score some points. And the Texans, because of C.J. Stroud's decision makings, because of their poor build as far as their offensive line, I would also argue maybe lesser than skilled position talent around C.J. Stroud for what poor OC play calling, like all of the above. They're not good enough on offense to get past that second round because they can't. Overwhelming another team with your defense isn't enough at that point in the playoffs.
It's a pie chart when you get to that stage of the season. You have to fill that pie chart. How you do it, I don't really care. Whether it's 60% defense, 10% special teams, and then 30% offense, I don't care. But the defense can't be 100% because it just doesn't work that way. Like, the defense is going to fill their portion, and they're going to do it admirably. Special teams, is going to do their small sliver. Can the offense fill the rest of that pie chart?
Yeah, can they
without
carry
being,
their own
right,
their portion of the water
without being a negative? Like,
right.
Can they do their part? And right now, they cannot. And this is I liken the Texans right now, because they are held to the highest standard of winning a Super Bowl, which I think is reasonable. Because
Sure.
I
With
put
their
a bet on
defense,
them to win
yeah.
the Super Bowl.
Oh, did you? What sort of odds did you get?
Plus 1,900.
Oh, that's worth
Like
a bet.
that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
that's worth a bet.
$25 to win. Like
Don't maybe do math. I'm not doing math.
it was like
We're at Rodeo
$500.
Goat.
Yeah.
We're eating cheese fries.
The Mexicans have showed up. By the way,
Yeah, the World Cup's about to start. I'm not going to do math right now.
Fans are everywhere. It's awesome. This reminds me of Team USA and Mexico in the World Baseball Classic when we beat that ass. That's right, y'all. I said that.
Your
They don't even know
mic
what I'm
went
talking
out.
about.
I don't know. I didn't
That's
even
right,
touch
y'all.
anything. Your mic kind of went out
we
when you
got
started
'em.
talking trash.
We beat them. So anyway, I liken them to, when you see a pretty girl and you're from far away, you're like, yes, far from good.
Good from far, far from good.
Right.
Yeah.
Good from far, far from good. So the closer you get, you see the blemishes, right?
Right,
You start
sure.
it's like a relationship.
It's kind of also like beer goggles.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like, it's like looking at the moon with a telescope. Like, man, it's beautiful, but then you get it like real close. It's kind of an ugly little surface, right?
I didn't know we were going to get moon
you
takes
put
today.
You put the Texans underneath the microscope, which is where they are right now. You see all the blemishes. You see all the imperfections. You see where they're really, really,
I don't think
really
you need a
bad.
telescope to see the blemishes for
No,
the Texans
you
offense.
don't. You don't. You're right. But when they're up against the best of the best in the NFL, that's when it all shows.
Yeah.
It doesn't show when you play the Ravens and they're missing 9 starters. It doesn't show when you're playing the Colts. It doesn't show. Like, it shows
When
when
you're
playing
facing
the teams
42-year-old
that you
Aaron Rodgers.
gotta
or,
be. Yeah,
or
it
Joe
doesn't- right.
Flacco. And
It shows
Justin
on the road
Herbert pissing
against
down his
Drake
leg.
May and the Patriots, even though the defense kind of did their job in that game. The offense, it showed their ass. Although that was such a weird game because it was so bad by CJ that it was like almost.
Yeah, it was historically bad.
Yeah,
it was
it
the
was like
most,
out of
most
character
interceptions
bad.
thrown in the first half of a playoff game.
But that's where they are right now, and that's where they got to figure it out. And I don't know that you can figure it out.
Do you think C.J. Stroud just not – because I think this is maybe where the faith you have in the Texans offense, like that conversation hinges upon. You think C.J. Stroud just, quote, not screwing it up is good enough for them to get where they want to go, or is he going to have to be able to make plays?
Well,
because if you think just not screwing it up is good enough, then I think there's reason for optimism. But I don't have a lot of optimism that he becomes the playmaker that we'd hope he become after year one.
So it kind of depends what if the definition of not screwing it up is there will be success within that. Like
Sure, you're not
you know
going
what I'm
3
saying?
and out, yeah.
Right, not screwing it up isn't just not turning it over.
Yeah, there's more to it than that for sure.
So
You
I
got to
would,
move the ball at least a little bit.
yeah, like
Yeah.
the idea of not screwing it up, at least the way I perceive it, is you take care of the ball, obviously, don't screw it up, but then that entails like getting the ball into your playmakers' hands, and they then do their job of making plays.
Yeah.
But all that comes with, all right, is the offensive line blocking? Is the play call right? Is the game plan even correct? Like, there's a lot of things that are wrong with the offense way before we get to the conversation of C.J. Stroud. And that's kind of my biggest bugaboo right now, is that the offense isn't a C.J. Stroud problem to me. It is a foundational problem before you get there. I'm not saying there aren't also issues with C.J.
You talking about Kaylee?
Yes. My issue, and I think this really came – like the spotlight was put on this in the Seattle Seahawks game last year because
they were obliterated. I know the score looks close. Like if you look at it,
dude, it was so
I
bad.
know, but it like
you watch that film.
Maybe it was 8 points or whatever it was, but it felt like 30.
It was horrible.
Yeah,
they never stood a chance, and they were coming out of a bye week after they. So the only other measuring stick game up to that point that they had was the Rams week 1. Because the Rams are a good team, and it's week 1.
Should have won the game if Dari hadn't fumbled. Yeah,
but also like if Dari didn't fumble, but like the offense was bad throughout the entire game.
They didn't score a touchdown in the game. They were definitely bad. Yeah.
The Buccaneers game they lost because again Nico?
No, it was Henry To'oTo'o lost contain on when Baker Mayfield scrambled.
But like if you're looking at one play, you can also then admit that the rest of the game you fell short a bunch to inability to pull away.
The offense
right?
didn't hold their end, but like if Henry To'oTo'o just contains Baker Mayfield, the game's over.
And so your wins up to that point against Seattle were against a horrible Ravens team, extremely beat up.
With
the
no
Titans.
Lamar. Titans, yeah.
So then you're like coming out of a bye week. All right, here's a measuring stick game. You have the opportunity to not only show us, like hell with us, show yourself that you have the ability to beat what we think is a really good team and end up being a Super Bowl team.
Right.
not only did you not show it, and it's not like you just kind of came up short, but hey, here's some things we can tweak. You showed that you weren't even close.
The offense was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing, but it was embarrassing from the standpoint of there was no plan. They had no plan of attack. There was no goal in mind of like, this is how we're going to attack. This is our strength. We have no identity. They threw a bunch of spaghetti at the wall and said, crap, it ain't
See, I don't know if sometimes these can be hard to distinguish between each other, but I don't know if it's so much that they didn't have a plan or an identity. It's just they weren't good enough to execute any of it.
Maybe.
They tried to run, they couldn't run.
Yeah, I agree.
They tried to pass. CJ had no time because the offensive line got overwhelmed by every blitz that Mike McDonald threw at them.
Yep.
They were walking up safeties and getting free rushers damn near felt like every play.
Yep.
Like I don't necessarily buy that it was they had no plan. I just think they were completely overwhelmed in the gap of the talent and the gap of the skill of the play callers. Like Nick Coley was just spanked by Mike McDonald all game long.
The moment here's the problem though. Whatever it is, the moment they walked in that building, they lost because they were that from the game plan standpoint, the identity standpoint, the execution standpoint, it was all bad. And it never really got better. Like there were flashes where we saw plays like, oh, I want to see more of that, and then we never saw more of it.
The only time I can really say where like I felt good about the offense, other than obviously the Ravens game, which doesn't really count.
That doesn't count.
Yeah, they were playing a MAC team basically at that point. But it was the San Francisco game. Like CJ played
I didn't.
But
because I thought they were also beat up.
They were beat up. Yeah, not to the Ravens level. Like no one was beat up like the Ravens were coming into that game. That was 42-0. Was that the score?
And
of that
then
game?
people want to say, what about the Bills game, bro? They had 36 yards or whatever it was in the second half of offense. So don't tell me about the Bills game and Davis Mills is the answer. Spare me with that.
Oh no, Davis Mills isn't the answer. I'm tired of that conversation.
If he was the answer, he'd be a starter somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason he keeps accepting $7 million backup contracts. If he thought he could go win somewhere as a starting quarterback and get paid, he would.
That's why I just don't know that this – I don't know that it's in – it sounds funny and because you can't really take away anything from OTAs and minicamp because there's no pads. But I'm going to tell you why on the other side of the break is what the two options are with this offense and why I'm very optimistic and very pessimistic. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how it's going to unfold. But it's really kind of one of the two. And I'll tell you what those two options are. You guys call in, chime in, text in on the HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776. That's the HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776. We are live here at the Rodeo Go in Edo of Houston on ESPN Radio 97.5. You can win 2 tickets to a FIFA World Cup game on June 20th. He almost said the Neanderthals. The Netherlands and Sweden will play June 20th at Reliant Stadium. You can win 2 tickets to that match if you come down here and you compete in this soccer-style skee ball tournament that we got going on. It starts in 2 minutes, but it ends at 4:15, 4:30 time. So come on down here, win some tickets, hang out with us at Rodeo Goat. We're going to have Radio Row going here for the longest time. Come on down, order yourself a dad bod or one of these FIFA World Cup cocktails that we got between the Orange Olay, the Red Card, or the Copa Colada. And if you're Mexican, by the way, you're like the only Mexican that's not down here. The Mexican fans have shown up in force for this game. All right, we got to go. I got to eat some of this burger. I'm ready to roll. We'll be back on the other side. I'm going to tell you why you should be happy and optimistic and why you should be pissed off, pessimistic about the Texans offense next. Welcome inside Rodeo Goat. You're kicking it with Kunkel as the 2026 World Cup is officially underway, and the Mexicans have made themselves heard. They are out here in force at the Rodeo Goat. Awesome crowd, great festivities. The national anthem played, and it was really, really cool. Will Kunkel here alongside Brian and Sean Mapes back in studio producing. Question for you, B.
Yeah.
If you live in America, but you're Mexican, how much can you root for Mexico versus the United States? Like, what's the line of
I think
where
you're open
rooting?
to root for them. Like, I guess it would depend on how far back it went. Like, if my parents were first generation, I would have no problem rooting for Mexico.
Would you root for them over United States? Like, if you were born here?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't want to tell people how to fan. I wouldn't have a problem.
No, tell
with
them. Tell them.
I would not have a problem with someone rooting for Mexico over the United States.
I don't know that I have a problem with it. I need to hear the explanation. Like, how you gonna root for the country you want? No. But like I'm saying versus like anti, because then you're not anti-American essentially.
Well, I don't think rooting for Mexico would make you anti-American.
I'm saying if you're playing each other, because like it's easy to root for Mexico versus South Africa. Like,
right,
yeah, cool. But if you're live here, born here, if it's Mexico versus United States, you got to kind of pick, right?
Yeah. So you're saying
it's
that's
it's a tough pickle for them, not me.
You saying that's like a Longhorns Aggies thing? You can't possibly root for both?
Well, definitely, and like you can't be a fan of both. You can like for me, I root for both because I don't care. So like I just want to see all like Texas teams kind of be fun and relevant because it's just good for fodder and it's fun at the bars.
You just hope everyone has fun.
Yeah, like I just don't care. Like if you're a Yankees fan, you can't be a Red Sox fan.
Right? No, 100%.
Like, it's one
I guess
or the
I
other.
just don't equate United States Mexico to that as much.
Well, it's country, so it's kind of one or the other. Like you can only have one country. You can only identify.
Yeah.
You can only pick one, right?
I guess I fundamentally disagree with that.
So here's the thing. So my father-in-law, he's Italian. My wife, obviously Italian then, but she's also a little bit more removed. So she always roots for USA, but number 2 is Italy.
Yeah.
But if it's USA versus Italy, it's USA's going to win that like debate.
I guess it would depend on how far you are removed
Right.
from like living in that country.
What
if you're one generation removed, I don't see a problem. Now, if it's like 5 generations removed, then
you have to be.
You got to root for the U.S. Yeah.
I don't know. Just kind of curious. Let me know what you guys think. 713-780-3776.
I'm 200 years removed from Scotland. I'm not rooting for Scotland over the United States.
What is the arbitrary cutoff? Like
I think it's 2 generations.
2?
Like
Okay.
if your grandparents were born in whatever country that is, I think you're free to do that. But if it's relatives you never met because they were all dead when you were born, then you got to root for the United States.
I agree with that. That's for sure. Was that a free kick? I just looked up.
I looked up as well. I'm not sure.
All right, we're live here at the Rodeo Go. I'm looking to try to put in a little bit of a.
Are you gonna put in a wager?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
What's the line? Mexico's got to be a heavy favorite.
Ow, my back. Yeah, it's.
You gonna piss off everyone in here and place a bet on South Africa?
No. So you know what? So this is how I roll in these situations. Is I want to be part of like the atmosphere.
Okay, so you're gonna put a bet in on Mexico.
I would ride Mexico big time, but it's minus 243 for them to win.
They're playing in Mexico City. Yeah.
You know what I would like is. Oh no. Okay, well something happened but didn't happen. It sounded like. What I could do is like a minus. But I do want to over. How about?
Ooh, that was a good chance.
You think they're going to score 2 goals?
I would say yeah.
I think so too.
Is that their over under 1.5?
Yeah, they're. Where's the over? Yeah. So that's minus 118 and over 1.5.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
All right, so that's what I'm going
there you
for.
Go. Viva la Mexico.
See if big. I'm basically Mexican now. I mean CCC.
I think Lexi's going to give you a look if you try to say that.
I'm
again.
Mexican. I just bet on Mexico to score 2 goals.
He's basically Mexican.
So I'm basically Mexican. Yes.
El Grande Americano is Will Conklin.
I've learned for those watching on Instagram. I'm live on Instagram or live on YouTube. This feels like a dirty because it feels like the next move.
I know.
The next part This is not good.
I feel as a white man, I got to be very careful.
You got to keep
I gotta
the
be
hand
very
tight.
careful.
You can't go from here to reaching for something.
No, you got to be
certainly
very
not
careful.
off the high shelf.
Yeah.
Certainly can't go from here to getting something off the top shelf.
Elon did not know that.
Nor did we can get.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, let's not.
Let's avoid that.
All right. So here's the conversation as I eat fries and burgers and all this stuff.
How is it, by the way?
At Rodeo, it is gone. I don't know how long
I
that
don't see
break
any burger
was.
patty left.
I don't know how long the break was, but I just ate an entire burger in the break.
Which one did you get? Oh, that's how can I forget? It was the River Oaks
the
one.
River Oaks Country
Elitas
Club.
Will Conkle got the River Oaks one.
There's nothing with a funny thing about it is there's nothing fancy on it. It's just an American burger, like lettuce, tomato, pickles, bun, and American cheese. Like that's it. It's just a damn burger, which is the way I kind of roll. All right, so I got the over on 1.5. That's my sweat of the day, if you will.
Gimmick infringement there, but I'll let it slide.
You said what?
That's a little bit of a gimmick infringement, but I'll let it slide.
That was intentional. I thought I was filling in. I guess I'm not filling in.
Not for Jeremy and Joe.
This is straight up picking
your
on
own
Kunkel today.
Your own thing.
All right, we're live at Rodeo Goat and Ito, by the way, in Houston on ESPN Radio all day. Come on down, win some tickets to the Netherlands-Sweden match on June 20th. You can win tickets to that. You can come down and have some great burgers, some great cocktails. You can see us. Get pictures with Brian. He's signing autographs as well.
All day long.
Hell yeah. Come on through. I'm live on Instagram. We're live on YouTube as well. Just type in ESPN Radio 97.5 on YouTube. So the conversation has kind of evolved a little bit. We're now to the fact of what we think this offense for the Houston Texans will be this year, and does it need to be don't screw up type good or better than that type good to win, and what our expectations are. I was listening to yesterday, and you had Sarge and DJ in, and Sarge thinks, all right, good Lord.
He had a lot of interesting thoughts.
To say the least. He thinks that they're a top 7 offense.
I can't go that far.
Is that what he said?
I don't remember. Honestly, I'm lost in a lot of what Sarge said, so I don't remember that one. But I think DJ brought that up at one point, that he thought they'd be top 7. But I don't remember the specific words that Sarge said.
Put it this way. If you were to place a bet on them being a top 7 offense, you were getting some serious friendly juice. I mean, it's like that'd be like a plus 800 type juice, underdog type.
Yeah.
Like that ain't. I'm not saying it's not happening, but the odds of it happening are absurd.
Yeah, just for that to happen, I guess my question to spin it forward would be what has to happen for that to be the case, right? I think Tank Dell being rookie year Tank Dell and staying healthy has to happen. Jaden Higgins has to take at least a decent year 2 step up. I also think you have to hope that Wyatt Teller, Dallas Braden, and all their offensive line moves actually worked.
And Nick Haley figures out.
If you answer all those things in the favorable, which is a big if, then maybe top 7 is their ceiling. But I just have a hard time seeing all those things being answered in the positive.
And what have we seen in the last? Hey, goal!
Viva la Mexico!
Sí.
1-0 Mexico. Hey, you're almost there, Will.
I just need one more.
You're almost there. Almost there.
I just need one more goal.
This place erupted.
Golly. The motherland is performing.
Yes. Motherland, listen to you. You placed one bet on Mexico, now you're a son.
Am I not? Am I not?
Next time I see you, you're going to be wearing green and red.
Face painted.
Yeah.
Man, I did have some tacos yesterday, so I mean, the
all right, let's go to break.
All right, so
you need some time to recoup.
What have we seen? What have you seen last year? Really, you can only. I don't know that you can draw back to more than last year, unless you're saying Stroud was good his rookie year. I think he was good at times last year. I don't act like he wasn't.
The San Francisco game, the Baltimore game. But, again, it's a lot of
what have we seen
defenses.
About this offense structurally that says they're a top 10 offense?
I mean, I think Nico Collins is a top 10 wide receiver.
Yep.
Maybe top 5, top 6. He's in that kind of range.
So that's about it?
Yeah, like David Montgomery's not top 10 type running back. The offensive line, even though I think they've improved, is not the one I would expect to be a top 10 offensive line. CJ certainly has not played like a top 10 quarterback, and I wouldn't put Nick Haley in the top 10 of offensive coordinators. So you're asking, I think 7 is a very lofty expectation. Like if I were to say, would you take this over the unknown? I think I would put it like if they could just be like 16th, I would take that sight unseen over the unknown. I think that's good enough to get to a Super Bowl. If they could be just like dead center average at 16th best offense.
What were they last year?
I'd have to look it up.
So they were kind of like
I would guess bottom 10.
No, you know what?
This information's out there. We can find it.
But
if
it's
we
actually,
so choose.
So I think it's like somewhere in the middle. But I also think that it's.
Now, are you talking about points or yards?
Points.
I
don't care about yards.
I hear you, but at the same time, like
just score.
The defense swarms and gives you the ball at the 5-yard line. Are we giving the offense the full credit for those points?
That's a fair point.
That's why I kind of look at yards sometimes.
Well, when you're so bad
have to move the ball,
when you're so bad in the red zone, I think you need to get credit when you actually achieve your goal.
That's fair. So we're grading on a curve.
Yeah, definitely that. But like to be honest, the Texans' offense is one of those things where if you look at the rankings, it doesn't tell the whole story. Because they had such outliers like the Ravens
Baltimore game, yeah.
The Ravens, the Titans.
Yeah. But even remember that first Titans game? You remember what the score was going into the fourth
they were
quarter?
losing, weren't they?
No, they were winning, but it was 6-0.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then they just had an explosion, which I believe included a defensive score. But they had a few. Same thing in remember the playoff game against Pittsburgh. That was I think it was 6-3 going into the fourth quarter. Then they got 2 defensive touchdowns, and it looks like a blowout.
So you're closer
to your point. Like the score doesn't necessarily tell that full story.
Right. So if you look at the rankings, even if they're in the middle, like no one that watched the Texans week in, week out says that was a middle of the pack offense.
Right.
There were outliers. And I know it's not the way that works, like you got to remove those games, but if you want to be intellectually honest and find like a true bearing of what this offense is, then you have to remove the Ravens game because that's not what this offense is. So to throw those numbers into their rankings is completely disingenuous to actually finding out what kind this offense is. So they're scoring, like if they score 25 points a game, I'll be happy with that. But this offense is either going to be on an optimistic side, it's going to inevitably be automatically better because Nick Haley is back for a second year and because they got better on the offensive line, presumably on paper. They got better. Therefore, they're just going to be better inevitably because of that.
Can you say that, though, given what we went through with Bobby Slowick?
No, not necessarily. But I'm just saying on the optimistic side, if you want to play.
Okay. If you're playing the optimistic.
If you say the optimistic side, that's why they'll be better. Because inevitably, they're going to be better because the offensive line is better. It's a second year. Like, okay. On the other side, if you want to play the pessimistic side, it's like, well, they couldn't figure out how the pre-snap offense works for 20 weeks. They're still working on it now.
In year 4 of D'Amico and CJ.
Right, but also year 2 of Nick Haley. Then what says they're going to figure it out now if they never have?
Yeah, that is definitely part of the pessimistic
side. Like, you can go either way, and I can say, like, if we were in debate class in high school or something, you said, this is your side of the argument, this is your side of the argument, I could make great arguments on both sides as to why I think it will.
Which side do you think you can make more arguments on? Because I think that is kind of the answer of how we really feel. Because I feel like I can make more pessimistic arguments.
It depends. So if you're
like Wyatt Teller, maybe he's a little too old. Why did Cleveland let him go? Right? CJ with the turnovers and regressing 2 straight years. Nick Haley, like, why is he automatically going to take a year 2 jump when we didn't like him in year 1? Like, I feel like there's more, at least for me, more pessimistic reasons than optimistic reasons.
Golly.
I mean, obviously you can't forget Tank Dell and like his injury history.
Right, if he returns, though.
And that Jalen Knoll got outsnapped by a fullback in a lot of games last year.
Or Braxton Berrios.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's not even on a team anymore and was never even
and he got dumped by his
contributor.
girlfriend.
Oh, heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So, like, if you asked me this question before minicamp, I would have said I could make more arguments that they'll be just better offensively because they got better up front. Nick Haley's got an extra year. But now that we're in minicamp and we're in this phase of learning how bad it was last year and it actually never really improved and still may not have improved today, I almost feel like the pessimistic side is better. But I also do think that CJ is going to be the best version of CJ. If I think in a bottle, like in a vacuum. If Nick Haley, see, here's the problem with football. It is so hard to say that one player is the reason for success or one player is the reason for loss, when in reality it just never is that way in football.
Yeah, you have 22 starters.
So, like, I think that, and I know John and Lance are having this conversation, I believe, this morning, is that C.J. Stroud is the most locked in he's ever been, which suggests that he wasn't locked in before, which I think is, like, kind of reasonable in regards to the evolution of one's career and life and maturity, is that C.J. came in. Like, these athletes at the highest level, it comes very, very easy to them in high school. And then a select few, it comes very, very easy to them in college. I remember talking to Nico Collins about this a couple years ago, is that he learned that at the NFL level, it doesn't come to you easy. He now has to take care of his body more.
Not anything.
Right, and again, to my point earlier, like, okay, who was his quarterback? Who was his OC?
No, that's not a criticism of Nico. It's just a statement
but
of
it's
fact,
to the point of, like, it's not all on Nico, but he admitted to me that if he wanted to be the best him, regardless of what was around him, he needed to study more. He needed to take care of his body more. He needed to show up and practice harder, watch film more. He needed to do more of the things he never, ever had to do.
Perfect case, Johnny Manziel.
Yes.
It was easy. In high school. It was easy in college.
Which is crazy, right?
And then he didn't study in the NFL, and it caught up to him.
Yes.
Same thing with Vince Young.
I think C.J. Stroud has always kind of been easy to him. He hasn't had to do the most. Not to say he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I've never got the impression that he's not a hard worker.
No.
I know you're not saying that,
Right.
but I've never gotten that impression.
But I think he realized he needs to do even more at the NFL level. For instance, I think it came very easy his rookie year, and he was like, oh, this is just like the rest of the stops I've made. I've got this. Not to say that he was entirely there, but you do look at his world tour of podcasts, ranking himself in the top
as the
five.
third best quarterback in the league after that season.
Which, cool. But also, better back it up because the top three stayed top three. You know what I'm saying?
Not, yeah, he did
and
not.
he hasn't done that. So now he's more locked in than ever. You know, whether or not the haircut's got anything to do with that or being in the building more, like, certainly has something to do with that. Like, and the desire to not do the podcast, it certainly has something to do with that.
It does seem on the outside that he's taking it more serious.
Right. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
that's
Like,
worth.
we all kind of live and learn of, like, if I have a bad show, like, all right, I got to do more prep. If I have a bad whatever, XYZ, I got to do a little bit better. Does that mean I wasn't trying before? No. It just means I'm learning how to do better and where I need to be better to get better. And that's where I think C.J. Stroud is right now, that he's learning, like, hey, it wasn't as easy as it may have seemed my rookie year. It's not you're never as bad as your bad and high as your highs as well. But I think he is more locked in. So I think we're going to see the best version of CJ that we've seen in the NFL. Caveat, it also depends if that's even possible under Nick Haley. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I hear what you're saying, and you have a lot of evidence on the side that he'd be motivated to put in that work to be the best version of himself. I'm just not completely convinced for really either offense that they've run under him that it's the best offense for him. Like, I thought CJ,
I agree.
I think CJ, if you injected it with truth serum, and really just from what we've seen in his career, both college and pro, that he is best suited for more of a widespread out spread type offense, right? Less 21 personnel, not two tight ends, not heavy run sets, right? But look at the Texans' actions. They drafted and signed 3 run-blocking offensive linemen. They went and traded for David Montgomery. Like, they obviously, with DeMeco Ryans, the defensive mind, want to be a heavy formation running type team. I don't think that's CJ's best fit. So I have a hard time saying we're going to see the best version of CJ Stroud when the offense doesn't feel like it's being catered towards him. It feels like it's being catered to being a physical, tough running team.
Well, it's definitely not being catered towards him. However, I think that if you're not being asked to do a lot, you can still be maybe not the best you, but you can still be good because you don't have to do a lot.
And maybe the
issue isn't, I don't think that it's a run-first team, defensive-led team. I think the issue is that when the pass plays are called, if you will, is that the scheme is horse crap. Like the tight splits at the line of scrimmage, the tight routes, like the lack of deep routes. Like I just think that when you are putting the ball in his hands schematically, it's not good. It's not for his fit. I don't know that it's for really anyone's fit outside of maybe a select few.
I think if it's Nico.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nico has no problem producing. Like that 20-yard, in route, he kills.
Yeah, there's certain things that Nico will just be good at. Nico can be good at almost everything because Nico's very good.
He was good year one when he was running a lot of deep posts.
Right. So he can kind of do. He's that guy that can do everything.
Yeah.
Nico can do anything because he's really good. It's a matter of Xavier Hutchinson, is that what we want on the tight split crossing post route with Jalen Knoll? I don't
The
think
answer
so.
to improving the offense, it will not be Xavier Hutchinson.
And it's not going to be Man, you and I, we've watched a lot of football. We know when a good offense is a good offense, and we know kind of who to look at as to why it's a good offense. And I'll explain exactly what I mean, and the examples of that are on the other side of this. We're about to hit 2:30, so we're going to take a break here as we're live here on ESPN Radio at the Rodeo Goat live in Edo. Come on down here for the World Cup games. The 2026 World Cup is officially underway with Republic of South Africa and Mexico. Mexico's up 1-0. This place went bonkers on that goal, and I got over 1.5 goals for Mexico in this match. So halfway there. Thank you. Come on down, get a dad bod, get a FIFA-inspired cocktail, win World Cup tickets. They are doing a kind of a soccer skee ball-inspired game. Come on down. You can win tickets to the Netherlands-Sweden match here in Houston on June 20th. Will Kunkel filling over talking over Rich Eisen here, kicking it with Kunkel. Give me a follow on Instagram, TikTok, X, and YouTube. My show, Kicking It with Kunkel. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Rodeo Goat in Edo.
Presented by Michelob Ultra.
Here's Will Kunkel.
Will Kunkel has no idea what's going on right now. Welcome inside, kicking it with Kunkel.
It's a crazy atmosphere right now.
I just need one more goal in this game by Mexico to hit my bet.
Yeah.
So
you
before the break,
you feeling good?
Yeah, I feel great. It's 1-0, but I'm still perplexed by this. So
by your tease, or
yeah,
trying to remember what it was.
You don't remember what it was.
I don't. No.
Sean Mapes doesn't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was.
He went back and listened to the tape and found it.
And he told me that I said, "I'll tell you what you need to know, or what you'll see that makes you think this will be a good offense."
Yes.
Which I don't remember even saying, or what I would say in that instance. Like, if that was it, I can't even think about what
you don't have the
my
opinion
reasoning
ready
would
to
be.
go, right?
I don't even know. Like, what?
Do you want me to play it back?
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot. But so are you guys. Man, you and I, we've watched a lot of football. We know when a good offense is a good offense, and we know kind of who to look at as to why it's a good offense. And I'll explain exactly what I mean, and the examples of that are on the other side of this. We're about to hit 2:30, so we're going to take a break. I got it.
You got it now?
Yeah. Okay. That was a really good tease. Nice job, Will.
So great, you completely forgot it.
God, could you be like
3 minutes later?
I looked at you about 30 seconds after we went to break, and I said, what did I just tease? And you're like, I don't know. And then Maeve said, I don't know. And I go, well, I don't either. I can't remember either. And then, not only that, Mates told me what I said, and I still couldn't get there. Now I got it, okay.
But it was a dynamic tease.
Holy smokes.
It was provocative.
This is Kicking It with Kunkel on ESPN Radio. We're live in Edo at the Rodeo Goat, where I just had a burger. It was fantastic. Brian's about to get a cocktail.
Hell yeah.
Michelob Ultra is sponsoring a soccer skee ball contest where you can win 2 tickets to the Netherlands Sweden game on June 20th here in Houston. So come on down, hang out. Watch Mexico hopefully score at least one more goal against South Africa, and then after that, I don't really give a damn who wins or anything. Yes. Viva Mexico! I just need one more. Yeah, that was a lit moment. That was sweet. Okay, so this is
your
what
new claimed heritage.
Yes. Am I not Mexican if you bet the over?
I'm not endorsing that, but you certainly have claimed so.
Now, I'm certainly not endorsing myself. I approve this message. Okay, so this is...
Yeah, so pay off on this tease.
Did we order more cheese fries?
I don't remember if we did or not.
Did you order cheese fries?
I did not order the...
We already had one plate.
I didn't know... Did you order it? Or maybe it was the promotions table. I'm not saying they can't set it down. I just don't remember ordering it. But I also didn't remember your tease. So maybe we did. I don't know.
I didn't remember my tease.
It was an amazing tease, though.
So, this is when you watch the 49, when you watch the Bears, the 49ers, the Rams, you know like Jimmy Garoppolo had success with the 49ers.
Right. Hell, they turned Mr. Irrelevant into a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback.
And when you watch I remember, so when I was in Carolina years ago covering the Panthers, one of my analysts on the pregame show was Roman Harper. And Roman and I would text all the time. Like, I'd be on the road after the Panthers game, and then primetime game would always be like the 49ers or the Rams or whoever, or Trey Boston, who also played for the Panthers back in the day. We would be on like a text thread. And because we were watching this Panthers offense just be terrible year in and year out, and there was no design with Joe Brady. There was no like nothing. And it's the same way that I feel with the Texans now. And then I'd come home after covering the Panthers game, and I'd be in my hotel room watching Sunday Night Football, and be like, this offense right now is like, it's a different sport. Like, I'm watching the 49ers guys run all over the field,
people
creating
get wide
space,
open.
wide open. I do it with the Rams, and you do it with the Bears now. Like, these good offenses, you see it, and you're like, that's a good offense.
Yeah.
And then you could sit there and be like, put C.J. Stroud in that offense. He'll be great. He'll be great. He would be so good with Kyle Shanahan. Like, he's the ability to have Trent Williams block for him, drop back. Like, that's not happening with the Texans. I don't watch the Texans game and be like, guys are wide open. Guys are running around. They're wide open. I never say that.
So you're putting that blame on the OC?
shoot ya.
Because I'm not saying you're wrong on that, and I like we talked about it earlier.
Because the design is flawed.
You're right, and I think there's a pie chart of blame here because other than Nico, I'll go back to it. Something that we talked about a couple of times now. Is Hutch getting wide open? Is Dalton Schultz burning by guys? I don't disagree that they've had poor play design with Nick Caley, and you could argue at least the second year of Bobby Slowick as well. But they also don't have a lot of guys that separate, other than Nico Collins.
Because they're in tight splits, not running routes that get them open.
I guess this is a tomato.
There's no pre-snap motion that makes the defense think.
You just hit on something that drove me. Remember the quote that Nick Caley had last year? Because people were questioning him. I don't know if it was you that asked the question or not, but people were questioning, why don't you guys use more pre-snap motion? Because if you look at pre-snap motion rate, it's very highly correlated to team success, offense success, points scored,
which
right?
I don't understand.
But when
I understand why. I don't understand why you don't use it.
Well, that's someone asked Nick Caley about that, and he called it I'm paraphrasing here, but he described pre-snap motion as a game-by-game decision, not a fundamental part of the offense, which kind of maybe out on Nick Caley right at that moment. If you're so far behind modern offensive football that you view pre-snap motion as a game-specific plan, not a fundamental part of the offense, then I'm done with you as the OC.
And you know why it's important in particular? Because you can see what the defense is running a little bit when you do that.
Man or zone.
It just simply makes them think.
You can also dictate matchups.
Yeah,
maybe the corner. If you know the corners don't travel, then you can get guys. How often do you sometimes? I think it was in the Lions game a couple years ago, where they won the game on Amon-Ra getting matched up against one of the Texans linebackers.
Yeah.
Guess what gets you that? Motion.
And that happened to the Texans last year. It was a double emergency backup linebacker that was matched up. I can't remember the game in the red zone that gave up a touchdown. And you're sitting like, why the hell is that guy guarding their best player? I can't remember exactly who it was.
Dylan Horton?
No,
that's not it.
No, it was a linebacker that just never really played, and he played that game for whatever reason. Was Aziz hurt last year for a game or two, or maybe when Jalen was out?
I'm drawing a blank.
It's a moot point.
Yeah.
The point is, you use motion to see what the defense is running, a zone or a man.
Right.
It can give them away. It also just makes their eyes go left to right, look around, and lose kind of what their
spread
key
out.
is.
Like if
and
you want to run.
Think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes the goal on offense is to confuse a defense.
Harder to
and
jam
make
the
them
wide
think.
receiver if he's on the move.
Yeah.
There's so many things you could do with it.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And so I never watched the Texans offense. I'm like, man, these guys are being put in position. They're open, but CJ's missing throws. So when you say there's a lot of blame to go around, I don't disagree. But if you're going to stack them like a totem pole, the issues, CJ's like 3. Not to say that's not pretty high.
All right.
But
one is
Nick
Caley?
is Caley. It's not a good offense. The game plan is not good. The play calling isn't good. He admitted last year, which I credit, and I understand it's actually possible, and I don't jump on him for it, but it seemed to happen a lot of he said why Jalen Knoll or Nico wasn't involved as much in certain games was I can't. Sometimes I get away from it and I forget to get to that guy or whatever. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing clearly. You can't do that. You're an OC on a team trying to win a Super Bowl at the NFL level. You got to remember Nico Collins is on your team, and you got to get him the damn ball, and you got to scheme that to be possible. That happened far too much, and that can't continue to happen.
I do. I guess I think we fundamentally disagree about the overall level of talent of the people around Nico, but I also think that's a part of if you don't have. And last year, 2 years ago they lose Diggs and Tank halfway through the year. Last year they don't have Tank at all. So maybe that is fixed with a healthy Tank and Higgins and Knoll stepping up in year 2. But I also think that's partly the blame to if you don't have that extra talent around your number one wide receiver, that wide receiver can be taken out by scheme. Whereas if you have more talent around him that you have to respect and dictate coverage
But you also allow it. You can scheme guys open. Everyone knows that the good guys are getting open, and guess what? The good guys are still good.
Yeah, it's fair because, I I love the Kubiak offense. That's
Because
my
then
favorite
you could
offense.
say, like, the good wide receivers aren't worthy in fantasy because everyone wants to take them away. But the good guys are good in fantasy because you can't take them away.
Because you can't take them away, yeah.
And that's Nico, but you
Nico
didn't do
but
that.
you need more. You need
Yeah.
more. That's my point.
Not only that, but you got to, like, it's just so
But
frustrating.
to your point, going back to earlier times in Texans history, right? Who was the number 2 behind Andre Johnson most of the times? Like Kevin Walter. Like these aren't world beaters. And Andre was still able to have multiple 1,500-yard seasons, multiple seasons with well over 100 catches, right? It's because the scheme. Kubiak, more than any OC I can remember from that time forward, was a master at whoever his number 1 wide receiver was. He was a master at designing ways to get that guy wide open, even if everyone on the defense, all 11 guys in the coaching staff, knew exactly where the Texans wanted to go with the football. Nick Caley is not that. To agree with your point.
And that's why I'm more pessimistic about the offense. And there's optimistic pieces and there's parts. I just think that the foundation of your home is so severely cracked that I'm not living there. Like, I'm not picking it to be a top 7 offense or a top 10 offense. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying things can't break your way or that you learn and figure it out. I'm not saying it's not possible. But what I'm saying is I'm not putting money on it.
No. Not like you would with Mexico, over 1.5 goals.
Well, yeah, but, like, I'm Mexican now. So, like, it's a bit of a, it's a heart.
That's the first time Joe's hearing this. Will now claims Mexican heritage because he placed a bet on Mexico over 1.5 goals.
Is that not Mexican? Does that not make me Mexican?
He's El Grande Americano now. What's that? No, we're not on break. Okay.
if you tell me I'm not Mexican because of that, racist. You're racist.
The thoughts and opinions being expressed right now are Will Kunkel.
You can't,
and not ESPN 97.5.
You can't tell me how I identify. I identify as Mexican.
2026. You're right.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm not going to do anything.
At 1.5 goals, I identify as Mexican.
Now, what if they don't score another goal? Will you renounce your heritage?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I will self-deport back to American heritage.
Oh, nearly another goal.
Outrageous. That looks like Andre Johnson, that goalie.
Oh, yeah?
His hair, a little lighter, but.
Oh, man, that was a great.
His jawline.
That was a great. Look at that. Oh. He got nothing on it.
Ooh.
He got nothing on it. That would have been a weird-looking goal, but.
We got plenty of time to get one more, boys.
Yeah, but you got that first one like 5 minutes in.
I know, right?
Now we're going. Now we're 30
think it'd be like
plus
5-0.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
By this
Yeah,
point.
yeah. On pace at that point was great.
Are you excited for the World Cup, or are you excited for just Team USA? Or are you? Oh! That's off the cross. That's off the post.
Oh, Will.
That was a
You're
doink.
almost there.
That was a doink.
Yeah, yeah.
My ancestors, my Mexican ancestors, are turning in their grave.
I would call it a double doink, but Joe could hear me. That would trigger him.
Oh man, double doink. Woo.
Double doink would trigger Joe. I won't say those words.
No. Are you excited for the World Cup, or are you excited for Team USA, or are you excited for neither, both, what?
Yeah, I'm not really a huge soccer fan. I do think, having worked with Glenn Davis now for the last year and a half, will definitely watch more than I did in previous World Cups. Also, having the 7 games here also helps that excitement. But my excitement level isn't huge, but it is more so than previous World Cups.
I think that
like previous World Cups, it was like a 1, and now it's like a 4.
Probably, you live in Houston. We're hosting.
Yeah, 7 games. Yeah,
being at an event like this at
including
Goat
Sweden versus Denmark, right?
Rodeo Goat. Yes.
Netherlands. Look at that lead into
you
the
can't
sponsors.
say Denmark. It's Netherlands.
My bad.
They're not the same.
Denmark, Netherlands.
Different.
To an American.
That's like saying to a Mexican like myself that it's the same as Colombia. It's not the same.
I would not say that.
Well,
no.
You would just say Netherlands is the Dutch.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing.
Or Denmark.
To an ignorant American, same thing.
Such as yourself.
Yes, exactly.
Golly, dude. I had no idea that you had that type of heart. That's just
I get so cold
speak
and callous.
for all of us.
Yeah, I know.
Jeez, come on,
Sean
guys.
Mapes definitely very disappointed in me.
Yeah, I'm not excited for the World
dumb,
Cup.
Ignorant American.
I'm excited for Team USA, and I'm excited. Honestly, I'm excited for atmospheres like this. I love this.
Are you saying outside of Team USA games, you'll probably pass?
Not unless it's my Mexicans.
Okay. So Mexico and USA, you'll watch.
Right.
But when they're all eliminated after the first knockout game,
Be devastating for the family.
yeah.
My family will be sad.
I would say you could root for Italy, but they didn't even make it.
Oh, you're right. Did they not?
Three World Cups in a row they missed.
That's kind of crazy,
isn't it? Yeah, they've won multiple. I don't know how many
give
World
my
Cups they won, but I know it's
father-in-law-
multiple.
I got to give my father-in-law a lot of grief, and then act like USA made it because we're really good.
Yeah.
When in reality, we make it no matter what because we're hosting.
Yeah, they were going to be in regardless.
Yeah, but that's not the way I would act.
Do you like that rule?
Yes, like you can't have the host country not be relevant. You have to.
Yeah.
You have to have them involved.
But if they, not that this is the case with America, but if you know they suck and they're going to get eliminated in the
I still think you have to because you want because you're not going to host. Like you're not going to take it on really if your country can't even.
Yeah, you will. You'll make money.
Benefit.
I mean, that's the idea at least.
But you can make, I don't know, for argument's sakes, 1,000% more money if your country is involved. And so the idea is, I'm not leaving money on the table. And let's not act like FIBA's not corrupt. Like we're going to make this all about, who's the good team. It's all about money anyway.
Yeah, of course. They had a World Cup in Qatar. It's all about the money.
Jeez. Oh, man.
You're living and dying with every kick here, Will.
My ancestors, for what we did for that country, yeah, you would too.
Latino Kunkel.
Kunkel. I'm trying to think of how you would
I don't
spell
know.
Kunkel.
I don't know.
Kunkelino is the
No,
obviously
I'm not
Italian
going to make the
version.
attempt. I'm not going to make the attempt.
Kunkelez, like EZ at the end. That's all you got to do,
I don't
right?
I don't know.
Kunkez, Kunkez.
I'll let you take those stabs.
So I think we've flushed out our feelings over the course of almost 2.5
we got
hours
about
on this topic.
3-4 minutes left. Should we briefly mention the NBA Finals?
Oh, that's right.
We haven't talked about
So
it at all.
we did tease this, and I think the Knicks are one of those teams for some people is that they might hate the Knicks because they're New York, especially being down here.
Oh,
in
yeah,
Houston.
we never got to this. Yeah.
Is that what teams do you think are great for a sport that you admittedly hate, but also can recognize they're great for the sport? And I think,
all
Yankees,
the LA teams,
Knicks, Dodgers,
Dodgers, Lakers.
Right. It's teams that are really good that you kind of hate. Ohio State, Michigan, whoever.
Yeah, let's say college football is probably Alabama, Ohio State. I don't hate Michigan. I don't really care either way. But Ohio State and Alabama, yeah, for sure.
Do you have a problem with Taylor Swift being at the game?
No, I don't care.
Exactly. I'm the same way, dude. And I don't like Taylor Swift's music. I don't listen to Taylor Swift. I'm not a Taylor Swift fan.
Why would anyone have a problem with it?
Thank you. Like you're telling
like,
me.
it seems like something you saw.
She's not a New York. She's not a Knicks fan. She's like,
whatever.
diehard Knicks fans. It's like, bro, that's not a sporting event. That is an event.
Yeah.
And she has the ability.
It's the first NBA Finals in New York since 1999.
Bro, if I had the ability to be their Knicks fan or not, my ass is there, especially
if I could afford
courtside,
those seats,
to sit with Mrs. Law and Order as well. I don't.
Yeah.
Like
she
that's
she
crazy.
ran over and tackled OG Anunoby.
They were
while he
embracing.
I know.
That was one of the funniest. Like it kind of shows. It's really weird because New York City is obviously the largest city in the country and it's massive, but to have that type of relationship with a fan, even though she's very famous, is very unique for a city like New York because it's just you don't have that college relationship with fan to
so
player.
Much to do, right?
Right, like you have that with the Cougs because it's a very small fan base.
Yeah,
it's very involved in.
You have that in
intimate.
college towns,
right?
Yeah,
you don't have that in New York. You have it here. A little bit,
maybe with the Cougs. I wouldn't say with the other
right.
teams.
You certainly don't have it with the Texans.
No.
And you certainly because you don't have that.
I think the golden era Astros maybe had some of that.
The cool I made a video
Altuve.
about this was the outpouring love and support from fans to Tank Dell. I think has been really, really small town college, really cool that you don't see in big cities. And so to see it happen the way it did last night at Madison Square Garden was like. That's never the case.
Who do you put the blame on last night's collapse on?
But I think it's
what was
always
De'Aaron Fox
both.
doing?
Yeah, but it's like you already blown the lead.
They'd already blown a massive lead.
So
I'd also
it's
say
everything.
Harper's got to block out.
Yeah, Harper's got to block out. No one blocked out OG.
OG came from 5 feet beyond the 3-point line, and no one put a body on him.
But then Josh Hart didn't block. It's again a boring answer, but The Knicks made plays. The Spurs didn't. It's both, and both equal. Like, no one's winning. That lead isn't blown if the Knicks don't make plays. That lead is not blown if the Spurs don't screw it all
was
up.
way better in the second half.
It's two ships passing in the night in regards to like getting
crashing
closer
into each other. You know what gets lost in last night's amazing play by OG? That was a terrible shot choice by Jalen Brunson.
So
there were still 4 seconds left on the clock.
Well, when do you want to shoot it, though? Because you want to leave enough time that you do have time for the tip, or to, if they get the rebound, you can foul and you're still alive. So you really got to get it up quick.
I understand that, but he had 2 on him, and he's like 6-7 feet beyond the 3-point line.
I think
with 4 seconds left of the clock, you can at least take another dribble and try to. I don't know.
Not with Wemby on you. Wemby was on him, so like you go a step in, that ball's getting blocked.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I think he was told, you get the ball as soon as you get a look, shoot it, because then we will crash.
Because he's Jalen Brunson and he
always
not
even
makes
that.
that
it's
shot.
Like get the ball on the rim,
right,
and we'll crash
because you're being doubled. We will have the advantage
right.
on the board.
Just get the
Maybe.
ball on the rim.
That might be it.
We'll rebound, and if not, since you shot it so early, we'll have time to foul and extend the game.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, because there was no action. Like, there was no screen coming, there was no cutting, there was no nothing.
I just didn't like the shot that he took, but I get your point.
So I hate that shot when you take it as the last shot of the game.
Yeah.
I hate it, because then you don't give yourself a chance for anything. So I hate it when you shoot that shot with 2 seconds left.
Yeah.
I don't hate it as much when you shoot it with 4 seconds left, because exactly what happened is
you have
possible.
a chance at it, right?
Right. So I think it's more about the situational awareness, which I think is very good, and it just happened to work out in their favor. You know.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it for Kicking It with Kunkel. Will Kunkel talking over Rich Eisen as we are live at the Rodeo Goat today, and Joe George and Brian LaLima are up next. No. Who?
Josh Beard.
Josh
Beard.
I don't know if I know him.
Former host here at the station.
Oh, okay. Is he here?
I don't
have
him,
eyes
no.
on him. Well, because
I
the
don't
show
see him.
starts in 3 minutes. Is he going to get cut?
I don't know. I think
Wow.
actually I think he's walking in right now.
Does he get fined?
I thought I saw him. No, he won't get fined. He's not an employee of ours.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
I was 45 minutes early. I'm not saying that's the standard, and that's. I'm just
You
saying
set the bar.
I was
You
here.
set the bar for-
I was
yeah.
prepping. I was moving tables. I was setting up. I don't know.
No one's going to outwork
I don't know
Will
who this
Kunkel.
guy is. First one in, last one out. That's just how I roll.
I mean, I'll be last one out.
Yeah,
today.
you will be.
Yeah.
You gonna get a burger?
Yeah. I forget which one I'm going to get. I don't know if I'll go Dad Bod. There was another one that looks. There was a whiskey inspired one that looked pretty good.
No, that was the drink.
No, but there was a whiskey inspired burger.
You're
too.
gonna get a burger and a drink whiskey. You're gonna
Hell
be
yeah.
hammered when you leave here.
If all goes well, brother.
God willing.
God willing.
I appreciate you guys that all
Hammered drunk.
that chimed in and listened in and texted and called in. This is Kicking It with Kunkel on ESPN Radio live at the Rodeo Goat in Edo. Come on down here, try to win 2 tickets. It started about an hour ago. The competition did. You can win 2 tickets to Netherlands, Sweden, but the competition also rolls on for at least another hour, if not 90 minutes. Joe George and his partner coming up next here on ESPN Radio. Peace, y'all. Be back tomorrow at noon as well.
Welcome in to Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5. Joe George, I am back from vacation. Brian McDonald is here. Jeremy Branham still doesn't want to hang out with us. We will all reunite on Monday. We're broadcasting live from Rodeo Goat in Edo. Thanks to our friends at both Huntington Bank and Michelob Ultra. Packed house, and I brought a friend, Josh Beard, in the house, back doing radio today. So I don't know who the Twitchers will be more upset to see, me or you.
Me, for
but
sure.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Yeah, it's definitely me. They all hate me. They've always hated me. They're going to continue to hate me, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm happy to be here. I wish you wouldn't have called me while I was on my way to the gym and say, hey, dude, Jeremy's just not showing up today.
Sorry.
He didn't even text us. Can you please come do the show?
Turn your ass around.
How long did it take Josh mention going to the gym? Was that
less than 10 seconds?
Less than 10 seconds. We started at 3:05.
I already took my pre-workout. The beta-alanine kicking in. The skin
God.
spiders are crawling. I'm ready to talk some sports.
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot today. We'll talk about the Astros and the Angels to open up here in a second. We'll talk about the finals game last night. Absolutely absurd. Our favorite comeback wins of all time. We'll talk about Brendan Sorsby, Lewis and Wheelabits. We'll talk about the World Cup that's underway right now. It's a packed house here at Rodeo Goat. It is absurd here.
A lot of fans
around
from South
Fan
Africa
Fest.
here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, South Africa.
So many South African fans.
I think I've seen one jersey.
Have you? I have not seen a single one.
I think I saw one jersey walk by. I'm not totally
I have
sure.
not.
It was yellow. It looked like what they're wearing on TV.
Okay, maybe so.
But maybe. But it's crazy down
or
here.
Baylor. It could have been Baylor.
Joe's just assuming any yellow he sees in the sea of green is just South Africa. Yeah.
Very possible.
Yeah.
But we're out here for our soccer watch party. There's a lot going on in Edo with the Fan Fest going on, and all the bars are full. This is a great spot for it. Ready to dive in some food in a little bit because I've walked like $40,000 steps in the last 2 days. So it's been a lot.
Oh, Disney World, right?
Disney World.
Disney
yeah.
World,
A lot of walking.
I forgot about Disney World.
A lot of walking.
And then, the thing you didn't tell me is that it's going to be a lot of walk. I just was walking around FanFest, and it's like, I mean, it is a lot of walking, but it's fun, man. The atmosphere here is awesome. The vibe here is awesome. It's cool to see this kind of energy in Edo and in Houston.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got home from vacation last night, and I watched the Astros game.
Yeah.
Oh, what a bad way to come home.
And,
you should have just gone to sleep, man.
Should have.
Yeah.
I was struggling.
Yeah,
I was
fair.
like, this is a late start. It was, a perfect game through 5. And then they come back.
But, yeah, not only a perfect game through 5, Joe, but against the pitcher who in his last 7 starts against the Astros, his ERA was over 11.
Yeah, that's not good.
And that guy went 5 perfect.
Yeah, and then looked like they had a chance, and then it looked like –
And then Jordan went home.
Jordan went home. Let's start with that. Jordan goes home last night. Ball gets overthrown.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with Joe's spot of that. If the ball doesn't hit off Paredes, he's probably safe. I thought he was safe on the initial call. Like, I thought they were going to flip it. But obviously when they showed the replay, like, he was out. I have no problem with him going there. Like, I'm just going to be honest. Like, if it was anyone else on the Astros roster besides probably Isaac Paredes, maybe Christian Walker, they're safe because it was so close. I don't hate that he went for it. I know, like, you're trying to win every game, and sometimes it's be more conservative. I'm fine with the aggressive send. I got no problem with that.
I'm typically, like 99.9% of the time, I'm fine with being aggressive. But when you're the Astros in the position that you're in, like, you don't have the luxury of being overly aggressive anymore.
Yeah.
Like, the offense isn't good enough. You're on the verge of getting swept by a team that was one of the bottom teams in the freaking American League. And
the bottom.
Solely holding up the bottom of the American League. And, it's weird. I was watching the game, and I'm watching through all of it, towards the end of it, and I see that. I'm just like, I think all throughout the season I've been waiting for the turnaround.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for, like, maybe going into the series, I'm like, okay, this is a chance for them to get it right against the Angels. Like, let's just build some confidence here. And to me, getting swept by the worst team is the exact opposite of that. That's a death knell to the season, where this isn't just a slow start. This isn't just a rough patch. Like, this is the future of the Astros for the foreseeable future. There's a hard drop-off with Altuve. We knew that was coming. We started to see it more and more last year. And I think as a fan base and as a city, we're coming closer and closer to needing to deal with the realization that there's got to be a really hard reset with some of the stuff that they're doing, because some stuff is working, some stuff's not working. But 4 for 11 it's not going to cut it, dude. Like,
No.
that's not going to cut it.
No, and look, what's weird about this Astros season is because I agree with everything you just said, but they're 3.5 games out of the wild card still. Because you've got a team in the Rangers who are at 33 and 34. They're the last wild card team in right now. Like, it is absolutely a weird time for this roster where, like, you have Hunter Brown coming back still. So, like, it doesn't feel like it's over. Like, I'm not ready to put out the tombstone and say, like, the season is dead yet because the American League is keeping you alive. Like, they're not being kept alive by their own doing. They're being kept alive, I think, because of what's around them.
I think it's artificial, though. Honestly,
You're probably right.
I'm not calling you out here, but I'm kind of tired in general of hearing, well, they're only back, so many games back because the rest of the American League is terrible. I mean, true, but I still feel like that last team that gets into the playoffs in the American League is going to get to 84, 85 wins, right? Like, we just don't. I think we looked back a few weeks ago, and the lowest win total for the last playoff team the last decade was like 86 wins.
Yeah.
Some team is going to find water and going to get to 84, 85 wins. And even if they're only 2-3 back right now, I don't think the Astros can surpass that.
The bellwether for this team that we're talking about right now is, oh, God, guys, can they make the wild card?
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about a dynastic past with this team. And the bellwether for this team is, can they win a championship? It's not, can they make the playoffs as a wild card team? So, like, even talking about, like, can they ooch into the wild card conversation, that stresses me out. It bums me out, dude. Like, look, I have the luxury now of you guys are in it every single day. Y'all are watching every single game and talking about it the day afterwards and diving into everything. I have the luxury of being able to watch the Astros as a fan again, which I have not had in a very, very long time. And it's been fun watching it as a fan up until parts of last year and then going into this year. I'm like, this sucks, dude. And if you're thinking about the fan base as a whole and at large, like, nobody out there is feeling good about a wild card appearance.
No.
Everybody wants this is a team that can win a championship. That's the vibe that everybody wants. And it's not happening. It is not happening with the team made up the way it is. The pitching is not good enough. Apparently, Brian Abreu did some kind of soul switch with a 5-year-old child. And
with Rafael Montero?
Yes, yeah. Like, it's just wild. Yeah, he and Rafael Montero apparently went on a trip together, and they found some, like, cursed lockets, and now he's like, and he's cursed forever. And it sucks to watch a team that, in my opinion, on paper, has all the pieces to be a competitive team, and they just can't put it together as a whole. They can't score when the thing that has always been one of the biggest problems with this team, even whenever they've been on their runs and won their championships, is the lack of ability to score with runners in with the lack of ability to hit with runners in scoring position. And it's even more blatant this year, and it has cost them so many games. It's, in my opinion, the number one problem they have, and I think it's because of a lack of confidence. It's a lack of just overall grit that this team used to have that they just don't have anymore.
Yeah, and then you go into the extras innings last night, and it's like they've never covered a bunt in their life. And it's just like, okay, like, whatever. Like, that's one of those, too, like, where as I'm watching that unfold in real time, just like, yeah. Like, that makes sense. Like, that makes sense of how this game is going to go, where it's just going to fall apart in some weird way where you've got a guy playing third who shouldn't be out there in all reality, but because of injuries and days off that don't really make sense to me. Like, that's the other thing with last night's game. Like, you got an off day today. I understand the practical nature of what Joe Espada is doing, giving Jeremy Pena 2 days off in a row, but, like, I don't love it. Like, I don't love the idea of giving him a day off when it's like, you got to win these games. And I know guys have to get days off, and they've got big stretches where there's not a lot of days coming off. That's why when Hunter Brown comes back, they'll probably go into a 6-man rotation. But, yeah, last night was deflating. It's just like this kind of – last night really feels like a way in the Astro season kind of in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Where it's like when something's going well, like your pitching's good enough, your starter gets a little dinged up, sounds like he's going to be okay, your bullpen holds it down for the most part. But then in extras, you can't come through yourself in the top of the 10th. And I feel like once that happens with the man-for-man rule, when you don't score in the top of the 10th, that ball game's over.
Yep.
Like, it just feels like that's the way baseball works now. Like, you're gifted a runner on second, you don't score, the game's over.
Yeah,
Something's going to go wrong. Last night it was a bunt. That just doesn't go your way.
Yeah, I think Noosh. Almost.
Looks like we might have a penalty kick.
Oh, yeah,
Just so
we
you
might have
know,
a penalty kick.
I would rip my headphones off and yell "goal" as loud as I can.
Oh, Will and I did when they scored.
Yeah.
When they scored 5 minutes in, we both did the 30-second goal call. Yeah.
Sorry if you're in your radio.
Yeah. So
and like you might.
It'll be like the double banger on John and Lance.
Your
There's going to be a lot of distorted audio.
Might get blown out.
Yeah.
Here's my new strategy facing the Astros moving forward for every team the rest of the season. Full bunt strategy, 9 innings. Just do nothing but bunt against them, and you'll be able to win every single game you play against them. New strategy. It's going to work. The MLB is going to catch on.
All right, we'll take a break here. When we get back, let's talk about something fun that happened last night. The NBA Finals have been not what any of us were expecting. I know Jeremy Branham is not here, so I can speak for him. Has a lot of money. Riding on the Spurs to win this series.
Plus 550.
And plus
Yikes.
750.
Oh,
And plus 550.
Oh.
He got a plus 550 win straight up. After the first game, he went plus 550 for them to win in 6 and plus 750 for them to win in 5.
Wow.
So R.I.P.
I
to
didn't.
Brandon
Yeah,
Smollett.
I didn't know he had doubled and
That's
tripled
why.
down.
That's why you left. It's when you left us.
Yeah.
But we'll take a break. We'll talk
I miss
about what we
Michigan.
saw in last night's game. It was absolutely absurd. One of the biggest comebacks in NBA history happened during the finals. We'll get to that next, right here on Jeremy and Joe and ESPN 97.5 as we broadcast live from Rodeo Go. Thanks to our friends from Michelob Ultra and Huntington Bank. But first, I want to talk to you about D&M Leasing, home of the Easy Lease. Give them a call right now, 713-290-1000, or visit them at dmautoleasing.com. Why would you waste hours and hours at a car dealership when you can go to the D&M website? You can see their full list of new and used vehicles that are available for lease. And when you do, and you pick your car, you get that thing within 24 to 72 hours. They'll bring it right to your house, to your office, while you're out at lunch, and they'll take your trade-in as well. They make it as simple and easy as possible. Check them out right now, 713-290-1000, or visit them at dmautoleasing.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Rodeo Goat in Edo.
Presented by Michelob Ultra.
Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George and Josh Beard here with you today on Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from Rodeo Go in Edo. Thanks to our friends Michelob Ultra, your chance to win a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. Thanks to our friends at Michelob Ultra, happening right now. I believe out on the patio is where that you can do it. They're going to be here till 5 o'clock, so you got a chance still to do that right now. And Huntington Bank for sponsoring all of our soccer watch parties we'll be out doing throughout the Houston area. But last night, crazy night in the NBA. A 107-106 victory by the New York Knicks, who take a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. Absurd.
Yeah.
There's so many absurd stats.
Yeah.
The Knicks trailed by 17 points with less than 9 minutes to go. Entering yesterday's game, teams were 0-96 when trailing 17 or more in the final 9 minutes of a regulation NBA Finals game since 1970. And the Knicks now make that 1-96. Teams were 4-750 when down by 20 or more in the fourth quarter of playoff games over the last 30 years. They're now 5-750. The Knicks have 2 of those wins this postseason.
Yeah, game 1 against Cleveland, right?
Yeah. I don't understand what happened last night.
Down 27.
The Spurs went ice cold. OG Anunoby, Jalen
Insane.
Brunson.
Yeah.
They're hitting everything. Brunson's getting to his spots. Like, they're not just being gifted like foul calls to get there. You got Josh Hart from the top of the key. Like, it is just an incredible game for the Knicks last night to surge and come back in what felt like at first, like, it's like, oh, the Spurs are going to win this series.
Yeah.
The Spurs are going to dominate Game 4. They're going to roll back in San Antonio, and this thing's over. Instead, the Knicks are up 3-1, and it feels like Jalen Brunson and this crew are going to be your NBA champions here in the next couple days.
The second I saw Jalen Brunson on, I say the second, but it was really like the first 15 games, 20 games I saw Jalen Brunson on an NBA court, I knew this dude was going to be a star.
Yeah.
And if you think about him coming out of college, he wasn't even one of the most highly touted players on that championship team. He was good, not great. There's a reason he was a second-round pick. But coming back from 29 down with the amount of grit and skill that he had last night is not something that I envisioned happening for him. Like, I knew that Jalen Brunson was going to be great. But 36, 7, and 5, when he and OG Anunoby were just time and time again there every single time they needed a point. And Anunoby shot 77% from 3 last night. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, 7 and 9.
On top of that, defensively, he was incredible the entire way. I never thought I would also say, hey, Karl Anthony Towns, a pretty good defender. Like, in what world did I never thought I would see a Cat versus Wemby matchup where I thought Wemby did very well, but I thought Karl Anthony Towns, it was like a good duel between the two of them. But it was Jalen Brunson and OG who led the charge. And I'm torn, man. I can't stand the Spurs. I don't want to see them win anything. Also, I think it'd be hilarious to see Jeremy lose a lot of money if the Spurs lose. That's just hilarious.
Yes.
But then also, like, the stuff that's been going on with Knicks fans attacking Spurs fans in New York made me kind of want to be like, you know what, screw the Knicks. I don't want them to win. But at the end of the day, I love Jalen Brunson as a player. And the fact that any team ever let him walk into New York to be the superstar headliner of the New York Knicks is an absolute travesty.
Who was that team, Josh?
The team shall not be named.
Who was that team?
It was the Mavericks. It was my Mavericks.
There we
But you're talking about a Dallas Mavericks team who had Jalen Brunson and Luka Doncic in their backcourt from the same draft. Neither of them are on that team anymore, and now they have to sit there and watch Jalen Brunson be an absolute.
But you got Anthony Davis. Oh, never mind.
He'd be an absolute superstar. We're not talking about the Mavericks right now, Brian. We're talking about the Knicks. Jalen Brunson, absolute superstar. Anunoby kind of having a little bit of like a breakout moment right now. Like that was a huge moment for him last night.
He spiked on playoff or Finals MVP. Fascinated to see who's going to get it when the Knicks win this thing, because there's going to be a good argument for Brunson, OG, and Cat. And like, I agree with everything you said about Cat. Like, Karl Anthony Towns going into this series, my thought was the Knicks are going to feel like they're close, and they're going to try to convince the Milwaukee Bucks that Karl Anthony Towns is worth Giannis. Instead, they're going to win a championship, and it shows like two franchises kind of made big mistakes that have allowed the Knicks success. Like, the Timberwolves got frustrated, and we all get it why, but it's now turned a corner with the right coach and the right system. Look, again, this is a team that fired their coach last year in Tom Thibodeau. Like, this is the one. This is the Rockets angle of this. I think when the Knicks win the championship on Saturday. Rockets fans are going to be talking about the New York Knicks and them firing Tom Thibodeau as the reason why the Houston Rockets should fire Ime Udoka.
Yeah.
Because it's a great coach, defensive-minded, grinds his players down. And instead, they bring in an offensive mind who fixes this team, and now they're going to be NBA champions. And people are going to look at the Rockets the same way they look at the Knicks and say that's what the Rockets eventually are probably going to have to do. But for the Knicks, like, I give them a ton of credit. Like, I love Jalen Brunson. First time I watched him play basketball, he was a junior in high school. He was playing Jahlil Okafor, who was about to go to Duke. Jalen was a junior at Stevenson High School. He dropped 56 points in a playoff loss in the state championship
That's
game.
crazy.
It was it might have been the semifinals, but it was incredible. And it's like, oh, this kid's going to Villanova. Everyone's pissed he's not going to Illinois or Northwestern or something like that. But he has become like just such a clutch player, and he was last night. But you're right, OG. He's a story, like 10 for 15 from the field, 7 of 9 for 3.
93.5% true shooting
Crazy.
last night. Like, absolutely nuts stats, and he's doing it on the biggest stage. I think that the Rockets angle is, like, super interesting, and this is to a larger point to the way the NBA is structured now, where, you know, every time growing up in sports, we always heard defense wins championships. Defense wins championships. We still see that in baseball. We still see that in football. For sure we see that in football. Man, that's just dying more and more every single season with basketball. With the way they formulated the rules, where they don't really always consistently call travels and superstars are getting calls all over the place. Like one of my favorite strategies was Spurs versus the Thunder, where the Spurs are just like, okay, if you're going to flop and get calls, we're just gonna foul you really hard. But that's not good defense. That's just better strategy, right? But the Spurs are a really good defensive team, and we're struggling because of the amount of calls that we're getting called against them, right? So the way the NBA is formulated is just defense just does not win championships anymore. It's good to have a rim protector, still a guy that's tall that can alter shots. Like, shot alteration is still important, but when it comes down to like lockdown defender, putting hands on a guy, they just don't let it happen in the NBA anymore, which is an absolute travesty. So it is smarter to go in the direction of an offensive-minded coach, get offensive-minded players, and just outscore your opponent. Just be highly, highly, highly efficient. And last night is why you saw why you want to have an insanely efficient scoring team, because they can come back from the greatest deficit that we've seen in the NBA Finals and win a game where, like you said, if they had lost, who knows what kind of momentum the Spurs have then. And it was fun to see, but it shows me that the NBA is in a much different place than it has been ever. And I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I dislike that. The scoring is cool, but I want to see like old school early 2000s Pistons style defenses in games too.
I think we're still got some of that with like what OG was doing on defense.
A little bit, yeah. Not like, some.
It's not,
Spurs do it too. Yeah,
Stephon Castle plays great defense.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
And then the other part of the story,
not as good as Reed Shepherd, but
is the local kid, kind of, De'Aaron Fox.
Oof.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Would hate to be him today.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man?
I mean, like, dude, like there's 4 or 5 seconds as he has the ball in his hands at first when he touches it, maybe 6. If he just runs around a little bit, he's going to get fouled and go to the free throw line. Yep. Instead, he goes up for the layup, gets blocked, and then we saw what happened after. But, like, that is one of the biggest gaffes we've seen in a long time in a clutch situation where just, like, all you have to do is try to dribble it out, waste the clock. You're going to go to the free throw line. Instead, he thought he could outrun OG. I think that's what he said after the game. Wrong.
Very wrong.
And
which is crazy because De'Aaron Fox is like fast as crap, right? Like that's one thing he was known as coming into the NBA, is one of the fastest with the ball point guards coming into the NBA in a long time. But dude, it wasn't even just that play. Of course that play is egregious, right? Like, you do the smart thing, you do the logical thing, which De'Aaron Fox is not always apt to do in his NBA career. But I felt like every time he had the ball in his hands, the Spurs offense just stalled out, dude. Like, they did not move the ball well. He would just hold it for way too long. And then he had 4 total turnovers. Like you're not going to succeed whenever your point guard's playing like that. And I love what they have with their youth and and defensively. But Wemby needs help on offense. He needs more guys around him, and that was very apparent last night.
I think the fallout from this series, more because of how impressed I've been with Harper, is that De'Aaron Fox is going to be on a different basketball team
100%
next season.
Yes.
And I think the Spurs have still – Jeremy asked this question last week before the series started. Does this change anything about saying the Spurs have arrived,
no.
whether they win or lose? No, they've arrived.
Absolutely not.
They're going to be a problem. It's going to be them and the Thunder. It feels like back and forth. Now, I do think there is some reason for optimism if, like, you're a Rockets fan of, like, it's not impossible to beat these teams. Now, I wouldn't pick them at all to be a favorite.
Does the Rockets roster change in this scenario?
Yes.
As long as Şengün's the second best player, I think I disagree.
No, I think because we've talked about it a lot, Brian. It's just like no matter what the Rockets do this offseason, there's no hope. I think it shows that with the right coaching and the right pieces, you can find a way. Like you've got this Pacers team who took the Thunder to 7 last year, who if Halliburton doesn't get hurt, maybe the Pacers are NBA champions last year, and then the Knicks are going to win it this year. Like maybe it's not as daunting of a task as it felt going into this series, that it's not hopeless. I still wouldn't pick the Rockets to win anything. I just don't feel as hopeless right now. Maybe for this season with Udoka as the coach, because now I am going to join that bandwagon of like, hey, maybe get an offensive-minded guy in here and change this thing up a little bit. But like overall, like I feel a little bit better from a Rockets perspective than I did when the series started.
Now all we need is for the Spurs to hire Nico Collins for player personnel, trade Victor Wembanyama for Joel Embiid, a first and like some seconds and some other random pieces.
Fire their coach, hire Steven Silas.
Hire Steven Silas, and then that's what we really need in Houston as Rockets fans.
That's it.
Just come and tear the Spurs. Hey, they made it to a finals and lost. Why don't you just tear the team apart? It's not going to work. That's the play moving forward for the Spurs.
All right, we'll talk about our favorite comeback victories of all time.
I know mine.
Last night's definitely a part of it. There's obviously a big football game that I think happened a couple years ago that will be heavily discussed. But this doesn't have to be a championship game. This is just your personal favorite. So you can pick an Astros playoff game, a Rockets game, a Texans game. They can be regular season, postseason. You call it. Your favorite comebacks of all time that you've witnessed. We'll do that next right here on Jeremy and Joe as we broadcast live from Rodeo Go on ESPN 97.5. Houston, your road to $1 million starts here on June 13th. The Road to Fanatics games is coming exclusively to Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Step up to the PK Challenge. Go! Step up to the PK Challenge and be like Mexico and score a goal. And you can punch your tickets to Fanatics Fest this summer in New York, where you get to compete against 50 of the biggest athletes in the world, like Tom Brady, David Ortiz, Noah Lyles, Cam Scatteraboo, and more. Participants will test their accuracy with penalty kicks attempts aiming to strike a designated target in the goal. And at the end of the competition, the top 3 winners will be selected to qualify for Fanatics games this summer at Fanatics Fest. Pull up and get ready to show us what you've got only at Dick's House of Sport in Friendswoods. Even if you're not competing, you can enjoy free athlete photo ops with Nico Collins, Daniil Hunter, and Tank Dell, plus card breaks, giveaways, and more. You don't want to miss it. June 13th, Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Myself and Sean Mapes will be broadcasting live from there from noon to 3 on Saturday. Spots are limited. RSVP now at fanaticsgames.com. That's fanaticsgames.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe,
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Rodeo Goat in Edo.
Presented by Michelob Ultra.
Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Josh Beard back here on ESPN 97.5. We just had the chili cheese fries delivered to us with jalapenos, bacon. Excellent. Very good. Now, Brian, I'm going to stop talking. It's all up to you now. Okay, I'm going to eat.
How come?
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5. Shut up, Josh. ESPN 97.5.
We're broadcasting live from Rodeo Goat, thanks to our friends, Michelob Ultra and Huntington Bank. We'll have all of our soccer watch parties that'll be going on throughout this big tournament. You can find out more information on our website, ESPN975.com. When a promo heads to tomorrow, real quick, we'll be at Patterson Park. For tomorrow's broadcast, you can show up and register to win a $500 gift card to Republic Boot Company. You will not have to be in person to claim your prize. You can sign up with our promo team. Colton will be here tomorrow. You can sign up, put your name in a box, and get your chance to get a nice little $500 gift card to Republic Boot Company. We're doing that a lot throughout the summer. It's going to be a lot of fun throughout all these games, and Mexico takes a 2-0 lead right in the middle of the library.
That was amazing.
Great timing. As
That
we're
was
talking
amazing.
about PKs for Fanatics Fest this weekend.
Perfect timing.
Great goal. Great goal call, Brian. I thought you did a good job.
Thank you.
I didn't hear Josh.
I did not do it. No, I did not. I let you guys. I let you guys handle it.
But
he doesn't have the pipes.
Favorite comebacks
True.
of all time. Last night, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I have no dog in that fight, but it's up there for me. Like, it's quickly into one of those games where it's just like, this is a memorable game that, like, you will remember of just watching a team be so dramatically down, by down 29 points. Like, the still shots are crazy to look at. Just like in the third quarter, they're down by 29. They're down by 20 in the fourth. 15 with, 6 or 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It's absurd, but
because it's not just the biggest comeback in finals history; it's the second biggest comeback in NBA playoffs history.
Yeah, it's absurd. Obviously, Falcons Patriots has to be towards the top of the list, right? 29-3. It's
28-3. Yeah.
That one, everything that happened with that game, you still have big Julio Jones catches for the Falcons, but you just get all these massive plays. The Julian Edelman catch. There's so much in that one that, it's hard to beat that one also.
Yeah.
Because also it's for the Super Bowl, Last night's just a finals game. Now it's going to lead to the Knicks winning, so it's similar in a way. But, when you saw this topic, what jumps to mind for you?
I mean, okay, there's one that's Houston-based. I didn't even live in the city at the time. I wasn't a fan of the team at the time, but I remember the date. I was watching that game, December 9th, 2004. Tracy McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds to win 81-80 over the Spurs. What happened last night was incredible because of the stage and because of the timing and the sheer deficit. But, man, I've seen very few people just will a team to a win the way T-Mac did. And with the swagger that he had when he's doing it, just three after three after three with dudes in his face the entire time, that one is one of the first ones that popped up into my head. The one thing I was going to say, interesting thing is, last night's comeback, do you think that that's more difficult or do you think that the Patriots coming back in the Super Bowl is more difficult?
I'm going to go with the Patriots.
I agree. I totally agree.
Just because we know in basketball, we see these giant runs happen all the time.
Yep. The ups and the downs and the swings of a game.
I mean, how many Rockets games do we watch this year where they're up by 15 and the game's tied?
It's the nature of the game now, too.
It's a game of runs.
Now, last night is to an extreme level, but we don't really see comebacks like that in football in general.
Correct. Even we have difficulty finding or thinking of any games where it's a 10-point or a 14-point comeback in a playoff game, much less a 25-point comeback in the Super Bowl, right? But anyway, back to best comebacks of all time. Number one for me that I instantly – well, actually, number two that I thought of. I'll save my number one. Number two that I instantly thought of was T-Mac. My number one, this is personal to me. It also led to a team winning an NBA championship. It's 2011 Mavericks again in Game 2 against the Heat. The deficit wasn't as big. I think it was I should know this. It was either a 15 or 16-point deficit. Tomorrow's my birthday, by the way. They won the championship on my birthday in 2011, and I forced my family to watch the championship DVD every single year. This is going to be year 15 that my wife has had to watch it. This is going to be however old my kids are. Actually, it'll be year 15 for my daughter, too. But that comeback, just the way they did it, the number of threes that they were shooting, Jason Terry claiming, like, on one of his threes to help them come back, he couldn't even see the rim. Like, it's one of my favorite quotes of all time. He's like, I closed my eyes and his hand was in my face. I couldn't even see the rim, so I just shot it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just absolutely insane, and then it gave them the momentum to continue carrying that the rest of the series. But that, to me, is probably, especially when you're talking about a big three of at the time of Wade, LeBron, and Chris Bosh, with the good role players that they had with, like, Mario Chalmers and some of the other dudes that were on that team. That Mavericks team had shown that they can come back from deficits. They did it against the Trailblazers. They did it against the Thunder. But in that moment, it was just like there was nothing that was going to stop them. You kind of felt that they were going to win. Dirk gets the go-ahead bucket, and then they end up taking Game 2 and winning the championship off of it.
Kook Blaze on Twitch says the Cougs come back against Duke in the
Yeah,
Final Four.
that's a great
was on
one.
my list.
That's
Yeah.
a good one. The first one I thought of was, and I was trying to remember, I don't remember the exact details, so I had to go look it back up, but down 7-3 in the 8th inning.
Oh.
The Astros winning 8-7 against the Mariners in Game 1 of the ALDS in 2022. Jordan Alvarez hits that home run, that first big home run of the postseason that year that, like, really starts the World Series run there. And it's like that's the one that, to me, of the Astros that stands out the most. The T-Mac one was on my list, like, mainly because
Sorry, stole it. My bad.
No, but, like, it's so absurd, dude. Like, it's one of the greatest, like, individual performances in the history of sport, I think. Like, when, like, to take over a game in that capacity, the way that he did offensively and defensively is absolutely absurd. Like, I think a lot of Houston people would say, like, that's probably their number one. I was trying to think. I couldn't think of a Texans one, Brian. I don't know if you have one.
I mean, let's look at last year. Davis Mills and the Jaguars. They were down They were down, what, 27? No, they were down 21 entering the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And the improbable of that, I think that was the first game of the 3-game run that when Davis Mills went 3-0 without C.J. Stroud when he was out with the concussion. They're down 21 points, and then he scrambles into the end zone of all the ways to tie the game and go ahead. That was a pretty improbable comeback. The biggest one, now it was kind of in a lost season because it was 2013 when they were terrible, but they had a 21-point comeback against the Chargers on Monday Night Football in 2013.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brian
that's a good
Cushing
one.
scored a pick six.
Yeah.
That was an incredible comeback.
Another one that I put on my list, it's kind of like a nothing game, a regular season game, but the Vikings 33-point comeback.
Oh,
the
the Minneapolis Miracle,
2022.
the Case Keenum to Diggs.
Yeah, like that's. I
That
think
was a
they
good
ended
one.
up winning that game in overtime, 36-33 or
Yep.
something like that. Like, and also it's kind of like Houston oriented, but yeah, that a 33-point deficit. We talk about a 25-point deficit. 33-point deficit in the NFL is just an insane comeback. Yeah.
Don't say 30. I mean, you made me think of the Oilers and the Bills. when
My
you
bad.
said
My bad.
that.
Sorry, that's hurtful. My bad.
PTSD.
I pulled up a list, and it was the number one.
Of course,
Was it really?
Yeah, of course it is.
I would say this one's a little different because I don't know if it's outside the scope of this. I got to take 2019 Masters Tiger.
Yeah.
Like, coming back and winning that thing after, like, being, like, done with golf for – it felt like it was a couple years, like, since he had really been good. All the injuries, the drug issues, Perkins, waitresses. Like, there was a lot going on. And then, like, Tiger Woods comes back out of nowhere and, like, he wins that thing.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different because it's, like, an individual sport and it's more of a career comeback versus, like, an individual game.
I didn't even think about the big three, but no, I'd agree with that. Like, that everybody had written him off as done. I think we can safely assume he's done this time.
Yeah,
or do you think there's going to be another Tiger comeback?
Well, we were at
Maybe the Champions Tour. The Champions Tour.
We were at the Champions Tour. We did at the Houston,
in the Woodlands.
In the Woodlands, and the guys there were like they're kind of expecting it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
They were talking about how things have to change a little bit with like probably security and everything.
Yeah.
But like, gosh, I can't remember who we interviewed. But
we interviewed the winner.
It was the second guy we interviewed.
But it was the other guy who was leading at day one, and he kind of choked.
Yeah, he did.
I'm forgetting the guy's name, though. Off the top of my head.
My favorite personal one that no one here is going to care about except for me.
Is this going to be Notre Dame?
No, it's going to be Chicago Bears.
Okay.
But it's also my least favorite because it's the worst thing I've ever done.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I like where this is going.
I was a young child. It was snowing. It was cold as all hell. I left the game early with my dad.
Oh, no
way, dude. And by the time we got on the bus to get back to the car, Mike Brown got a pick 6 against the Browns. Then they recovered an onside kick and scored again. And I think they came back. I think it was down 3 touchdowns in a regular season game. And we missed all of it.
So who's
brutal.
Now I know you're.
I was in like 5th grade.
Are you begging Dad to leave?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is on you.
Yeah.
This is on you.
No. So this wasn't a
Pops.
dad wanted to leave.
Yeah.
You had to go. This was not only did you ruin it for yourself, but you ruined it for your father too.
I was being a bitch.
So yeah, 100%.
Does your father still blame you for this?
Fun fact. My parents are going on a cruise after our Disney trip, so they're still in Florida. We drove down there with them. We flew back. My dad brought it up on the car ride.
That's hilarious. My favorite comeback I've ever been a part of, and I wouldn't have let my son talk me into it if I don't care if he had put like a hot iron to my back. The Aggies' 27-point comeback this past season against South Carolina. We were at halftime.
You were. I forgot you were at that
we
game.
were there, and we're at halftime. And the cool thing about Kyle Field is there are some places where you can go get food. You literally scan your card, walk in, grab whatever you want, and walk out. I was like, look, dude. We're going to go get $50 worth of hot dogs and pretzels. We're going to get some drinks, and we're just going to chill out. Worst case scenario, they still lose this game, and traffic won't be that bad when they leave. Or they end up coming back, and it's one of the greatest sporting moments we've ever experienced in our entire life. Now, the season did not end up being as fun as that win, but that comeback was a pretty fun comeback, especially to experience it with my son, who did not force me to leave, and he actually wanted to stay, especially since I was buying him food. Yeah, way better kid than Joe.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. First time I took my kid to a baseball game, my dad was like, "You let him leave early?" I'm like, "Yeah, he's 4, dude."
It's
those will be your dad's dying words.
Yeah, it's gonna be like,
"You're gonna leave this early too."
You're making me leave early
Look,
now.
man, I paid to fly back to Chicago to go to a World Series game in 2016. I think we're square now.
No, it doesn't matter.
No, they didn't win that game.
No, you're never going to let that down.
All right, let's go out to the HRMP guest line. We'll see how this listener line. We'll see how this goes. It's kind of loud in here, but Chris is on the HRMP listener line. Chris, what's going on? What's your favorite comeback of all time?
So I've got a couple of comebacks. A couple of my favorite comebacks have to be like Riley Reid or Mia Khalifa. Thanks.
Nope. Yeah, I guess he dropped. I'll jump in with one.
Who are those people?
I'll jump in
Have
with
you ever
one
seen the Chris
to move
Pratt?
on.
Yeah.
No. First, have you ever seen the Chris Pratt from Parks and Rec?
Yeah.
Which part?
Where he makes that same exact joke, but it's a blooper. It's so funny.
It's one of the funniest things.
I will send it to you.
Okay.
Show.
Yeah,
I will send it to you.
Chris, I respect it, but don't ever do it again.
New interns, vet the calls.
That's it.
Brian, take it away.
So I'll go one personal that you guys won't share because it's college football and you don't root for this team. But Vince Young's, the year they won the Rose Bowl against Michigan, they're down 35-7.5 against Oklahoma State, ended up winning 56-35. It was an unbelievable comeback. It's kind of the moment where you're like, okay, Vince is capable of anything. The other one, taking it back to Houston sports, the 18-inning game against the Braves.
Yeah.
They were down 4-1 in the 8th inning. They needed a Brad Ausmus home run of all things to tie the game. It hinged upon a Brad Ausmus home run.
I forgot about that one.
And then the game goes into extra innings at 4-4, and of course Chris Burke walks it off in the 18th.
Yeah.
Trying to think what else. I had one in mind that I was going to go to, but I totally forgot. It's where I fell in love with Caleb Williams. Sorry, Brian. When he comes in for Spencer Rattler.
Okay. Yeah. That wasn't great.
As a freshman.
Wasn't great.
Sorry to my Longhorn friends.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal.
But that's where I was like, I like this guy a lot.
I really wish Spencer Rattler had finished that game.
I wish, because you would have dog walked Oklahoma
they would
in that one. Let's see, text line 2001 Holiday Bowl. Texas down 16, entering the fourth quarter, and Applewhite had to finish it for the comeback.
Yeah, there was unfortunately a lot of games where Applewhite did things and he didn't, for some reason, keep the job.
Reggie Miller, just as a text here. I guess when you did the choke sign, probably.
Yeah, was that a big
game?
comeback? I don't remember the circumstances.
Yeah, I feel
The
like that was.
circumstances are fuzzy.
I feel like that wasn't like a huge comeback, but it was definitely a. It looked like
It was
they
a
were.
clutch
It
moment.
looked like they were done, and it
Well,
was.
I guess
clutch,
it was
like,
a comeback because he does
yeah.
the choke sign.
Yeah.
But I don't really remember the details.
I mean, like if you're going like from like a series aspect, obviously the number one is Red Sox Yankees.
Yep.
Yeah, or Warriors are up 3-1 on the Cavs. The only year the Cavs won the title.
You're right.
They're up 3-1 in that series.
But yeah, this list I found, number one was the Bills defeating the Oilers in '92.
Triggered.
Number two.
Do any of them
is,
mention the Chiefs comeback against the Texans? If you're going to keep,
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Why do you have to be hurtful,
24-0 in the second quarter.
Yeah.
And then the final was like 56-30.
Yeah, see, that one I feel like almost doesn't count because it turned into such a boat race.
Yeah, it did.
Like, it's like normally these end up in competitive games.
Right.
Like the final score at least. But that one just became so extreme. This list has the McGrady 2004 as number 4 on their list.
Nice.
As the number 4.
What are the top three? What are the three above it?
To bail you out a little bit, Josh, I had tickets to that game. But you guys know this because he's in our. You guys know him because he's in our fantasy league. Nayboy, my friend Travis.
Yeah.
He was sick, so he's like, "Sorry, man, I can't go to the game." So I was like, "All right, well, I'm not going to go."
Oh, that sucks.
That game was McGrady's comeback.
It says
That's
number
brutal.
2 was Liverpool defeating AC Milan in the 2005.
That's okay.
I had that too.
Like,
Yeah.
I had this one. Yeah.
Oh, how did we forget that one?
AC Milan got up 3-0 early. I guess.
I remember
and
like
then,
it was yesterday.
Liverpool ended up winning a shootout in that game. 1982, LA Kings defeat the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3. They were down 5-0 after 2 periods.
Down 5-0 in hockey. They won. Wow.
That's actually. That might be more difficult than any of the NFL comebacks.
Yeah,
that we
I think
talked
so.
about. You know what?
I don't know. I mean, Saturday, like, I don't know if you guys watched, but the Golden Knights are up 4-0, and they ended up winning the game. They were up 4-0 after the second period, and the thing went to double overtime.
No, I didn't get to see the game.
Carolina scored 4 goals in the third, and I think they scored 3 of them within like a minute.
I didn't catch that game because I was doing literally anything else. Other
Oh,
than
see, I'll
watching.
tell you, like, this, like,
You hate hockey?
I don't hate hockey.
dude.
It's just
It
I just
seems
don't.
like you hate
I don't
hockey.
seek it out. Like it's not. I didn't. Oh, look, I grew up in Texas.
Sounds like you're just changing the
I would've-
wording of hate.
I would have loved to play hockey, but I do like watching playoff hockey, but I don't seek it out.
I mean, it's like this has been elite level Stanley Cup.
Has it really
this
been?
year? It's been incredible every single game.
You know what? Since it is a Stanley Cup time, maybe I should watch at least one game. A game we forgot about: the self pass. Anybody remember that? 17
self-pass.
Titans were down 17 points on the Chiefs in the 2017 playoffs. Marcus Mariota had a pass deflected into his hands, and he ran it in for a touchdown.
God, no, I don't remember that at all.
Oh, man, that one, I totally forgot about that. And
I
I was trying to
forget
remember
that
who
one.
it was. I'm like, oh, yeah, it was Mariota. But, yeah, the self-pass in 2017 was a pretty good one.
All right, so if you guys can send in your suggestions, even the children who are out here, who Jeremy would be ashamed of. I'm not going to lie, I laughed. I know I'm not supposed to, but I thought it was funny. So kudos to Chris for squeezing in. I do appreciate the effort there of what transpired on the show a couple minutes ago. And for the people who don't understand, sorry.
As soon as you said it was a caller, I'm like, that's 100% going to be what's going to happen.
I was hopeful. Look, I've been on vacation, man.
That's
like,
true.
I was
You're
just,
a little rusty. It's
a little
fine.
rusty,
Yeah.
You know? All right, once upon a time, on a different radio station, three of us were part of a show called the Fantasy Four. So in or out on Texans fantasy players. We're going to do that next right here on ESPN 97.5 as we broadcast live from Rodeo Goat. Your local bar, it can be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. All you have to do is show up and compete. This event is running now through June 14th. You show up, you compete in their interactive soccer shootout game, and the winner will go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. You can come to Rodeo Goat right now. They are here until 5 o'clock, and the winner will go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game, courtesy of Michelob Ultra. Will not be your only chance this week. On Friday, tomorrow from 5 to 8, they'll be at Christian's Tailgate. On Saturday, you'll have multiple opportunities throughout Houston. Little Woodrow's here in Edo, Moonshine Deck in the Heights. On Sunday, you can go out to Chapman and Kirby in Edo, Twin Peaks on Kirby, Fabian's Latin Flavors in downtown. All those places you can go to get a chance to win a pair of tickets to the World Cup thanks to Michelob Ultra. Play for a chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Joe George and Josh Beard and Brian McDonald. We're here with you today out at Rodeo Goat in Edo for one of our soccer watch parties. You can see the full list of bars we'll be going to throughout the Houston area on our website, espn975.com, under the promotions tab. Packed house today.
Oh, yeah.
2-0.
2-0.
2-0. Game's almost over.
Literally like 10 seconds if it's true to the stoppage time.
So Mexico's going to get the first win of the World Cup this year. And look, it's a crazy crowd. It's been unreal. Like just seeing like what Edo looks like right now with the fan fest and everything going on. They closed it earlier because it was at capacity. I saw that. And that looks like to be the
There's
W.
a final. 2-0 Mexico. Somewhere Will Kunkel's very happy.
I know. Well,
I don't know if y'all keep saying this nil thing. That's a 0. Y'all know that, right? It's 2-0.
No, it's 2-0. You
not
uncultured swine.
It's 2-0. Where I'm sitting, it's 2-0, friend.
It's nil.
Yeah.
Uncultured Josh Beard.
Nil's not a word. I feel like y'all just made it up. Also, I feel like when you brought us back, I felt like you said Ronald McDonald instead of Brian McDonald because you slurred. And now I want to ask Brian a quick question. How often did you get called Ronald McDonald when you were growing up?
It definitely declined over time.
But it was pretty substantial.
Elementary school, substantially.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I got Curious George a lot.
Yeah, I got called Mustache.
George of the Jungle.
Yeah, people weren't clever with mine. They're like, "What's up, Mustache?" Like, that's not even my last
Did you have
name.
facial hair when you were like 4?
No, it's because my last name is Beard.
Joe?
Joe forgot. All right. Yeah, so Joe
Vacation
Joe invites me onto the show. I'm headed home. He calls me, and he doesn't even remember my last name. This is the worst one-night stand I've ever had, but not surprising.
All right.
It's also top 2, though.
That's true. Yeah.
All right, so once upon a time, we used to do a fantasy football show together.
We did.
The 3 of us and Kyle King, who does radio in some town in Tennessee.
Clarksville, Tennessee.
That's what I was going to say. Chattanooga. I was like, that's wrong.
No. That's wrong. Very wrong.
So Brian saved me. I was thinking for the show today, like while we're here and we're getting closer to fantasy season, if you're, a degenerate like Jeremy Branham, he's got 85-something best ball leagues already going.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It keeps
over
growing.
100, isn't he?
He might be over 100.
It keeps
right?
growing every year. That's nuts.
He did 499 underdog leagues last year.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
It
like
is.
I honestly, at some point in the show, I think we need to plan an intervention for Jeremy.
I agree.
And I don't care what day you guys want to do it. I'll drive in. We can get other people to come in, and we need to do an intervention on the air for Jeremy. That's ridiculous.
I don't think an intervention would work very well for Branham.
No, honestly,
I
think
feel like his personality would take to an intervention.
If we tried to do an intervention with Jeremy, he might hit 1,000.
Yeah,
he
might do it in spite of us.
He's so spiteful at times. Love him. He would double it.
Do we have to go the opposite and be like, bet you can't do 1,000 best ball leagues?
No, because
he would take it as a
challenge.
challenge.
Then it's a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I got some. Are we in or out on fantasy football this year? Texans players.
I'm in on fantasy football.
We're always
Texans
in on fantasy
yes,
football.
I
know the Twitchers are gonna love this segment.
I
horrible
name. I love it.
We'll start with the easiest one, or maybe the most complicated one, because there's times where you've got C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And you look at a quarterback, and you're like, okay, like this guy should be good in fantasy. The numbers haven't been there. So let's say you're going in a 2-quarterback league. Are you in or out on CJ this year as a fantasy football quarterback?
I'm in, but not as my QB1. He's my super flex. And it depends on what strategy I'm using. Like if I'm drafting QBs early, he's not. Then I'm not out on him. But he's not going to be one of my top 2. But if I'm doing something where it's like I'm drafting like running backs and wide receivers before I start diving into quarterbacks, then I'm thinking QB2. Everything that I've read from people expect him to take a step forward and kind of bounce back. My problem with C.J. Stroud isn't necessarily him. My problem with C.J. Stroud is scheme. Like, nothing about what they've done to build this team tells me that they're going to reformulate the offense to fit C.J. Stroud's strengths. Where is he strongest, right? Like, he is strongest in mid-range passing, in deep passing, get a little play action, some rollout stuff, and that's just not what they like to do. They like short passing. I'm still interested to see what the offensive line looks like. They want to run the ball a ton. There's a reason why they go out and get a plotter like David Montgomery. Good plotter, but still a plotter nonetheless. So they're going to run the ball a bunch. So when it comes to just like sheer volume and scheme, I'm in the right circumstance on C.J. Stroud, but I'm not expecting him to be the guy that's going to be like one of my fantasy headliners, like I may have like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'm completely out because in fantasy, it doesn't always matter if you're actually like a good quarterback. It sometimes just matters if you run.
Yeah.
It's C.J. Stroud doesn't run. And if you don't run, you have to have like the Matthew Stafford or, further back, Aaron Rodgers when, they threw 43 touchdowns that year.
Right.
And I just see, not only because of C.J.'s talent, but also to what you mentioned, Josh, like the design of the scheme where the Texans want to run the ball. Like when they're around the goal line, what do they want to do? They want to punch it in with David Montgomery. So I don't see a crazy touchdown season coming from CJ, and he also doesn't run. So I'm out. Right now on Underdog, like he's buried. He's quarterback 24 on Underdog. Below Malik Willis, below Cam Ward, below Tyler Shuck.
Underdog is probably one of the more correct sites that's kind of rating him right now, and it's because everybody there is worried about the scheme fit. Everybody's worried that they haven't really built a team around C.J. Stroud and his strengths. They've built a team, and they hope that C.J. can kind of like meet the expectations that they have for him.
Yeah, I'm with Brian where I'm out this year. 1 quarterback league, 2 quarterback league. Like, I don't want him. I don't expect him to get drafted in many leagues unless you're in fantasy leagues, which maybe a lot of our listeners are, obviously with people in Houston.
I mean, if it's a super flex, he should be rostered, but I wouldn't want to start him.
Right. And I think if you're in a league with Texans fans and just a 1 quarterback league, he will be drafted late, maybe before kickers and defense go off the board. And you'll have a couple homers who will take him way too early, and it'll be a waste of a pick.
Yeah.
And you should celebrate those people and keep them in your league forever.
Yes.
But I'm out. I got no interest this year. Maybe as like a roster, like if I'm desperate for a backup quarterback, if I really need one, like maybe a bye week option if I happen to be in a dynasty league.
You can stream them in good matchups.
Yeah, but like overall, like I'm out.
That's kind of where I'm at with him.
Now, so this next one, because they're connected to each other, Nico.
I'm in.
So as weird as I'm out on Stroud, I'm in on Nico.
Yeah.
I think the production's still going to be there. Like, is he going to be a top 10 wide receiver in fantasy football this year? No, I do not think so.
Right.
Wide receiver 9 for what it's worth right now on Underdog.
See, like, I think that's too high. I'll be honest. Like, I think that's too high for Nico right now because I don't think the production's going to be there because of what we talked about, the run game, the scheme, the quarterback. So, like, I'm in if he falls below that. But I just say, like, I'm in, but, like, not to that extreme, I
am in to that extreme because if he stays healthy, I pray to the football gods that I'm wrong about this, but I have no confidence that Tank Dell can stay healthy for an entire season. And after Tank Dell, you've got Jalen Knoll, which we'll get to these other guys in a minute. You've got Jaden Higgins. You've got Dalton Schultz. Like, there's not a lot of great targets, so when they do throw the ball, Nico's going to be targeted a ton because not just because he is going to be the prime target for the offense, but because his skill set and his route tree fits what CJ does well perfectly. Like, it's the way he runs his double moves, the way he cuts in and out on corners and posts. It fits the way CJ anticipates throws, the routes that he likes to see. So I think that he's going to be, even if it's not like super high volume as a wide receiver 1, it's still going to be good enough volume. Probably like, I'd say we'll see him close to like 9 to 11 catches a game, somewhere around that. And it's going to be like highly efficient stuff. And that's what we've seen from Nico. The biggest thing with him is can he stay healthy?
Yep.
So I'm in on him as a wide receiver 1, but like a borderline wide receiver 1. Like wide receiver like 12, 11,
even
somewhere
in a
around
year
there.
where he missed 5 games and 24, he's still ended up over 1,000 yards.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's still incredibly talented.
First year with CJ, he was 3 yards short of 1,300. Like, I think this guy, to Josh's point, the only thing that holds him back is an injury.
I've been in on Nico Collins before everybody was in on him.
All
3 years ago, I'm the one who said he's a wide receiver 1.
You heard of this band.
No, I didn't. No, people had heard of him before.
You want to go down this road?
I do want to go. No, stop it. We're talking about Nico Collins and Texas players.
How's Rashad Bateman
doing? Talking about
how's Myles Garrett doing?
No, we're talking about Nico Collins. We're talking about Nico Collins and Texans players.
You're gonna brag about takes, man. I'm gonna poke away.
Okay, all right. shut up.
You know, look, I have like the worst takes ever. It's well documented at this point. I can't do math, so people still remember mine.
I hate that you're so okay with this.
What was your Moon Sun take from a few weeks ago?
It was there was the Rockets, which shout out to the Rockets, dropping off some goodies at the station for some of us.
Yeah, I never get them.
I'm trying to fix that.
Failed.
There was I didn't do it yet.
Okay.
It's on my list of 5,000 things to do. There was a photo before they released the new jerseys. I said it looked like the moon, but it was clearly a sun. I don't know. It was bad.
Man, you know what? I'll give you a pass. There's not a whole lot of difference between the two.
The color is different.
Well, but the shape is the same.
Yeah, you're right.
What if you're colorblind? You don't know.
I mean,
what
one's
if you have
rock, one's gas.
What if there's a color blindness?
One's cold, one's the hottest thing in the world.
What if there's a color blindness you don't know about?
That's
right?
true.
Moon sun color
I should have
blindness.
said that.
Yeah,
that's a thing.
I'm colorblind,
but
guys.
Then, like,
I'm moon sun blind.
But Mapes might call HRMP on me for infringing on his color blindness.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
That might not go very well.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's gimmick infringement.
Let's just go to the next wide receiver then here, Jaden Higgins. Like, he's going to go late.
Yeah.
Same amount of touchdowns last year as Nico.
I like him in underdog, not in redraft.
Yeah, he's clearly the second option. Like, I like him for where I think he's probably going to get drafted, which is very, very late. And just if things were to be hopes and dreams of what this offense can be in its peak form, I like Higgins. I think he's going to be a good red zone target for them, especially if Nico's been getting a lot of the attention.
Yeah.
And same amount of touchdowns as Nico last year. I'm intrigued by him. I'm not, like, all the way in, but I'm not out either.
Right. I'm from a fantasy perspective, I'm out. There's so many other options. I think there are other flyers I'd rather take than Higgins if I'm drafting late. I keep an eye on him because, I don't feel like Tank Dell's going to be able to stay healthy for an entire season. So then the other outside receiver becomes Jaden Higgins at that point. Because here's really the way I see this season going, honestly. They have a lot of flexibility at the wide receiver position with what they can do. They can have Nico Collins and Tank Dell both on the outside with Jalen Noel in the slot. They can have Higgins and Collins on the outside with Tank Dell in the slot.
Yep.
I just don't think Tank Dell is going to be able to stay healthy long enough, which I'm already giving away my answer on Tank Dell, which sucks.
Oh, he wasn't going to come up.
Oh, good. Very good. So I'm out on Higgins but I'm keeping an eye on him. He's going to be on a watch list because as soon as Tank Dell goes down, or if I'll be a little nicer, if Tank Dell goes down, Higgins becomes a way more interesting option at that point. Although I do have a hot take about one of the wide receivers, so I hope you ask about him.
Just give it, because I'm not. That was my last wide receiver.
That was your last one? Okay. Jalen Noel.
Okay.
Jalen Noel's going to be the
I'm
number.
so worried to say Xavier Hutchinson.
No, Xavier Noel. Jalen Noel's going to be the number 2 wide receiver on the. He's going to be the number 2 receiving option on the Texans offense
this year?
Huh?
Can he out-snap fullbacks this year?
I think that he ends up playing the majority of the time at the slot. I really do. I think that he plays most of the time at the slot, and they play a lot of 4 wide receiver sets off and on. I think Jalen Noel is going to be on the field a lot, and if you look at his stats at the end of last season, he was one of the most efficient wide receivers in the time that he got. And another offseason, another set of time getting ready, going through camp, working with C.J. Stroud, and then because I'm anticipating that Dell is going to get hurt, I think Jalen Noel is going to end up kind of have a little bit of a breakout season and be the number 2 pass-catching option for the Texans.
Yeah, I hope you're right, because I loved
too.
Jalen Noel last year, and they wouldn't play him.
Right.
So, that's why, I'm out until –
when he sees the field, he is very good.
British Brooks and Braxton Berrios are out snapping him.
I'll believe it when I see it. I hope you're right, because, I like Noel. They did a little show for the media with Tank Dell, putting him on the field, but he's not on my radar this year until I can see it. Now it might be a race to the waiver wire for him at some point this year.
Yeah, agreed.
But until I see him on the field and contribute in a meaningful way, I'm out.
It's a wasted asset until then.
Yeah, for sure. David Montgomery, Brian.
Yeah, I'm in. I like we were talking about earlier in the conversation with CJ. I think when this team gets down in the red zone, don't even look at what they say. Just look at their actions. They sign Wyatt Teller, a run blocking guard. They draft another run blocking guard out of Georgia Tech. They acquire Braden Smith, a run blocking right tackle.
Yeah.
They bring in David Montgomery, who we're talking about now. They want to be a team that could punch it in from the one, which they couldn't do last year with Woody Marks and the offensive line they had. So I think David Montgomery. Now it might look ugly. It might not be pretty. Remember that year. not Jalen Williams, Jamal Williams. Remember that year Jamal Williams had for the Lions where he had 18 touchdowns and like 600 rushing yards? It could look like that. But I think because of the touchdown volume, David Montgomery will be fine for where he's going.
Joe will have a better idea of what season this was, what year it was, but I can see a lot of like David Montgomery. I think it was his second. I don't think it was
really
his
good
rookie
a year too.
I think it was his second year in the league with the Bears. Not super efficient, like
probably the year
yardage wise, but like it was like what was it, like 3.6 or 3.5 yards per carry. But he had a lot of touchdowns, got a lot of usage. I think to me, not just bringing in Smith, but to me, one of the things that we've talked about that you brought up is drafting Keelan Rutledge really told me they want to punch defensive lines in the mouth over and over and over and over and over again. And so I'm in on David Montgomery from I think he's going to be the goal line back. He's going to get volume. Now, I'm not like, he's not going to be the home run hitter, right? He's not the guy that's going to go.
Get passing work.
No, probably not. But he's one of those dudes who's just going to, like, his floor is going to be a little bit higher, even if he can't take the top off of his scoring. So if you're looking for a guy maybe later in the draft who's a flex or maybe somebody who you can work into the flex, David Montgomery is a really, really good option. Or if you go, like, really heavy wide receiver, quarterback early, and you go, like, 0 RB strategy, David Montgomery is, like, one of the perfect running backs you could look at for something like that.
The only other one there's a bunch of the lesser guys you can look at. Woody Marks is a second option if you think it's going to be a dual situation. So Schultz will be the last one.
No, because I look at tight end, like unless you get one of the top 3 or 4, I'm just going to wait to the end. Because the difference between tight end 5 and tight end 12 is half a point a game.
Yeah.
Like, it's so meaningless. So, like, unless you're going to draft early with Bowers or McBride, and you might expand that now to Loveland and Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Like, outside of that, and that's even with Harold Fannin, who I love, I just don't love his offense.
I would take, like flyers on guys like Fannin and stuff before I would even consider.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz I'm completely out on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he gives you is probably reliability with catching a lot of passes. Like, he's a good streaming tight end.
If you're rostering 2, which I don't love, but if you're rostering 2, he's a fine backup, but I wouldn't want to start him.
Yeah. It'd be different, but even in a tight end premium league, I don't know that I'm prioritizing Dalton Schultz. Like, I'm a little bit more in, but there are still a lot of other tight ends that are, in my opinion, way more intriguing than what Dalton Schultz gets from, like, a volume standpoint. And he's a little bit more of a red zone target, but Jaden Higgins coming in kind of took some of that away from him. So,
and then Montgomery being there.
Yeah, it just changes everything. So, all these we're talking about all these guys like they're trash. I'm out on, but we're in on all of them. Great for football.
It's
Great for football, but
football.
just fantasy, I'm not even coming close to drafting Dalton Schultz.
All right, so one of the big things that has been going on since I went to Florida.
Florida man Joe George.
A lot of Brendan Sorsby stuff going on, and I'm exhausted by all of it, specifically Cody Campbell and Texas Tech in general. But we're going to talk about that next right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Rodeo Goat in Edo.
Presented by Michelob Ultra.
Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George and Josh Beard at Rodeo Goat. When you come in, ask for O'Shea. She's the best. She's been taking care of us all day long. A lot of great options here. We just had the chili cheese fries. They're awesome.
Yep.
Brian, saw you a little burger action.
Yeah, I got the whiskey burger and paired it with a whiskey cocktail. It was
Nice.
a great time.
I'm gonna get a beer as soon as they come back. I realize I need a drink.
I've never had blackberry on the burger. I've never had that. It was amazing though.
Yeah, a little ladylike. It looked like.
Oh,
no, it looked
wow.
good. No, I won't go that far. Oh,
Wow.
look. Oh, my name's Joe George. I don't like berries on my burgers.
I've been afford. I'm such a
so
man.
masculine. I don't eat berries on my meat.
Look, they came with a pink drink, and I was like,
hey. Look,
it was
that
had
for?
whiskey.
Oh, you're
whiskey lemonade.
You're a real man if you've got no problem drinking a pink drink
damn
and
right.
eating a blackberry burger, dude. Get
that's
out of
who I am,
that's
Joe
my
George.
manosphere is blackberry burgers and pink drinks with whiskey.
but we're hanging out here at Rodeo Goat. You got till 5 o'clock, so you got 30 minutes to get over here. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game, thanks to our friends at Michelob Ultra and to Huntington Bank for sponsoring these soccer watch parties. You can find all of them on our website, ESPN975.com. But since I've been on vacation, a judge said Brendan Sorsby can play college football.
Yep.
And then now Texas Tech, Joey McGuire, they're all talking about it. And Cody Campbell's talking about it. And I am kind of disgusted by all of this with
Why?
Brendan Sorsby.
What do you mean? Why are you disgusted by it?
He bet on his own team. Like
he bet against his own team.
Yeah, he did.
Like, that's the funniest part.
Yeah, like that guy. Like no one realized it until they found that he was
Yeah.
betting unders on passing yards.
Yeah.
On Indiana games. Like that's betting against your
Out
own
of
team.
40 bets, 2 of them were against his
And I
own
get it.
teams.
Some of these bets are $1. Some of them are $5. But this is a Pandora's box that should not have been opened. Because I don't know how you now fix this.
I think you just don't like capitalism. I think that's the problem, Joe.
I think I like my sports to
Communist
not
Joe.
be like.
Communist
You
Joe.
can't, you can't bet on sport.
You
can't
don't like
bet on
people
this
making
team.
money, Joe? Do you not like
Well,
money?
Sounds like he was losing a lot.
He was.
Free market, Joe.
Yeah.
I
He was just look. Hey, he was.
I know you guys are trolling.
He
right
was
now.
hedging his bets, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why he voted against the passing yardage. So he's like, look, if I suck today and I don't play
he
as
wasn't
well.
playing.
Oh well, I know. I'm just saying, like the idea of hedging those bets, or like I don't know. I don't think I'm as mad about a kid. You know what I think is the bigger problem, to be honest, is the fact that he's a kid and he's under 21. And he was under
Well, it was
21, and people,
illegal.
and people are making the bets for him, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of the bigger problem.
Shohei's interpreter? Was he making more bets?
Yeah. Like I actually really don't have a problem with any of
See-
the betting stuff. It doesn't bother me. What bothers me more about this is the response from people at Texas
Yeah,
Tech,
but-
more so than the actual betting. Like Cody Campbell's like, he didn't murder 16 people.
Look, he's right.
Like
but
he
like,
didn't. He
see, like,
didn't
for me,
murder
it's-
people.
It's Pandora's box. And
Yeah,
like,
agreed.
We have gambling sponsors.
That's fair.
LeBurge, like all of it. Like, is it the end of the world that he bet on Indiana to win football games? No. Was it the end of the world for Calvin Ridley to put the Falcons in a parlay to win? No, it's not.
Right.
But when you allow this, it's hard for me to be like, this is okay.
Right.
And then when someone bets against their own team that they're playing in, even if they have a good game, that you don't say a 3-game suspension is all they deserve.
Right.
Like, it just feels like this is one of those rules to me that shouldn't have a gray area. And now I feel like, it's probably going to get overturned again. We'll
Right.
see. But, like, this to me, like, gambling on your own team and on your own sport should not have a gray area. It's very a black or white issue for me.
I agree with your own team. I totally agree with that. Like, I don't think that, like, if it gets found out that you're betting against or for your, I don't even care whether if you're betting on any game that involves your team, not okay, because that is rife with corruption, right? That's rife with just trying to job the system to try to make money. We've seen it in boxing for a really long time until they started to cut down a little bit more on that.
Yeah.
Dudes taking falls, like that stuff happens. So I totally agree that bets shouldn't be made on your team. But within the same sport, like if I enjoy betting and I'm playing, look, guys, I won't. But
Yeah.
if I'm playing a professional sport, and I got like a couple of buddies, and I want to make fun of them, and I want to be like betting against you today and show them that I bet $25 against them.
Yeah.
Or like bet on some other games because I'm like, hey, I have insight. I know this game. I know these teams. Like it's not they have no direct ability to control the bet, right? But they can still have like a little bit of expertise going into it and feel cool and feel
Sure.
good about doing that stuff. I have no issues with that whatsoever. I do have an issue, to your point, with them betting on their own games. That shouldn't be allowed. Absolutely. And that's, I guess, my fear too with this is that's where the Pandora's box getting opened is a problem for me, because then where do you stop it and say, like, even if you let people bet within the same sport against other teams, how do you police that? Number one. And then where's the line? Like, how do you draw the line?
And that's
why
I think the NFL has handled this well, and so have the other leagues. We're like, originally there was suspensions put into place for NFL players who got a bunch of Lions players, and the rules were very simple. You can bet on sports, you cannot bet at team facility on anything, and you cannot bet on the NFL. I think that should be very simple. Like, if Brendan Sorsby wants to bet on games, like, I have no problem with it. I don't think you should be allowed to bet on college football. NFL's weird because it's like you're going to know guys there.
Right.
You're going to have inside information on who's playing, who's not playing. You're going to have an advantage. You're going to know if your friends are hurt. It changes the market for other people. It just feels like it's too much. And I just feel like Texas Tech is so full of it with the way they're handling this. Like, I do not think the way that Cody Campbell is talking now, Joey McGuire, these other people, they would be saying the same thing if it was a TCU quarterback.
Right.
They wouldn't, because it's their quarterback. And I get it. You're going to stand by your guy. I understand that. It's part of it. But it doesn't feel like this is something they would want to happen to their program. That's why I think TCU and these other schools are taking the right stand. And I am curious to see if we actually see teams. I think they're all going to play Texas Tech.
Yeah.
I think mostly like what the Attorney General was saying today, like about you shouldn't play Texas Tech and they can't play Brendan Sorsby. Like, I don't think that's really going to happen. I think they're going to play. I think what Georgia's doing is interesting, where Georgia's athletic director is saying you're not allowed to schedule Texas Tech. I think that's going to happen. We might not see it, but Texas Tech will always find games to play.
Well, yes, and I think there's another aspect of it. It's not just Texas Tech's response. It's the response, and it's not just like TCU and other people around. It's the response that we're seeing other places. I'm not going to name names, but people threatening legal action against the Big 12 if there's anything that happens to Texas Tech. Like, that's a problem, man. Like, nobody outside of the teams in the Big 12 and the NCAA, I don't think that they should have any control over what happens here. I think it should be all handled internally within the NCAA, and however they want to handle it, however they want to decide on this. But I think that if college football did something, like you said, in line with the NFL, I think it would solve a lot of these issues, and it needs to be ruled that way. Like, this needs to be ruled that way exactly. And honestly, I don't know, there's probably a lot of Tech fans listening right now. Texas Tech is just super annoying right now. Like, they're one of the most annoying.
Yeah.
They're one of the most annoying schools, one of the most annoying fan bases right now. I get you were really good. You've got one dude who's paying a lot of money for players, which I'm not mad at that at all. Like, I would love to have a super rich dude buy me lots of stuff. But man,
Please
it's
clip
just
that,
like
AJ.
Yeah, but like the response to this is just super disingenuous and
100%.
and it's just like super fake. And the fact that they're just using essentially the same excuse that I use against my wife when I play 12 hours of video games, like, I could be out drinking at the strip club right now. I could. I'm
doing you a favor,
yeah,
really.
I'm saving money. I'm in here. I'm sitting down in the living room. You can spend time with me while I've been playing college football for the last 12 hours.
Yep.
I'm not out at the bars. Like, that's not a good argument. She doesn't buy that. Like, so if my wife doesn't buy that from me, like, we shouldn't eat that line of crap from Texas Tech and them trying to hold that kind of line. It's ridiculous.
And look, and I'll be honest. Like, I think ultimately what's going to happen here is I think that the NCAA is going to get this reversed.
Yeah.
Like, and look, I'm shocked the judge allowed this.
Well,
like,
it's a Tech.
No, he yanked himself. It was a University of Houston grad.
Go Cougs.
Yeah, go Cougs. So I guess if anyone bets on football at the University of Houston, you're going to be okay.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, he's probably getting paid. Like, the judge doesn't
Cody
rule.
Campbell paid him.
Yeah, or other entities out there that are already pretty outspoken against this, that are already known for corruption.
Like Pete Rose, got what he deserved.
Yes.
He was better as a team, and people are that are pro this. Like, I've seen Texas Tech fans talk about this. Like, he's betting on his team to win. But if you're taking a bet, and it's different with Pete Rose because it was illegal, betting for the most part. If he's betting on the Reds to win every single game, on the one day he does not bet on the Reds, it means he doesn't trust his starting pitcher. He's telling you, I'm not betting on my team today because I don't believe in them.
Yeah.
Same thing with the player.
Man, you know what? That's fair.
Like I'm betting on us to win every single game. You know what? I'm not going to bet this game against Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Because I know they're going to get smoked. Or when they play the Cougs in Week 3, Texas Tech this year, because they know the Cougs are going to win that game. You're still telling the betting market the truth about how you feel about your team without directly fading your own roster.
That's a really, really fair point that I did not think about. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think
you should have to lock in for the entire season.
Yeah.
You bet all the games to win, or you bet none of them.
Or none of them. I would bet all of them. I bet my life savings on every single game.
Look, you could make an argument. You could sell me on players betting the over under on their win totals for a season.
Yeah,
yeah. Not game by game basis.
I don't know though. If they had the under and they lose a close game, I don't know.
But that's why it's like it should just be black or white. It's just like it's not allowed. You can't bet on your sport. You can bet on everything else you want. You can be like Brendan Sorsby and go sit at Great American Ballpark and place 10,000 bets on ball or strike at Reds games like he did for $1 each. Go for it, man.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Like, degenerate behavior at its finest. But, I just don't think professional or college athletes should be allowed to bet on their own sport and their own teams.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I still, at the end of the day, I don't have a ton of problem with them betting on the same sport, but the insider information stuff really does play a bigger factor. So if they decided same as other rules, you can't bet on your sport, I'd be totally fine with that.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes from here. And the only thing I would tell Brendan Sorsby is I hope you're getting really good advice that you don't think this is going to get overturned, because he is 4 days away from missing the supplemental draft entry date. It's June 15th. If it gets overturned after, he can't even join the supplemental draft. He's just out of football. He's the next Maurice Claret. He's just out of football for a year.
He's going to play.
I think he's going to play.
He's going to play. Somebody's going to grease enough palms to make sure that he's going to get to play. And
especially
even if there is a punishment, it's going to be
where the NCAA has virtually no bite at all.
And I think that's the bigger picture of this story.
20 years ago, the NCAA puts a kibosh on this quickly and it's over. But the NCAA has no bite anymore.
The only thing they can do, they have one thing left that they can do. And people suggested this last year with the University of Alabama when they let the G League kid play for them. The only thing the NCAA can do is tell the College Football Playoff Committee, don't count any game he plays in.
Oh,
That's the only power they really have, is to say Texas Tech is ineligible for the playoffs. Because even if you sue them, it's not going to go through the court of law fast enough to get them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's really the only thing that can stop this from happening is that. And that seems like a dangerous precedent to set even for the NCAA. But you're right, Brian. The bigger story of this is that the NCAA has lost all power. Trinidad Chambliss should be in the NFL. Brendan Sorsby should not be in college football.
Correct.
But they have no control, and they've lost it. And I know Ted Cruz and these other senators are trying to put this bill together that's supposed to save college football. I'm not even sure that's going to really matter in the long run. Even
Cat's
if it
out of
does
the bag.
get passed.
The most that they could do is and cat's out of the bag. NIL is here to stay, in whatever level the rich and the wealthy donors want it to be. The only thing that they could do now to try to kind of put a pin on that is change the rules of how, when, and how many times you can transfer. But the cat's out of that bag. As soon as they allowed NIL, as soon as they allowed rich donors to come in and make all the decisions, both within conferences and within teams themselves, then there's the NCAA lost all control.
Yeah, and I think you're right. The only way to get it back is honestly for them to probably unionize the players.
Yeah.
Which at this point, I would suggest to those players is a bad idea, because I think all you're potentially doing is limiting your own power.
Yeah.
Because the fact that you can just sue anyone and win for the most part.
Yeah.
And what's interesting too is they're not all winning. There are players who have fought for extra eligibility and have lost.
Right.
Chambliss is one of the exceptions of this.
I still can't believe he got extra eligibility. Why'd you have to remind me of that, man?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
That's stupid.
Well, I mean, these guys are in college football forever. I mean, we saw like 2 years ago a guy who played at Miami for 9 years.
Oh, the tight end?
Yeah, at some point, like, dude, go get a job.
I mean, little Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, I mean, gosh, he's in. There's the one play where he did that.
He's older
fake
than
snap.
Brock Purdy. He's been in the league for like 5 years.
It's crazy. Like, I don't understand.
I
like,
am not okay with the radio privilege you just used. Go get a normal job. Go out and get a normal job. Whatever. You guys have the privilege of being on radio. You don't know what it's like out there working a normal job. You guys stay in college as long as you can. You played for 15 years, young man. I had a 30-year-old tell me off today, and he's my boss. So you guys.
Your boss is 30.
He's 32.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, it is. It is very rough. I'm an old man now.
Brian, I'm 34. Does that mean it's rough?
No, because you're good about it. You're cool about it.
I just really put
You've
you
never told me off.
Yeah.
You've never told me off. So.
Hey, Brian, vacation denied. All right.
Today was Brian's last day.
So we're going to take a break here. We'll do
Josh's Breakdown brought to you by BetterHelp.com.
Wheel of Bits. You never know what you're going to get, but we're going to do that next right here on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 as we broadcast live from inside Rodeo Go in Edo. Your local bar. It's your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. All you have to do is show up and compete. This event is running now through June 14th. You show up, you compete in an interactive soccer shootout game, and the winner will go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game thanks to Michelob Ultra. You've got 19 more minutes right here at Rodeo Go in Edo for your chance to win a pair of tickets thanks to Michelob Ultra. Tomorrow you can go to Christian's Tailgate on White Oak from 5 to 8 p.m. On Saturday, there's options all over, like Little Woodrow's over here in Edo, Papa's on the Lake in Montgomery. On Sunday from 12 to 3, you can go to Chapman and Kirby in Edo or the Twin Peaks on Kirby from 3 to 6. So many options. Your chance today through Sunday, your last chance is to win a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. Play for a chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. All right, time for a food debate. Wheel
Hell
of Bits, broadcasting live from Edo, from Rodeo Goat, hanging out here. Great spot to watch the World Cup. It was a packed crowd, and it's still totally full. And the next game's not till, I think, 8 o'clock. It's been madhouse down here in this area, but thanks to them for having us out today, for Huntington Bank for sponsoring it, Michelob Ultra for being out here and sponsoring these broadcasts. You can catch our full soccer watch party schedule on our website, espn975.com. But we'll do some Wheel of Bits here. We're going to do a little food debate. So I'm going to break the rules of this food debate a little bit, okay? Because it was a Texas debate, and things we're going to eliminate.
Yeah.
I'm cutting out the Rangers from this option.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
We'd all do it.
Yeah, I was going to suggest it anyway. Should we replace them with the Astros or just cut them from the list?
Astros are on that list now.
Okay. Well, actually, let's remove it because I think I would remove the Astros.
Okay, teams are gone.
Yeah.
I'm also going to cut out country music.
That was my first cut.
Exactly.
That sucks.
I know how you guys work.
Look,
I know you well enough
I love
now.
George Strait. Cut.
So things you have to cut out. Here are your options. You have to eliminate 3 forever.
Dude.
Brisket, Buc-ee's, Whataburger, crawfish, tacos, Dr. Pepper, beer. Now, I don't feel like we claim beer in Texas, but you're just having to cut it out, I guess.
That's almost a cheat for me because I don't even drink beer.
Okay, well, I'll give you one free one.
Okay, so
because I know yours would have been country music, the Rangers, and beer, right?
Yeah,
probably.
His list was
Okay.
made.
See?
That sucks.
I'm making this harder for
This is
everyone.
way more difficult.
It's supposed to be.
Mine are actually pretty easy.
Okay.
But it's just because, and only one of these things do I even kind of like. Actually, 2 of them I kind of like, but one of them I know I'm kind of a baby about. But for me, I cut beer, Dr. Pepper, and crawfish.
Okay.
Like, I like crawfish, but I'll just have shrimp. Like, it's not a big loss for me.
That's a good counter.
I like Dr. Pepper, but I'll just have Coke.
Yeah.
It's not a big loss for me. And then instead of beer, I drink whiskey anyway. So, like, this one's not actually all that difficult for me. Like, the non-negotiables, I cannot cut brisket. I cannot cut Buc-ee's, and I cannot cut tacos.
I'm
Those are safe.
I'm actually going to cut tacos because there's so many other options that you can get. You can
fajitas.
You can get fajitas. You can get a burrito. You can get what's the fried burrito?
No, okay.
Gordita?
No, not a gordita.
Like a puffy taco?
That'd be taco. I'm going to counter this real quick, just from a guess at this graphic, okay?
Chimichanga.
Yeah.
They just
Shout
have
out Deadpool.
a mug of beer, which is all beer.
Yeah.
There's a lot of head on that
I think
beer.
5, this option 5 here, actually indicates Tex-Mex.
No.
That's safe.
No.
I think
you can't just change the rules on the fly on a whim. That's a taco, sir.
I'm just saying.
That's all. That would be if we're going to use
because then this would be barbecue.
If we're going to do a logical statement, if 9 means all beer, you cut out all beer. Then if 5 means taco, you cut out all tacos. So you can't cut out all Tex-Mex.
Okay.
I will fight you right now, Joe.
Saying.
I will fight you.
I
still
believe
have the
believe
skin
him.
spiders for my
I see-
pre-workout before I came here, dude.
I see his eye twitching. I believe him.
All right, so what are you cutting?
I'll cut crawfish. I love crawfish. Don't get me wrong. Nothing I love more than a crawfish boil. But they are kind of a pain in the butt if you want to get enough meat to eat enough.
Thank you.
It's fun, but it's not
See,
something.
I'm not alone.
I don't do a crawfish boil every week. I eat tacos every week. I don't do a crawfish boil once a month. I smoke a brisket once a month. So crawfish is like a once or twice a year thing. It's fun. It's a big event. I'll cut it out. Same as you. Like you could just do a full seafood boil instead of a crawfish
give me
boil.
crab and shrimp. I'm fine.
Yeah. I actually will cut out tacos from this list, even though I don't want to, and it
Boo.
pains me on the inside. But I can have, you know what? Even if it is all Tex-Mex, I would cut out Tex-Mex because guess what? I can just have Italian food.
You're right.
Italian food is just fancy Tex-Mex to me. It's the same. Yeah, actually, if you look at because of the roots of where those two foods came from, they use a lot of the same ingredients. They use a lot of the same stuff. They just went 2 completely different directions of it because where a lot of Tex-Mex come from comes a lot of it's the combination of old Mexico before the Spaniards got there, combined with Spanish food, which is very similar. It was very similar to Italian food. So I'll just have Italian and put a little chipotle on it, and then I've got my Tex-Mex.
Okay.
So I'm cutting out tacos. I'm cutting out crawfish, and the last one that I'm going to cut out is beer. I drink beer. I like beer.
You just got a beer.
I do. I love beer. I'll drink beer, but I drink. It's kind of like Brian. I drink vodka more than I drink anything else. I drink vodka drinks, and lately it's been a lot of like Hennessy. I don't know why. Been drinking that Henny, dude.
Okay.
A lot of Henny. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, but I'll cut out beer. I love
Have you ever done the Incredible Hulk?
Yes. Yeah.
awesome.
It's a great drink.
Hypnotic and
Hennessy.
It turns green. It's so good.
Yeah, it's very good. Brisket, I can't cut out. Buc-ee's, I can't cut out. Whataburger can't. The Dr. Pepper, I'm going to keep it in there because if you cut Dr. Pepper, does that mean you also have to cut any Dr. Pepper clones as well?
No, I don't think so.
Well,
what do you mean, like Mr.
We're
Pibb?
cutting all Tex-Mex for the tacos. We're cutting all beer for the beer. We can't cut out all the Dr. Pepper clones?
No, I think Dr. Pepper's just Dr. Pepper.
So I still get to have my Dr. Bum energy drinks?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Dang. Okay.
If I can still have Mr. Pibb, I'm fine.
Yeah,
I actually like Mr. Pibb
then-
more anyway.
Okay, you know what? Beer's back in. I'm cutting Dr. Pepper. If it's just Dr. Pepper, I'm cutting Dr. Pepper.
So I'm looking at. So I have to keep Dr. Pepper because I despise Pepsi.
There's so many other drinks than Pepsi.
And like
No, but I think what he's saying,
a
like
Pepsi restaurant
yeah,
has Dr.
exactly.
Pepper.
Oh,
Yeah,
So if I want a
okay.
soda,
That's fair.
like I don't want Pepsi. I'm not
Or
drinking.
Mountain Dew? What, you won't do Mountain Dew?
Kind of grown past that. I only
You
drink.
say Pepsi restaurants don't have Mountain Dew, though.
I only drink Mountain Dew with my
They have
Taco
like
Bell.
Sierra Mist. They had.
Mountain Dew is a Pepsi beverage,
Yeah.
friend.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, I only drink Mountain
They
Dew with Taco Bell.
exclusively have it.
So Dr. Pepper's got to stay. Beer's got to stay.
Are you mixing Dr. Pepper with your beer?
No.
Fun fact, you know what? I used to mix Dr. Pepper with Everclear.
So, first one that's going to go here. That's gross.
Yeah,
Surprised you remember
it was
that.
delicious. Yeah,
First
fair.
one that's going to go here. Unpopular opinion. Don't care. In-N-Out's good. See ya, Whataburger. Hasta la vista. So Whataburger's gone.
Dude, leave. You have to leave now. You can't stay in this
Foreigner.
vicinity
Yeah, see,
anymore.
I think Brandon agrees with me, so I'm okay.
Midwest takes.
I love my Chicago pizza and my Skyline chili. I
First
know
of
that's
all,
from Cincinnati, but I'm just
I'm about to
bundling the Midwest
dump that
together.
beer on you right
All
now.
the Midwest is the same.
Yeah, it's all one
I just
place.
drove through it. It's all the same.
I love my Lutefisk and my Skyline
You went
chili.
through like Southern Illinois. That does not count.
in Indiana, in Ohio.
You went through the worst parts of the Midwest.
I'm just saying it's all the same.
So Whataburger, see you later.
Right.
That's number
That's
one.
the worst thing you've ever said to me.
There are so many good options at barbecue that while I love brisket,
Dude,
I'm happy with so many of the other options.
Dude.
You getting rid of barbecue?
No, just
Oh,
brisket.
brisket. Okay.
Just brisket. I think I can be okay without it.
bro, you
I'd rather
can't
have
live,
sausage
you
and
can't
beef
live
ribs.
here anymore.
Yeah, there's beef ribs. Like, there's so many good things. Like,
You can't live here anymore.
yeah, I can.
No,
There's-
you can't.
There's so many good barbecue
Out.
options.
I'm
I think
pulling
I'm
your
okay.
Texan card.
I'm gonna walk back what I just said about Dr. Pepper. It's got to go.
Really?
I love crawfish. I love
Crawfish
tacos.
crawfish is great.
I love a good stop at Buc-ee's.
Tacos are just okay.
Beer's what I drink mostly. Even though I'm starting to change that a little bit.
Good, nice.
So, Whataburger, brisket, Dr. Pepper.
At least you didn't remove Whataburger, Buc-ee's, and brisket. That would have made me really
Yeah,
sad. That would have
yeah.
been the trifecta there.
They might have shown you across the border.
Yeah.
if you done that.
He just like everybody just just hears
Just
Joe.
stands up and like
the entirety of Road Go
pushing him
picks him
towards-
up. And, yeah.
one thing I learned this weekend during our drive to Florida, all the Buc-ee's themed merchandise at the Alabama Buc-ee's still has Texas on it.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. Yeah. It is very weird.
I just kind of assumed it would be like the Alabama state.
Nope.
Like outline. Not the Texas outline in a different state. That's really strange to me.
Can we take this a step further?
Sure, go ahead.
You have to cut one thing from your top three. Actually, you know what? Let's just do brisket, Buc-ee's, and Whataburger. You have to cut one, keep the other two.
Well, I already cut one.
That's his.
Well,
is-
okay,
his
for
is
you,
easy.
crawfish, Buc-ee's, and brisket. Wait, you cut two of those. You're out, Joe. Brian.
Crawfish, tacos, and beer. If I have to cut one of them,
Yeah.
tacos.
Okay. I respect that. I'm fine with that.
I love crawfish.
Crawfish is delicious.
Like,
it's
I
just,
love
it's
going.
a little bit of work.
Yeah, I'm a baby about it.
Yeah, I'm not. Like, and plus, I like it like crawfish etouffee.
Yeah.
I love it more that way.
The other day, like 2 weeks ago, we went to a sushi place, and there was, I think it was called a Texas roll, and it had a crawfish in it. Delicious.
Yeah.
So, like, I love crawfish.
You know you can do all that same stuff with lobster, right?
I know you
I
can.
think all three of us got the crawfish roll at not Carbach.
St. Arnold's.
St. Arnold's.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
a few
delicious.
weeks ago.
It
Yeah,
was
it was
awesome.
great.
It was
Yeah,
very
it
good.
was great.
I know you can. There's a price difference.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
That's
yes,
fair.
crawfish is expensive because it's by the pound, but, like, one little lobster tail is going to cost you the same amount as 3 pounds of crawfish.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair.
So it's like, yes, lobster does the same thing.
Lobster rolls are like
I work in
$40.
radio, bro. Like,
Yeah.
broke
okay.
boy.
Lobster roll is actually $40. I went to Boston for
Yeah.
work not that long ago.
Yeah, it's like $40.
And I'd never had a lobster roll, and it came to the table. I'm like, this thing's cold. I paid $40 for a cold
there's
thing.
There's a cold and a
There
hot
is a hot, but they only had the cold there.
Over at Baybrook, there's a farmer's market every Saturday, and there's a lobster food truck.
Oh, really?
That comes by.
I might have to come visit.
Is it mainly
visit
sandwiches?
Baybrook.
It's all lobster rolls.
Yeah, okay.
It's so expensive.
That's
It's
fine.
delicious.
Worth it.
But it's just like, yep, here's $40 for the two of us.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to next time they have it. You and I are gonna go get lobster rolls, and if my wife gets mad, I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, I could be out at the strip clubs with singles,
just keep running it
spending
back.
hundreds, dude." But I'm just here getting lobster rolls with my buds.
Instead of making it rain on Destiny, I made it rain on the lobster food truck.
Yeah, instead of messing with Lauren's rolls, I'm eating lobster rolls. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what I'm gonna do. Lobster roll sounds good right now.
I can't believe you just said that.
I'm cutting out of brisket, Buc-ee's, and I forgot to, and Whataburger. I'll cut out Whataburger.
Yeah, it's got to go, man.
Yeah.
There's
A
plenty of
brisket, Whataburger, and I'd cut Whataburger
Like, even
too.
if it's not In-N-Out, there's plenty of good burger places to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not missing anything. Like, there's local spots, there's chain spots. Like, there's plenty of places to get a burger besides Whataburger. Like, I love it, but, like, it's an easy cut.
Yeah.
All right, the World Cup is underway. The first game of the World Cup finished about an hour-ish ago with Mexico taking the win over South Africa. But with the World Cup being here in Houston, so you can check off a bucket list thing, what are the sports bucket list games, events that you want to go to? We'll do that next right here on Jeremy and Joe's. We broadcast live inside Rodeo Goat here on ESPN 97.5. I want to talk to you first about my friends at D&M Leasing. They've been open since 1976 when gas was super cheap, and their mission was simple, making a car easy, affordable, and easier than it was buying it the old-fashioned way. And you can do that right now. All you have to do is go to their website, dmautoleasing.com. You don't have to go to a dealership, spend hours and hours, wait for someone to take care of you. No, you just go to their website, you pick the car you want, you give them a call, 713-290-1000, and they will get you that brand-new lease vehicle within 24 to 72 hours. They'll bring it right to you. They'll walk you through the process from start to finish. So if you've never leased a vehicle before, don't worry. Their sales agents have been there for 10-plus years, so they know what to do and what you're looking for. So they'll take care of you from start to finish with that white glove customer service that they always provide. Give them a call right now, 713-290-1000, or visit them at dmautoleasing.com. Joe George, Josh Beard here with you today. Jeremy Brandon will return on Monday. Myself, B-Mac, and Brian Lima will be on the air tomorrow from Patterson Park. You might know Brian from the Sean Salisbury Show on another station, so he'll make his return to local Houston Sports Radio tomorrow. Excited to have him joining me. But we'll be out there, and remember, if you come out, you'll have a chance to win a $500 gift certificate to Republic Boot Company. All you'll have to do is come to find our promotion table, sign up, put name, number, email, put it in a little box, little fish bowl, and around 5:30, we'll announce the winner, and we'll give you a call and tell you that you won. But World Cup, Josh, it's going on right now. For a lot of people, even if you're not the biggest soccer fan, like I'm not a huge soccer fan, but like when you think of like bucket list things you can go to, this is kind of one of them. Like being able to go to the games. Now, unfortunately, it's a little pricey to go to these games, which is why you should just come to Rodeo Goat and watch the games. Way better time, honestly. But I feel like this would be a bucket list item for a lot of people. It's still, for me, I've been looking at one of the games of like, do I want to splurge a little bit?
How much are the tickets for the game that you're looking at?
The Saudi Arabia game is like $150.
That's not too bad.
It's the only one under $500.
It's better than Knicks tickets right now.
Every other World Cup game is like $500 to $900.
That's crazy.
So there's like one game that's affordable. But yeah, Knicks tickets are insane.
Yeah.
I saw someone say like they bought their tickets for like $18,000 and they could have resold them for $45,000.
Yeah.
I'm like
the nosebleed section 400 tickets are like $4,000.
Yeah.
It's
That's
nuts.
a lot. So when you think bucket list sports, what was the first thing that came to mind for you?
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl?
Not even close. I don't care who the teams are. Super Bowl is like the number one bucket list thing for me. The luxury of like working in or having worked in sports radios, we get to go to a lot of cool stuff. And there have been some things. You and I actually got to go to the national championship together. I would have said, that's a bucket list item. We got to go. It was awesome. And not the best national championship. It was actually a pretty competitive game.
Michigan Washington was good.
It was a good. It
wasn't
game,
great, but like it was a good game.
Right, and the food was incredible. So that was a bucket list item that I got to tick off. But yeah, man, like I think far and above, not even close, Super Bowl is like the number one thing that I would love to go to. Probably closely followed by the Summer Olympics. I think the Summer Olympics would be, but that's like an event too. That's not even just like.
Do you care for the Summer Olympics what you go to?
No, but I'd probably make, if I'm going to the Summer Olympics, unless it's like when it would be here, I'm probably making it like a week, and I'm going to go to like multiple different things. It's going to be an event. It's not just going to be like a one-off. Yeah. I'm going to go see this the track and field stuff would be the stuff that I would want to see the most.
My dad and I have been talking about that, about trying to go to LA in 2028.
It'd be a lot of fun.
And he was asking, he's like, well, if we do this, like, the trip is going to become exponentially more expensive if you decide you want to go see Team USA basketball.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm good. Like, I can see basketball games play all the time. I've seen Team USA play.
Right.
It was an exhibition game at Toyota Center. It's not the full thing. They were playing some bad team, some bad country, and, like, they whooped them. But, like, I would want to go swimming, track and field, see that stuff. Like, and even, like, the 4x1, the 100-meter, like, 200, like, that's going to be hard to get into. But, like, I would go for, like, the 400.
Fun fact,
like,
the hurdle events are my favorite events now.
Yeah, I would love to go to that.
Both of my kids have inexplicably become very good at hurdles. I don't know how. Like, if you had ever asked me to jump over a hurdle, even at its shortest setting, even at my most athletic, couldn't have done it. Would have died. Too afraid. But both of my kids are hurdlers, and so like I never thought I was never like crazy into track and field. I threw discus when I was in high school, but I only did it for a few years, and it was fun. Track meets were a lot of fun, but I'm like deep into the track culture because both the kids are in high school track, and they're both pretty good. So it's like those things turn into like all-day events, especially with those big relays and stuff. So I would have a blast going to the Olympics and watching the track, but I would love, the 100 and 4x1 would be great, but the 4x4 would be fun, 400 would be great, any of the hurdle events, watching all the field events would be a blast. Like, I think that and gymnastics would be the things that I would care the most about at the Summer Olympics.
Yeah, see, gymnastics, if I was going to go spend the money on the Summer Olympics, I wanted to go watch something I know the rules for.
Yeah, my kids were both in gymnastics, too. Still don't know the rules. I don't get it.
A couple things from the text line. AJ, let's get the ejection music ready. Josh, I don't know how much you listen to the show. Probably not all. It's okay.
Yeah, never. I hate you guys, actually.
But 7308 says 100% Joe wears gloves while peeling crawfish. You're wrong. Ejected. See you later.
Out of here.
Oh, it's been so long since
I
I've heard
know.
that music.
I love this music.
I love this music. It's been so long since I heard it.
He's so right, though.
No, I don't. I don't.
Yeah, sure.
I
you
don't.
don't. Okay.
You have the look of so. No, I'm kidding.
Because I'm white?
You don't. You don't.
2702 says Super Bowl and Masters. Yeah, Masters is up there for me.
18th hole? Or are you walking?
I'd love to be there for 2 days and do one of each.
Yeah.
Like 18th on the last day would be cool, obviously, but like the other day I'd like to walk.
Fun fact, been to the Masters.
Really?
Yeah. One of the places where linguists go in a past life, one of my jobs, I was visiting some of my buddies who were ground linguists. I was at the station. It was during the Masters. And so you can, they get tickets for guys, or you can be a volunteer. So I was there for 2 months. During that time, volunteered for it, and then just got to walk around.
That's awesome.
It was very cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
It's at the top of my list. Like you said, I've been fortunate enough to go to World Series games, national championship. I've been to a lot of cool stuff. So Masters is one. Super Bowl is up there for me. I would prefer to watch the Bears play in the Super Bowl or the Texans.
Yeah.
If it was just a game, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah. Dream bucket list item would be Texans in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
So I think if I was gonna narrow it down, I would love to go to a Game 7 of an NBA Finals.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be fun.
Or even just a closing game of a Finals, getting to experience that would be up there for me.
Yep.
But I think the Masters is number one on my list, even though I'm not the biggest golf fan. I like it, but that's such a cool thing.
Yeah.
So the Kentucky Derby kind of falls into that for me too. Where I don't really care about horse racing, but it's the Derby. I'd love to just be able to say I went in my life
and just experience
the
it.
Kentucky Derby. It'd be a lot of fun.
The U.S. Open or Wimbledon would both be
for
cool.
sure.
That'd be awesome.
I don't like tennis, but it would be awesome just to go.
Yeah,
and, experience it.
I've tried tennis before. Again, not my cup of tea. Not great at it. I even tried pickleball recently. I thought, hey, the net's shorter.
You probably got hurt.
Smaller surface area. I did not get hurt, but I did almost get hurt, and I quit while I was ahead. Not great at pickleball. Not my sport.
6357 says the College World Series.
I've been to the College World Series a couple of times because I was stationed in Omaha.
Yeah, I want to go back. I was very young when I went.
Yeah.
So I don't really remember it. I think it was when Miami was really good. So I remember watching them play.
Did you beg to leave early? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did.
I don't think I did. I think we stayed for that one. So that's up there. Let's see, 5518 says the Final Four. Yep, that's a good one.
Final Four would be cool. Final Four would be great. Yeah, I went to the World Series the last few years that it was still at Rosenblatt before they went to the new stadium because they were building the new stadium when I left. It was when LSU was winning championships and really good. It's kind of same thing. I volunteered at a burger thing for 2 hours, served burgers to people, and then they're just stay the rest of the day.
That's
so
awesome.
I just watched all the games.
Yeah,
awesome.
I think honestly, I'll say my personal thought on the Final Four one is I didn't love going to the Final Four. I got tickets when it was here at NRG.
Yeah.
Which time?
So Nova Syracuse.
Oh, see,
so
I went to the year where VCU and Butler and Connecticut and Kentucky, which I don't know if this is where you're going with it. I wanted to go just because it was a bucket list thing, but one, the basketball was terrible, and unless you have
great seats,
great seats, you can't see a damn thing.
Exactly. I think for me, for college basketball, I would much rather go to one of the venues for the opening weekend.
Yeah.
And even though you're going to miss all the other games, at one of those stadiums between Thursday through Sunday, there's probably at least 6 basketball games, I would imagine. I don't know the exact breakdown.
I think you get 4 each day.
Yeah, so I would love to do that, almost preferred than going to a Final Four, unless your team is playing in it. But I don't love the football stadium setup for college basketball.
Same.
Yeah.
It's just the seats aren't that good.
Yeah, I sat in the end zone that year that I went, and I could see it, but you can't really tell much detail.
Yeah. Anything else for you, Brian?
Yeah, one thing you guys hadn't mentioned, and I've been to a lot of professional boxing matches, but nothing on the stakes of a major, like a Canelo Crawford.
Yeah.
To have be ringside for a Canelo Crawford, a Mayweather Pacquiao, not the rematch. But like something like
Yeah.
a major fight, like that once every 5 years type fight.
Yeah.
Like I've seen Julio Cesar Chavez fight. I've seen Canelo fight. He actually fought at Minute Maid Park, knocked the guy out in 3 rounds. But like a major title fight would be awesome.
Yeah, I think the same for UFC. Like I've been to UFC fights, but not to a big one.
Yeah.
Like I want to see like a real UFC fight, like title on the line. Like I think the one here at Toyota Center, like two or three times ago, there was not. It's been a while since I've been to one. There wasn't a title fight. It was just like a UFC fight night, which is fun. Like it's just not the same.
Yeah.
Like, the Canelo fight here was awesome.
Yeah, Canelo and James Kirkland, that was such a great – I mean, it was fun.
I mean,
he knocked him out in 3 rounds, damn near killed him.
Well, and it's like unforgettable because the roof.
They opened the roof and then it started raining and they had to start closing
Which is
it back.
crazy. Like I cannot – I still like – that's one of the most baffling
Just
things.
look outside.
Yes.
Why'd
like,
you open it?
I couldn't believe they did
Hey,
that.
there's
Like,
clouds.
and that was like the first time I realized like how slow – like I feel like I'd never seen a stadium open before.
Yeah.
And it's like it starts
so
opening
slow.
and it's raining and there's a fight going on. And then they start closing it, and it's just like the slowest thing
Were
ever.
you on media row?
Yeah.
Same. Papers everywhere.
It was
just everyone's papers were just
comical.
going everywhere.
It's one of those. It's probably the most comical thing I've ever been at, like with a sporting event, seeing that like there was no one outside being like, "Hey guys, it's raining."
Yeah.
Like, this is a bad idea. I know the Twitchers will love this. WrestleMania.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I've done the Rumble.
I would actually enjoy that.
Yeah, I did the Rumble.
We did the
but,
Royal
like,
Rumble together. I
Yeah.
did it with you when I was
Yeah.
at Minute
Yeah, I've
Maid.
been
That
to
was a lot of
I went to the Royal Rumble at Minute Maid, and I went to in 17 when it was in San Antonio.
Oh, nice. The one at Minute Maid was the one where Edge came back, right?
Yes.
That was a big pop. That was,
That
fun.
was sick.
Screamed my head off.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was
Weird,
a good time.
Still a weird day though, because like
Yeah, Kobe died.
I think like my buddy who came with us, like he was meeting us at my apartment, and then we were driving over. When he got there, it's like, dude, Kobe died.
Yeah.
Like weird day, and then
Very
like
strange day.
because you could even I feel like you could kind of feel it, where like you could tell like everyone was still kind of talking about it.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
at Royal Rumble, where everyone was like still kind of trying to figure out if it was real. Because
Yeah.
no one really wanted to believe TMZ right away. Like that was just a very odd.
Well,
odd
like
day.
weirdly energetic but somber.
Yeah.
It's like both were happening at the same time. It's super strange.
3404 says bucket list in order: Super Bowl 1, Wimbledon Finals 2, Kentucky Derby 3, World Series 4. Says they like baseball. They love to go to a 1 game of 7-game series.
That's yep. Just any game in a
I mean,
seven-game series. would be great.
my favorite sports memories are World Series games.
Yeah.
Like being like fan and media, like going to. I've been able to do both, and it's just like it's. I don't know. Like it's hard to explain because like I love baseball so much, like being in like that environment, and that's where like
it's electric, man. It is. Oh, you know what? I would actually, even though it's not, like we've talked about it earlier, it's not my cup of tea. I don't seek it out, but I would love to go to a playoff hockey game. I think that'd be like a Stanley Cup
like
game.
a Game
lot
7
fun.
of the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That'd be great. Yeah. Oh, can you imagine going to the gold medal match, America versus Canada?
Oh,
in the
man.
in the
Okay, you know
Olympics?
what? That's my bucket
Dude.
list item.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd
yeah.
be amazing.
Yeah.
Gold medal game in the for hockey
That's my
Olympics.
dream,
That'd be,
yeah.
Is there? Do you guys have any? You have any college football ones you haven't done yet? Like
I've-
Cotton Bowl or?
I mean, I've been to a lot. Obviously the Longhorn games, but I've never seen a playoff game. I would love to see a
that'd
playoff
be cool.
game, or just like even beyond
Have
playoff
you gone to the
games.
Cotton Bowl?
Sorry,
the Cotton Bowl.
I've never been to the Cotton Bowl,
Okay.
no. So that's on there. But I'd also just love, like, Texas has obviously played at Ohio State. They played at Michigan. I'd love to go see a Texas game at one of those historic stadiums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything for you for that?
I'd like to see a game in the Rose Bowl. I think that'd be fun.
Oh, yeah,
College football,
yeah,
just to go
for
to the
sure.
Rose Bowl and see a game
Yeah.
there, I think would be a blast. Honestly, I'd love to go to a Notre Dame game. I think that'd be
great.
really sick.
Definitely go early in the year.
Yeah.
Well, like their seats were like pissing me off. They don't shovel.
Oh, at all? So you just sit in the snow?
Yeah.
Sick.
They
So,
don't
like, we
shovel at all?
Okay, Joe,
Not
we're
in,
going
like, not in the cheaper seats.
We're
Like,
going to a late season game in the Jeep seats.
We got there and like we were playing Northwestern. Northwestern won, and like we got to our seats and there was like a foot of snow, and they're bleachers.
That's crazy.
So it's on your bleachers, and the whole row is like snowed out. So everyone's just like shoveling snow backwards.
That's
So you're just
awful.
sitting on snow?
Oh, it was awful. My ass was so cold.
We did one bucket list
Please
item.
clip that.
One bucket list item that we got to do recently, Savannah Bananas game, was
Dude, I'll be
so
honest,
much
like
fun.
it was a great time. Like,
It was so much fun.
I didn't think I was going to enjoy it that much. Like I was like, Joseph's going to like this. Like your kids are going to like it.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be fun for them. But like It was a good time.
It was a blast. It was like legitimately fun from beginning to end. It was a really, really fun time.
I was considering like going watch them play at Wrigley this year.
Oh yeah,
but like it's not worth the money. But like I was like, man, like it was so much fun. I think for me, college football, like, well, if it ever comes back, like Notre Dame USC is at the top of my list. I want to see A&M Texas now.
I went once to that.
A&M
Really?
Texas is fun.
Yeah.
I've been once.
It was Vince's freshman year in College Station.
Okay, so where do you think I got Longhorn Aggie. Where would you, if I were to go, what do you recommend?
I would go to College Station.
Okay. Yeah, dude, the environment of both is so great.
It's
like,
great, but I think College Station's a little more unhinged.
It is definitely more unhinged, but the presentation in Austin is so good.
Yeah,
though.
the presentation's better in Austin, but I think the fan just craziness is more in College Station.
I made the mistake of going to Austin to watch the game. My son and I went to Austin.
This last year?
Yeah, this past year because there's like my brother and his friends do this big tailgate. I'm like, hey, what if I came to Austin? And I forgot he did the tailgate. I was thinking like, hey, let's watch at the house. He's like, dude, that's a great idea. So we get there and he's like, all right, so we're gonna leave at this time to go to the tailgate. I'm like, uh-oh. So when you guys won, oh, absolutely, I was wearing like my nice Aggie. Everybody was like super cool, but like there was some jeering. Keaton became a man that night. My son, he's 15 now.
Yeah.
He became a man. He took off his shoe, threw it against the LBJ library because that's where the tailgate was. Some guy started mouthing off to him. My 15-year-old son flipped him off, told him to F off. The guy started walking towards him, so my 6'7" younger brother started walking towards that guy. And my brother's just still mouthing off, my son's still mouthing off as a 15-year-old, just be like, come on, come on, come on. I'm like, dude, you became a man tonight. It was the best experience. But he did have to learn a valuable lesson of if you're going to go into enemy territory and lose a game, you got to deal with all of the trash talk.
I'll tell you, like.
Yeah, I wore a Roy Williams jersey when I went to that Aggie Texas game in 2003.
Yeah.
But the Longhorns won by 30, so it was fine.
Yeah.
They didn't have much to say.
Yeah, you got if you go into enemy territory and you win, like everyone around you is going to be mad, but they know they can't talk crap. Unless you're in like with the Raiders or Dodgers.
I almost walked into Reveille, so I could have got killed.
Dude, yeah, be careful.
I was walking down, and there was like a line. I don't know. I guess it was cadets, and Reveille cut across. Like I had a blind spot. I couldn't see past.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway,
sure, dude.
I know.
Trying to fight a dog.
I thought College Station for the Notre Dame game was incredible.
Awesome
It
atmosphere.
was such a
Kyle Field's a good time. Pretty much any time I go to anything. I know I'm a little biased, but it's a great football viewing experience.
A couple of from the text line here. Let's see. This is a cash or trash that we can do today. They should have the roof open for the World Cup matches.
Oh no, it's too hot, man. It's June.
It's too hot. All these Europeans are upset.
Are they mad at the heat?
Yeah.
They think they know hot until we haven't even hit heat yet. What are they talking about?
Come in August.
Chill, guys. We haven't even gotten hot yet.
Oh, you know what? There was one thing I forgot to put on the rundown. There was this guy from Spain. No, Germany.
Yeah, the dude from Germany.
Who had like 76,000 Twitter followers, and now he has like 2.5 million.
Yeah.
Just because he went to Buc-ee's?
It's not just that. His journey through the United States, it's been incredible.
Yeah, J.J. Watt helped him out, yeah.
What's the one place you tell him to go to here?
Oh,
my God. In Houston, in Texas?
Yeah.
Or in Houston or in Texas?
Yeah, because he's on his way here.
Man, I'm blanking. It's the barbecue place that has the man-bear pig. It's one of the best barbecue sandwiches I've ever had.
Right?
No, it's not Killen's. Oh, help me out, text line. There's a barbecue place near downtown. It's got the man-bear pig. That's
Franklin's?
No,
it's not Franklin's.
No, it's not Franklin's. That's absolutely the number one place that I would tell him to go. Where would you tell him to go, Brian, while I think about
the original Ninfas on Navigation.
Great call.
Great choice.
Great call. I was going to say, I love Killen's.
Killen's is fun answer.
That's like for me is like the one I would say. Like
Pinkerton's.
Pinkerton's. That's a great option too.
I would specific.
That's
so
good too.
We at the job that I work now, we have people come from Canada and all over the U.S. And I actually made a list. That original Ninfas is on my list, but I made a list of like top restaurants to go. That literally Ninfas and Pinkerton's are the top of my list. And getting the man-bear pig is like, if you can handle it, buy that thing. That is one of the best barbecue sandwiches I've ever had.
Yeah, there's so many options. Like, I think that's why I think this is a great city for the World Cup.
Yeah.
Like, I think people are going to get to experience so much.
A lot of variety, a lot of good food.
I read somewhere that there's a hotel that's shuttling people to Buc-ee's.
Yeah, there
Which
is.
is like
to the
it's-
one in
I think
Lewis?
I think it's in the Dallas area.
Oh,
Yeah.
Madisonville?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't even think it's Madisonville. I think it's the new one that they put in just like between Dallas and Waco is where they're showing
Oh,
down
okay.
35.
Yeah, which is like such a funny thing.
Yeah,
like
that-
it's just like
I guess if they're in Houston, they could go to either League City or Baytown.
yeah, like because I think about like I don't know when I got married and all my friends came in from Illinois and
Or
family,
Texas City, that is.
and they were like, "Where should we go?" And I was like, "Well, there's a Buc-ee's not far from the wedding venue," and they were like, "What's a
Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's?" I was like,
Why are you
"Gas
telling us to go
station?"
to a gas station?
And I was like, "Well, it's
Yeah.
a gas station,
Kind
but like
of.
on like Mark McGuire level steroids."
Yeah.
Like I was like, just go. I was like, first of all, there's alcohol there that you can buy for the
Right.
hotel, but there's also good food.
Yep.
And there's crazy amount of things that you can buy. Like you're gonna get lost in there for an hour for the first time.
Buc-ee's food, like if you're talking about road food to like stop and get something while you're driving,
elite.
it's better than most it's better than any fast food restaurant. It's
Absolutely.
better than most restaurants that you could stop and get food at. It's great.
Buc-ee's is like kind of. I'm gonna make a fantasy football comparison.
Yeah,
Buc-ee's
I love
is like
this.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
If he was just a running back, he'd be elite. If he was just a receiver, he'd be
Yeah.
elite. Like Buc-ee's, if it was just a restaurant, would be elite.
And then, like,
if it was just a store, it'd be elite. If it was just a gas station,
It'd still
it'd be elite.
but the smaller Buc-ee's, like down 290 in Cypress,
Oh,
is
yeah.
like Christian McCaffrey coming back from an injury.
Yes.
He's still better than most people.
Yes.
Just not quite as good as
Just
Christian
like- yeah,
McCaffrey
right.
at his peak. Yeah.
A couple other before we go to break of the bucket list items for people. 5518 says the World Series of Poker.
Oh,
that's a great
such,
choice.
such a good call.
I would
Main
be,
event, obviously.
Yeah, I would be very curious what it would be like to see that in person. Like
To play or to watch?
To watch.
To watch.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to go and watch. I think I'd only want to go and play.
No, I definitely have how am I going to save $10,000 at some point in my life and convince my wife to let me spend it on a
no,
ticket.
trust me, I've had that eternal thought for a long time too.
Bucket list item: go back in time to an old-timey riverboat and go watch poker games on a riverboat.
5518 also says Daytona 500, Indy 500.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Like I've been to like drag races and stuff. The like car stuff, racing stuff hasn't really ever been my jam.
Same.
But it is fun. I don't like watching on TV, but it is a ton of fun to just be
Yes.
there and like kind of feel because you feel it in your chest, dude. Like there's like the pressure and the power around it is pretty cool.
And then last one we got here, which is on mine, and I forgot. They said they're a Longhorn fan, diehard, but bucket list is LSU night game in Death Valley.
Oh yeah,
I almost said Death Valley. Seeing the Aggies
call.
play
I,
at Death
honestly,
Valley
like,
would be
I would
fun.
also say like the whiteout at Penn State, man.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Like that's such an incredible like at some point like that's one of my like my dad and I were talking about this while we were on vacation. We're like, I'm gonna stop doing this Notre Dame podcast stuff at some point, and I just want to go to I want to go to TCU, I want to go to Baylor, I want to go to A&M, I want to go to LSU, I want to hit all the Texas schools and like local-ish ones, and then sure, and then start just like going from there, and like I just want to catch a game in like all the stadiums, like. I love
I've heard the
college,
Baylor Stadium's great.
Yeah, like, I'd love to go
on
to
the
Waco.
water.
It's
Yeah, like I'd love to go to Waco and like watch a good game. I ain't driving to Lubbock, but I'd love to go to Lubbock.
Yeah,
and like watch a game. Like it'd be awesome.
The drive to Lubbock is awful.
Real quick, the worst sporting event I've ever been to is freaking that Cyclone Stadium in Ames, Iowa. Went to go see the Aggies play Iowa State. Worst drive ever was across the state of Iowa, there and back. And it's one of the worst sporting venues, and stadiums I've ever been to.
Really?
Yeah, it's bad. It was small. I felt like I was trying to watch a college football game in a high school stadium.
Yeah.
It's garbage.
It's small.
Garbage city, garbage state.
Even Iowa's football stadium, like
small, yeah,
but like looks cool though. Like maybe it's just the tradition of like waving to the cancer award. Like, is a cool thing to like see in person.
It is amazing some of the Big Ten schools how small. Like
Yeah.
Michigan's obviously
Michigan and Ohio
massive.
State are huge. Like,
but you see a lot of others like 55,
dude, Northwestern.
60,000.
I'd say now was
Like Indiana Stadium's not there.
Northwestern
very big
was a
either.
joke, dude.
Oh,
I couldn't
really?
believe it.
I'm not surprised by that.
There are high school football stadiums here that were bigger than Northwestern.
I'm not surprised by
Like
that.
it's unreal.
One thing everybody should put on their list because it's actually a lot of fun, even if their fans are insufferable, is a Cornhuskers game. Any Cornhuskers game. It's a lot. Lincoln's a lot of fun on Saturdays, man. It's
Yeah.
a good vibe.
All right, when we get back, Josh doesn't get to do a lot of radio.
None. There's not like a lot of radios an overstatement.
It's not my fault you're busy whenever I need fill-ins.
That's true. That's fair.
But
I'm
so
sorry
that
for having a
means
job.
He's got pent-up old man Josh.
Yeah, I do.
Get off my lawn takes. So we're gonna let him vent. We'll get some of our old man sports takes as well. We'll do that next right here on ESPN 97.5. Houston, your road to $1 million starts here on June 13th. The Road to Fanatics Games is coming exclusively at Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Step up to the PK Challenge. You can punch your tickets to Fanatics Fest this summer in New York, where you can compete against 50 of the biggest athletes in the world, like Tom Brady, David Ortiz, Noah Lyles, Cam Scatabo, and more. Participants will test their accuracy with penalty kick attempts aiming to strike a designated target in the goal. At the end of the competition, the top 3 winners will be selected to qualify for Fanatics Games this summer at Fanatics Fest. Pull up and get ready to show us what you've got only at Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Even if you're not competing, you can enjoy free athlete photo ops with Nico Collins, Daniil Hunter, and Tank Dell, plus card breaks, giveaways, and more that you do not want to miss. June 13th, Dick's House of Sport in Friendswood. Spots are limited. RSVP now at fanaticsgames.com. That's fanaticsgames.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Rodeo Goat in Edo.
Presented by Michelob Ultra.
Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Josh Beard here with you today. Thanks to Rodeo Goat for having us out here from noon to 6. We appreciate the hospitality and the great customer service we can get from O'Shea. She's been awesome. Ask for her when you come on out. We've had some great food, some good drinks as well. Sorry I made fun of your drink, Brian.
And my burger.
No, I didn't make fun of your burger.
Yes, you made
it
fun
started
of the
off
burger.
with you making fun of the blackberry on his burger.
That was the very first thing you made fun of.
Yeah.
Josh, did you get another drink?
Yeah, I did get another drink,
okay.
yes.
Oh, and Brian got another drink too, right?
No,
Oh, no. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
just go. Oh,
Wait,
see?
no. Wait, no,
See?
time out.
See?
No, time out. BS flag. I thought he was bringing it to you. I thought you ordered one. I saw you talking to
Where's the BS flag?
On you.
Oh.
For getting upset with me. There's no reason to be upset.
I'm not upset, but you profiled
Hey,
me. You
you
saw
need
a
to stop
pink
being
drink
upset.
and you thought it was
No,
mine.
I thought he was turning towards you.
Brian, you got to stop being upset.
Yeah, I'm
You're
just
very
so
upset.
I
right
know.
now.
I'm very upset.
Well, people get upset all the time. It happens. I saw people getting upset yesterday at Sarge and DJ quite a bit.
That was yeah. I think Sarge is in on the bit, and he likes to poke the bear.
Yeah, he does. Like, I think he's very self-aware. But Josh, you said,
Yeah.
you had some old man takes.
Yeah, it's not
Get
really
off my
necessarily old man takes. I'm just getting mad at some of the younger generation. I spend way too much time on social media now.
Yeah.
In a different way. Like whenever I was still working in radio, my time in social media was like scrolling Twitter to try to see what people are talking about. Now it's just reels for hours on end. It's the way I disassociate and pretend like I like my job and other stuff. So no, I actually do love my job, but I spend a lot of time on social media. But a lot of these people on like Instagram and TikTok are of the younger persuasion. They're like in their early 20s, mid 20s. And the amount of disrespect and just lack of knowledge of some wide receivers and some players in the NFL that are probably like a little bit past when they actually started paying attention and not learning their history is super frustrating. But I didn't feel like we were like that. Like when we
I get accused of it, but
Yeah, because you frequently say anything that happened before 1992 you don't have to know about.
Yeah.
That's dumb. Like when I was growing up, like I understood to respect Jack Lambert. I understood to respect Jerry Rice. Like you are learned to respect these guys who are like the pinnacle of the sport before you came along and started watching. And the amount of disrespect I've started seeing for guys like Calvin Johnson and Julio Jones and a lot of these things where people are like, oh, like don't say anything until you see a receiver that's better than peak Stephon Diggs. And it was like Stephon Diggs and like Calvin Johnson pops up and these two dudes didn't say a word. It's like, how in the world could you think
That's
that peak
crazy.
Stephon Diggs is better than Calvin Johnson in his worst season? What are we talking about here? And so I've seen a lot of this stuff. Now, one of the most common things that these people are doing is they bring up and they have 8 players, a list of 8 players, and it's cut 5, keep 3. And they've been doing it with other NFL players now that have been guests, which is cool. But before that, it was like a bunch of like just dudes, like 20-year-old dudes who I swear to God they started watching football 5 years ago at best. And so I wanted to do that. I want to do this with you guys with some of the popular names that have been going on. So
I'm intrigued.
This is specifically about we're gonna do wide receivers and DBs because this is the one that I think it's the 2 positions that people struggle with the most. But it's only players who have played since 2000, right?
Yeah.
So we're not even going back. Like we're way past Joe's rule. We're 8 years past Joe's rule, right? Okay, so we'll start with wide receiver. So I'll ask each of you in turn, and we'll just go one by one. You can only keep 3 of them, but you have to cut 5 of them.
All right.
All right?
Blind.
All right, so number 1 on the list in wide receiver is Steve Smith. Are you cutting him or are you keeping him? Now remember,
we're doing this in real time.
We're doing this in real time, yes.
Real time.
Steve Smith cut.
Steve Smith cut. Okay.
I would say cut too.
Okay.
All right, that's a double.
I
that's
just
a
feel like
double
there's going to
cut.
be bigger names coming.
Yep. That's a pretty.
We'll find a way to form a consensus on
That's
this.
a pretty good strategy for like the NFL players. That's what they've been doing. Terrell Owens, keep or cut?
Keep.
Okay.
I think he's a top
keep
3 receiver
3.
of all time.
Huh?
Keep 3.
You get to keep 3. You have to cut 5.
Yeah, I'm keeping T.O.
You're keeping T.O.? Okay, so y'all both keep T.O. Antonio Brown.
Oh, this is a tough one.
Y'all are
because the peak Antonio Brown
is incredible.
It's so good, but I'm gonna cut.
I'm gonna cut.
One of the most frustrating conversations I saw between a couple of dudes that are probably like they just turned 19 and left their parents' household was having the argument that Antonio Brown was a lot better than Julio Jones, and nothing has made me more viscerally mad from a sports standpoint than claiming that over the longevity of a career that they would take Antonio Brown over Julio Jones. Like, to me, that's a no-brainer. Very frustrated. Anyway, next one up. So y'all are both cutting Antonio Brown, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next up, just brought him up, Julio Jones.
I feel like you're going to be mad if we say cut.
No, so I'm going to say.
I'm not going to be mad. Y'all choose whatever you want to choose.
I'm trying to think. I know there's one other guy we have to keep.
How many other names? How many more after this?
Y'all are. This is your fourth one. There's 4 more names.
Yeah.
I'll go cut.
I'll agree.
Y'all are. I'm just gonna kick both of you when we leave
Mostly
here.
to troll Josh.
Okay, now this one technically he played after 2000. Some of his best was before 2000, but I added him in here anyway. Marvin Harrison.
Oh, see, I'm doing the mental game of trying to figure out who's left, but obviously I can't possibly know for sure. I'm gonna cut.
All right, Brian's cutting.
I'm gonna cut because I got a wide receiver in mind.
Double cut.
I'd be okay.
All right, this is where y'all might be a little mad.
See, this is why he's gonna pull some.
Larry
garbage.
Fitzgerald.
Keep.
All right. Y'all are both keeping Larry Fitzgerald?
Yeah. Although, if you talk about disrespect, I hate the crowd that tries to put Larry Fitzgerald tiers above Andre Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
That conversation drives me crazy.
Yeah,
oh, dude, we're about to cut Andre.
Andre's not on the list.
Okay, thank God.
Andre's not on the list.
I was like,
I wouldn't do that to you
I was
guys.
like, Megatron and Andre were the last two players.
Calvin Johnson.
Keep.
All right.
So those are 3. Everyone else were done.
Who's our other cut?
Randy Moss.
Oh, damn it. Randy's the
Both
second
of
best.
y'all just cut Randy Moss from your team,
For the record,
dude.
I think Randy Moss is the second best wide receiver of all time. But I also cut him.
For the record, I think he's number 1.
But at least y'all are mad about it.
Yeah.
When I see these dudes talking about it, they're like, one guy was like, he had made his decision. Like, I think he had kept Antonio Brown, he had kept Steve Smith, and he had kept Stephon Diggs.
Ugh.
And when it got to like, the last two was like, you cut Calvin Johnson and Randy Moss. He's like, oh, that's okay. I'm like, what do you mean that's okay, dude? You chose Stephon Diggs over 2 of the greatest wide receivers who have ever played. If Megatron had played a full career like some of these other guys had,
for sure.
dude, imagine the numbers that we're talking about.
Oh,
It's
dude.
absolutely insane. Okay, so
Yeah, I think it's like wide receiver's tough.
yeah, it is.
So
There's so many good
ones.
players.
Like, there's an argument, honestly. Like, there really is an argument for Antonio Brown for, like, the peak AB.
Agreed.
So
But,
we
like,
kept Larry Fitzgerald, Terrell Owens, and
Terrell Owens, Larry Fitzgerald, and Calvin Johnson were your
Calvin
keep. So not bad.
Johnson.
Honestly,
I'm all right with
y'all,
that.
T.O. is like an afterthought, but T.O. with the Eagles is one of the best receivers, and
Oh,
T.O. with the 49ers
playing
too.
like 5 weeks after a broken leg in the Super Bowl was
Right.
incredible.
And he was
It was
amazing.
great.
Yeah.
It was like 8 for 80 or something like that.
All right, so we're going to do DBs. This is both cornerbacks and safeties. This is not relegated to just one of those positions. I think this is the category where I got just legitimately the angriest from some of these guys. Number 1, Champ Bailey. Are you keeping or are you cutting him?
Keep.
All
Champ
right.
was a stud. He could play 2 ways,
This
too.
is tough because you're doing safeties and corners.
I just don't care about
This
safeties
one
as
I'm
much.
pulling out. I'm pretty sure I already know the answer, but this is like pulled directly from one of the lists that made me very angry.
I know my 3
because
already.
both of these
Did you just
guys,
say Peanut Tillman?
No.
both of the dudes that I saw in this video kept this guy, Stephon Gilmore.
Cut.
Oh, cut.
Instant cut,
Yeah,
right?
cut,
yeah, that's a
yeah.
no-brainer
Yeah,
cut.
it's a cut. It was good.
I had to
but
give y'all that
he's
gimme
not
because
he's not an all-time great.
Charles Woodson, keep or cut?
Oh.
Cut.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to play the game and cut him.
Okay. Troy Polamalu,
Cut.
Cut.
both cut. Okay, I thought maybe
Who did
there'd
we
be
cut
a little,
before Palomalo?
Charles Woodson.
Okay.
Y'all cut Charles Woodson.
He's
Hilarious.
great.
Earl Thomas.
Cut.
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 Hook
Okay.
him, but cut.
See, y'all are going through this the exact way I would.
Hey,
It's so
hey,
it's so much easier than wide receiver.
Push Michael Crabtree out of bounds, and maybe I'll keep you. Okay?
All right, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult. Weapon X, Brian Dawkins.
Cut.
Cut. Okay.
So we're locked into the other 2 guys.
You're locked into the other 2
Oh,
guys.
crap. We only have 2 left?
I'm assuming that means I'm hoping My thought process was after you said champ, was Darrelle Revis. Is that one of them?
Yep.
And Ed Reed.
And Ed Reed. Those
Okay.
are the last
we
two.
did it, Joe. We did it.
Which, by the way, that is, in my opinion, it's not subjective. That is objectively the correct answer to this question.
Yes.
Now, I think Paul Amalu has an argument over champ.
That's fair.
Like
That's
I would
fair.
still take champ.
I would
can
still take champ.
I can see why a lot of people like if ATX home.
Paul Amalu was a game changer.
Yeah, like I totally get it, but like I think those would be the three.
Can I tell you when I've seen people do this, everybody is okay for the most part. They've all been okay not having Darrelle Revis and Ed Reed.
That's crazy.
And Stephon Gilmore has been picked by way too many people over Darrelle Revis and Ed
Gilmore
Reed.
shouldn't even be on the list.
Ed Reed is probably one of the greatest defensive football players we've ever seen of
yeah.
all time, and there's a reason why they called it Revis Island.
Yeah.
So I've been a little mad, but I figured this would be a fun game to play, get a little Gen Z action going for us where we're pretending to be like the young kids. But
I have one old man take.
Okay.
These aggregators.
Oh, they're the worst thing on social media.
My biggest issue with them right now is you don't have to share every dog trade.
Agreed.
Like I've been seeing these like 3-team trades with the Rockets where like they end up with like Jimmy Butler and they're trading away 4 first-round picks.
They make no sense.
Like someone else is getting Giannis and the Rockets are getting Jimmy Butler and the Rockets are losing Reed Shepard, Jabari Smith,
Yeah.
3 first. And I'm like, you don't have to share everyone.
I saw one where it's like
I get why they do it, but
I saw one where it's like the Mavericks are going to get Luka
the rage
Doncic
bait.
back and they're going to trade Kyrie Irving in first. It's like, no. But
I don't get it.
the aggregators, they share the dumbest stuff too. It's like,
oh yeah,
they went to the park on Sunday and let their dog poop on the grass. That's crazy. Why would we allow that? So dumb.
All right, we'll take our final break here. When we get back, as always, we'll end the show with our Junkie of the Day. We'll do that next right here on ESPN 97.5. Your local bar can be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout is giving fans a chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. All you have to do is show up and compete. This event is running now through June 14th. You show up, you compete in their interactive Soccer Shootout game, and the winner will go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. That means someone here today at Rodeo Go has already gone home with a pair of tickets to a game here in Houston thanks to Michelob Ultra. Tomorrow you can go to Christian's Tailgate from 5 to 8 on White Oak. Saturday there are options all over the place. Papa's on the Lake in Montgomery, Marriott Marquis in downtown, Highline Park in the Heights, Little Woodrow's in Edo, and Moonshine Deck in the Heights, all happening on Saturday. On Sunday, you can go to Chapman and Kirby in Edo, Twin Peaks in Kirby, and Fabian's Latin Flavors downtown, all for your chance to win a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game thanks to Michelob Ultra. Play for the chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. All right, thanks again to Rodeo Goat for having us out here today in Edo. Joe George and Josh Beard here with you, and Brian McDonald as well. Great place to watch all of the big soccer games going on right now. It's been a packed house. From the moment I walked in, it's still completely full right now. The food's great, beers are cold, and that's all that really matters. And plus, there's plenty of TVs to watch all the games. So thanks to them for having us out. Thanks to Huntington Bank for sponsoring all of our Soccer World Cup, our soccer watch parties this year. Next one tomorrow at Patterson Park. We'll be out there. It'll be Will Kunkel and Brian from 12 to 3 again, and then myself and Brian Lima from 3 to 6. And you'll have a chance to win a $500 gift certificate from Republic Boot Company. All you have to do is come out, find our promo team, register to win. We'll announce the winner in the 5 o'clock hour. You'll not have to be in person to win it at the time, but great time. I mean, look, I feel like that's almost a full pair of boots. If not a full pair of boots. I don't really know the prices there, actually.
Yeah, I don't know the prices at all.
But, like,
it'd be a wild guess for me to
if it's not a full
say.
pair, I feel like it's going to do major damage into buying that pair of boots. A custom pair. They're awesome. But now it's time for our Junkie of the Day. Brian.
Junkie? I'll first nominate De'Aaron Fox.
Great call.
What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Just dribble out. Don't try to go to the rim and get blocks. Also nominate Dylan Harper for not boxing out when OG ran from 5 feet beyond the three-point line for the winning tip-in.
Yep.
And finally, I'll nominate the Houston Astros for being perfect game through 5 innings by a guy they had put an 11 ERA on for the prior 7 games.
Those are all
and then finding a way to lose in extra innings.
Very, very good nominations. Josh?
I'm going to nominate Knicks fans for being one of the most egregiously annoying and unlikable fan bases in sports right now. I get it if people are walking around in Spurs jerseys taunting and trying to fight people openly, but just walking around the city of New York whenever your team hasn't really done anything of note in a really long time and all you're doing is berating and beating up and tearing jerseys off of fans of the opposing team, it's a bad look, and it's not fun. Anytime you can make Spurs fans look better than you, you got problems, bro.
Yeah, it's so funny because, like, if this was their reaction after they won the championship, like, I'd be like,
yeah,
we've seen worse.
Yeah.
Or lost. We've seen what happened in Vancouver a long time ago. A bunch of burning cars, burning couches. L.A., we've seen the same thing. What's it going to be like after they win?
Oh, the city's going to burn to the ground.
Like
it's going to be turned into Escape from New York. It's going to be turned into a prison state.
Kurt Russell?
Yep. And then a future president's daughter is going to get kidnapped and taken to the prison state of New York, and Snake Plissken is going to have to go in and save her. And New York Knicks fans are going to try to stop him.
That sounds like a
those
win-win.
are good.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
I liked your De'Aaron Fox one. That was one of mine.
Yeah.
As well as I like the Knicks fans as well. I'm going to nominate Barstool Sports.
Ooh. Oh.
They have this guy who's not really that funny or good. His name's Big Ev. He got caught owing like 20 G's to illegal bookies. And got called out, had all this debt, to like all this gambling debt. He went to rehab. Now he's back
Is this like a Mike Vrabel rehab?
He's back at Barstool doing betting content. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Like, I'm like, this dude is like, you have like a major betting sponsor, and you are allowing this guy who is like 20 G's in debt to like random bookies come back to a company with actual betting ties. I think is one of the most absurd things.
Dude, the only way out
or their Texas Tech University.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the same.
Yeah, the only way out is through, dude. If you're in bet debt, you got to bet your way out of it.
Yeah. Keep firing. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
True.
Wayne Gretzky, quote Michael Scott.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if we were supposed to do a sweater of the day or not. We didn't do one.
No, I guess we should have done one. Well, actually, Will did, and he actually called it sweater of the day. I called him out on it. He tried to steal the gimmick.
You know.
And then one more additional junkie today.
I do appreciate that he listens.
Will Kunkel tried to claim Mexican heritage because he placed the bet on Mexico.
He did, yeah, and he kept trying to turn his name into a Latino name, and it was very awkward.
Guillermo Kunkel.
Kunkelito is definitely the one that I would have for sure.
I kind of like Kunkelito.
That's the first time I've ever met him. He's a super. I love listening to him. I love watching all of his stuff. So I got to shake his hand briefly before he left, but I just instantly thought, even without knowing him, Kunkelito. That's Will Kunkelito. 100,000%.
I'm going to my phone right now.
Change his name to
Kunkelito.
Just Kunkelito. The only reason why I have to keep the Will in there, I'll never remember. Like I can't find Will's number.
You're going to get a call and it'll say Kunkelito. Like, who's
Kunkelito?
Who is Kunkelito? All right. AJ, I'm going to put you on the spot. You got one back there?
It's definitely the Knicks fans, and I feel like they don't deserve to celebrate the title.
Agreed.
Oh.
Agreed.
Fair take. All right, that'll do it for us today as we're broadcasting live all day here at Rodeo Goat. Thank you again to everyone here. It was a great time. Incredible environment for the World Cup as it got underway. Thanks to Huntington Bank, Michelob Ultra for sponsoring our broadcast out here today. Remember, you can have plenty of opportunities to win tickets to a World Cup game here in Houston thanks to Michelob Ultra, the official beer sponsor of the World Cup overall. And Josh, thank you.
Yeah, I have to take more pre-workout so I can finally go to the gym since you pulled me away from
Yeah.
it. So, yeah.
You've had 2 beers. You're not going to the gym.
I'm
BS
100%.
flag.
Okay, you know what? You're going to get videos and pictures. I'm putting 700 on that yoke rack, and I'm carrying it, buddy.
You're going to video it anyway.
Yeah.
I've seen your Instagram.
100%.
Oh, yeah, great. Junkie of the day, Josh All's workout videos.
Yeah. It's just the yoke carry. Thank you very
It's
much.
mostly the angles you choose to post.
All right, we have to pick a winner. Junkie of the day.
It's
is-
Josh.
No, I'm going to go with De'Aaron Fox.
All right,
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, that's a good winner.
All right, that does it for us today. We'll be at Patterson Park tomorrow. Brian Lima will join me. Brian and Will Kunkel will be on from 12 to 3. Thank you again to everyone here. Thank you for listening and watching. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Peace.